To awaken the system, you need to control your total exam score at exactly 250 points for 9 consecutive attempts. As a reborn science prodigy, you initially thought this would be a breeze, but reality hit you hard. In the first few exams, your total score was either too high or too low. Precisely hitting 250 felt nearly impossible. You revisited all the current knowledge, and after countless attempts and adjustments, you finally stabilized your score at 250. Now, you've achieved 8 consecutive 250-point exams. Just one more success, and you'll activate the technology system, gaining access to scientific advancements from the next 500 years. The thought fills you with excitement. With just 10 days left until the college entrance exam, there was supposed to be one final mock test, your last chance to activate the system. But before your excitement could settle, the homeroom teacher announced the cancellation of the last mock exam. Your expression froze, and you abruptly stood up, shouting, "The exam can't be cancelled." The teacher was startled, then mocked, "With your 250-point IQ, do you really need another exam to prove yourself?" The class erupted in laughter, someone yelling, "The school's worst performer, what's gotten into you? Sit down, like a man possessed." You roared, "Your decision will ruin the entire nation's technological future, leaving us forever dependent on others." Classmates nervously scooted away, convinced you'd lost your mind. Under their bewildered stares, you realized the situation was hopeless and numbly sat back down. Then, clarity struck. The college entrance exam itself was still an opportunity. If you could score 250 there, the system would activate. Time flew, and soon it was the day of the college entrance exam results. Sitting at your computer, you took a deep breath and clicked to check. The screen displayed your scores: Chinese 50, Math 50, English 50, Science 100, total 250. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the technology system. Reward: Beginner's Gift Pack, Controlled Nuclear Fusion Principles and Classical Chinese. As the details of controlled nuclear fusion flashed in your mind, excitement surged. Then, ding! Mission issued, gain admission to Dragon University of Science and Technology. Reward: Super Mathematical Introduction. You froze. With a 250-point score, even ordinary vocational colleges would be a stretch, let alone DragonU, the nation's top research institution. But inspiration struck. If you submitted part of the controlled nuclear fusion formulas to DragonU, admission might be possible. Without delay, you opened DragonU's official website, found the public research submission email, compiled the formulas and data into a zip file, and sent it with a note: "I hope this can secure me admission to your esteemed institution." In the project review office of Kyoto Rikoku University, Wu Jiming received an email titled Partial Formulas and Data on Controlled Nuclear Fusion, which immediately caught his attention. He promptly opened the email and carefully examined its contents. The first part of the document outlined the submitter's understanding of controlled nuclear fusion, and after reading it, Wu nodded in approval. He then proceeded to the second section, which presented specific data and formulas. The deeper Wu Jiming delved, the more engrossed and excited he became. The precision of the data was beyond imagination. With growing excitement, he continued reading, but some of the subsequent content proved somewhat obscure and difficult to grasp with his current knowledge. Unconsciously, a considerable amount of time had passed. Rubbing his tired eyes, he thought to himself that there was a 90% chance this document was accurate. The realization sent a chill down his spine, and he immediately picked up his phone to call the director of the Research Project Review Office. "Director Ma, I've received a submission on controlled nuclear fusion, and the data and formulas described inside." Before Wu could finish, Director Ma abruptly interrupted. "We'll discuss the project tomorrow. I'm not available right now," and hung up. Furious, Wu Jiming slammed his phone onto the desk, his chest heaving with emotion. His gaze returned to the computer screen, and he suddenly felt the weight of responsibility pressing heavily on his shoulders. He knew all too well that if this document was genuine, it could save the nation at least a decade of research time. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, Wu Jiming dialed another number. "Deanly, this is Wu Jiming. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you so late." Deanly responded kindly. "Reviewer Wu, what's the matter?" Wu quickly briefed the dean on the situation. "Where are you now?" "I'm in the Research Project Review Office." "All right, I'll be right there." About 10 minutes after the call ended, Deanly pushed the door open without ceremony, bypassing any small talk and heading straight to the computer. Deanly reviewed the document from the beginning, scrutinizing it with intense focus. The further he read, the more unsettlingly intricate it seemed. The formulas and data in the document were astonishingly precise, with many figures extending to over 10 decimal places. While Deanly could comprehend the earlier parts of the second section, the latter portions proved more challenging. "Jiming, do you understand the latter part of the second section's data and formulas?" Wu Jiming answered truthfully, I only grasped about a third of it. Then what does this formula mean? Wu provided a detailed explanation. But eventually, both men found themselves at a loss and had to halt their discussion. Jiming, which institution sent this document? If I had to guess, it was likely submitted by an individual. Wu showed Dean Li the email, whose body read, I hope to gain admission to your esteemed university. Dean Li was taken aback. This was content related to controlled nuclear fusion. And the sender's goal was merely to secure a spot at Rokoku University? After a moment of contemplation, Dean Li directly called a plasma physics professor at Rokoku University. Following a brief exchange, he then dialed an expert at Tsinghua University. An hour later, more than a dozen top professors from various fields gathered at Lonka University. They carefully reviewed the documents in their hands, their eyes filled with excitement. After everyone had finished reading, Dean Li spoke up. You are all leading experts in your respective fields. Let's hear your thoughts on this document. Judging from the data and formulas provided, the credibility is extremely high, even if there are some minor errors. It could bring a qualitative breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion research. I specialize in magnetic materials. Just from the toroidal magnetic confinement device for the tokamak described in the document, there are no issues. If we can develop a new tokamak magnetic ring device based on these formulas and data, we would lead the world. The discussion continued fervently until 6 in the morning. Then, one professor proposed using Huaping University's supercomputer for further verification. The suggestion was immediately met with unanimous approval. Huaping University's supercomputer is the most advanced in the country, primarily serving top-tier scientific research projects. Lonka University and Huaping University are not far apart, just a 20-minute drive, so the group quickly arrived by car. Wang Hongba, the person in charge of the supercomputer, couldn't help but feel troubled as he faced the group of more than 10 people. The control room had strict regulations. No more than 5 people could enter at a time. But these individuals were all top-tier experts and professors. He couldn't afford to offend any of them. Seeing Wang Hongba's hesitation, Dean Li asked, Chief Engineer Wang, is there a problem? Wang Hongba explained, Dean Li, you know the rules here. Lu Yongxiang, the president of Lonka University, grew visibly displeased. Xiao Wang, do you know what we're here to compute? If you delay this important matter, I don't think you should remain chief engineer. Open the door now, I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. With President Lu's assurance, Wang Hongba had no choice but to let everyone in. The group changed into white anti-static suits and entered the supercomputer's operation room. Without delay, Dean Li inserted the USB drive into the designated port. Chief Engineer Wang, terminate all currently running projects and begin computing our data. Wang Hongba was stunned. Terminate all running projects? Dean Li, are you joking? Right now, there are 4 major projects running simultaneously. One is a national research project, and the other 3 are commercial projects worth billions. Dean Li, I can allocate 1/10 of the computing capacity, which should be enough for your research. However, his proposal was rejected. President Lu interjected, Xiao Wang, what we're running here is controlled nuclear fusion. You should understand how massive its data requirements are. Wang Hongba was shocked again, but terminating all other projects, I really don't have the authority to do that. President Lu didn't press him further and instead called Zhou Huai from the National Controlled Nuclear Fusion Research Institute. Upon hearing the news, Zhou was overcome with excitement. His current project had hit a bottleneck, with no progress for over a year, and he had been losing hair from stress. If the documents President Lu mentioned were genuine, this would be a substantial breakthrough. After hanging up, Zhou immediately reported the matter to higher authorities. Soon after, Wang Hongba received orders to halt all ongoing projects and fully cooperate with Dean Li's work. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the project review office of Lonka University, Wu Ximing had been busy all night without sleep because of the email you sent. Around 6 a.m., when a group of professors headed to Huaqing University, Dean Li specifically instructed him to stay by the computer without leaving for a moment, emphasizing that from this moment on, the document must not be seen by anyone or forwarded. Director Ma strolled leisurely into the office, greeting his colleagues with a smile and a friendly demeanor. But the moment he approached Wu Ximing, his expression instantly darkened. Last night, he had been enjoying a drink when Wu Ximing called him repeatedly, making his friends laugh at him for not being able to control his subordinates. Adding to this, Wu Ximing had often opposed him in the past, so today he was determined to teach Wu Ximing a lesson. Director Ma said coldly, Auditor Wu, come to my office. Then he walked straight into the inner office. Wu Ximing didn't follow, but Dean Li had explained when he left that he had to guard the computer without moving an inch. Director Ma was sitting in his comfortable chair, and was calculating in his mind how to give him some color. But after half a day, Wu never came in, so Director Ma angrily got up and saw Wu staring at his computer. This made him instantly more angry, so he slammed the table and drank. Auditor Wu, didn't you hear me calling you? The remaining few people in the office were startled by Director Ma's sudden outburst of anger, but when they saw that it was Director Ma who was angry at Wu, a few people looked at each other and smiled. Director Ma, you have something to say here. I can't leave here now, Wu Ximing said. What? You got your ass nailed to a stool? Director Ma scoffed. A few others laughed along with them, and Wu didn't say anything, already sitting on the stool. Auditor Wu, I'm warning you, this behavior of yours right now is a blatant confrontation with the leadership, and I have the right to reflect to the top to discipline you. Wu remained silent. Director Ma can find an excuse to fire Wu in order to provoke him into doing something even more outrageous. Wu Ximing, I see that you usually look like you work hard, but you're just pretending. How many programs have you reviewed this year? And how many programs are invested in research? Not a single accomplishment, not to mention leaning on the old man here. Director Ma's words were getting harder and harder to hear, and a few of his colleagues could not listen to them any longer. To be honest, although Wu couldn't play with them, in all conscience, he was definitely the most responsible and conscientious at work. Director Ma was enough to teach Wu Ximing a lesson for more than 10 minutes, and the latter words were unpleasant to the ear. But Wu Ximing hard did not return the favor. He was now preoccupied with the protection of the documents on the computer. Director Ma, you're thirsty, have some water, an auditor said as he flattered. Director Ma took the cup of water and took a sip, glancing at Wu and realizing that he actually didn't talk back. It seems that he is quite tolerant. Auditor Wu, in view of the fact that you have behaviorally contradicted your supervisor, you are punished for cleaning the bathroom for a week. Wu was clear that Director Ma was just picking on himself, and no matter what he did, he wouldn't let himself go. For now one just had to guard the file. The rest would come later. What are you waiting for? Go clean the bathroom. Director Ma drank. At that moment, rhythmic footsteps came down the hallway. Then, the door of their office was directly pushed open, and the first to come in were the loaded SWAT officers, who directly surrounded the several people. A few people were startled, and each of them began to reflect in their minds on what bad things they had done before. The one with the most nervous expression was Director Ma, who had recently opened a bar outside in a joint venture with a few friends, and the state was forbidding state unit personnel from doing business outside. Just as Director Ma was ruminating, Principal Lu walked in with a human officer. He is Wu Ximing, Principal Lu introduced. The officer said to Wu, no one has moved anything, right? Wu stood up and said seriously, no, move out. At the officer's command, several SWAT officers directly sealed Wu's computer and moved it out. Then another group came in and removed all the other people's computers and office supplies. A few moments later, only desks and chairs remained in the entire auditing office. After the officer left with the SWAT team, Director Ma asked to Principal Lu in confusion, Chancellor Lu, our department won't be banned, will it? Principal Lu said with a cold look at him, your department is not banned. You are. What? Director Ma froze. Your department is headed by Wu. You wait to be investigated. Chapter 9, The Accident. Lingzhou City, Building 3 of the Happiness Neighborhood. Today was the day after the results had been checked, and Jiang Fan's parents, Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, had purposely taken a day off to stay home with their son. Jiang Fan scored 300 points in the college entrance examination, and they were afraid that their son would not be able to think and do something stupid. However, to their surprise, Jiang Fan ran for an hour early in the morning and then went home to take a shower and eat without a hint of sadness. And during dinner, surprisingly, he broke down and told them a joke, though it wasn't funny at all. At this time, Jiang Fan was rummaging through the box to find something. Li Guiqin asked Jiang Jingwei in a low voice, Hubby, what's wrong with our son? He scored 300 points in the college entrance exam and he's happy instead. You don't think he's in disguise? Hey, our son's senior year of high school. When has he ever smiled? Since he checked his scores yesterday, he smiles a little every now and then, and he also tells us jokes. Jiang Jinghua said, I guess my son is afraid that we are worried about him. That's why he pretends to be happy on the surface. Maybe he didn't know how many tears he wiped when he was alone. Li Guiqin thought of her own son, who had studied desperately for a year, and as a result had only scored 300 points in the college entrance exam. She felt aggrieved on behalf of her own son, and couldn't hold back her tears. Guiqin, what are you doing? If our son sees this, he will definitely be sad. Since our son doesn't want us to be sad, let's have a good time with him. Li Guiqin wiped away her own tears as she listened to Jiang Jinghua. Dad, Dad. Jiang Jinghua heard his son call out to him and hurriedly answered, Coming. He then explained to Li Guiqin, who was beside him, remember to have fun. Li Guiqin nodded, but inside, there was a pang of bitterness. Jiang Jinghua walked out of the bedroom and into the living room, where he found Jiang Fan waiting for him with the game console handle from his childhood. Dad, take two. Jiang Jinghua froze, then laughed. Are you boys trying to avenge your childhood? Hey, Jiang Fan laughed. Zhang Jingwa took a gamepad and sat down on the mat. The two were playing the classic sparring game King of Fighters, and Zhang Jingwa pressed the somewhat raw handle. Remembering Jiang Fan's 8th birthday, spent half a month's paycheck on this game set for my son myself. It excited Jiang Fan for a few months, when his son pestered him to play a few games whenever he was off work, because Jiang Fan had been smart since he was a child, and his studies were the first in the whole school every time. So Zhang Jingwa didn't restrict Jiang Fan from playing games, and he is so disciplined that after an hour of playing, he stops playing and consciously goes to read a book. It also made Zhang Jingwa very proud. Dad, you chose your signature hero Yagami again. Scared? Ha ha. Zhang Jingwa laughed smugly. As long as he used Yagami when he was a child, Jiang Fan almost never won against himself. Then I'll use my signature hero, Tooth Knife. Jiang Fan said. The two of you choose your characters and click to enter the game. A fight scene appeared on TV, with Kong Chinkwa's Yagami looking very dashing with red hair covering one eye, and Jiang Fan's character, Sabertooth, was dressed in wide clothes, vaguely revealing his firm muscles, which definitely attracted a lot of girls if he appeared in reality. The fight begins. Kong Jingwa controlled Yagami and directly attacked with a shadow dance dream bomb towards Blade Tooth, who directly dodged it with a direct jump. Goo, the kid is not bad. He even managed to dodge it. He. Let you taste my GGL egg. Jiang Fan controlled Blade Tooth to jump directly to Yagami's side. 108 Styles Dark Hook Hand. Zhang Jingwa was not willing to show weakness either. No messy CU. 100 Styles Ghost Burning. Special skill Dancing Chaos. Must kill skill Wind Fong. Shouted Jiang Fan. 212 stances Qin Yuan. 127 stances Sunflower. Zhang Jingwa shouted similarly. The entire living room echoed with the sound of the two men, and Li Guiqin couldn't help but smile happily as she watched the father and son play so devotedly. It was as if time had gone back to when Jiang Fan was small. Forbidden 1211 Hachikoma. Cry, scream, and die. Seeing that Jiang Fan's blood bar was only a little bit left, Zhang Jingwa directly unleashed his masterstroke. Then Jiang Fan made a continuous backward step and directly dodged it, followed by a grounding roll and came directly in front of him. Then laughed. Captain's ultra-mandatory Sky Dragon Fiery Teeth. KO. Zhang Jingwa's Yagami fell straight to the ground as he said in defiance. I let you. I didn't expect you kid to come for real. Again. Dad, you've regressed in this technique. Jiang Fan said laughingly. Cut the crap and pick someone. Zhang Jingwa slapped the back of Jiang Fan's head and said, come as you are. Let's agree first that we can't play rogue. Jiang Fan said, is your old man like that? Then what were you doing touching my hand when I just used my big move? That was careless on my part. I think you did it on purpose. The two of them were fighting with each other, and Li Guiqin was happy to be on the sidelines. Their house had never been so lively, and just as the family was enjoying their time together, there was a sudden knock on the door. Mom, there's a knock on the door. Jiang Fan reminded. Okay, you guys play. I'll get the door. Li Guiqin finished and stood up, came to the door, opened the door and was shocked that it was the beautiful girl from last time. Hello auntie. Ha, Wakashi is here. Come on in. Li Guiqin greeted warmly. Chu Ruoshi froze, not thinking that auntie had such a good memory, and even remembered her name after she came here once a month ago. Chu Ruoshi followed Li Guiqin to the living room, and the scene in front of him left him somewhat dumbfounded. This is completely different from what she expected when she came. She came today mainly to comfort Jiang Fan. When she came, she even deliberately looked up the information on the internet. How to comfort the candidates who only scored 300 points in the college entrance examination. She found a few very inspirational paragraphs and memorized them directly, believing that they would definitely help Jiang Fan. However, at this moment, she saw that Jiang Fan was playing the game with his dad both happily, without any sadness at all. What's the situation? It can't be that Jiang Fan has gone crazy, can it? Or was he wrong about Jiang Fan's accomplishments? She looked at Li Guiqin suspiciously. Untie. Jiang Fan, he's not alright, right? Chu Ruoshi asked suspiciously. It's okay. He's got great skills now, better than even his dad. Li Guiqin replied. Chu Ruoshi was speechless. She was clearly asking about Jiang Fan's college entrance exam, while Li Guiqin was talking about Jiang Fan's gaming skills. The letters KO appeared on the TV again. Angry Zhang Jingwa directly threw the gamepad to the ground. No more games. I always lose. Okay, Van, stop playing. Look who's here. Only then did Jiang Fan notice Chu Ruoshi. At this moment, Chu Ruoshi was wearing a long white dress up to her knees, and her two jade legs were white and slender. Looking at him, he was a bit dazed. Although he had shared a table with Chu Ruoshi for more than 10 days before, he hadn't taken a close look at it. Clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, white and flawless face with a light red powder, thin lips like rose petals delicate. Chapter 10, Eating Watermelon. Chu Ruoshi was a little embarrassed by Zhang Fan's look, and her little face couldn't help but blush a little. Li Guiqin on the side could see her son's mind at a glance and couldn't help but blankly glance at Zhang Fan. What a silly boy. Any girl stared at like this will be shy. In order to prevent Chu Ruoshi embarrassed, she said to Zhang Fan, "Fan, go get some fruit for Ruoshi." Zhang Fan then reacted and rushed to get the fruit. Not long after he came out from the kitchen holding half of a large watermelon. Putting it on the coffee table, he said to Chu Ruoshi, who was still a little shy sitting on the sofa, Chu Ruoshi students, eat watermelon." Li Guiqin, who was talking to Chu Ruoshi, couldn't help but have 3 black lines appear on her forehead when she saw half of the watermelon on the coffee table. "My stupid son, how can you let people eat a watermelon if you don't cut it up? It's really the same as his father." But she couldn't talk about her son in front of Ruoshi. After all, she had to save her son's face. Chu Ruoshi had taken the initiative to come to their home twice during this period of time, so maybe she was interested in her son. It would be great if the two of them could get together. Chu Ruoshi looked simply like a fairy, and her own son was also very handsome. If they get married in the future, they'll have absolutely great-looking kids too. Li Guiqin couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought. Zhang Fan looked at his old mom Li Guiqin in confusion. "Mom, what's wrong?" Li Guiqin hurriedly said. "No, nothing, he. You guys chat first, I'll go cut the watermelon for you." "Auntie, no, I don't eat," Chu Ruoshi said in a hurry. "It's okay, more watermelon in the summer to quench your thirst and avoid the heat." After Li Guiqin finished speaking, she went to the kitchen to get a fruit knife. Zhang Fan then remembered that he had just forgotten to cut the watermelon and let Chu Ruoshi eat it, so he smiled at her with some embarrassment. Chu Ruoshi looked at the giggling Zhang Fan, also could not help but purse her lips and laugh, and in her heart, she said, before, she had only seen Zhang Fan serious and hard studying, but she did not think that Zhang Fan also had such a cute side. Seeing that Zhang Fan didn't speak, the atmosphere was a bit chilly, but seeing that he didn't want to think about the sadness, Chu Ruoshi's previously prepared inspirational story couldn't be used for the time being, so she casually found a topic and said, "Zhang Fan, are you particularly good at playing games? I played with my dad when I was a kid, but I haven't played in 10 years. I'm playing with my dad today to relax and unwind." Zhang Fan replied truthfully. Today's Zhang Fan's performance did scare Chu Ruoshi for a moment. Her impression of Zhang Fan was still stuck in the way that he only knew how to study and never said more than a word to others. Still, Zhang Fan was quite inviting today. At that moment, Li Guiqin came over with a fruit knife and then cut the watermelon. Zhang Fan hurriedly took a piece of watermelon and handed it to Chu Ruoshi. "Chu Ruoshi student, eat watermelon." "Thanks." Chu Ruoshi took the watermelon handed over by Zhang Fan and ate it in small bites. Li Guiqin has a relatively cheerful personality, and Chu Ruoshi chatted from TV dramas to clothes and food, chatting feverishly, as if she were her own daughter. Zhang Fan could only occasionally interject from the sidelines. Zhang Jingguo was dryly anxious on the side. How could his wife be so ungrateful? Not knowing to let his son and Chu Ruoshi communicate more? He meaningfully dry coughed twice, prompted Li Guiqin. The results of her 2 ears do not hear the cough. A heart chat is very happy. Finally he couldn't sit still any longer and said to Li Guiqin, Guiqin, didn't you say you want to buy clothes today? It just so happens that it's not too hot right now, let's go." Li Guiqin froze and blurted out, "When did I say I want to buy clothes?" Kang Jingwa scowled at her. "That's what I said yesterday. Did you forget?" Li Guiqin then realized what her husband meant and said with a slap of her thigh, "Oops, look at this brain of mine. How did I forget about this? Ruoshi, you and Xiaofan can chat at home. I have to go to the mall with your uncle. I don't think I can come back until the evening." Li Guiqin purposely said night very heavily. It means not to disturb her alone with her own son. "Then auntie, if you have something to do, go ahead. I'll say some words to Zhang Fan and leave. Ruoshi, you're too good to come here. Play a little longer, and at noon you and Fan will have dinner together." After Li Guiqin finished, she then called her son aside and gave him $1,000 directly. "Mom, this, little Fan, take your classmates to eat something delicious at noon." Zhang Fan nodded. Zhang Jinghua patted his son, who was half a head taller than himself, with a you-know-what expression. Then he took Li Guiqin out. The key Zhang Fan is really do not understand. In his last life he was so focused on research that he never had a girlfriend, not even a friend of the opposite sex. Suddenly having to face his fairy-like female classmates alone, he was a little unsure of what to do. Sweat beaded on his nervous palms. The two of them chatted for a few moments, but Chu Ruoshi still asked the reason for today's visit. "Zhang Fan, what are your next plans?" Zhang Fan of course wanted to go to Longkou University. Longkou University is after all the best school of science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as he enters into the school, It will be very convenient for him to engage in scientific research in the future. But it's been a day since his mail went out and I don't know if they got it. When he had first organized the documents, he had purposely organized only the relatively simple parts about controlled nuclear fusion in case the other party could not understand them. We don't know yet. We should have news in 2 more days, Jiang Fan said. What news Shu Ruoshi asked in confusion. Acceptance news from Lonoke University. Dragon Science University? You volunteered for Longkou University. Shu Ruoshi stared at the beautiful eyes. Surprised directly stood up. Jiang Fan 300 points in the college entrance examination. Even enrolled in Longkou University. This is not looking for abuse? Lonoke University's all-time scoreline is above 630, with some popular majors as high as 670. Kyoto watching supercomputer control room. Zhou Huaid, the country's chief engineer in charge of the controlled fusion program, looked at the 4 big words displayed above the supercomputer with an excited face. The procedure is correct. Everyone understood the documents behind these 4 words, and the weight was absolutely significant. Zhou Huaid then said to all the people on the scene, no one is allowed to leave this place for half a step, and now immediately turn in all mobile communications or be condemned for treason. Those experts and professors at the scene all agreed with Zhou Huaid's approach, which was, after all, controlled nuclear fusion, an energy project that was enough to change the world's technology. Zhou Huaid then reported the situation to the state, and the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom directly transferred 5,000 special police officers and 10 helicopters to him at his disposal. Once everyone had signed a non-disclosure agreement, a portion of the population was quarantined. This is a matter of national importance. Zhou Huaid had to be careful. Minister Zhou, this is the controlled fusion contributor. Zhou Huaid directly opened the thick pile of information and roughly read it. Jiang Fan, male, 18 years old. Chapter 11, The Dragon Elder Steps In. Kyoto Penguin Headquarters. A military jeep came speeding up and parked directly under the towering building. From the car 2 officers quickly descended and hurried inside the hall. They walked to the front desk in the lobby and flashed their credentials. We are from the NSA. Where is the top leader of your group? The beautiful woman at the front desk looked at the documents and was startled, and hurriedly said, wait a moment, I'll contact our leader now. The pretty girl at the front desk took the situation and reported it over the phone to the head of their administration. The head of the administration department in turn gave a report to their vice president, Mr. Gao Jiwei. Soon the front desk beauty said to the 2 defense officers, hello, our Mr. Gao is in the general manager's office on the 21st floor. The 2 defense personnel didn't say anything and rode the elevator directly to the 21st floor. Come to the general manager's office, Mr. Gao greeted the 2 warmly when he saw them, although he didn't know what was going on. But as long as it was a person from the State Department, he had to be well entertained. Please sit down, both of you. I'll make you some tea, Vice President Gao said. No, we're from the NSA. Here are our credentials. Vice President Gao took a look at the ID. On the front was a yellow 5-pointed star with 3 big words of Security Bureau, and there was a steel seal on it. Although this was the first time he had ever seen such a document, he was certain when he saw the bright red seal that it should not be a fake. If you 2 have anything to say to me, I'm the top leader of Penguin Group now, Vice President Gao said. During this period of time their boss, Mr. Ma, had gone to Pretty Country for closed study, so the company's large and small affairs were temporarily handled by him. This is a chance for him to express himself. The 2 defense personnel didn't talk nonsense and said directly, we need you to delete an account data and the trace it sent. Vice President Gao heard their request and rejected it outright. Deleting a set of data from a database is the biggest no-no for their Penguin Group. The result of deleting user data will lead to users' distrust of them, and if they are exposed out, it will cause a butterfly effect, leading to them losing a large number of users, and a direct crash is possible. One of the Security Bureau people saw Vice President Gao's strict refusal. He directly slammed the table and said, I'm not consulting with you, I'm informing you. What kind of big storms hadn't Gao Vice President seen if he could reach this position? Even state agents have to play by the rules, and if it touches the core interests of the business, he must refuse. Both of you please go back. Deleting data is absolutely forbidden by our Penguin Group. I won't delete it, said Vice President Gao. The NSA officer didn't bull **** him and just dialed a phone number. Then they sat on the couch and waited. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, Vice President Gao's cell phone rang. At first glance, it was the phone of the boss, Mr. Ma, so he hastened to connect it. As a result, Mr. Ma came up with a scolding. You're ing tired of living, aren't you? Do you want the whole group to follow you to the end? I hired you to solve problems, not to cause trouble. You cooperate with me well with the Security Bureau staff work. Let you do what you do, and then beep. You want to go in? I cannot stop you. Vice President Gao hung up the phone and didn't dare to say any more nonsense, directly leading the two Security Bureau officers to the database office. Two big brothers, what data do you want to delete? Vice President Gao asked. First, help us track down a set of data on him. Zhang Fan, Lingzhou City, 18 years old, ID number 41. Okay, I'll have the data techs pull it up right away. Not long after, the technician pulled up the data, and the Security Bureau personnel checked the path of that email, and realized that it was only sent to the Long's main email address, so they let it go, then said, delete all of his personal data, including the ones that have dealings with him. 2 minutes later, Zhang Fan's Penguin email account was directly erased. When the two Security Bureau officers left, Vice President Gao was in a cold sweat behind his back. Just now, if it wasn't for Mr. Ma's timely call, I guess it's possible that he would have gone straight in today. Office of the President of Rokkoku University in Kyoto. Principal Liu said to the director of the admissions office, "Why are you so slow when you're told to make an acceptance letter? It's been over 10 minutes. The director of the admissions office had a helpless look on his face. Their acceptance letters were all planned to be processed in bulk, and Principal Liu was thinking of creating a separate one, which would definitely take time. And it's only been 10 minutes or so, and he's been rushed a dozen times by Principal Liu. Principal, I've asked them to expedite it. It should be done soon." Principal Liu also knew that it was more troublesome to make a separate one, but he was already anxious in his mind, because Huaqing, the Dragon Kingdom Peking University, Beijing University, several of the Dragon Kingdom's top colleges and universities, have already gotten the news. Although Zhang Fan had voted for their school, it was impossible to guarantee that this young man would not be moved once a few other colleges had made their move. Dean Li, now the helicopter on Minister Zhou Huaida's side. What time is the notification for departure? There's still an hour to go. And right now Minister Zhou is coordinating his work with the municipal government departments of Lingzhou City. Good. This time we must take Zhang Fan down no matter what, as long as we let him come to our Longkou University to attend school. In the future, our school's funding as well as enrollment will be upgraded by a notch. Dean Li and the director of the Office of Admissions were also enthusiastic to hear it. Principal, why don't we invite Elder Long out? That way our school is more certain. Elder Dragon, President Liu pondered. Long Lao is a top academician of their Longkou University, especially in nanotechnology and rocket fuel, has made significant contributions to the scientific research of the Dragon Kingdom. Now in his 60s, Long still teaches and chairs the Materials Research Institute at LKU. According to Elder Dragon's fame and strength, it did carry a lot of weight. Okay, I'll call Elder Long now. But before the principal's call could be dialed, an old man pushed his way right in, only a head of white hair, long eyebrows like snow, hale and hearty. Xiao Lu, discovering such a good seedling, you didn't tell me. In case those old guys snatch it from their institution, we'll lose a lot. Principal Liu hurriedly stood up and greeted him with a smile, saying, Elder Long, wasn't I afraid of disturbing you? Principal Liu explained. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Long Lao directly scolded, not giving Principal Liu any face at all. Principal Liu still had a smirk on his face. Just now, Dean Li even suggested that your old man should step in. You see, iPhone is ready to call out. Well, without all that nonsense, show me the kid's profile. Principal Liu directly took out a pile of information and handed it over directly. Long Lao roughly flipped through it and nodded, very satisfied. Well, very good. I'll take this boy. Principal Liu was instantly happy to hear this. As long as Elder Long was willing to step in, there should be no problem with this matter. Chapter 12, The Arcade. The midday summer sun scorched the earth like a roaring fire. The entire city of Lingzhou seemed to be in a huge steamer, and the streets were empty. The occasional stray cat appeared, and they scampered away, looking for a shady place to hide. There was a young girl in a white dress at the entrance of the mall, and she couldn't help but frown slightly as she looked at the hot sun outside. Such a poisonous sun. If we go back we will have to lose a layer of skin. The teenager beside him was bright-eyed and handsome, and he felt a similar wave of heat coming over him as he turned his head to the girl. Shu Ruoshi-san, let's wait until it's not too hot to go back. Shu Ruoshi nodded and said, it seems that this is the only way. The two then returned to the mall. Zhang Fan, you can call me Chu Ruoshi or Ruoshi can add a classmate afterward. Make it seem like we're especially differentiated. After all, the two of us have also been at the same table. Zhang Fan thought about it and realized that it was really like that. But if he was asked to call out to Ruoshi, would it seem too intimate? He definitely couldn't call out. After deliberating for half a day he opened his mouth. I'd better call you Chu Ruoshi classmate. I can't call you anything else. Chu Ruoshi was speechless. Got it, as you wish. The mall they were in was an integrated mall. On the first floor, They sold gold jewelry, cosmetics, and the second floor is a store selling clothes, and the third floor is a food court, KTV, movie theater, arcade and so on, all for fun. And this mall is very close to Jiang Fan's house. Originally the two of them will have a meal and go back, but it turns out that they still underestimated the hot sun of this summer. Shu Ruoshi thought about it, and felt that there was nothing to change even if he went back now, so he just played here for the afternoon. Jiang Fan, let's go play on the third floor. Yes, Jiang Fan responded. Today his mom Li Guichin gave him 1,000 yuan. Just now the meal spent 68 yuan. Now there are 932 yuan. And his dad even sent him a message on his WeChat. Make sure you spend your $1,000 in relationship funds today or you're not allowed to come home. If you don't go home at night, remember to find a better hotel. When Jiang Fan saw such a message from his dad, Jiang Dinghua, he was a bit headstrong. He and Shu Ruoshi's classmates were in a pure relationship, not at all what dad had in mind. But for some reason Jiang Fan still had some expectations of something like that in his heart. But according to his current character, even if something like that did happen, I guess he wouldn't dare to do anything out of the ordinary. Shu Ruoshi was as excited as a bouncing white rabbit. Shu Ruoshi and Jiang Fan rode the elevator together to the third floor of the mall. The elevator was facing an arcade. They had just exited the elevator when a sound wave hit their eardrums. Shu Ruoshi ran in gleefully. She hadn't been here to play for a long time. The last time I came to the arcade seems to be when I was 9 years old. Listening to familiar music, instantly feel back to childhood. She turned back to Kong Fan and shouted, Jiang Fan, come on, let's play together in here. Okay, I'll get the coins. I'm going to break your back today. He. Shu Ruoshi didn't humble herself either. Her and Jiang Fan's family conditions were quite okay, so there was no need to separate them so clearly. It's fine, there's funding from my mom, Jiang Fan said in a serious manner. Funding? What funding? Shu Ruoshi asked curiously. That, I'll get the coins. Jiang Fan directly walked away. He could not tell her that it was a love funding. He couldn't tell her that it was a relationship fund. He was a love interest, but not a cutie. Jiang Fan directly exchanged $200 of game coins, and he carried 2 boxes of game coins to Shu Ruoshi's side. Student Shu Ruoshi, I've exchanged the game coins. What do you want to play? Woohoo! That much? Great! Jiang Fan, let's play this shooting game. It was my favorite game when I was little. Jiang Fan threw the game coins in his hand inside the machine. The machine screen then shows access to the game. This is a 2-player gunfighting game. Shu Ruoshi handed Jiang Fan a game submachine gun, explaining how to use it to Jiang Fan, and then explained, wait, you'll follow me, and wherever I hit, you'll hit. Okay, Shu Ruoshi-san, game on. Shu Ruoshi excitedly shot at some of the monsters that rushed over, not caring if they hit or not. Jiang Fan followed what Shu Ruoshi said just now, to hit the monster's head. That was their weak point and could kill them with one shot. He only fired 1 round at a time, each one hitting the monster directly in the head. Wow, Jiang Fan, look, so many monsters have been hit by me. Shu Ruoshi happily showed off to Jiang Fan, not realizing that those were the ones Jiang Fan had hit. Jiang Fan didn't point it out. He enjoyed seeing Shu Ruoshi happy. After a few games Shu Ruoshi got tired of playing and pulled Jiang Fan over to the basketball machine. Jiang Fan, let's play this. I'm a marksman. Jiang Fan put in the coin and the shooting game started. Shu Ruoshi picked up a basketball and steadily threw it in. She said proudly to Jiang Fan, he, I'm awesome. Well, awesome. Then Shu Ruoshi continuously put in several. To be honest, her shooting rate is not bad, is to enter the second level when the basket will move back and forth. This way she is a little shot. She pouted in anger. Mr. Shu Ruoshi, let me help you vote. Shu Ruoshi handed the basketball in his hand to Jiang Fan, who threw it gently and directly came up with a hollow ball. Wow, you're so awesome, Jiang Fan. Moving baskets and still scoring airballs. Jiang Fan was a bit overwhelmed by Shu Ruoshi's praise and then said, the basket is moving at 0.3 meters per second. The swing is 1 meter, and the time it takes for the ball to reach the basket is 0.5 seconds, according to the parabola. So, when the basket reaches its maximum change of direction, the ball has to leave the shot and aim right in the center. Shu Ruoshi looked at Jiang Fan with surprise. On the set of theories he spoke, no one would have thought that he only took 300 in the college entrance exam. You try, Jiang Fan said. Shu Ruoshi took the basketball, and according to what he said, when the basket changed direction, she immediately took a shot, and the basketball drew a perfect arc in the air, and finally entered the basket steadily. Yay! Throw it in. Shu Ruoshi was happy as a child. I'm going to vote for another one. Shu Ruoshi picked up a basketball, waited for the right moment, then shot it again, and the ball went in again. She picked up a ball again and threw it, only to have several balls go in one after another. Thinking back to when she was a child playing shooting basketball, She would fail every time she reached this level where the basket moved. But what she didn't expect was that today, she was able to directly enter the third level by using Jiang Fan's method. She was so excited and oblivious that she directly hugged Jiang Fan in celebration. Jiang Fan was startled by Chu Ruoshi's sudden action and his body stiffened. Chapter 13, The account doesn't exist. After Chu Ruoshi reacted, her small face flushed, and she hurriedly let go of Jiang Fan, rushing back 2 steps. Jiang Fan, I'm sorry about earlier. I was too excited. When Chu Ruoshi's dad brought her to play when she was little, as long as she had fun that time, she liked to hug her dad and pamper him. In his excitement just now, he directly hugged Jiang Fan out of habit. Jiang Fan was still frozen in place at this time. He grew up so big or for the first time by a girl to hug like this, and now obviously did not react. Chu Ruoshi saw that he had been staring blankly and touched his arm and said, Jiang Fan, are you okay? Jiang Fan came back to his senses after Chu Ruoshi's reminder. Just now those 2 soft things of Chu Ruoshi's were sticking to his body, making him feel very soothed. This was an experience he had never had before. He stared at Chu Ruoshi's chest and his face instantly reddened. Chu Ruoshi saw him blush a little, and couldn't help but snicker in her heart. It didn't occur to me that a big boy like him would still be shy. Ever since Chu Ruoshi had unintentionally hugged Jiang Fan, their relationship had undergone some subtle changes. The 2 then didn't come out of the arcade until they had played all the coins. Chu Ruoshi walked in front. Jiang Fan followed her, secretly looking at this vivacious and lovely girl with a head of black hair that fell straight down her back, and as she walked, her hair swayed rhythmically, just when Jiang Fan was looking out of his mind. Who knew? Chu Ruoshi's sudden turn back and her 4 eyes met. Jiang Fan hurriedly looked away. Chu Ruoshi's watery eyes rolled. Then she smiled and walked to Jiang Fan. Honestly, were you just spying on me? Jiang Fan was said to be in the middle. He slyly said, I see the movie theater in front of you. Chu Ruoshi glanced at the movie theater next to her, and her small white hand couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Jiang Fan is really cute. He can't even find a reason. The movie theater is on their left, but just now his gaze was fixed on the front. Hey, Jiang Fan, why don't we go to the movies? Chu Ruoshi offered. Yes, Jiang Fan responded. The 2 of them then walked into the movie theater. Chu Ruoshi looked at the list of movies being sold for a while, and finally chose a campus love movie. Those years, the girls we chased together. Jiang Fan bought 2 movie tickets and then came next to Chu Ruoshi and said, Student Chu Ruoshi, we've bought our tickets. Let's go in now. And you just bought movie tickets? Chu Ruoshi asked suspiciously. Jiang Fan thought for a moment. He was pretty sure that he could go in and watch the movie after buying a movie ticket. Chu Ruoshi looked at the dumbfounded Jiang Fan and laughed in her heart. This Jiang Fan was really a big straight man. So prompted. Shouldn't you watch a movie with some popcorn? Jiang Fan then reacted and rushed to buy a big bucket of popcorn. When Jiang Fan came back, Chu Ruoshi realized that he had also bought 2 drinks, and he didn't expect Jiang Fan to get the hang of it so quickly. So they went into the screening room together. Because the weather outside was still relatively hot, not many people went out to see the movie, and by the time the movie started there were less than 10 people. Because Jiang Fan bought a big bucket of popcorn, so the armrest of the stool could not be put, so he could only condescend to let him hold it in one hand, while Chu Ruoshi next to him was leisurely. She took out a popcorn and put it in her mouth from time to time. The style of this movie falls into the category of easy and still some young love. Chu Ruoshi loved these kinds of movies so much that she would let out a silver bell laugh every now and then. Jiang Fan echoed the smile. In fact, his attention wasn't on the screen at all, but he took the opportunity to steal a glance at Chu Ruoshi while eating popcorn. He was also wondering in his mind why he was always looking at her. The key to this kind of behavior he couldn't control. Less than halfway through the movie, a large bucket of popcorn had been eaten, most of it of course being eaten by Jiang Fan as a cover when he stole a glance at Chu Ruoshi. Ha, there's no more, Chu Ruoshi whispered. Jiang Fan was very self-conscious this time and directly stood up and walked out. In a short while Jiang Fan returned with 2 large buckets of popcorn. Why did you buy popcorn? Aren't you not allowed to come in after the movie starts? Jiang Fan, however, said with a calm face, I bought another movie ticket. You're awesome. Chu Ruoshi gave a thumbs up for Jiang Fan. Chu Ruoshi originally thought that Jiang Fan bought 2 buckets of popcorn, the 2 of them 1 person a bucket. The result is directly Jiang Fan put a bucket on the empty seat next to him, holding a bucket of popcorn in his hand and put it in the middle of the 2 of them. Chu Ruoshi didn't think much about it and continued to watch the movie. But what she didn't expect was that Jiang Fan would like popcorn so much, and before long those 2 buckets of popcorn were finished by him again. Just as Jiang Fan was about to go out to buy, Chu Ruoshi hurriedly pulled him back and said in a low voice, the movie's almost over, so if you want some, you can go out and get some later. Hiccup. Jiang Fan burped in an untimely manner, and when he saw Churuoshi looking at him in surprise, he hurriedly explained, "Just had too much coke." When Churuoshi's gaze returned to the movie screen, Jiang Fan realized that he had unknowingly eaten too much. He bought a total of 3 buckets of popcorn, almost 2.5 of which he ate. After watching for a while longer, the movie finally ended with a hiccup from Kong Fan. Churuoshi finished watching the movie and was in a little bit of a mood, just because the heroine in the movie didn't marry the hero, but chose a greasy uncle instead. Jiang Fan, why do you think Ko Ching-tung, the male lead of this movie, didn't snatch Chen Chiai? Jiang Fan suddenly didn't know how to answer by the sudden question. He didn't even know who Ko Jingtung and Chen Jiai were, because the whole movie he was stealing glances at Churuoshi. If I were to talk about a boyfriend, I wouldn't separate from him for whatever reason, Churuoshi said to herself. By the time the two exited the mall, it was already 5 p.m. And the sunlight outside had become much milder. Churuoshi stretched. It's been a long time since I've played so painfully. Me too, Jiang Fan said as he glanced at Churuoshi. Let's go back. Jiang Fan. Aha! Jiang Fan followed, but they had just reached an intersection when they realized that the road was closed and there was not a single car on the entire road. Looking at the situation, it's probably a national leader coming to inspect, Churuoshi said. Then let's pass by from a small road, Jiang Fan said. Aha! The two of them chatted very happily along the way, but most of the time it was Churuoshi talking. Jiang Fan occasionally said a few words. He was still not used to chatting with girls yet. Without realizing it, they had actually arrived at the front gate of the school. Jiang Fan, let's go back to the school for a spin. When the university starts, it's not certain what time we'll be back. Speaking of going to college, Jiang Fan then remembered the email he sent yesterday. It had been a day, and surprisingly, there was no news from Longkou University, so he used his cell phone to get onto Penguin Mail to check it. When he entered his account number, it showed that the account did not exist. This made him depressed. He thought he had entered the account number wrongly, so he entered it again, but it still showed that the account number did not exist. He stopped, and suddenly his brows furrowed. Done. Chapter 14, The School. Jiang Fan could never have imagined that the controlled fusion formula he sent to the Longkou University email address was listed in the state's special classified document, and his account was erased as a result. Churuoshi looked at Jiang Fan's frown and was unsure, but they were having a good time before. Why were they suddenly filled with sadness? Jiang Fan, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, Jiang Fan responded. He then thought for a moment that Penguin Mailbox was the largest internet company within the most domestic, and there should not be a situation where a hacker would hack his account. Estimated that it should be Penguin Mailbox upgrade, system maintenance, wait until you get home. If not, call customer service to ask. Churuoshi could tell from Jiang Fan's expression that Jiang Fan had been in a bad mood all of a sudden since he entered inside the school. So guess what? School should be a sad place for him. He studied hard for a year and ended up scoring only 300 points in the college entrance exam. No one wants to recall such an experience. Jiang Fan, why don't we go back? Churuoshi said to Jiang Fan in order to take care of his mood. However, Jiang Fan smiled at her and said, it's better to turn around, and in the future it's not really certain what time you'll be able to return to your alma mater again. So are you okay? Churuoshi was afraid that Jiang Fan would be sad and upset again. Me, pretty good. When Jiang Fan finished speaking, he didn't forget to glance at Churuoshi's watery eyes, as clear as a mountain stream. He had previously put his energy into his studies and scientific research, and had never paid serious attention to a girl, but as a result, he realized today that girls could be so pleasing to the eye and seductive to the mind. When Churuoshi saw that Jiang Fan's expression had returned to normal, she agreed to take a turn in the school. She took a deep breath, feeling the 3 years of her youth here, couldn't help but sigh. Before feel senior study pressure is particularly big. Sometimes sleep are in the test to do the problem. At that time hope that senior year quickly end, but this day really came. The heart is still some reluctance. Jiang Fan followed Churuoshi's gaze and looked forward. This was the main road of the school. Both sides were planted with tall poplar trees. The breeze blew over and made a rustling sound. The sunlight shone through the leaves onto the ground, forming a dark shadow that swayed with the fluttering of the leaves, like swaying stars, and the points of light that shone on the ground through the gaps in the leaves mirrored each other, and the many dark shadows and points of light alternately shifted, forming a flowing river of stars. He had never realized that the original campus was so beautiful, just like he had never realized that his deskmate, Churuoshi, was so charming. It turns out that there are unexpected surprises when life slows down and you feel the world with your heart. They strolled through the campus shoulder to shoulder like this. Churuoshi watched the shadows of the two of them on the ground pulling very long and finally overlapping together, a hint of sweetness inexplicably rising in her heart. With that, the heart broke again. She knows very well that Jiang Fan scored 300 points in the college entrance exam, and they are destined to not be able to come together, and the gap will only get bigger and bigger in the future. Churuoshi suddenly turned to Zhang Fan happily as if she remembered something. Zhang Fan, you repeat? Zhang Fan never had this idea. All he wanted now was to gain admission to Longke University and complete the tasks issued by the system so that he could gain more technological rewards from the system. Although there was no time limit for the system mission, and he could indeed enter Longke University by repeating a year, but as a scientific researcher, he knew very well that time was the most precious. In a year's time, maybe even the controlled fusion he had in mind could be realized. Therefore, he had no intention of repeating his studies. If there was no news from Longke University's side, he was prepared to make a trip in person in the next 2 days, just based on the controlled fusion formula and principle rewarded by the system. He believed that Longke University had no reason to reject himself, unless they didn't understand it. Seeing that Zhang Fan was in deep thought, Churuoshi thought that he was seriously considering his suggestion and then continued. Maybe after you repeat your studies and get into Huaqing University, I can still be your schoolmate witch. He. Churuoshi's smile was so sweet, making Zhang Fan a little infatuated for a moment. If they were to be in the same school in the future, they would really be able to see each other every day. However, Zhang Fan then dismissed the thought. Life is precious, love is more expensive. If for scientific research, both can be thrown away, I'm not going to repeat. When Churuoshi heard Zhang Fan's firm words, her heart was lost, as if a pair of scissors had directly cut the friendship that the two had established today. If Zhang Fan doesn't repeat, it will be really hard for them to cross paths in their future lives. Just when Churuoshi was a bit despondent, a familiar voice rang out. Wakashi is here. Churuoshi took a look, but it was their class teacher, Mr. Wang, with 4 or 5 of their classmates behind him. Hello, Mr. Wang. Good. Have you received your acceptance letter from Huaqing? Teacher Wang asked with a smiling face. Not yet, but the Huaqing admissions office called and said that the notification letter has been sent out, so you should be able to receive it in the next 2 days. Churuoshi replied. That's good. Ha. Didn't think that this year I also taught a student who was the first in the whole school in the college entrance examination. The teacher is also honorable to follow you. Ha. Teacher Wang had a proud look on his face, and the few students next to him looked at Churuoshi with envy. This is all because Mr. Wang usually teaches me well, Churuoshi said modestly. When Mr. Wang heard what Churuoshi said, his heart couldn't be more relieved. When you come back from vacation, come to see your teacher more often, and she will be satisfied. Ha. Mr. Wang, I am your taught student everywhere I go. Teacher Wang smiled even more, and in his heart, he praised Churuoshi for being a sensible child. The students next to Mr. Wang also greeted Churuoshi in droves. Hey, Zhang Fan, why did you come to school too? A classmate recognized Zhang Fan. This is student Zhang Fan. Ha, we didn't even recognize it. It's no wonder they didn't recognize Zhang Fan, his previous school image. Because of the intense study, his hair was left very long and he didn't have time to take care of it, and he was dressed in a scruffy way, so it wouldn't be too much to say that he was a beggar. But the current Zhang Fan was simply very different from before. His hair had been cut, revealing his handsome face, as well as his clothes had been changed, directly from a poor gorgeous change into a high rich handsome. Mr. Wang didn't make too much concern about Zhang Fan's change, and he was too lazy to pay attention to students like Zhang Fan who only scored 300 points, but he was a teacher after all, so he still said a few words perfunctorily. Zhang Fan, although your grades are not good, but the teacher suggests that you casually go to a technical school or something, learn a trade, in the future at least in society can make a living. A few students couldn't help but laugh at Mr. Wang's words, then snickered. I've heard that the excavator program at Sandon Lanshan Technical School is not bad, and you can get at least $4,000 or $5,000 after graduation. This will do. Ha. I think it's quite suitable for Zhang Fan. Ha. Chapter 15. Something big has happened. When Churuoshi saw this few classmates mocking Zhang Fan, she was a bit displeased, said Lu Ji to Lu Ji, who used to be the class study member. Lu Shi student, you scored more than 600 points in every touch test before. How come you only scored 498 points in the college entrance exam? When Lu Ji heard Churuoshi's words, he, who had originally laughed out loud, instantly turned ugly to the extreme. This time, he was too nervous for the college entrance examination, and he ended up playing badly, scoring only 498 points, and he cried for days because of this. As a result, now that he was mentioned by Churuoshi, his heart was once again saddened, but he didn't want to lose his temper in front of the beautiful schoolgirl, so he explained, That I didn't do well on the test. A close friend next to him also helped to explain. Yes, although Lu Ji didn't play well this time, he also scored nearly 500 points, which is a full 200 points higher than Zhang Fan. Lu Ji's heart felt better when he heard his best friend's words. Anyway, it's much better than Zhang Fan. When Chu Ruoshi saw that they still dared to compare Zhang Fan, she became even more angry and said in a conspiratorial manner, "When you entered the senior year, you were the first in our class, but 1 year later, you scored 498 points and I scored 708 points. I calculate, we are 210 points apart. Wow, this is a lot. There must be at least a few million candidates in between. How do you get more and more mixed up in the countdown? Hey, really sad. Chu Ruoshi hit people's kung fu is still really good. Put Lu Ji said the face of a burst of red, a burst of white. Hate not find a crack in the ground to drill in. When Chu Ruoshi saw his twisted expression, his heart was suddenly pleased. Humph, if you dare to make a mistake again, see if I don't strike your skepticism. Lu Ji how did not expect. Usually gentle Chu Ruoshi, today said so ruthless, sentence poking heart, move deadly. Zhang Fan is also this as Chu Ruoshi uttered words, and her lively and lovely image is a different person. He also knew that Chu Ruoshi was speaking for him, and seeing Lu Ji's somewhat self-absorbed expression, he couldn't help but want to laugh a little. Originally, he was too lazy to pay attention to these things, but seeing Chu Ruoshi mocking others was quite amusing. Wang teacher afraid of Lu Ji heart to leave any shadow, hurried to help. Lu Ji this year is ready to repeat. I believe that as long as he relaxes his mind, next year to test to 700 points or more no problem. Lu Ji instantly gained some confidence after hearing Mr. Wang's words. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, I'll definitely give you the first place in the whole school in the next college entrance exam. Good, teacher believes in you. Teacher Wang gratifyingly patted Lu Ji's shoulder. Teacher, Zhang Fan and I are going to go around the school for a bit, so I won't talk to you for now. Chu Ruoshi was too lazy to look at Lu Ji in their faces, and after greeting Mr. Wang, she directly pulled Zhang Fan's hand and left. Mr. Wang and a few of his classmates looked wide-eyed. What the hell? Chu Ruoshi took the initiative to pull Zhang Fan's hand. A thought bubbled up in their minds at the same time. Chu Ruoshi wouldn't be in love with Zhang Fan, would she? But on second thought, that's not possible, is it? Chu Ruoshi was admitted to Huaqing University. Zhang Fan can only go to a 3 East Lanxian Technical School, which after graduation their gap is not generally big. It's not too much to say that a heavenly one on the ground, but from the way Chu Ruoshi defended Zhang Fan just now, it was really possible. Or else the always gentle schoolgirl wouldn't have been able to say something like that. In fact, from appearance alone, they were indeed quite suitable as handsome men and beautiful women. But in terms of learning, they could be too far apart. A few students then looked at each other and at the same time looked at Mr. Wang again. Mr. Wang, they're not in love, are they? A classmate asked. Another classmate next to him directly denied. Definitely not. Chu Ruoshi is the school flower of our school, and is also the school bully. Zhang Fan is a beggar scum. How can it be? Another student agreed. You're right. Schoolmarm Chu is usually kind-hearted. She must have pitied Zhang Fan for being a retard, so she just simply wanted to help him. Indeed, it is possible. Teacher Wang listened to a few people's analysis, then glanced at Chu Ruoshi and Zhang Fan who were walking away. According to reason, they have graduated now. He has no right to interfere with the students to fall in love. But Chu Ruoshi is one of the most outstanding students he has ever brought up. He doesn't want her to be ruined into the hands of a loser. No matter if they have fallen in love or not, he decides that this matter still needs to be reflected to Chu Ruoshi's parents. In the meantime, the happy neighborhood is on lockdown and only residents are allowed in. No personnel are allowed out. The old and infirm watchman at the gate of the neighborhood is gone, replaced by a loaded SWAT team. Those entering must be determined to be residents of the neighborhood after strict verification before entering, and no one is allowed out. The residents of the neighborhood have never seen such a big battle in their lives, and they were talking about it privately. Look at all the commotion. We're not going to find any terrorists in our neighborhood, are we? Che, what are you thinking? If we were to let us into the neighborhood if terrorists were found, we would have evacuated all the people out long ago. With my years of experience, I guess it should be that big shot whose identity has been exposed. Not to mention, what you said is very likely. It turns out that there has always been a big shot in our neighborhood. If we know who it is and get on good terms with him, maybe, when the time comes, he can help us out too. Now all the residents of the neighborhood only know that the big man is in the 3rd building, but the specifics are not clear, because there are now dozens of heavily armed SWAT officers underneath the 3rd building. The tenants living inside can only stay in their homes, and none of the units are allowed to go out. A 5 building in front of the 3rd building. Many tenants are curious to lie in front of their windows, look at the situation over there, and then in real time, through the cell phone, report the situation in the tenants' WeChat group. Happy Neighborhood Owners WeChat group. A total of 302 people. Usually only a few more active people out to chat, others are silent, but today is different. Their WeChat group lively. In just half an hour, there were tens of thousands of messages in the WeChat group. After a day of shopping malls, Jiang Dinghua, tired really cannot, hand carrying a large bag of clothes bags, heard the phone has been ringing non-stop, annoyed directly to the phone to mute. Today Li Guichin harvest can be said to be quite rich. Usually there is no time to shop. Catch this opportunity to have a good time. Enough to buy more than 10 pieces of clothing. When they came to the entrance of the neighborhood, they were shocked to see the battle in front of them. Their neighborhood was directly blocked off, and more than a dozen heavily armed SWAT officers with submachine guns in their hands stood in a row. Scared Li Guichin a little too much to enter. At this time, the neighborhood property master Zhang saw them and said excitedly to an officer beside him, "That's them. They're Jiang Fan's parents." The officer then waved his hand, and several SWAT officers gathered directly around him. Li Guichin and Jiang Jinghua's small hearts thumped, then glanced at each other as a thought bubbled up in their hearts. Something's happened to their son. Chapter 16, Scrambling. The officer walked straight to Jiang Jinghua and Li Guichin's side, gave them a military salute, and then said, "Your son's name is Jiang Fan, right?" "Yes, yes," Jiang Jinghua responded, then asked the officer in a small, winged voice, "Sir, did he commit anything?" "Xiao Fan?" The officer froze, guessing that they were overthinking it, but there were so many people here that he didn't explain too much. He just said, "Please come with me." Several SWAT officers then stood directly to the left and right of Jiang Jinghua and Li Guichin. Seeing the situation, Jiang Jinghua's heart was even more in turmoil, and he glanced at his wife, who was similarly confused and worried. No matter what Xiao Fan had committed, he himself, as his father, must protect his son's well-being. He held Li Guichin's somewhat shaking hand and followed the officer toward the neighborhood. Building 3 hallway entrance. "Elder Long, I didn't expect you to come too." He, said an old man. "Elder brother Qiao, if I hadn't come today, I'm afraid that this brat Jiang Fan would have been cut off by you." Elder Long said nonchalantly. "Ha, Elder Long, what are you talking about? I represent Huaqing University, just came over to talk to Jiang Fan." Xiao Shan smiled perfunctorily. Originally, he had come to find Jiang Fan on behalf of Huaqing University, and just by virtue of his fame, there shouldn't be any problem in pulling him to his school. But the key is that Long Lao suddenly came as well, and this matter is a bit troublesome. "You think I don't know what you're thinking? We've all been dealing with each other for decades, so don't hide it," Elder Long said bluntly. Long Lao and Xiao Shan are both national-level academicians. They likewise both won the National Lifetime Achievement Award. Won this award throughout the years the entire Dragon Kingdom no more than 5 people, and the people who are alive, but only the 2 of them. It could be seen how high their status was. Xiao Shan saw that Long Lao wanted to open the window of heaven with him. Then it was just right. He also competed with him openly and honestly. This time, in order to compete for Jiang Fan, Huaqing University gave him a very big right. As long as he could snatch Jiang Fan, everything else was fine. "Elder Long, you want to take Jiang Fan as your student, don't you? So what if it is?" When Long Lao was pointed out by Xiao Shan, he knew that Huaqing University had come prepared this time, and it seemed that it would be hard to snatch Jiang Fan without some blood money this time. Fortunately, when he came, President Liu gave him absolute rights. As long as the person gets to Longkou University, the conditions are arbitrary. He. Long Lao, you see you are a handful of years old, which has so much energy. You see I'm only more than 50. It is the richness and strength of the year. Energetic. In terms of energy, why don't we compete? 42 kilometers of marathon I run down in one breath. Long Lao's sleeve wisped upwards, defiantly. Xiao Shan knew that a few years ago, when Long Lao was 60 years old, he had actually run down the full length of the marathon and had gotten a good ranking. He was ashamed of himself if he wanted to compete in a marathon, and he was definitely not a match for Elder Dragon. "Elder Long, I'm sure I can't do the marathon. Why don't we compete in swimming? 500 meters, 1,000 meters of your choice, and I'll let you swim 100 meters first. How about that? Put your mother's bull ********. Who doesn't know that Lousy is a dry duck?" Long Lao directly scolded. In the end, the 2 of them, Elder Long and Xiao Shan, argued with each other, blowing their beards and glaring at each other, itching to fight. A representative of the Northern University of the Dragon Kingdom went up and persuaded Elder Long, "Elder Qiao, you guys just stop arguing. When Jiang Fan comes back, let him choose for himself no matter what." Long Lao glanced at the representative of the Dragon Kingdom North University and said disdainfully, "What? You, a junior, also want to compete with us? And you don't weigh yourself?" The representative of the Northern University of the Dragon Kingdom was speechless. Gotta. He really shouldn't have gone up there to meddle in this. In the end, he could only take a few uninterested steps backward and stand aside the representatives of several schools, including the Capital University and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. A few of them came in confident that they would be able to drag Zhang Fan to their school, but as a result, when they saw Elder Long and Elder Chow, they knew it was hopeless. It was the several school representatives of theirs combined that didn't carry as much weight as either of Elder Long and Elder Chow. They all privately reported the situation to their school principals, and those school principals knew it was hopeless when they learned that Elder Long and Elder Chow had personally gone to rob Zhang Fan. When they saw Elder Long and Elder Chow battling it out, they instantly felt that they should still be able to pick up the slack. As the old saying goes, the snipe is the one who wins. Just as they, the representatives of the top schools in the country, were each fighting for Zhang Fan, an officer walked over with Zhang Fan's parents. Before the officer could speak, Elder Long directly walked up and said as he held Zhang Jinghua's hand, "You're Zhang Jinghua, Zhang Fan's father, right?" Elder Long had seen Zhang Jinghua's picture in Zhang Fan's profile, along with an introduction. Zhang Jinghua was overwhelmed by the sudden scene and said with a confused face, Yes, hello, I'm Long Jinghua from Longku University." Zhang Jinghua heard something familiar about the name, but couldn't recall it. Longku to Long Jinghua, Longku University, Long Jinghua. He read it twice in his mind. He was so shocked that his eyes widened in disbelief. Long Jinghua of the Dragon University of Science and Technology is a top academician of the Dragon Kingdom, who has made significant contributions to the scientific research of the Dragon Kingdom in terms of nanotechnology and rocket fuels, and has also been awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award. He had seen the interview with Elder Dragon on TV before, but how did such a big man suddenly appear in front of him and hold his hand? What's going on here? Could it have something to do with your own son? Just as Zhang Jinghua was trying to figure out the situation, a middle-aged man in his 50s directly held his other hand. Hello, I'm Xiao Shan from Huaqing. Zhang Jinghua's eyes turned shocked after hearing the other party's introduction. Huaqing's academician Xiao Shan Xiao. Although his reputation was not as high as that of the Dragon Boss, he had achieved quite a lot, and had likewise been awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award of the Dragon Kingdom. Two of the country's top scientific research bigwigs shook Zhang Jinghua's hand at the same time, which instantly made him feel flattered. How could he or she have such an honor in this life? When Long Lao saw that Xiao Shan had learned from himself, he was furious. "Surname Qiao, I was the one who held Zhang's hand first. What are you grabbing for? Do you know how to respect the old and love the young? You're holding elder brother Zhang's hand. I'm holding this hand. No one is affecting anyone. So what's this talk of robbing?" Xiao Shan sophistically said. Just as the two were about to go to war again over shaking Zhang Jinghua's hand, the officer said to them, "Elder Long, Elder Qiao, let's get down to business first." Only then did Elder Long and Xiao Shan let go of Zhang Jinghua's hand, allowing the officer to lead Zhang Fan's parents upstairs. Instead, they followed Zhang Jinghua and Li Guiqin closely. It was as if they were afraid that they would run away. The representatives of the other schools watched to the scene inside helplessly, originally thinking that they could still pick up the slack, but it turned out that they didn't even have a chance to talk to Zhang Fan's parents. Chapter 17, Butterfly. Zhang Jinghua opened the door to the room and the officer walked in with several SWAT officers. The others were waiting at the door. They all knew clearly that the controlled nuclear fusion developed by Zhang Fan belonged to the state's special classified secrets. Only the relevant personnel had the right to touch it, and no one else was allowed to touch it. A few moments later, a SWAT officer walked out holding a computer. Another SWAT officer followed him with a gun. There were also several SWAT officers inside the house, holding some unknown instruments, scanning the contents. They didn't stop until after nothing else was found. Zhang Jinghua and Li Guiqin were puzzled. "Mr. Kong, please don't worry. You will be compensated for your computer and the things we took," the officer said to them. Zhang Jinghua didn't want any compensation. He only wanted to know now what happened to his son Zhang Fan, but the officer had said nothing about them by now. The officer pulled out a satellite phone and dialed. "Minister Zhou, the relevant items in Zhang Fan's home have been taken away, but Zhang Fan is not at home." "Good to know." After the officer finished his report, he said to Zhang Jinghua, "Mr. Zhang, where is Zhang Fan now?" "I don't know," Zhang Jinghua said. "Then you call with Zhang Fan now. It's okay to call, but can you tell me what's wrong with him?" "Van," Zhang Jinghua said. Just now he pondered for a while. The whole neighborhood blockade was for his son, and both Old Man Long and Old Man Xiao were here for Zhang Fan. He could be sure that something big must have happened, otherwise it wouldn't have made such a big deal. "I only know that Zhang Fan invented solar photovoltaic panel materials. I don't know anything else." The military officer said that these were all the sayings Minister Zhou Huai had found, which were actually meant to cover up the controlled nuclear fusion that Zhang Fan had researched. Solar photovoltaic panel materials are not any high-tech research, and the technology is basically mature. For the public is better to accept. and will not cause suspicion of the outside world. After all, there have been students who invented some technology before and were specially recruited to the country's top institutions. If it was directly announced to the outside world that Zhang Fan had developed a controllable nuclear fusion formula and data, it was estimated that the entire world would be abuzz. Those uneasy enemy countries were afraid that the first thing they would do would be to send out some spies or assassins to directly strike at Zhang Fan. And this kind of thing was not unheard of. So announcing to the outside world that Zhang Fan had researched solar photovoltaic panel materials was also a form of protection for Zhang Fan. Zhang Jinghua was thrilled to hear the officer say this, and everything that had happened before could be explained. And Long Lao and Xiao Lao just said that they represented Longkou University and Hua Qing respectively. Could it be that they wanted to specially recruit their own sons? Thinking of this, he excitedly looked at Li Guiqin, who was still stuck in shock and had not reacted. But right now, he had to contact Zhang Fan first, so that his son could come back quickly. If he made Long Lao and the others wait for a long time and leave in a fit of pique, it would be too late for him to regret it. Did not think his own son was so powerful that he was able to research solar photovoltaic panel materials. This is also too much to their own face. What's wrong with getting 300 points on a high school test? Hey, can still go to the country's top institutions. The more Zhang Jinghua thought about it, the more agitated he became, and then took out his cell phone and dialed his son directly. At this moment, Zhang Fan was red-faced and restrained as Chu Ruoshi took his hand. It wasn't until around the corner that Chu Ruoshi looked back and let go of Zhang Fan's hand, whereupon she exasperatedly said, "Humph, a bunch of snobs. Next time when Mr. Wang isn't around, let's see if I don't strike you to death." When Chu Ruoshi turned back to face Zhang Fan squarely, he found his face reddened. "Ha, Zhang Fan, what happened to your face?" Chu Ruoshi asked in disbelief. Zhang Fan ran his hand over his burning face and explained in a panic, "God, it's so hot." Chu Ruoshi didn't care and was ready to take Zhang Fan on a further walk. And Zhang Fan's heart is like waves. He is still the first time to be pulled by the girl's hand, and pulled for so long. He can clearly feel, just now from Chu Ruoshi hand to come from the electric current sense. It made his heart go boom boom. Is this what a heartbeat feels like? Just as Zhang Fan was rambling, his cell phone rang, and at a glance it was his dad, Zhang Jinghua, calling, "Hey, Dad, Fan, where are you?" Zhang Jinghua's excited voice came over the phone. "I'm at school with Chu Ruoshi's classmates." When Zhang Fan said Chu Ruoshi's name, his heart visibly panicked for a moment. Before Zhang Jinghua could speak, another man's voice came over the phone, his voice thick and low. "Hello, Zhang Fan, we've received the email. Is it convenient for you to talk now?" When Zhang Fan heard the email, he immediately tensed up in his heart, then glanced at Chu Ruoshi who was chasing the butterflies and said, "Convenient, okay, hold on." A few seconds later, there was a slamming door, and the person on the other end lowered their voice to say a few brief words before hanging up. To wit, from now on, the content of the emails he sends cannot be mentioned to any one person, and to the outside world, he can only say that he has researched solar photovoltaic panel materials. The other party also explained that he could not leave the school and that they would be coming to pick him up soon. Zhang Fan hung up the phone and wasn't surprised. Having once been a scientific researcher, he was well aware of the weight of those controlled fusion formulas and data he had sent. It was not too much to ask for a confidential document that had reached the special level of the state. He was still satisfied with the response made by the state. With so much attention from the state, he guessed that there shouldn't be the slightest problem in attending Longkou University. Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile at the thought that he would soon receive a reward from the system. "Zhang Fan, what are you giggling about? Come and help me catch that butterfly." "Oh," Zhang Fan responded. Then he caught up with Chu Ruoshi and grabbed the beautiful butterfly with her. Butterflies fluttering, white fluffy thin wings slightly transparent, like pure white tulle, wings also with some delicate fine pattern, exquisite and elegant aesthetic. Although the butterfly was not flying fast, Zhang Fan and Chu Ruoshi couldn't catch it in any way. Just as they were about to give up, here's the butterfly landing lightly on one of the flowers on the side of the road. Chu Ruoshi put up a white finger to her jade lips. Shoo! Then she crept closer to the butterfly, and when she was almost near it, she slowly reached out her little hand, then grabbed it violently. The butterfly flapped its wings unhurriedly to higher ground. Oops, that was close. Chu Ruoshi pouted adorably. All she could do was look at the butterfly as it flew high into the sky, where it surprisingly glowed golden in the sunlight. Hoo! A propeller sound came. "Ha, Zhang Fan, look, a helicopter, yeah. I want to sit on it and feel it so bad." Chapter 18, Military Helicopter. The office of the principal of the first middle school in Lingzhou City. Teacher Wang, this year, your Chu Ruoshi from class 3 to 6 is really good, and has made a long face for our first middle school in Lingzhou City. 2 days ago I went to a meeting in education, and I even specifically praised our school by name. Ha ha, Principal Ma said happily, looking at Mr. Wang with eyes full of relief. Mr. Wang heard the principal's praise, and his heart was as happy as if he had eaten honey. It's all because of Principal Ma's leadership that Churuoshi in my class has achieved such good results. Good. Keep up the good work this year, and strive for another success and glory for our first school. Principal Ma, don't worry. I'm very confident this year. No, this is Lu Ji, the study committee member of our previous class. He failed the exam today. He usually scores around 650 points. He's going to repeat a year in our school. Teacher Wang pointed at Lu Ji and said, subsequently handing his previous history grades to Principal Ma. Principal Ma took a look. The last few mapping exams were around 650 points. His heart was particularly happy. With such a score, if he were to repeat another year, he might even be able to surpass Churuoshi and produce another student with more than 700 points. Principal Ma put down the report card in his hand and glanced at Lu Ji beside Mr. Wang. Aha, nice. At this time, Mr. Wang suddenly said with a bitter face, Principal Ma, although Lu Ji usually does well in exams, he only scored 498 points in this college entrance exam, and our school's conditions for repeating the exam only accepts 550 points or more. You see, their school does have this rule, and this rule is still set by Principal Ma. He only set up this rule in order to enhance the promotion rate. In fact, with 550 points in the college entrance examination, they have already reached the score line of one book. The reason why such students choose to repeat their studies is that they have not been admitted to their ideal institutions. Repeat a year, they will be very conscious of hard work. On the one hand, create a very good learning atmosphere. On the other hand is the next year the college entrance examination. Even if they are poor, 550 points should be there. On a bachelor's degree, university should not have a problem. For the school, this is a steady pull up the rate of advancement. That was the purpose of President Ma's original consideration of admitting only 550 points or more. As for the Lu Ji in front of him, he only scored 498 points in this college entrance examination, which did not reach the score line he required. Principal Ma took another look at Lu Ji's history report card, finally smilingly said to Lu Ji, Mr. Lu Ji, which school are you targeting? Huaqing University. Lu Ji said firmly. He is so positioning Huaqing University as his goal. A big part of the reason is that Churuoshi got into Huaqing. After all, who doesn't like such a beautiful school flower? He had just fantasized about the excited scene of Churuoshi seeing him on the Huaqing campus when he repeated his year of study to get into Huaqing University. At that time, he was going to tell Churuoshi that the reason he had gotten into Huaqing was for her, and that was the power of love. He believed that Churuoshi would also be moved to cry bitterly and become his girlfriend, and their love story will be passed down as a good story in Lingzhou City No. 1 High School. His eyes became even more unwavering at the thought. Principal Ma was also very happy and slapped the table in an excited manner. Good. I'll break the rules and admit you today for the sake of Mr. Wang, and follow Mr. Wang's good work for the next year. Thank you, Principal Ma. I will definitely work hard. Lu Ji said happily. Okay, you go out first. I'll talk to Mr. Wang about something. Lu Ji gratefully glanced at Ms. Wang and went out. Mr. Wang, Churuoshi in your class this year is indeed good, but that Zhang Fan only scored 300 points on the college entrance exam, the lowest score in our school's history. Isn't that discrediting our school? How can we say that the first high school of Lingzhou City is also a key high school, lowering the rate of advancement not to mention, but also pulling down the overall average score of our school? In the future, like this kind of garbage students, do ideological work? Let them give up the college entrance examination, Principal Ma said in exasperation. I know, Principal Ma, in the future, if I find any scum like Zhang Fan, I will definitely persuade and make them give up the college entrance exam. That's right, Mr. Wang. Sometimes you're just too soft-hearted. Just as the two were talking about Zhang Fan, suddenly a doorman in a security uniform barged in. School, Principal. No, not good. Our school is occupied. Principal Ma was startled by the janitor's shout. Little Li, are you drunk? What are you talking about in your sleep in broad daylight? Really? So, many people, guns. The doorman gestured incoherently. The principal's office was on the 3rd floor, and he went to the window and pulled back the curtains to take a look. He was startled to see hundreds of black-clad SWAT officers, armed with submachine guns, swarming in at the school's main entrance, one by one. They were well-trained and surrounded the entire campus, and a military helicopter slowly landed on the playground. Principal Ma looked directly dumbfounded. What's all this fuss about? Are there terrorists in their school? Just as he was puzzled, he saw through the window 2 men coming down from the helicopter. One of them was tall and powerful, a soldier at first sight, and from his temperament, his position should not be low. And next to him was a middle-aged man in a suit, and Principal Ma took a closer look. I'll be damned. It's the mayor of Lingzhou City. He scrambled out of the principal's office and hurried to greet the mayor. Teacher Wang and the janitor followed in a hurry. Principal Ma was so excited that when he descended the stairs, his feet didn't keep up and he stumbled and almost fell, but fortunately his hand was on the railing. Coming to the first floor, he made a fiery dash for the playground. The distance was so great that he began to shout under his breath, "Mayor Deng! I didn't know Mayor Deng was here. I'm sorry to have missed you," Principal Ma said as he ran to Mayor Deng's. Mayor Deng didn't treat him politely and said directly, "Is there a student named Zhang Fan in your school?" Zhang Fan? Yes. Principal Ma was puzzled in his mind that Mayor Deng was making such a big show for Zhang Fan. Could it be that Zhang Fan has committed something outside? Definitely. Why else would there be so many armed SWAT teams? It seemed as if Zhang Fan had committed a crime that wasn't small. Is it murder and arson? When Principal Ma thought of this, he hastily set aside his relationship with Zhang Fan and added, "Mayor Deng, it's true that Zhang Fan was a student of our first middle school before, but now that he's graduated, he doesn't strictly belong to our school now." Mayor Deng glanced at Principal Ma and then said, "Where is he now? Man, he's not at school." Principal Ma didn't know about Zhang Fan and Chu Ruoshi's visit to the school. Just as Mayor Deng was about to say something, the person beside him stopped him, because he watched a boy and a girl walk over from the edge of the playground. "Zhang Fan, what are you doing? Come back quickly." Chu Ruoshi saw Zhang Fan walking towards the helicopter. She shouted anxiously, "Student Chu Ruoshi, don't you want to take a helicopter ride? Go, I'll take you there." Chu Ruoshi jogged over in fear and pulled Zhang Fan's hand and said, "You're crazy, that's a military helicopter." Chapter 19, Let Her Go. Zhang Fan knew it was a military helicopter, but he was also clear that it was coming to pick him up, and it should be that the state officer on the phone just now had already greeted him. Just as Zhang Fan was about to explain to Chu Ruoshi, Mr. Wang and the janitorial security guards rushed over and saw that the principal was exchanging words with Mayor Deng. At the same time, he saw Zhang Fan heading towards the helicopter and his heart tightened. This Zhang Fan wouldn't be crazy again. Just now, Principal Ma had criticized him about Zhang Fan, so he couldn't let Zhang Fan get into trouble this time. So Mr. Wang said to Lu Ji and the others behind him, "You guys come with me? Stop Zhang Fan. Don't let him disturb the principal and Mayor Deng talking about business." With Mr. Wang's call, Lu Ji took the lead, because just now Mr. Wang had helped himself to say a lot of good words at the principal, and this was the time for him to perform well. Although the guard did not dare to go against the SWAT team, he still dared to clean up the students, so he followed them. As long as you perform well in front of the principal, you might even get a promotion and a raise. A few people stopped directly in front of Zhang Fan, preventing him from going in the direction of the helicopter. Teacher Wang was just loudly scolding at Zhang Fan. "Zhang Fan, you're a scum. If you want to be crazy, go home and be crazy. School is not your home." Lu Ji followed suit and chimed in, "Zhang Fan, if you dare to take a step forward, don't blame a few of us for beating you up." Zhang Fan looked at a few people blocking his way and was speechless. This helicopter had come to pick him up, but he ended up being blocked by these few people. When Chu Ruoshi heard Lu Ji say that they were going to beat up Zhang Fan, she directly stood in front of Zhang Fan, crossed her arms and angrily pointed at a few people. "Lu Ji, if you guys dare to touch a single finger of Zhang Fan today, I will be at loggerheads with you." Chu Ruoshi's face was very childish and still had some baby fat, and when she said these harsh words, she didn't make people feel scared, but instead, she had a kind of milky and fierce feeling, which was a bit cute. When Lu Ji saw that Chu Ruoshi was so protective of Zhang Fan, he inevitably felt some jealousy in his heart and said to Chu Ruoshi, "Ruoshi, why are you protecting him so much? He's just a trashy academic scum. In the future you're going to attend Huaqing University, so you'd better stay away from him." Chu Ruoshi's small face bulged with anger. "I want you to manage. You just mind your own business." When Zhang Fan saw Chu Ruoshi, who had taken the heat for himself, there was an indescribable happiness in his heart, especially seeing her angry. Still so cute, he suddenly had the urge to go up and give her a squeeze. "Chu Ruoshi student, that helicopter is here to pick me up. Didn't you just say you wanted to take a ride? I'll take you there now," Zhang Fan said to Chu Ruoshi, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense to the students who stopped them. When Zhang Fan said this, several of Lu Ji's classmates burst out laughing. Even Teacher Wang and the janitorial security guard didn't hold back. "Ha ha, laughed my ass off. He said this military helicopter was picking him up. Ha ha. Zhang Fan, I think you should hurry up and visit the 5th hospital, Lingzhou City Psychiatric Hospital. Ha ha. This is literally the funniest joke of the century. Ha." Chu Ruoshi willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled, looking at Zhang Fan with a faint smile on his face, as if he is also quite normal. "Ah, how this will always talk nonsense." The phone rang before Principal Ma could get a good look at the edge of the playground. A look at the Kyoto University admissions office of the phone. He glanced at Mayor Deng, hesitant to pick up. "Do not pick up. This is the Kyoto University admissions office." If he didn't answer it, it was the Kyoto University admissions office. If he did, he still needed to receive Mayor Deng. Mayor Deng could see the difficult look on Principal Ma's face and said, "If you have a call, you answer it." With Mayor Deng's permission, Principal Ma stepped aside and picked up the phone. Mayor Deng looked at Zhang Fan's side again, seeing the crowd laughing into a ball. His heart was still very pleased. It seems that the first middle school in Lingzhou City still attaches great importance to the friendship education between students. Minister Zhou, we've found the person anyway, so let's just wait. Let Zhang Fan say goodbye to his classmates. Zhou Huaid nodded. He had been silently observing Zhang Fan, his heart marveling at how such a young high school student could have researched such a huge project as controlled nuclear fusion. Although the documents he had sent were only partial formulas and data for controlled fusion, they were, nonetheless, enough to change the course of their entire program for a decade. Principal Ma, who was on the side, was in awe at this time and spoke into the phone with disbelief. "What did you say? You are willing to specially recruit Zhang Fan?" "Yes, it's Zhang Fan," the other party replied affirmatively. But, Zhang Fan only scored 300 points? He belongs to the lowest score in our school. This I know. Principal Ma, as long as you can persuade Zhang Fan to come to our school, we can give you a guaranteed place. How about it? The person in charge of the admissions office of Beijing University said that he was in Zhang Fan's neighborhood at this time, but when he saw the two people, Long Lao and Qi Lao, sitting next to Zhang Fan's parents on the left and the right, the representatives of the other institutions couldn't say anything at all. His spirit also moved to find the phone number of Principal Ma of the first middle school in Lingzhou City, and a person quietly came to the aisle to call with Principal Ma. Principal Ma was thrilled when he heard the conditions offered by the head of admissions of Kyoto University. Kyoto University could be ranked in the top 5 existences in the Dragon Kingdom, with a high college entrance examination admission scoreline of more than 640 points. When the other party saw that Principal Ma didn't say anything, he thought that the conditions offered were not attractive enough, so he said again on the phone, "Principal Ma, how about this? As long as you can get Zhang Fan to come to school at Beijing University, I'll give you 2 guaranteed places. How's that? 2 guaranteed spots?" Principal Ma took a breath of cold air. 2 guaranteed spots? He knew very well in his heart the weight of this. An ordinary person attending a good school was enough to change his life. It's something that can't be bought with 1,000 pieces of gold. Most importantly, with 2 guaranteed places at Beijing University, he can definitely attract a lot of outstanding students to come to their first high school, so that the promotion rate will naturally be raised. Maybe he still has the possibility of promotion. Thinking of this, the horse Principal a mouthful of promise. Principal Ma also understood through the phone call just now that Zhang Fan turned out to have researched solar photovoltaic materials. It seems that this time Mayor Deng personally came should be for this. Just now, he thought that Zhang Fan had done something like killing and setting fire to cause such a big commotion. Principal Ma thought carefully, even if the research of solar photovoltaic materials, there is no need to be so prosperous, right? But he couldn't care less right now. The most important thing right now was to get Zhang Fan to agree to go to Beijing University, so he could have 2 guaranteed spots at Beijing University. When Principal Ma saw that Mr. Wang and the others were still stopping Zhang Fan, he was anxious and hurriedly jogged over. Zhang Fan was also a bit angry at this time. He didn't want to pay attention to Lu Ji and the others so much, but they were aggressive. "Ruoshi, don't stand with this trashy scum," Lu Ji said, pulling Chu Ruoshi's wrist and trying to pull her aside. "Lu Ji, let go of me." Chu Ruoshi had already blocked in front of Zhang Fan and said, "I won't let go," Lu Ji said as he played rogue. Zhang Fan's face immediately went cold and said icily to Zi Lu Ji, "Let her go." Chapter 20, Don't be afraid. There's me, let her go. With Zhang Fan's shout, Mayor Deng and Minister Zhou Huaid sensed that something was wrong over here. Minister Zhou Huaid waved his hand at the guards around him, and more than a dozen of them rushed straight over, clutching their submachine guns, aiming at everyone except Zhang Fan. Where had Lu Ji seen such a big formation? His whole body trembled as he watched the blackened gun mouths like black holes trying to swallow him up. He subconsciously let go of Chu Ruoshi's wrist and raised his own hands in a surrender position. "No, don't kill me, I surrender," Lu Ji stammered, being like beads of sweat oozing directly from his forehead, his legs trembling violently without listening to his commands, followed by a stream of yellow liquid flowing out of his body. An unpleasant odor immediately filled his surroundings. The students behind Lu Ji are also scared, one by one, their teeth chattering, looking at the SWAT team in fear, shrinking their bodies and not daring to say a word. Chu Ruoshi's little face was also white with fear. She was like a white rabbit surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves, trembling with fear. Just when she was scared, panicked, and helpless inside, a big warm hand directly held her cold little hand. A sense of security instantly attacked her whole body, as if she had seen a ray of light in the darkness. A lost ship sees a lighthouse. A lost child finds his home. Student Chu Ruoshi, don't be afraid. I'm here. A low voice resounded in her ears again, and Chu Ruoshi subconsciously leaned towards this person's side. Mayor Deng and Zhou Huai also ran over. Mayor Deng angrily rebuked Principal Ma with a serious face. How did you educate the students? Letting these students bully Zhang Fan. I think you've made it to the top as a principal. Mayor Deng's heart is also startled. Zhang Fan is Zhou Huai minister personally point to want people. Now his importance is second only to the president of the country. If Zhang Fan was injured or had any accidents in front of Minister Zhou Huai, he wouldn't have to do his job as mayor. Principal Ma hurriedly admitted his mistake and then cursed at Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, how do you teach your students? If you scare student Zhang Fan, can you afford it? Teacher Wang looked at Principal Ma with a blank expression. What's the situation? That's not what Principal Ma said in the office. Just now he also said that treating a trash student like Zhang Fan, the heart should be ruthless. Cannot let a mouse spoil a pot of porridge. Listening to Principal Ma now, it felt like Zhang Fan was a baby bump. Mr. Wang wanted to explain, but the feeling of oppression was too strong in the face of so many gun-toting SWAT officers. His throat felt like it was smeared with glue, and he stammered for half a day, unable to utter a single word. Zhou Huai, who hadn't said anything, said to Zhang Fan, Zhang Fan? Aha! Zhang Fan nodded in response. Let's talk. Aha! The two did not have any unnecessary words, and after finishing, Zhou Huai walked in the direction of the helicopter, and Zhang Fan followed, coming to the side of the helicopter. Zhou Huai stopped. Zhang Fan also stopped 1 meter away from him and waited for his question, but it was only after more than 10 seconds that Zhou Huai slowly opened his mouth. How sure are you that what's in the file is correct? 100%, Zhang Fan said indifferently. Zhou Huai's face, which was always expressionless, instantly moved for a moment. I could tell by the determined look in the young man's eyes that he wasn't lying. The easiest fusion reaction to control is the deuterium-tritium reaction, but tritium, T, has a short half-life. How can this problem be solved? Zhou Huai directly asked A. Currently their unsolvable dilemma. Tritium acts like a catalyst in nuclear hole fusion. The current tritium consumption/proliferation ratio is very low, and therefore tritium dissipated at various points must be tightly controlled. The first wall is in direct contact with the plasma. Sort of tritium retention time is the longest, need to be strictly controlled. Otherwise tritium more and more used less and less, will directly lead to plasma extinguished stockpile. Solve this link tritium, the first need. Zhang Fan spoke for more than 10 minutes, while Minister Zhou Huai became more and more excited the more he listened, and had a feeling of waking up a dreamer with a word. In the end, Minister Zhou Huai directly took out a small notebook and carefully recorded the highlights of what Zhang Fan said. All of what Zhang Fan was talking about was all inside the controlled nuclear fusion that the system had rewarded him with 2 days ago. After the system rewarded him in the first place, it was as if this knowledge was innate with him, fusing directly into his brain. When Zhou Huai asked the question, in Zhang Fan's mind, the solution to this problem immediately popped up. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, Minister Zhou Huai was already writing something with his own little notebook. It was only after another 2 minutes that he stopped the pen in his hand, looking at Zhang Fan with excitement and holding his hand. Genius! What a genius! Zhang Fan, are you willing to join the Dragon Kingdom's research base for controlled nuclear fusion? Zhang Fan was certainly very happy to join such a large national research program as a scientific researcher in his last life, but the system's mission was for him to gain acceptance to Longkou University. Researching controlled fusion is not a one-day thing, and I want to focus on my academics, Minister Zhou Huai said with a smile. Your joining our program doesn't affect your studies. Actually, I turned in controlled fusion with a request. Since I only scored 300 on my college entrance exam, there's no problem with that. All the schools in the Dragon Kingdom, take your pick. Okay, thanks. Zhang Fan now sort of put his heart down. It's me who thanks you. The content of the documents you submitted will save Dragon Kingdom at least 10 years of research in controlled nuclear fusion. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhou Huai, currently the chief engineer of the controlled fusion research base in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Hello Uncle Zhou. Okay, go. Let's go back to your house first. Those old guys can't wait to see you. Zhou Huai was full of smiles. I'm afraid this was the happiest he had been in the last 10 years. After he finished speaking, he directly pulled Zhang Fan to get into the helicopter. Uncle Zhou, can I have a small request? You say? Is it okay if my classmate wants to take a ride in a helicopter too? Zhou Huai pointed at Shuruoshi and said, are you talking about your little girlfriend? She's not my female girlfriend, just a classmate. Zhou Huai looked at Zhang Fan, who was slightly red in the face, and said with a meaningful smile, yes. Thank you Uncle Zhou. Jiang Fan said happily. Chu Ruoshi had been watching Jiang Fan's side. She was really afraid that these people would directly arrest Jiang Fan because of his offense. She was chagrined at this time in her heart. She really shouldn't have said that she wanted to be a helicopter just now. Otherwise Jiang Fan wouldn't have offended Mayor Deng and the others. Just as Chu Ruoshi was rambling, she suddenly heard a low, muffled voice shout, "Get Chu Ruoshi over here." Chu Ruoshi was uncertain, but still obediently walked over, and when she came to Zhou Huaida's side, she bitterly begged for Jiang Fan's favor. "Uncle, just now Jiang Fan didn't mean to offend. Can you not arrest him?" When Zhou Huaid heard this, he first froze, then almost laughed out loud. It was assumed that this little girl had misunderstood herself, but he didn't explain too much and said directly, "Get on the plane." Chapter 21, Going to Kyoto. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. With a loud sound from the propeller, the helicopter slowly lifted up into the air and then flew towards the southeast side. On the playground, one of the officers spoke into his walkie-talkie. "Close up, target Happy Neighborhood." Upon receiving the order, all the SWAT officers got into the military SUVs and roared off. Linzhou City No. 1 middle school once again returned to calm, as if what had just happened had never happened. On the playground, Principal Ma, Teacher Wang, and Lu Ji, they all tilted their heads incredulously, looking at the helicopter in the distance. It feels like a dream. As those SWAT officers left holding their assault rifles, Lu Ji could no longer hold on and directly paralyzed on the ground, unable to stand up anymore. Several of the students' foreheads were also covered with beads of sweat at this time. At this time, Mr. Wang also finally regained his ability to speak, and he stammered to Principal Ma, "School, Principal, what's this?" It was then that Principal Ma retrieved his thoughts from his horror, and when he saw a few people, his fire immediately came up. Jiang Fan was bailed out by Kyoto University. As long as Jiang Fan agrees, the other party also made the condition of giving our school 2 more guaranteed places, but it turned out that they were all messed up by you, so you don't have to lead the key class this year. What? Jiang Fan was bailed out of Beijing University? Teacher Wang was dumbfounded, and a few of his classmates were also staring in disbelief. Jiang Fan bailed out of Kyoto University. Are you kidding me? Kyoto University was a top 5 institution in the Dragon Kingdom, so how could it be possible with Jiang Fan's IQ of 300 points on the college entrance exam? How is this? How is this possible? Humph, what's impossible? Jiang Fan invented solar photovoltaic panel material. The more Principal Ma said, the more angry he became. The 2 guaranteed places in Kyoto University that had come to hand. Just like this, because Lu Ji a few people were fizzled out. That's 2 guaranteed spots at Kyoto University. It hurts to think about it. Principal Ma looked towards the culprit, Lu Ji, who was still sitting on the ground with a dull gaze, and from time to time a foul odor emanated from him. Mr. Wang, as for him, our school doesn't accept morally corrupt students. Principal Ma finished speaking and left in a huff. He didn't want to give up just yet, and decided to go to Jiang Fan's home to do some ideological work on his parents, so there might be a chance. Helicopter. Chu Ruoshi wore noiseproof headphones and sat in her seat with her seatbelt buckled. Excited like a child on her first roller coaster ride, she leaned out the window and kept looking down. From time to time, he said to Jiang Fan, "Kong Fan, look, wow, our school has gotten so small." Jiang Fan, look, we're flying higher than the TV tower. Jiang Fan, look, is that the West Lake of Lingzhou? It's so beautiful. Jiang Fan responded to Chu Ruoshi with a smile on his face. The world is such that what we take for granted, when viewed from a different angle, can be found to have a different flavor. Zhou Huaid looked at the 2 people smilingly, but his heart was infinitely emotional. It is good to be young. Wow. Jiang Fan, the flaming clouds, so spectacular. Jiang Fan looked through the window to the slanting rear. At this time, the sunset in the sky is red. The earth is also its afterglow cloaked in a thin veil. Everything around is like a yellowed photo, a different flavor. Clouds closest to the setting sun were as fiery red as cotton burned by fire, while those slightly further away were yellow, orange, and crimson. It seems that which naughty cloud baby accidentally knocked over the palette in the sky, rendering the sky so colorful and dressed up so beautifully. Chu Ruoshi had never seen how beautiful the skies were, and how close they were, as if he could touch them with a single reach. She turned back to look at Jiang Fan by the window. At this time, his face was also illuminated vividly by the afterglow of the setting sun, instantly letting her look with infatuation, until the plane descended slowly and landed in a square clearing in front of the happy neighborhood. The place has been cordoned off and there is no one here at this time. When the helicopter landed well and the propellers stopped turning, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi removed the noiseproof headphones from their ears and stepped down. Zhou Huaid led Jiang Fan towards the neighborhood, and when he came to the door, Chu Ruoshi was stopped because she was not a resident of the neighborhood. Just as Jiang Fan was about to explain the situation, Chu Ruoshi said, "Jiang Fan, I won't go in. Just now my dad sent me a message telling me to go home which." "Aha!" Jiang Fan responded. "Then we'll see you tomorrow." Chu Ruoshi said with a smile. Student Chu Ruoshi, see you tomorrow. Zhang Fan also smiled and said. Zhou Huai then led Zhang Fan into the neighborhood. It was only then that Chu Ruoshi remembered that she hadn't added Zhang Fan's WeChat, and she turned her head only to find that Zhang Fan had already entered the neighborhood. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. Zhang Fan's home. With Zhang Fan's return, Elder Long and Elder Qiao, who were originally surrounding Zhang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, directly got up and surrounded Zhang Fan. Little friend Zhang Fan, I'm Qiao Shan from Huaqing University. Little friend Zhang Fan, I'm Long Lao from Longkou University. Welcome to our school. As long as you join our school, you'll be my student from now on. Elder Long and Elder Qiao scrambled to introduce themselves to Zhang Fan. At this time, the representatives of the other schools, seeing that no one was around Zhang Fan's parents at this time, seized the opportunity to directly surround them. Mr. Jiang, I'm the admissions office of the Kyoto University. Our school's given conditions are definitely better than Longkou University and Huaqing, as long as we can let Zhang Fan come to our study. On the Kyoto account, the school can send a set of family home. You can directly move to Kyoto to live. And the head of enrollment of the North University of the Dragon Kingdom directly pulled Li Guiqin and said, Sister Li, the name of the North University, you have heard of it. That is the top of the first-class institutions in the Dragon State. Our school does not engage in those vain things, as long as Zhang Fan comes to our school to attend. A one-time award of 1 million yuan, a monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan of allowances. Zhang Jinghua and Li Guiqin's entire body was confused. They were still worried about their son's schooling in the morning, but as a result, in the afternoon, the representatives of the top colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom gathered at their home to compete for Zhang Fan. They didn't even dare to dream of thinking like this. Big sister, listen to me. This condition of beta is just average. Your son just come to our school, directly guaranteed a doctorate. Zhang Fan's house was so lively and bustling that it was like an early morning food market. When Zhou Huai saw the scene, he immediately had a head full of black lines. But right now he couldn't delay business. Today he had to bring Zhang Fan to Kyoto. A group of experts, professors and researchers over there were still waiting. It was true that Zhang Fan's document had passed the supercomputer's calculations, but there were many formulas and data for controlled fusion in it that they didn't understand. So it must be Zhang Fan to explain. On the one hand, this group of professors and experts on the desire for knowledge. More importantly, on the other hand, is that they need to Zhang Fan face-to-face examination. Everyone be quiet for a moment. As for which school Zhang Fan goes to, I have no way of interfering, but as you all know, right now we have important things to do. As Minister Zhou Huai's words fell, the heads of the various schools stopped speaking. They all understood. Zhang Fan, get ready. Follow me to Kyoto in 10 minutes. Chapter 22, Not Interested. The WeChat group of the owners of the happy neighborhood. I saw that these people were going to old Ginger's house. You guys, this old Ginger wouldn't be the big guy, would he? Cut. With Ginger's family status, how could that be possible? The last time we went out together to buy fishing gear, we had to ask his wife for permission for any bait that cost more than 20 bucks. What do you know? Big shots have all reached the realm of returning to the basics. You guys look at Lao Zhang's face, a standard Chinese character face. At a glance it looks like a big shot. You don't say. It's really true. Isn't Lao Jiang also in the owners group? Why don't I see him talking? I'll add him to ask. Zhang Jinghua before too noisy owners group. Directly set to mute. Usually end his good relationship with the owners. In WeChat at him half a day. Did not respond. At this time, when Li Guiqin heard Minister Zhou Huai say that he wanted Zhang Fan to go to Kyoto, she was a bit reluctant. After all, their son hadn't left them since he was a child. And this jolt to Kyoto, 1,000 kilometers away. Where could she feel at ease if she didn't know the place well? Zhang Fan simply put 2 pieces of clothing into his backpack and considered it packed. Uncle Zhou, I'm packed, Zhang Fan said. He had come to Blue Star for a year now, and also very much wanted to see the level of technology in the Dragon Kingdom. To what extent had it developed? At this time, Li Guiqin walked up and pulled Zhang Fan's hand and said, Son, you must take care of yourself when you go to Kyoto alone, eat well, and stop studying hard all day like you did in your senior year of high school. Li Guiqin couldn't help but cry as she spoke, her heart full of reluctance, but she didn't want to delay her son's future. Zhang Jinghua pulled Li Guiqin and patted her shoulder for fear and said, My son has researched solar photovoltaic panel materials, and so many top schools in Longguo want him. This is a good thing. Why are you crying? Zhang Fan also knew that over the past year, he had been at the bottom of the school every time he took an exam, and his parents had followed him with a lot of ridicule. His own mother, moreover, did not know how many times she had cried silently for him, but he had no choice but to do so in order to activate the technology system at that time. Now that the system was activated, Zhang Fan secretly resolved in his heart that from now on, he would make his parents proud of him. Dad, Mom, Thank you for your understanding and silent dedication over the past year. I know that I have put you all through a lot because of me. Thank you. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Jiang Jingwa and Li Guiqin. Fan, get up. Mom's not aggravated. Not at all. Li Guiqin hurriedly pulled Jiang Fan up, but thinking of this year, the son to bear the pressure and glare is not less than them, cannot help but feel sorry for their son. Tears once again flowed out. Jiang Jingwa's eyes were also glistening with tears at this time, and he walked forward and hugged his son. Good boy. At last you haven't disgraced me. Some of the surrounding people couldn't help but be a little moved, especially Old Man Long, whose heart was filled with relief. It seemed that he hadn't chosen the wrong person this time. Throughout the 5,000 years of history of the Dragon Kingdom, every loyal and patriotic hero, without exception, loved his family and was filial to his parents. Ask a man who doesn't even love his family, how do you expect him to love his country? Zhou Huaid was also very satisfied when he saw Jiang Fan's performance, putting aside the high or low achievement of his research for a moment. At the very least, Jiang Fan would not be betraying his country in the future. On this point, his favorability towards Jiang Fan increased a lot. When Li Guiqin had pretty much explained to Jiang Fan, Zhou Huaid directly took out a card and said, "This is $1 million from the state reward for Jiang Fan's invention." More. How much? $1 million? Li Guiqin's mouth opened wide in surprise. She and Jiang Jingwa had a pretty good job and had saved for more than 10 years to save more than $500,000. But his own son invented the solar photovoltaic panel material. The state will directly reward $1 million. Is their family income for more than a decade? Shocked, her heart was filled with pride, not having thought that her son was so powerful. Li Guiqin took the bank card and said smilingly to Zhou Huaid, "Thank you, big leader. Thank you, country. Son, you've got the skills, so you can serve your country well in the future." "Well, I know, Mom," Jiang Fan responded. "Well, it's getting late. Let's go." After saying this, Zhou Huaid led Jiang Fan and the crowd away. Li Guiqin and Jiang Jingwa were sent all the way to the gate of the neighborhood. Watching Jiang Fan board a helicopter, it immediately made Jiang Jingwa envious and couldn't help but murmur, "This brat is so big. I've never been in a helicopter before." With Jiang Fan's departure, the blockade was lifted from the happy neighborhood. After the residents of the neighborhood found out about the unsealing, they were curious and rushed out of their homes to see what was going on. Because their neighborhood is old, everyone knows each other. They quickly got together and discussed it. "I didn't think of it. Lao Jiang is really a big shot of the country. Hidden deep enough. Yeah, looking at the formation it must be at least at the level of Major General. It's a pity that I won't be able to see Ginger again. Lao Jiang is good. Just that uncontested son of his. He only scored 300 points in the college entrance exam. Hey, it's really a disgrace for him." "That's right. So what if he's a big shot, but his son's a loser, and he's still losing the family?" "That's right. 1,000 good things are not as good as one's own son, and a good son can enjoy a lifetime of blessings." Old Lu is just very good. His son scored 586 points on this college entrance exam and got into a book. "This kid in my family went to an average high school, but he was more competitive to get into a book. Ha ha. Wow, amazing. Our neighborhood has produced a one-book college student. Old Lu, you have to treat us. When the notice comes down in a couple days, I'll set up a couple tables and invite everyone to dinner to celebrate." Ha ha. "Good. Let's have a few good drinks then. Ha ha." Just as they were complimenting Old Lu's children, Jiang Jingwa and Li Guiqin walked over. They all stopped smiling at once and looked surprised. One of the first occupants to respond asked at Jiang Jingwa, "Ginger, weren't you taken by the state?" "Take me? Take me for what?" Jiang Jingwa asked suspiciously. "Didn't those guys just go to your house?" Speaking of this, Jiang Jingwa is full of excitement nowhere to release. So, with a push of his sleeve, he started bragging at them. Everyone listening was full of shock. "Our neighborhood was blocked because your son, Jiang Fan, researched solar photovoltaic panel materials? Yeah, where do you guys think? This is nothing. Hey, I'll tell you guys, Long Lao from Longkou University, and Xiao Lao from Huaqing University, they grabbed for your son? You're just blowing it off. That's the top school in the Dragon Kingdom." Just as everyone expressed their skepticism, Principal Ma of the first middle school in Lingzhou City ran over and asked, "May I ask who Jiang Fan's parents are?" "I am," Jiang Jingwei responded. Principal Ma of Lingzhou City said as he shook Jiang Jingwa's hand. Hello, I'm the principal of the first middle school in Lingzhou City. Congratulations to your son, Jiang Fan, for being accepted by Kyoto University." Kyoto University? Not interested. Chapter 23, Energy. Meeting Hall of Kyoto First Class Research Institute. Here sat dozens of scientific experts, who were generally over 40 years of age, and those who could be invited here were all top achievers in some field. Among them, only a few other people know the content of this emergency meeting, but because of the initial signing of the confidentiality agreement, they do not dare to speak to other people, can only wait for the arrangement of the leadership above. A full 2 hours had passed, and no one had come out to preside over the meeting, and some of the scientific experts began to be a bit unable to sit still. It's too much. It's been 2 hours, really taking us old guys' time for granted. Yes, I have a scientific research project in my hands right now at a critical moment, and I was urgently notified to come here. Old Lee too. Hold your horses. This time, to be able to bring so many of the country's top researchers together here, I guess there must be a big event. My research can be on new energy fuels. And what event is more imminent than a new energy source? Old Lee said with a straight face. Today's society is in urgent need of a new type of energy, and those traditional coal, natural gas and oil are all non-renewable energy sources. After all these years of frenzied extraction, the remaining reserves of energy will last people another 80 years at most. That's why various countries are now vigorously researching and developing new types of energy in the hope of replacing traditional energy sources. If new energy sources are not developed within 80 years, human development will come to a screeching halt, with a great likelihood of regressing directly to the pre-industrial social system. Old Lee too. How far have you gotten in your research on solar energy? Hey, keep it a secret for now. What's so secretive about it? Our carrier engine program is in need of a powerful energy docking engine right now. Regarding energy, I think the strongest output is nuclear energy. You're right, just look at the power of a nuclear weapon explosion. But it's an uncontrollable energy source. Ultimately, the most desirable energy source for mankind is controlled fusion, but it is just too difficult to realize. This is the project of the century. It's hard to develop it without 100 years. Several research professors talked about the future direction of energy. At that moment, President Lee opened the door and walked into the podium in the conference hall. Everyone quieted down as they saw someone come in, and they could finally tell what the purpose of this emergency meeting was. Gentlemen, I'm sorry to call you from your own research projects on an emergency basis. Without further ado, let's sign the non-disclosure agreement. Let's get to the main topic of the day. When the crowd of scientific experts heard about the confidentiality agreement, their hearts were excited, because they understood that signing a non-disclosure agreement indicated that this matter was by no means ordinary, and perhaps someone had researched some new type of technology. Confidentiality agreements were handed out and everyone quickly signed their names, just waiting for Dean Lee to make the announcement. But Dean Lee didn't say anything, but handed each person a copy of the information. I'll give you all an hour. You'll read the information first. The crowd was all puzzled, and many of the old professors took out their glasses from their pockets and put them on. They would like to see what kind of important information is it that they still need to sign a confidentiality agreement to be able to. When they saw the title of controlled nuclear fusion on the information, their hearts were shocked. Controlled nuclear fusion, they are aware of some years ago has been the national century key projects, but because the project has not been any major breakthroughs, so the country has the new energy research focus on solar energy, wind energy, water energy and other such directions. Due to the fact that the investment capital of controlled nuclear fusion is too large, I heard that the country is also preparing to put the program ready to suspend for a period of time, but now they are suddenly summoned here urgently and a confidentiality agreement has been signed. Does it mean that there is a major breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion? Everyone was looking at the information in their hands with a curious expression, hoping to find the answers they wanted. After skimming the first part of the information, they didn't find anything special, so started reading the second part of the information. The second part is the formula, principles and data for controlled fusion. The more they looked at it, the more excited they became, and each of them was in a state of shock. The scene was very quiet, with only the sound of flipping through information. An hour later, Dean Lee said softly, "Everyone's seen it all, right?" Everyone raised their heads and looked at Dean Lee. None of them spoke. They were still caught up in the shock of this information at this point. After about 2 more minutes, an old professor asked incredulously at Dean Lee, "Could this information be correct?" As this old professor's words were asked, the scene once again fell into an eerie silence, and everyone stared at Dean Lee, expecting his answer. "We did the math through Hua Cheng's supercomputer and came up with the right result." Everyone's mouths were open in shock at Dean Lee's short sentence. They immediately felt that the information in their hands became £1,000. If, as Dean Lee said, this information was completely correct, then wouldn't that mean that the Dragon Kingdom had now made a major breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion? Based on the formula, principles and data in the information, they speculated that it would take less than 50 years for the Dragon State to develop controlled nuclear fusion. If this is the case, the technology of the Dragon Kingdom will undergo a radical change, because they all know in their hearts that with energy reform will come this new type of technology. Just like why people can't research spaceships nowadays. The reason is simple. The fuel nowadays can't satisfy the voyage of spaceships. But it would be different if controlled fusion were studied. A very small energy device for controlled fusion could release powerful energy. At the same time, Zhang Fan arrived in Kyoto with Minister Zhou Huaid. At this time, it was already 9 p.m. Instead of taking Zhang Fan to dinner, Zhou Huaid drove his car directly to the Primary Research Institute. "Zhang Fan, take a little rest. I'll take you to the conference hall in 5 minutes to expound on the principles of the formula and the future realization plan to everyone. Aha! Zhang Fan nodded. It's okay, don't be nervous. After Zhou Huaid finished speaking, he went out. The assistant waiting at the door said to him, Minister Zhou, this is the information you asked me to investigate. Zhou Huaid took the information and looked at it. There was also a photo in the information. It was Chu Ruoshi. 5 minutes later, Zhou Huaid smiled and handed the information back to his assistant. Destroy all this information. Okay, Minister Zhou. The assistant went to a shredder and put the information in. Zhou Huaid came to Zhang Fan's lounge and knocked on the door twice. It then opened. Zhang Fan, get ready. There. Zhang Fan stood up and then followed Zhou Huaid towards the conference hall. Chapter 24, Meeting, One More. Elder Long and Elder Qiao also came to the conference hall of the institute after returning from Lingzhou City. When the group of experts and professors saw the two of them come in, they all had a look of admiration on their faces and stood up to greet them. The achievements made by the two of them in scientific research in the Dragon Kingdom are unrivaled to this day. It has a place in the world. Many researchers have made them a lifelong goal. After Elder Long and Elder Qiao gestured for everyone to sit down, they also took their seats. Dean Li then took them a non-disclosure agreement and information as well. They knew more about Zhang Fan's information on controlled nuclear fusion than anyone else on the scene, but the procedures that needed to be followed still had to be followed. Many people saw Elder Long and Elder Qiao and began to whisper, You guys, do you think this controlled fusion document was researched by Elder Long or Elder Qiao? You don't say. It's really possible. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, who else has a higher level of scientific research technology than them? Especially Elder Long. He's unrivaled in nanomaterials and in rocket fuels. And I see this controlled fusion document. It's very likely that he's the one who researched it. Elder Long is truly amazing. When I can reach half of Elder Long's skill level, I'll be satisfied. Work hard. We still have a chance. Just when there was speculation about the researcher of the controlled fusion paper, Dean Li said to the group, Gentlemen, now that everyone is here, let's get down to the business of today's meeting. I believe that there are many things that you do not understand about this document on controlled nuclear fusion. So here we have the owner of the document to give me a debriefing explanation. As soon as Dean Li finished his words, everyone looked in the direction of Elder Long and Elder Qiao and applauded. But they realized that Elder Long and Elder Qiao had no intention of getting up. People thought the applause wasn't loud enough, and then they clapped faster and harder. Just then, the conference doors were opened. A high school-looking young man walked in. Everyone's was a little confused. This was a state-secret meeting. How can you just let anyone in? Their applause sparsely stopped and their eyes went to the young man, until the young man walked up to the podium. There was no staff to stop him and take him out. Amazing thoughts then popped into everyone's heads. The person who wrote this controlled fusion document couldn't have been this young man, could it? With that, they dismissed the idea. No, that's absolutely impossible. How old was this young man? Looking at most 18 or 19 years old. If he had said that he had researched controlled fusion, no one would have believed them even if they had been beaten to death. This is because they all know very well that a scientific researcher, who belongs to the learning stage until he is 28 years old, is unlikely to work on any scientific research project at all. The true golden age of a researcher is between 28 and 35 years old, because at this age, people are energetic, experienced, and quick-thinking. It is easy to study scientific results. Of course, this is not an absolute, only that most human researchers are like this. Just as everyone was speculating about Zhang Fan's identity, Dean Li said to everyone, Let me introduce you all. His name is Zhang Fan, the owner of this document. What? Did he really work on this controlled fusion document? How is this possible? How old is he? The crowd's mouths opened wide in shock, filled with incredulity. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Elder Long and Elder Qiao were extremely satisfied and couldn't help but laugh gleefully. They were also shocked when they first got Zhang Fan's information. Although they were prepared in their hearts, when they met and saw that Zhang Fan was so young, there was still something inside that they couldn't accept. Not to mention them, without a bit of careful thought-building, Zhang Fan appeared directly in front of them. No one can accept that an 18-year-old has researched controlled fusion. Dean Li looked at the incredible experts and professors below and continued, Today's society is ever-changing and unpredictable, and we can't look at today's youth with the same old eyes as we did a year ago. To see that they are able to study such scientific research at such a young age, we should feel gratified and proud, because it shows that the Dragon Kingdom will become even stronger in the future in the hands of the younger generation. President Li's words brought a round of applause. Yeah, to be able to research controlled nuclear fusion at such a young age, one's future accomplishments were absolutely immeasurable. They should be proud as seniors. Dean Li saw that everyone had accepted Zhang Fan, then whispered to him, Zhang Fan, just tell everyone. Zhang Fan nodded, then said, Thank you all for your encouragement. Today it is up to me to explain to you the principles of the formula and the plans for its future realization. First I will give you the principle of the controlled fusion plasma formula. Plasma is very important in the study of controlled fusion. The reason is simple. If the temperature is high enough, the electrons will break away from the atoms and the fourth state of matter will be revealed. The basic equations governing the elusive behavior of plasma are known to us, Blosshoff and Maxwell equations, 6, like Newton's laws governing the motion of three bodies, the Navier-Stokes equations governing the motion of fluids, and the Boltzmann equations governing the motion of large numbers of molecules. Zhang Fan didn't hold any information in his hands because all this knowledge was in his mind. He gave a full explanation for nearly 2 hours, and the experts and professors on the stage, who were still skeptical, found that Zhang Fan spoke very professionally, and many documents. They do not understand the principle of the formula. Zhang Fan is also in depth to speak clearly. This makes them very confident that they will be able to achieve controlled nuclear fusion in the future. They believe that if Zhang Fan leads the controlled fusion team, it will take less than 20 years to realize it. Maybe they would have a chance to see Zhang Fan research controlled nuclear fusion in their lifetimes. If that was the case, the Dragon Kingdom at that time would definitely undergo a radical change. The world pattern would also change because of Zhang Fan. The Dragon Kingdom will never again be suppressed by the Pretty Kingdom. Thinking about this, every expert and professor was so excited that they couldn't wait for this moment to come. But they all knew in their hearts that although Zhang Fan's theory was valid, there were still many problems to be encountered in actual operation. But with Zhang Fan's theory as a guide, it was only a matter of time before controlled nuclear fusion was researched. Immediately after Zhang Fan finished speaking, thunderous applause rang out from the stage. Seniors, are there any more questions? At this time, an expert stood up and asked Zhang Fan a question that everyone was concerned about. How long will it take to realize controlled fusion as you plan? Chapter 25, Choosing to Believe, Second Shift. How long will it take to realize controlled fusion according to your plan? When Zhang Fan heard this question, he looked at the experts and professors below, all of whom had an expectant gaze, and after pondering for a while, he slowly said, theoretically 5 years. Everyone was happy when they heard Zhang Fan say 5 years. Oh, lad is still too young. After all, he's only 18 and has no practical scientific experience yet, so he's right to think that way. Yes, the theory of scientific research is one thing, but the practice is another. Funding, personnel, materials, limitations of the level of science and technology, temperature, humidity, weather reasons, geographic location and so on are all factors that affect the success of scientific research. But I still appreciate this young man, at least dare to think. Many times our scientific research projects are developed because of bold imagination. Zhang Fan looked at the stage. Because of his own words, the atmosphere was much more active, and he had been nervous and relaxed. In fact, he was already very conservative when he said 5 years just now because the time given by the system is 1 year. Zhang Fan was afraid of scaring them and deliberately said it for a longer period of time, but as a result, it was still mistakenly thought to be a joke by everyone. But he didn't explain. After everyone laughed it off, they asked a lot of specialized questions to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan also answered them all. Minister Zhou Huaid still underestimated this group of experts and professors of the desire for knowledge. They questioned one after another, without a little interruption, until 2 o'clock in the morning. Minister Zhou Huaid was worried about the health problems of this group of experts and professors, so he forced the meeting to end. They all had a feeling that they were not done with it, and when they were leaving, they went up to the stage to shake hands with Zhang Fan. In the end, only Elder Long and Elder Qiao remained in the conference hall. Elder Long, it's so late. Why don't you go home and rest? Elder Qiao said. Cut. What is your kid playing at? Don't think I don't know. I've decided to take Zhang Fan. What are you going to do? Long Lao said nonchalantly. Elder Long, if it's anything else, I can give in to you, but this kid, I'll take him too. Elder Qiao had an air of determination. Are you calling my bluff? Call the shots. The two looked like they were about to make a move, and Deanly quickly pulled the two apart. Elder Long, Elder Qiao, the two of you together are over 100 years old. Fighting here in the middle of the night, spreading the word won't be laughed at by others. Only then did Elder Long and Elder Qiao separate. Seeing as you're older than me, I won't bother with you that much. Elder Qiao said, don't look at me. I'm 10 years older than you. Clean you up. No problem. The sight of the Li Dean see two people have fight up mouth. Very speechless. Both of you. You see it's now 2 a.m. Let's go back and rest first. The body is the most important. Deanly persuaded down. I'm in great shape. I'm in good health too. Deanly looked at Long Lao and Xiao Lao with graying temples, still acting like two small children. His heart was amused and angry. Elder Long, Elder Qiao, I know you guys are in good health, but Zhang Fan is also tired after giving a lecture for 5 or 6 hours. He also needs to rest, doesn't he? When Long Lao and Xiao Lao heard this, it was true that if a precious lump like Zhang Fan was physically exhausted, it would be a big loss for the Dragon Kingdom. They were persuaded by Dean Li, so they all went back. Jiang Fan was arranged by Zhou Huai to rest in one of the rooms of the institute. He then had some meals made and sent them over to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was also hungry and his stomach was rumbling, since he had eaten with Chu Ruoshi at noon. He hadn't eaten a bit of food for more than 10 hours until now. Zhou Huai waited for Jiang Fan to eat almost as much as he wanted, and finally opened his mouth to ask the words that had been echoing in his heart. Jiang Fan, you said that controlled fusion can be researched within 5 years. Is that true? Aha! Jiang Fan said as he swallowed a mouthful of rice. Hearing Jiang Fan's affirmative answer, Minister Zhou Huai instantly became excited. As the chief commander of controlled nuclear fusion in the Dragon Kingdom, he dreamed of how to make controlled nuclear fusion research a success, but the reality is always ruthless. He is responsible for this project for a full 10 years. The country has invested more than $30 billion, although there is progress, but there is no major breakthrough. This year, the country's finances decided to plan a moratorium on controlled fusion projects because they were overwhelmed. Controlled nuclear fusion is his 10 years of hard work, and I'm afraid no one has deeper feelings for controlled nuclear fusion than he does. Even though his heart was in a million pieces, he had no point in doing anything about it because there was no technological breakthrough. Until he met Jiang Fan, he instantly ignited hope. Today, he heard Jiang Fan say again that controlled nuclear fusion could be realized within 5 years, and even though he felt it was somewhat impossible, he was willing to believe and try, because so many things in the world seem impossible, and it's because someone believes and goes through with it that those impossible things are realized. That's why Zhou Huai was willing to take the risk of trying, or else he really wouldn't be able to see controlled fusion research succeed in his lifetime. There is no problem with your theory, but you will encounter a lot of problems when you really go into practice. Zhou Huai analyzed to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan ate the rice in his bowl and listened to what Zhou Huai said. Only when the last grain of rice was eaten clean did Jiang Fan put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands. Turning his head to look Zhou Huai in the eyes, he said seriously, 1 year. I only need 1 year to research controlled fusion successfully. Zhou Huai's eyes were wide open, breathing heavily, and he could clearly hear the thumping sound of his heart accelerating. A year? He stammered out the 2 words, full of disbelief. If Jiang Fan had just said 5 years, he could barely accept it. But Jiang Fan would say that it would only take a year for him to succeed in researching controlled nuclear fusion. When he heard that, the first thought that came to his mind was that it couldn't be. Even if Jiang Fan was a god, he couldn't have successfully researched controlled nuclear fusion in a year's time. The difficulty of realizing controlled nuclear fusion, which he knew better than anyone, was not a problem that could be solved overnight. But the way he looked at Jiang Fan's resolute eyes, he had to be convinced. Jiang Fan, are you serious? Uncle Zhou, as you said to me on the way here, this world was originally many things incredible. Just like the feudal society before the Industrial Revolution. Look at the current airplanes and trains. Beating them to death cannot believe that this is a human invention. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, Zhou Huai was ruthless. He decided to follow Jiang Fan and go crazy. Even if he didn't succeed, then he would have no regrets in his life. How much funding is needed in total? Jiang Fan pondered for a while and said, 10 billion. When Jiang Fan said this number, Zhou Huai was not surprised. On the contrary, when Jiang Fan said it was too little, he was somewhat skeptical. Finally, Zhou Huai said with a clench of his teeth, good, I'll apply tomorrow. Chapter 26, it's controlled scoring, 3 shifts. The next day, Rage's City, an upscale neighborhood. Dad, I went to school to get my notice. A girl said cheerfully. Sure, Dad will drive you there. The middle-aged man said dotingly. Oops, Dad, I'm 18 years old, and the school is so close. I'll be there in a minute. The girl panicked and refused, with other things on her mind. Okay, remember to take a parasol. Don't get sunburned, the middle-aged man explained. Got it, Dad. The girl's mouth agreed, but she didn't reach for the parasol hanging in the doorway. Instead, he smiled and opened the door and went out. The girl wore a ponytail with 2 pretty butterfly cards in her hair, which swayed as she walked, like 2 real butterflies dancing on top of her head. La la la, la la la. The girl walked along, humming a song cheerfully, and you could tell she was having a good day. The sky outside was extraordinarily clear, and a few white clouds, floating leisurely in the blue sky, made people feel indescribably cozy. The girl quickly arrived at the happy neighborhood, and she breezed over to building number 3. I don't know, is that guy up yet? The girl murmured as she went up the stairs. Coming to the door, she straightened her pale blue skirt and took a picture of her light makeup on her cell phone before knocking with satisfaction. The door was quickly opened. A middle-aged woman appeared in the doorway, and when she saw the girl, she immediately smiled like a flower. Ruoshi is here. Come in and sit down. Chu Ruoshi smiled and followed her into the living room. Auntie, where's Jiang Fan? Li Guichin took some fruits from the refrigerator and then said, Fan went to Kyoto, didn't he tell you? Kyoto? Chu Ruoshi was puzzled. Then Li Guichin told Chu Ruoshi about Zhang Fan, and she realized that Zhang Fan had researched solar photovoltaic panel materials. Then he remembered what happened yesterday and instantly understood everything. Learning that Zhang Fan had been accepted by several colleges and universities at the same time, Chu Ruoshi couldn't say how happy she was for him. Just yesterday, she was sad that Zhang Fan only scored 300 points in the college entrance exam, but she didn't think that he would be accepted by several colleges and universities today. Hearing Li Guichin say that there was also Huaqing University among them, Chu Ruoshi was instantly excited. If Zhang Fan chose Huaqing University, wouldn't that mean they would be classmates in the future? Thinking of this, Chu Ruoshi giggled and laughed out loud. Right, Ruoshi, I heard from Xiaofan that you did quite well on the exams. Which school did you get accepted into? Li Guichin asked. Auntie, I applied to Huaqing University. I'm going to the school today to get my notice. Huaqing University? Ruoshi is awesome. Not only is she pretty, but her studies are also so good. So to speak, you and Xiaofan might still be classmates in the future. He. The more Li Guichin looks at Chu Ruoshi, the more she likes. The little girl is cheerful, lively and lovely, and looks like a little fairy. She lamented in her heart that it would be great if Wakashi could be her son's girlfriend. Li Guichin and Chu Ruoshi chatted for about half an hour. She asked Li Guichin for Zhang Fan's contact information and said goodbye to go to the school to get the notice. The little girl didn't see Zhang Fan, although she was a bit lost, but when she thought of the possibility of Zhang Fan and her attending the same school in the future, she was happy again. The breeze that brushed her face, like her mother's gentle touch, made it feel especially comfortable. The birds in the trees along the roadside, too, chirped merrily. Chu Ruoshi couldn't help but pull on her skirt and dance like a princess. The school wasn't far from Zhang Fan's house, and she quickly arrived at the first middle school. Chu Ruoshi didn't go to the communication room to find her notice, but went directly to the principal's office on the third floor. This is because notices from key schools are sent to the principal's office in case they get lost in the communication room. She came to the door of the principal's office on the third floor and was just about to knock on the door when she heard the principal and her homeroom teacher inside discussing Zhang Fan. Teacher Wang, how did you become a class teacher? Zhang Fan is such a powerful genius and you didn't even notice? Mr. Wang commiserated. Principal Ma, as you know, teaching in senior year is rather intense. With one exam in 3 days and one in 10 days, it's impossible for me to focus on just one student every day. Principal Ma slammed the table and yelled at Mr. Wang, don't you explain so much to me? I just can't believe that for so many exams, Zhang Fan scored 300 total points every time and you didn't even notice? He's controlling the score. Do you understand? Try to ask all the high school students in the entire Lingzhou city. Who can do it? 9 consecutive total score control to 300 points. And each subject into also 9 consecutive score control. Language 60, Math 60, English 60, the big comprehensive 120. Control points? Chu Ruoshi was shocked in her heart when she heard what the principal said. Recalling Zhang Fan's past grades, it seemed like it was indeed 300 points every time. Is Zhang Fan really controlling the score? If that was the case, then how terrifying his strength would be like that. Each test controls the score to 300, not 1 point more or less. Such score control is too harsh. First of all, you must master all the knowledge of high school. Those questions are wrong. Those questions are right. And how many points you get for being right. It all has to be judged accurately. Even as a teacher in high school, he is not sure that he can control a precise score for the subject he says he teaches. Zhang Fan is the one who has to control all the subjects to an exact score. And still 9 times. Chu Ruoshi thought carefully. It turned out that Zhang Fan was simply a super invincible college bully before. Thinking about this, Chu Ruoshi couldn't help but laugh out. Thinking about those jokes about Zhang Fan being a little cutie. As classmates, it turned out that they were the real size cutie. Office of the General Directorate of Science and Technology of the Dragon State. Zhou Huaid sat on the stool with his head lowered. He was currently being berated by a country-faced middle-aged man. Zhou Huaid, 10 billion? 10 billion how can you open your mouth? Do you think that our Dragon Kingdom's financial revenue comes from the wind? The controlled fusion program is about to stop running, and you're suddenly asking me for $10 billion in funding. In these 10 years, this project has cost the country a total of more than $30 billion. What results have you researched as the Commander-in-Chief? Another $10 billion. Get the hell out of here now. Stop controlled fusion for me tomorrow. Zhou Huaid silently endured the leader's chiding. he did not retort, because he really did not have any results in these 10 years. He didn't say anything slowly until the leader had finished spreading his anger. Chief, this is the signature of the top researchers in various fields of the Dragon Kingdom, and they all think that the controlled nuclear fusion researched by Jiang Fan this time can be realized. Chapter 27, Schemes, for Shifts. At the same time, Jiang Fan was woken up by a phone call. Last night, he told Zhou Huai that he could develop controlled fusion in a year's time, and he was dragged along and explored for more than an hour. It was supposed to be after 2 a.m. after the meeting, and when I finally lay down in bed to sleep, it was 4 a.m. Minister Zhou Huida told Jiang Fan that today he went to the State General Administration of Science and Technology to apply for funding for the matter. Tomorrow, he would take him to the controlled nuclear fusion base in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom. So Jiang Fan didn't have anything to do today. He had planned to take a good rest for a day. When he went to the northern base, he would have a lot of things to do. But it's not even 9 o'clock yet and I'm woken up by an unfamiliar phone call. So I should have known to turn my cell phone off. Jiang Fan picked up the phone helplessly. Hello, Jiang Fan, I'm Qiao Shan from Huaqing University. Your Uncle Qiao. Jiang Fan immediately remembered Elder Qiao who had fought with Elder Long to get himself killed. Uncle Zhou, is something the matter? It's like this. It's your first day in the capital, and I, as the host, invite you to come to our Huaqing campus to take a look around. And as you know, our Huaqing school has a beautiful scenery. Thank you Uncle Zhou for your kind words. Before Jiang Fan could refuse, Qiao Shan said directly, Jiang Fan, my niece Qiao Yifei is the most beautiful school flower of Huaqing. Today she happens to be free. You guys turn around together. Zhou said meaningfully. Although Jiang Fan didn't clearly indicate which school to attend now, he had already chosen Longkou University in his heart, so he wasn't going to give Zhou Lao hope either. As the saying goes, there is no disappointment without hope. But just as Jiang Fan politely refused, the system in his head suddenly rang. System, appropriately scheduled rest and relaxation can, on the contrary, improve the efficiency of scientific research. Choice 1, agree to tour Huaqing campus with Qiao Yifei for 8 hours, obtaining the stay up late capsule, which enables the host to stay up late without hurting himself, for a total of 10,000 hours. Choice 2, decline the invitation. No reward. Jiang Fan's spirit burst. Stay up all night capsule? Staying up all night doesn't hurt your body, and it's also up to 10,000 hours long. Being a qualified researcher, staying up late is part of the norm. Like last night, staying up until 4 in the morning, and now he's still not recovering. Jiang Fan chose one without hesitation and then said to Qiao Shan, Okay, Uncle Zhou, I'll be there now. When Qiao Shan heard Jiang Fan's reply, he had a smug look on his face. Sure enough, men can't resist the temptation of beautiful women. It looks like his beauty plan is going to work. Qiao Shan then called Qiao Yifei again. 20 minutes later, the main entrance of Huaqing University walked out of a tall, dimpled young girl, wearing a halter plus a transparent white sarong on top, and a short purple skirt on the bottom revealing her long, white jade legs. When the girl walked in, she only saw a pair of large phoenix eyes under her curved willow eyebrows, a delicate nose, plump round jade lips, and a pointed chin that looked like the petals of a white lotus flower. A graceful smile shows all the charm. Zhou took one look at the girl very pleased. Yifei, this time it's up to you. No matter what methods you use, you must get Jiang Fan into our school. Uncle, don't worry, my name is Huaqing School Flower isn't for nothing. He. Qiao Yifei said confidently. Good, when you're done, I'll tell the school to give you extra credit. Thanks, Uncle. You just watch, Qiao Yifei said happily. She is now soon to be a senior. The key to take the credits is not enough. Senior year she has to go out for internships. There will be even less time to take off the credits. If there is a big uncle to step in, the credits will not worry about it. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so, Qiao Yifei beamed. Uncle, why hasn't that little kid named Jiang Fan come yet? He couldn't have stood us up. Jiang Fan, that was her credits. She couldn't let him get away. I'll call him. Qiao Shan had just taken out his cell phone when he spotted a Jiang Fan wearing a white t-shirt with khaki slacks. Jiang Fan, over here. Qiao Shan reached out to greet him. Happy to see Jiang Fan again. This time, without Elder Dragon's interference. He was sure he could handle Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan walked over and greeted Qiao Shan. Hello Uncle Zhou. Yes. Jiang Fan, come, let me introduce you. This is my niece Qiao Yifei. Jiang Fan looked at the girl beside Qiao Shan and realized that she was wearing high heels and was almost as tall as his own height of 1.83 meters. Hello there, little brother, Qiao Yifei said as she stretched out her own slender, white hand. Jiang Fan was first stunned, then somewhat shyly extended his right hand. When his own hand came into contact with Qiao Yifei's soft, boneless hand, his face couldn't help but blush a little. System, countdown begins. 7 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. When Xiao Yifei saw Zhang Fan's appearance, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Hey, it still seems to be a milky, still untouched little brother. Then she was more than sure. Later, as long as you do a little trick, then he still obediently do whatever he wants to do. By then, one's credits will be taken care of. Thinking here, Xiao Yifei said to Xiao Shan, "Uncle, don't you have things to do?" Xiao Shan froze. He had wanted to chat with Zhang Fan for a couple of minutes, but then he heard Xiao Yifei say this and gave him an okay gesture. It seemed like his niece should be very sure of herself, so he echoed, Right, Zhang Fan, I still have to have an important meeting, so I'll have Yifei alone to take you on a tour of Huaqing University today. Uncle Joe, Xiao Shan hadn't waited for Zhang Fan to finish and directly trotted away. Zhang Fan looked at the distant Xiao Shan, a little melancholy, not knowing what to do next. In his last life as a scientific researcher, the worst thing he was good at was interacting with girls, especially pretty and sexy women. He looked at his mind and saw that he still had 7 hours, 58 minutes, and 32 seconds left to complete the mission, and his brow couldn't help but furrow. Little brother Zhang Fan, let's go. Sister will take you to Huaqing's Grove for a spin, Xiao Yifei said seductively, her fragrant tongue not forgetting to lightly lick her jade lips. When Zhang Fan heard this, he only felt goosebumps all over his body and lowered his head, not daring to look straight at Xiao Yifei. Afterwards, Xiao Yifei twisted her body and walked towards the Huaqing campus. Zhang Fan looked at the rewards of the system quest, and with a final ruthlessness, he followed. Chapter 28, Stinky Brother, one more. Lotus Pond on the campus of Huaqing University. The lotus flowers in the pond are delicate in the sunlight. Brother Zhang Fan, do you think it's these flirtatious lotus flowers that look good? Or is schoolmate pretty? Xiao Yifei smiled delicately and asked Zhang Fan. Flirty lotus? Zhang Fan is also the first to hear that the lotus can be described as charming. He looked at the time of the mission in his head, 7.5 hours to go. In order to be able to complete the mission, Zhang Fan could only say to Xiao Yifei, You're beautiful. Xiao Yifei covered her mouth with her hand and giggled, pouting. Zhang Fan younger brother, I can only be 3 years older than you. Yo, do not use you this honorific. Make school sister how old like? Oh, Zhang Fan nodded perfunctorily. People say that a girl who is older than you holds a golden brick. Brother Zhang Fan, do you like girls older than you? Zhang Fan's heart was really a bit tormented as he listened to this Xiao Yifei's delicate voice. Now I think about how happy I was when I used to do research. Even though you are faced with formulas, materials, equipment, etc., on a daily basis, it's much better than being all over the place right now. Seeing Zhang Fan scowling, Xiao Yifei guessed that the other party must be interested in her, but was just too shy to express it. A little brother is really still a little brother, and it looks like his credits are secure. At this time, Xiao Yifei's cell phone rang, and she opened WeChat to see that it was her eldest uncle Xiao Shan sending over a short message. Xiao Shan, Yifei, how did it go with Zhang Fan? Xiao Yifei smiled and replied, Everything is under control. Joshin, go for it, and when it's done, I'm applying to the principal for a special contribution award for you. Special contribution award? Xiao Yifei smiled even more broadly. The special contribution award was a very high gold content award from Huaqing University. Every year, the students who receive this award have either made significant contributions to Huaqing University or to the country. Definitely a high honor for Huaqing University. With the special contribution award as a lure, Xiao Yifei was ready to unleash her big moves on Zhang Fan. She first glanced at Zhang Fan, who was walking forward, and realized that he was in pretty good shape. If he hadn't been so dumb, he would have actually been good enough for his boyfriend profile. I'll go. Xiao Yifei quickly dismissed his inner thoughts. It's so unseasoned myself. I can't believe that the other person has such a thought, but the other person is a young child who just became an adult. At Huaqing University, as far as the eye could see, there were rows and rows of men chasing after them, although they didn't fancy any of them. But one wouldn't get a little brother 3 years younger than oneself as a boyfriend, no matter how much so. She organized her thoughts for a moment. Right now it was better to finish the task her eldest uncle had given her. The credits and the special contribution award were what mattered. The corners of Xiao Yifei's mouth rose slightly before she called out to Zhang Fan in front of her. Ouch! Zhang Fan heard Xiao Yifei's voice behind him and turned his head to look, finding her sprawled on the ground, a look of pain. In his instinct for saving lives, Zhang Fan hurriedly ran over and helped Xiao Yifei up. Xiao Yifei intentionally slipped, soft as if she had no bones, and directly fell into Zhang Fan's arms. A woman's fragrance came to his face, and the hormones in Zhang Fan's body were instantly aroused. He was red-faced, his heart beating a little faster, and his exhalations were a little hot. Xiao Yifei was lying on Zhang Fan's chest, and the man's powerful thumping heartbeat filled her eardrums. Her skin was pressed against the t-shirt with only one layer separating them. and feeling the body heat of the opposite sex coming from her, Xiao Yifei's face inexplicably turned slightly red. Her heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate a bit as well, and she hurriedly left Zhang Fan's body. Flustered, he straightened his clothes. Brother Zhang Fan, I'm fine, I accidentally fell just now. Oh, Zhang Fan responded. Xiao Yifei soothed her thoughts for a moment. Originally, according to her plan, she pretended to fall and then provoked Zhang Fan to be protective of herself. However, plans couldn't catch up with changes, and when she plopped down into Zhang Fan's arms, she realized that she actually had some spring in her step first. After about 20 minutes of walking like this with Zhang Fan, he realized that there were seats in front of him and proposed to take a break. The two then sat down on a stool to rest. Zhang Fan realized that the environment of Huaqing University along the way was quite beautiful. He suddenly remembered that Chu Ruoshi seemed to have been admitted to Huaqing University. If he came to Huaqing to go to school, then the two of them could be classmates, and they could stroll on the grass every day, which was not bad to think about. However, Zhang Fan was only thinking about it, but he would not do so, because his ideal was to become a great scientific researcher and make his own contribution in science and technology for the Dragon Kingdom and for mankind. However, when he remembered the lively and lovely Chu Ruoshi teaching Lu Ji a lesson for himself, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Xiao Yifei was as happy as if she had eaten honey when she saw Zhang Fan sitting with her. In her heart, she couldn't help but slander. It seems that student Zhang Fan belongs to the sullen type, with a thief's heart but not a thief's guts. Xiao Yifei decided to seduce Zhang Fan once again so that he would completely fall under her garnet skirt. Brother Zhang Fan, it's so hot today. Zhang Fan heard Xiao Yifei speak and retrieved his thoughts. Xiao Yifei saw that she managed to attract Zhang Fan's gaze over, then deliberately pulled on her white sarong and fanned herself back and forth. It's too hot. Xiao Yifei directly took off her white sarong, leaving only a halter inside, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, especially the plump breasts, which instantly attracted Zhang Fan's gaze. Xiao Yifei was pleased to see this. Brother Zhang Fan, your shoelace is open. Senior sister will help you tie it. Zhang Fan was about to refuse, but Xiao Yifei squatted directly in front of him and bent down to help tie Zhang Fan's shoes. The collar of the halter was already loose, so Zhang Fan looked down and saw, at a glance, a deep, bottomless gully. I can tie it myself. The words were stuttering a bit. The man's hormones stirred again. He hurriedly shifted his gaze away, but those undeniable eyes skimmed over again. Xiao Yifei deliberately tied her shoes slowly and glanced at Zhang Fan with the rest of her eyes. Seeing him staring straight at her, mentally pouted a sentence. Little pervert. For the sake of credits and special contribution awards, it's a bargain. Chapter 29, Nano Measurement Technology. Zhang Fan, who hadn't seen the world, where could he hold his head up? And in the end, his nosebleeds flowed out directly. When Xiao Yifei was being complacent, she looked up and saw that Zhang Fan was bleeding a lot from his nose, and hurriedly took out the toilet paper to stop Zhang Fan's bleeding. But the evil fire in Zhang Fan's body was too big, causing the nosebleed to stop at all. In the end, Xiao Yifei hurriedly brought Zhang Fan to the school's infirmary, and the doctor treated him before the nosebleed stopped. Xiao Yifei was also terrified, truly afraid that Zhang Fan's blood would be drained. His own credits and special contribution award would be finished. Doctor, what's wrong with him? The doctor looked at Qi Yifei and then said, young people are on fire. You'd better wear more clothes. Xiao Yifei glanced at her hot body and instantly understood what the doctor meant when he said expression. A moment of embarrassment. So, that doctor, is he okay now? Xiao Yifei asked with concern. Zhang Fan was his credits. It was related to whether or not she could successfully graduate, so she didn't dare to be careless. The doctor said casually, drink lots of water, and it's best to stay indoors where it's air-conditioned so that the blood vessels in your nasal passages don't swell. Thank you, doctor, Zhang Fan said. Before leaving, the doctor patted Zhang Fan's shoulder meaningfully. In his heart, he said, young man, Buddy can only help you up to this point. The next thing, it's up to you. Hey, Xiao Yifei and Zhang Fan came out and looked at the time. It was almost 12 noon, so Xiao Yifei said to Zhang Fan, Brother Zhang Fan, let me take you to dinner. Aha! The two of them then had lunch at the Huaqing cafeteria. While eating, Xiao Yifei took stock. She can't use her body to tempt Zhang Fan anymore. She's really afraid that if Zhang Fan loses too much blood and faints, it's not worth it. So it was decided that after dinner she would take him to a coffee and book bar on campus. There she could read and chat, and then she could show off. Her wise goddess sighed. Xiao Yifei was not only the school beauty of Huaqing University, but also a veritable school bully. Professional grades every time the first place, and she also followed his uncle Qiao Shan involved in a lot of scientific research projects, then casually take out to say a word. Zhang Fan is afraid to be admired by the five body to the ground. Thinking of this, Xiao Yifei said to Zhang Fan, Senior Zhang Fan, we have a coffee book bar in Huaqing. The environment is very beautiful. Usually when I'm idle I go to drink coffee and read a book. It's very cozy. I'll take you to see it later. Jiang Fan heard, coffee book bar? This one's good. This way he wouldn't have to say too much to Xiao Yifei, and as long as he made it through the 8 hours, he would be able to complete the quests issued by the system to obtain the rewards. He looked at the time of the mission. 5 hours to go. It would be great to read for 5 hours in the afternoon. After they finished eating, they went together to the coffee and book bar that Xiao Yifei had mentioned. Xiao Yifei showed her membership and then found a yatai. The coffee and book bar is decorated in a very bookish and chatty atmosphere, with lots of books available to borrow for free. Jiang Fan took a look at his surroundings and liked it very much. Just as Xiao Yifei began to speak about the scientific research project she was involved in, Jiang Fan stood up, walking over to the bookshelf. He searched for his favorite book, finally picking out a copy of The History of Blue Star Technology. As an Earth researcher who had traveled from a parallel world, he was still unclear about the current level of technology on Blue Star, and it was just the right time to learn about it through this book. Xiao Yifei was a bit surprised to see Jiang Fan take a book like this. Brother Jiang Fan, do you like technology books? Aha! Jiang Fan nodded. Xiao Yifei was happy in her heart. It just so happened that her major was materials science, and she knew some of the materials for many scientific and technological researches. Jiang Fan likes that aspect of technology? Xiao Yifei asked. I was more into the nanotechnology side of things before, and lately I've been into the space side of things. In his last life, Jiang Fan was mainly engaged in nano research on Earth. Later, after traveling to the Blue Planet and having the presence of the system in his mind, he began to be more interested in the technology of the world outside of humanity. He felt that human technology, currently limited by many technological levels, was simply unable to research over-the-top technology in a short period of time. Just like controlled nuclear fusion, if the system had not rewarded him with formula principles and data, he would not have been able to research controlled nuclear fusion even if he had struggled for a lifetime. Not to mention spaceships, time shuttles, space elevators, and other space technology. He was now convinced that a higher civilization definitely existed beyond Earth, and the system in his head was the strong proof. Regarding the system in his mind, Jiang Fan thought that it must be a medium for the higher civilization creatures, through which they wanted to teach some advanced technology to humans and accelerate the development of human science and technology. So if he wanted to explore civilizations beyond humanity, he must choose to look at the sky technology aspect of the research, in order to find the answer, or to be able to lead the human race to find a better place to live. Of course, these thoughts of Jiang Fan were not clear to Xiao Yifei. She thought that when Jiang Fan said he was interested in space technology, it should be a surface curiosity about the cosmic space. Brother Jiang Fan, space technology is very broad, and there are very few researchers in this area. You have to cheerio. Maybe the future of mankind to achieve interstellar tourism depends on you. He, said Xiao Yifei jokingly. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, had a serious look on his face, and after pondering for a moment, he nodded at Xiao Yifei. Xiao Yifei couldn't help but smile as she looked at the silly and somewhat adorable Jiang Fan. Brother Jiang Fan, you said you liked nanotechnology before. I'm involved in a nano-measurement technology right now, and it's through an atomic force microscope. Xiao Yifei began to talk colorfully about the nano project she was involved in, and she was sure that Jiang Fan would be impressed by her knowledge. After the speech was almost done, Xiao Yifei didn't forget to proudly show off to Jiang Fan. Brother Jiang Fan, isn't that especially awesome? However, Jiang Fan only said indifferently, you said that the nano-measurement technology is too old and has many drawbacks. Too old for technology? Xiao Yifei was a bit angry. This technology was a project that her eldest uncle was in charge of. His eldest uncle Qiao Shan was the top scientific research academician in the Dragon Kingdom, and he was the recipient of the Dragon Kingdom's Lifetime Achievement Award. But he was told by Jiang Fan that the technology researched was too old. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Jiang Fan saw Xiao Yifei's skepticism and said, nanometrics, and a relatively advanced technique, is optical interferometry, which utilizes the interference fringes of light to improve the resolution of measurements. The measurement methods are dual-frequency laser interferometry, optical aberration interferometry, X-ray interferometry, and FIP standardized tool measurement. Xiao Yifei listened with her mouth wide open and an incredulous expression. Chapter 30, The Chief's Decision, Third Shift, at more than 6 in the afternoon. In Jiang Fan's mind, the system's voice suddenly came to mind. System, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission and being awarded the stay-up-all-night capsule. Is it to be used? Use. As Jiang Fan's words fell, a flash of silver light sprinkled in his mind and a dialog box appeared in his mind. He tapped it with his consciousness, and it showed that it could offset 10,000 hours of staying up all night. Staying up all night physically hurting his body. Jiang Fan smiled. With this stay-up-all-night artifact, in the future, no longer need to worry about staying up all night to damage the body. With the mission accomplished, there was no need for him to stay with Xiao Yifei any longer, so he found an excuse and said, thank you Xiao Yifei, for showing me around Huaqin University today. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first." Xiao Yifei froze. Just now Jiang Fan had also given her so much knowledge about nano, completely something she hadn't come into contact with before. Why did he suddenly have to leave? The key thing was that Jiang Fan seemed to know more about nanomaterials than his own eldest uncle. The principles of those nanotechnologies, though she couldn't confirm the correctness of them, seemed fine with a woman's sixth sense, just as Xiao Yifei was a bit confused as to how Jiang Fan knew so much. Her phone rang. "Xiao Yifei, uncle." "Xiao Shan, Yifei, did you fix Jiang Fan?" "Xiao Yifei, uncle. Let's not talk about this for now. Have you ever heard of nano-optical interferometry technology? JHT, optical interferometry?" Xiao Yifei probably gave Xiao Shan a rundown of the nano-optical interferometry technology that Jiang Fan had talked about. When she finished speaking, Xiao Shan was suddenly in deep thought. This was the first time he had heard of this technique, and it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it in theory. If this optical interferometry technique is established, it is more than one level higher than the atomic force microscope measurement technique that he is now researching. Thinking about it, Josen got a little excited. In fact, if you want to know whether this technique is correct or not, you can verify it by doing a direct experiment. "Xiao Shan, Yifei, you come to the nanotechnology lab immediately now. I feel that what you said is highly feasible." Xiao Yifei hung up the phone with a shocked face. Could it be that what Jiang Fan said was correct? But he was only a high school student. How could he understand how profound nanotechnology? She didn't have time to think about that though. Now she had to make a quick trip to the nanotech lab. The eldest should want to do an experiment to verify the technology. Jiang Fan returned to the Level 1 Research Institute, and he first made a trip to Zhou Huaide. Knocking on the door of Zhou Huaide's room, the smoke that filled the room spread out, almost choking him out, and Zhou Huaide was already sitting on the sofa smoking a cigarette in his hand. Jiang Fan saw a sad face and asked, "Ahem, Uncle Zhou, did you encounter something?" "Oh, Xiaofan come and sit." Zhou Huaide then reacted and opened the window to let the smoke smell out. When Jiang Fan sat down, Zhou Huaide poured a cup of water and put it in front of him. Only then did he slow down. The research funds have not been applied for, and on the chief's side, he has decided to suspend the controlled nuclear fusion program. Pause. Jiang Fan was stunned, obviously not anticipating this situation. He guessed that the worst thing that could happen was that the state would not give the funding for the research, but he did not expect that the funding would not be applied for and that the program of controlled fusion would be suspended. If that was the case, the controlled nuclear fusion that the system rewarded him for would not be realized. "Uncle Zhou, are you taking that information to show the chief?" Jiang Fan said. "Looked, and there are yesterday's meeting of experts and professors' signatures, but the head said he also has no way. This is the National Scientific Research Finance several leaders of the common deliberation to give the results. Without money, controlled fusion certainly can't be developed. Then is there no other way?" Jiang Fan asked undeterred. "Hey, no more," Zhou Huaide said with a helpless sigh. Jiang Fan bowed his head. He was a bit undecided. Right now, as long as controlled nuclear fusion was researched, the future technology could only take a qualitative leap. Controlled fusion is a new type of energy source that can consistently output a large amount of energy from even a very small energy device. For example, the conventional fuel for aircraft carriers nowadays is oil, and the oil consumed to propel a huge aircraft carrier is also huge, and the amount of kinetic energy converted is limited, but not with controlled fusion, which has a very powerful output that can instantly and rapidly speed up a 70,000 ton aircraft carrier. Of course, this is only one aspect of the application of controlled fusion, and when controlled fusion technology matures, it will be utilized in all aspects of human life. Seeing Jiang Fan's dejected face, Zhou Huaide's heart became even sadder. However, the chief also set a condition that my application could be considered as long as we complete it, but this condition is simply impossible to accomplish. When Jiang Fan heard that there was still a chance for things to turn around, it was like he saw hope. Hurriedly, he asked, "On what terms?" "Hey," the chief said, "to stabilize the fusion for 100 seconds in January time." "Fusion stabilization for 100 seconds? Jiang Fan recited it silently. "Yes, 100 seconds time. Impossible to reach. Currently our base fusion has not stabilized for a second." "Uncle Zhou, I can do it." Jiang Fan looked at Zhou Huaide and said firmly. "Really?" Zhou Huaide was violently excited, but then had calmed down. "How is that possible? What makes nuclear fusion into energy for people to use is that the fusion of atomic nuclei with tritium needs to be stabilized at a critical point with a continuous output of energy. For example, the plasma temperature reaches 440 million degrees, the pulsed fusion output power exceeds 16 megawatts, and the technology of controlled fusion is to control this temperature and power unchanged. If there is a slight temperature change in the middle, it will upset this balance and fusion will fail. And although Zhang Fan's formulaic principles and data for controlled nuclear fusion can be realized with a high degree of certainty, it needs to be built on top of $10 billion of funding. But now the leaders above mean that not a penny will be given, and they still want to see the results of controlled nuclear fusion. This is even more difficult than climbing up to heaven. Whatever the scientific achievement, that is based on money. Xiaofan, I believe your theory is correct, and only 1 year can develop controlled nuclear fusion. But at present, our program does not have a bit of funding left. Uncle Zhou, I know the situation. A month's time if only fusion is maintained for 100 seconds time. I feel that with the original equipment and materials, it should be possible. Zhang Fan said indifferently. Zhou Huai thought, this is indeed a way. Before, after all, they have invested more than $30 billion. The materials and equipment are a complete set. Thinking of this, Zhou Huai once again became excited and said as he took Zhang Fan's hand, Xiaofan, success or failure is once again on the line. I'll take you to the northern base tomorrow. Chapter 31, 18 people, one more. The next day, the first rays of morning sunlight shone through the glass into the nano research room of Huaqing University. A researcher in white overalls was anxiously awaiting the results of the experiment. As the machine made the sound of drop, and the results were printed out, he hurriedly picked up the report and read it carefully. A smile gradually bloomed on his face, and with it he burst out laughing. Ha ha, great, great. At that moment, the girl lying on a side table was awakened. Sleepy said, Uncle, what are you laughing at? Fei, we've done it. The nano-optical interferometry technology you said was correct and it's been developed by us. Ha ha. When Xiao Fei heard Xiaoshan say excitedly, she was suddenly sleepy and hurriedly stood up to check the results of the experiment. Her eyes were wide and full of excitement. Ah, fantastic, Uncle. I can't believe we succeeded so easily, and it's several times better than the performance of the previous atomic force microscope technology. Ha ha. Xiao Fei was also excited. Yeah, it's all thanks to you. Ha ha. By the way, how did you get this technical idea? Xiaoshan asked. This is not something I researched, Xiao Fei said with some embarrassment. How she wished in her heart that she had researched it herself. It was only a pity that it was something that her brother Zhang Fan, who she thought was a bit of a dullard, had casually told her. You didn't research it? Then which expert professor from Huaqing must have done it? Neither? Joey said. Which is who? Zhozhen asked, also a bit bewildered. It's Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan? He actually knows about nanotechnology? Zhozhen had a surprised look on his face. Zhang Fan had already shocked the four seats with the talent he had shown in controlled nuclear fusion, but he hadn't expected him to have such high attainments in nanotechnology. This is definitely a genius in the world of scientific research. Thinking of this, Xiaoshan secretly resolved that no matter what, he must make Zhang Fan his student. He didn't want to miss out on such a great student. Thinking of this, Xiaoshan said to Xiao Fei, Fei, did you and Zhang Fan get along so well yesterday? I controlled fusion base in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Fan had just gotten down from the military SUV and went straight to the wall and threw up. The road to get here had been so rough that his stomach had been turned over by the bumps along the way. Just got off the bus and he couldn't take it. He threw up straight away. Luckily he hadn't eaten too much in the morning. Seeing Zhang Fan's condition, Zhou Huai couldn't help but laugh and joked. Xiaofan, when I first came here, there was no road at all. The whole grass was pitted, and I threw up more than 10 times during the 2-hour journey. Ha! Just as Zhou Huai and Zhang Fan were joking, a scientific researcher wearing a white scientific research suit flew over with an anxious face. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, you're back. As soon as Zhou Huai saw his visitor, he said with a smile, So, Wanshan, they're all gone. They've all been transferred in the last 2 days while you were away. Zhang Wanshan spoke incoherently, listening to Zhou Huai's bewildered face. What's all gone? Take your time. Zhang Wanshan took 2 breaths and tried to calm himself down. In the past 2 days you went to Kyoto. The top said they wanted to develop a new project, and they directly transferred our researchers. What? Who has the audacity to rob me? Go! Zhou Huida stormed, when the leaders above did give him a directive, such as October 20th this year will suspend the operation of controlled nuclear fusion, but it's only July 28th, and there are still 3 months to go as planned. But at this point, it's surprising that the researchers directly below him are being transferred. When controlled nuclear fusion was first established until now, he has been sticking to this place for 10 years as one day. Even if there is no credit, then there is still hard work, right? I can't believe they just poached the personnel without a single hello. This time he invited Zhang Fan over. That was to save the controlled nuclear fusion program. He was very confident in Zhang Fan, and he believed that under his guidance, he would be able to research controlled nuclear fusion. But now that the researchers have been transferred and there's no one, how else are they going to work out controlled fusion? The more Zhou Huai thought about it, the more angry he became and came to the office. Vincent, who gave the order? Chief Lu, Zhang Wenshan said. Zhou Huai directly picked up the office phone and dialed out. After a few blinding tones came a muffled voice. Which one? Chief Lu, what do you mean? My northern base project hasn't even reached the time of suspension yet, so you're transferring my researchers away. The other party waited for Zhou Huai to finish his words in his head before slowly saying, Xiao Zhou Ah, I understand your feelings. After all, you've been in charge for 10 years. You have feelings for this project. Although the instruction given to you was to tentatively set controlled fusion on October 20th, 10 years of this program has not made any major breakthroughs. Isn't it just 3 months remaining? You should not be too serious. Zhou Huai, Chief, I discovered a talent in controlled fusion this time I went to Beijing. I'm sure he'll be able to research controlled fusion. Chief, I know what you're talking about. The head of the National Science and Technology Directorate discussed it with me yesterday. There are no major breakthroughs in controlled fusion around the world at the moment, and we don't think he can change anything on his own. Zhou Huai, good. Let's not talk about all these first. Yesterday the head of the National Science and Technology General Administration said, give me a month's time. If I can make nuclear fusion stable and controlled for 100 seconds time, agree to give me another year's time to do research on controllable nuclear fusion. Chief, oh, Xiao Zhou Ah, nuclear fusion control 100 seconds. That means controlled nuclear fusion and major breakthroughs. And the world's most technologically advanced beautiful country. Nuclear fusion can only be stabilized for 10 seconds time. Zhou Huai, I believe Jiang Fan can do it. Those researchers you must transfer back to me and cooperate with us to complete this challenge. When the chief saw Zhou Huai's stubbornness, he became a bit angry and directly drank. Do you know what kind of research those researchers were transferred to do? It's researching fighter jets. And there's still 6 months to go, and it will be 10 years before the World Military Championships are held. The disgrace our Dragon Kingdom suffered at the World Military Competition last time. You should remember it better than I do. This time, do you want Dragon Kingdom to lose face in front of the whole world? The chief's words instantly rendered Zhou Huai speechless. Thinking back to the last world military competition, where his comrade of 9 years died, Zhou Huai hung up the phone and sat helplessly on the stool. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, what do we do? Zhang Wenshan, who was on the side, asked. How many researchers are left in the research base? Zhou Huai asked. 18 more to go. Chapter 32, Suspicion, Second Shift. 18? Zhou Huai looked helpless. They had a total of 102 researchers at the northern base, and as a result of his trip to Kyoto, 84 were transferred. Just then, there was a noise from outside. Who are you? Who told you to touch our tokamak device? You guys stop him. This is what we've been working on for 10 years. Zhou Huai hurriedly got up and walked out. When he came outside to take a look, he found more than a dozen researchers surrounding Jiang Fan. Stop it, all of you. When the people saw Chief Commander Zhou coming, they turned to him. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, this kid came out of nowhere to touch our tokamak device. Luckily I found it early. If he had broken it, our 10 years of hard work would have been ruined. Zhou Huai hurriedly explained when he heard the crowd's words. Everyone be quiet. This is Jiang Fan, the expert on controlled nuclear fusion that I specially invited back from this trip to Kyoto. What? He's an expert on a hairless little kid? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you in dismay. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, you won't be deceived. How can he be an expert? You know, we're working on controlled fusion, and I'm afraid he doesn't even know what a tokamak device is? Zhou Huai was not angry at everyone's skepticism. When he first met Jiang Fan in person, he could them the same. I understand all of your skepticism. Please give Jiang Fan some time. I'm sure he'll give everyone a surprise. Since Zhou Huai had said so, there was nothing they could say. When Jiang Fan saw that the crowd had moved aside, he didn't make himself polite and continued to study the tokamak device. He only had a month now, and he had promised Zhou Huai that he would make sure that the fusion control would stabilize for more than 100 seconds. He studied the tokamak device for a moment, then spoke to a nearby researcher. Give me a copy of the tokamak device information data. The researcher first froze and glanced at Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai nodded, and the researcher walked towards the data room, then came over with a large sample drawing. Jiang Fan took the large sample drawing paper with each component labeled on it and began to study the tokamak device against the drawing. From time to time, he took a pen and drew something on the drawing. The surrounding researchers were all looking at Jiang Fan in disbelief. This young man, he can really act. I'll see how he ends up later. I guess Chief Commander Zhou is sick and desperate, seeing that our base is going to be suspended, so he pulled over a random person to try. The crowd whispered. Zhou Huai saw that Jiang Fan still had to be a while, so he said to Zhang Wenshan, you give me a list of the researchers who stayed behind. Yes. Zhang Wenshan then picked up a piece of paper and wrote, and when he was done, he handed it over to Zhou Huai. For those researchers who left, Zhou Huai did not complain. After all, this is the meaning of the leaders above. And they transferred to the research fighter program to contribute to the World Military Championships. Zhang Fan studied for more than 3 hours before he could figure out all the current problems with the tokamak device. In the end, he came to the result that this tokamak device would not work even if it was studied for another 1,000 years, because it's just wrong at the very base material, the high temperatures that those ISOs produce in fusion. Those materials just can't handle it. Zhang Fan took the sheet of large sample drawings of the tokamak device and came to Zhou Huide. Uncle Zhou, I've learned about the tokamak device. Well, can the modification be successful within a month? Zhou Huide asked. That should do it. Really? Great. Zhou Huide was a bit agitated, but then after he calmed down, he said somewhat apologetically, Zhang Fan, I have to tell you some bad news. Currently there are only 18 researchers left in our northern base. The rest have been transferred. 18? It's a little less, but it should be enough. Zhang Fan thought for a moment and said that although there were many things wrong with the tokamak device, the overall general framework was still usable. As long as he adjusted the materials and data inside the tokamak device, there should be no problem with fusion stabilization control at 100 seconds. Uncle Zhou, you gather all the researchers over here. I'll first give you all an overview of the existing problems and plans for changes. Chapter 33, Examination, 3 Shifts. At the Northern Controlled Nuclear Fusion Base, all the researchers were summoned. Zhang Fan stood in front of the tokamak device, holding the large sample drawing in his hand. Fellow research seniors, my name is Zhang Fan, and I'm very happy to work with you in the future to develop controlled nuclear fusion. Within the next month, we will work together to complete the project of fusion stabilization and control for a period of 100 seconds. Zhang Fan had just finished speaking, and all the researchers were astonished. He then looked blankly at Chief Commander Zhou. Zhou Huide then said to the group, for the next month, we do have to complete this challenge, because this is the condition given to us by the chief. As long as we complete this task, our northern base will not be suspended, and there will be $10 billion of funding for the next year. Hearing Chief Commander Zhou say this, everyone was stunned. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, nuclear fusion stabilization control for 100 seconds. This is absolutely impossible to accomplish. Yes, Commander-in-Chief Zhou, at present, the most advanced beautiful country in the world in terms of controllable nuclear fusion technology can only control it stably for 10 seconds. How can we possibly do that? With our base's current level of technology, a nuclear fusion that can be stabilized for 2 seconds is a major technological breakthrough. Zhou Huide listened to the researchers discussing. If he hadn't met Zhang Fan before, he would have thought that this was also absolutely impossible. As long as we cooperate well with Zhang Fan, I'm sure we'll be able to complete this challenge within a month. But when everyone saw the young Zhang Fan, their hearts were even more devoid of confidence. Zhang Fan also saw everyone's skepticism towards him, and he knew very well that it was useless to explain. Everyone may have doubts about me. How about this? All of you research seniors, you can ask as many questions as you want about controlled fusion. It's kind of a test for me to join the northern base. A researcher who had long looked at Zhang Fan with dislike said directly, okay, so let me start with the question. What are the 2 categories of products of nuclear fusion? Charged and uncharged. Charged alpha particles are confined, depositing energy into the plasma to achieve heating. Alpha particles are again an impurity that needs to be removed or it will reduce the fusion reaction rate. Uncharged neutrons will not be restrained. They will impact on the surrounding material and then create massive destruction. On the one hand, we need the energy of these neutrons to eventually generate electricity. On the other hand, we need to shield them as much as possible, and as far as shielding them goes there are. The crowd was shocked when they heard Zhang Fan's reply. Some researchers were enlightened when they heard that Zhang Fan had said that he would solve the problem of uncharged neutrons. Yeah, shielding uncharged neutrons. We can fix that. Gee, great. We've been facing this problem and haven't been able to find a solution. And we've found a solution just like this. Ha ha. This young man, he's got some skills. Another researcher then asked Zhang Fan, what materials are used in the tokamak device? And is the magnetic field stabilized to a critical point? Superconducting magnets still have critical currents and critical magnetic fields. And the superconducting material with the highest critical current is currently a niobium titanium alloy, NBT, while NB3SN is the more suitable. The way fusion ignites? Common ignition methods for nuclear fusion are laser ignition. More than a dozen researchers. At the beginning of the period, the questions posed to Zhang Fan were quite simple, but the further they went, the more complicated the questions posed became. And like a wise man, Zhang Fan answered everyone's questions without any panic and came with many solutions, so much so that they were beginning to wonder if Zhang Fan had not stolen the pretty country's information on controlled nuclear fusion. When Zhang Fan finished answering everyone's questions, they were shocked and dumbfounded. Zhou Huide was also excited. Just now Zhang Fan's performance, even those beautiful countries' experts in controlled nuclear fusion. I'm afraid they can't do this. Zhou Huide then said to everyone, I will now appoint Zhang Fan, as our chief engineer for controlled fusion in the north. Does everyone have any comments? All froze, then applauded loudly. They certainly had no problem with it. If Zhang Fan wasn't qualified to be their chief engineer, then I'm afraid that no one else on the site would be able to do it. Seeing that everyone had recognized him, Zhang Fan then said, with a month to go, we're on a very tight schedule, so now I'm going to give you some of the problems that we have with the tokamak device. Starting with the outermost equipment, the material for this location of the tokamak device must be a nickel-titanium alloy with a density of P equals 4. 5G/cm3 and an import coefficient of 15, 24W/m, K. And then there's this position where the radians are a bit off and should be adjusted to 1 radian equals 57, 295,779,513,079 degrees. This material is not pure enough. The elasticity of the material at this location requires that stress and strain be proportional. Epsilon equals delta L/L asterisk 100%. In units of the constant 1, stress sigma equals F/S, which is 5.46 pascals, or MPa, E equals sigma/epsilon. Zhang Fan spoke for more than an hour, describing the tokamak device they had set up as nothing but a good place to be. Each of them had an embarrassed look on their faces, equal to the 10 years of research they'd done. For nothing, if it wasn't for the fact that just now, Zhang Fan had answered their questions in such a way that they couldn't pick out a single problem. If Zhang Fan dared to talk about them like that, they would have to plunge in and fight him to the death. People have been struggling day and night for 10 years, and in many places they started their research in the wrong direction. It's like running in a race. The finish line is in front of you, but you run to the right, and after running for 10 years, people tell you that you're running in the wrong direction, so who wouldn't be mad at you? They lowered their heads in some shame. In fact, the one with the oddest expression right now was Joe Huide, who didn't know whether he should be happy or sad right now. Zhang Fan wasn't trying to belittle them and put up a tall image of himself. He was thinking about just developing controlled nuclear fusion, so pointing out the problem was direct, to the point and to the point. I'll now say a few words about a few big aspects of the tokamak device improvements. Subsequently, Zhang Fan spoke for another 2 hours. Everyone's mind on the tokamak device changes always had a general concept. However, Zhang Fan told them that he would make a program for the specific details and officially start reworking the tokamak device tomorrow. It was after 11 o'clock at night when all was received. Zhang Fan returned to the room Joe Huide had arranged for him. At that moment, he took out his cell phone and found more than a dozen missed calls from Josen and an unfamiliar number. Seeing that it was 12 o'clock at night, Zhang Fan didn't go back. He then opened WeChat again and found that a girl named Little Wildcat had applied to add him as a friend. Application information: Happy day trips with you, girl. Chapter 34, Misunderstanding, one more. Happy day trips with you, girl. Zhang Fan saw the friend request notes, thought for a moment, and then thought of all the phone calls Chao Shan had made, so he was basically sure that this little wildcat should be Chow Yifei. To be honest, he was 10,000 times unwilling to add it inwardly, but considering Elder Chow's face, he still nodded through with extreme reluctance. At the same time, far away in a small district in the city of Lingzhou, a wonderful young girl with a shapely figure. She was wearing a pink silk nightgown. The fabric was soft and delicate, very comfortable. It was just that the skirt was a little short, just enough to cover her bejeweled, shapely ass. A pair of long and slender jade legs were exposed. Very tempting. If Zhang Fan saw it, it was estimated that the nosebleed would spurt out again. She was lying on her back on the wide, fluffy bed, her white arms, her delicate chin trailing, her large, dainty eyes glancing every now and then at the cell phone in front of her. What the hell? I've added you several times. It hasn't gone through friends yet. What the hell is this big dummy doing? Did you enter the wrong phone number? The girl quickly climbed up, and since it was now after 11 o'clock at night, which was bedtime, she left her underwear on, and from her wide collar, she could see a tantalizing view inside. She then picked up her cell phone and carefully tested the number. 135 *****6688. There's no wrong number. Just as she was considering whether or not to call, her cell phone rang with a click. She hurriedly opened WeChat and found that Zhang Fan had passed the friend request. She grinned instantly, then sent a message. Little Wildcat, hello there. Ginger Fan. Gianfranco, hello. Little Wildcat, it's late. Why aren't you asleep? Kong Fan, it's bedtime. Bye. When Chu Ruoshi saw the message returned by Zhang Fan, her hand that was typing rapidly suddenly froze in midair. 3 black lines instantly sprang up on his forehead, and a wave of sweat broke out. He had waited all night with great anticipation, but it turned out that Zhang Fan only said 2 sentences and 7 words. They had watched movies and played video games together before, and although Zhang Fan didn't talk much, he could tell from his eyes that Zhang Fan must be quite fond of himself as well. But now, what is this? Right, I hadn't introduced myself yet, so I guess he didn't know the little wildcat was himself. Shuruoshi instantly understood when she thought of this. Having found the key to the problem, Shuruoshi sent another message over. Little wildcat, do you know who I am? He. Zhang Fan, Xiao Yifi. Shuruoshi instantly froze when she saw the message Zhang Fan returned. Joey Yifi? Shuruoshi murmured. I know a girl when I hear the name, but Zhang Fan should rarely come into contact with girls in general, and there were no girls in their class with that name. Could it be that Zhang Fan had met other girls after only 2 days in Kyoto? A sense of crisis rose within Shuruoshi, although she didn't know why she felt this way. She was just about to tell Zhang Fan that she was Shuruoshi, suddenly deleted the typed words again. Since Zhang Fan thought of him as Xiao Yifei, it was just as well that she could get to know Zhang Fan's inner thoughts through Xiao Yifei's name. Thinking of this, Shuruoshi didn't point it out, so she sent out another message. Wildcat, you're pretty smart. Wildcat, can you say what you think of me? Shuruoshi finished sending the message, lying on the bed, maintaining the original position. The small head also do not know what nonsense. She just waited for Zhang Fan to reply to the message, and it turned out to be 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, until she fell asleep. The northern prairie of the Dragon Kingdom, a small plant that had been sleeping all night stretched out in the first rays of the morning sun. It also had a crystal-clear dewdrop hanging from its pointed leaves like a sparkling jewel. Just as it was waving its leaves to show off to the other grasses, a huge object fell from the sky and stomped it into the dirt. Woof woof. The behemoth ran merrily through the grass, grunting every now and then. Black Wind, come home to the building for dinner. A pugilistic man in the distance shouted at a black dog. The wolf dog, called Black Wind, stopped running, stood still and looked ahead, then looked back at his master who turned his head to leave. With that, it ran wildly towards its owner. Just now, the grass that had been trampled into the mud by the black wind finally pulled its leaves out of the mud with a lot of effort. As a result, the black wind that returned the way it came stomped it into the dirt again. Black Wind quickly came to his master's side before slowing his pace to join him, heading towards a tent with smoke billowing out of it. 30 kilometers west of the tent, there is a building that looks like a factory. It is the Northern Controlled Fusion Site. At this moment, a young man was standing on the lookout, looking at the vast expanse of grass. He stretched his back after a busy night. A breeze blew. The entire grass seemed to become a green sea, gusts of green waves undulating with the wind. Looking at the grass soothed him. He wore a smile on his face. In his heart, he marveled. The system rewarded staying up all night capsule was just fine. He had spent the night organizing the scheme of controlled nuclear fusion. As a result, he did not have the slightest bit of drowsiness now. Instead, he was in high spirits. He used his consciousness to tap the simmering dialogue box in his mind and saw that there were 992 hours remaining in it. He calculated that even if he stayed up every day, he could stay up for more than 3 whole years. The system is really powerful. Just as Zhang Fan froze, Zhang Wenshan from below shouted at him, Chief Engineer Zhang, it's time to eat. Aha! Zhang Fan came down from the lookout and went to the base cafeteria along with Zhang Wenshan. Zhang Wenshan looked at the cold and clear cafeteria and couldn't help but sigh. Originally, before, when it came to mealtime, the whole cafeteria was overcrowded, but now there were 10 or so people sitting in the cold and clear. Hello, Chief Engineer Zhang. They all greeted Zhang Fan warmly when they saw him. Yesterday, they were in awe of the ability that Zhang Fan had shown. Afterward, Zhang Fan beat the meal and sat with them. Chief Engineer Zhang, what time are we going to start rectifying controlled nuclear fusion today? Listening to your explanation yesterday made my blood boil. Yeah, don't look like we're small now, but when it comes to work, 1 is worth 100. He. For those old researchers who stayed behind, they are all very emotionally attached to the controlled nuclear fusion site, and no one wants the program to stop. They all hope that Zhang Fan would lead them to complete the challenge in a month's time and save the space. Zhang Fan watched them all dry and know what they were doing, and was also very pleased. After eating, Zhang Fan took out the program he had put together yesterday from his bedroom. The crowd was stunned to see the thick pile of information. Chief Zhang, you organized all of this all night yesterday? Aha! You were up all night? Chapter 35, Little Wildcat, Second Shift. The crowd looked at the program that Zhang Fan had stayed up all night to put together. They were all shocked, not thinking about this young man, so desperate. There was even less reason for them not to work hard. So when Zhang Fan put together the difficulties of the program and gave an explanation to the people, one by one, they began to divide up the work and put it into the research and development work. Before, when there were more than 100 people in their base, there were still some friction conflicts between each other, but now they were one with each other, striving towards a common goal. The whole experimental base is a hot and orderly working atmosphere. Zhou Huaid couldn't help but nod his head frequently even after reading this, and was very pleased inwardly. His main job now was to assist Zhang Fan and fulfill all the requirements and techniques he said he had put forth. Although he was the commander-in-chief, he was now willingly working as Zhang Fan's assistant. With Zhang Fan as the leader, All the researchers cooperated with each other very well, and their work efficiency was fully 3 times higher than usual. Originally, the program that Zhang Fan had put together would take everyone a day to complete, but it turned out that it took them less than half a day to get it done. Zhou Huai then came to the data room to find Zhang Fan. Seeing that he was ambling around organizing the program, he had some reluctance to disturb him, but the researchers outside had already finished all their work, and if they didn't ask Zhang Fan for information, they would have nothing to do now. That, Fan. Only then did Zhang Fan look up at Zhou Huai. Uncle Zhou, did you encounter any problems? Zhang Fan asked. We've done the program you gave us this morning. Ah, that fast? Why don't you check it out and see if there's anything wrong with it? Yes. Zhang Fan got up, picked up the details of the program he had organized over 10 pages, and went out with Zhou Huai. He examined the section that the researchers had just rectified. A moment later, Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction. No problem. The crowd's tense expressions were met with smiles. Afterwards, Zhang Fan handed over the 10 or so pages in his hand to Zhou Huai, so that they could continue to rectify the situation, and he went back to the data room to continue to rectify the organization of the details of the program. With that, Zhang Fan compiled some details of the plan and then handed it over to Zhou Huai to organize the scientific researchers to develop it. After subsequently checking that there were no problems, the next step was taken. After a day of intense work, it was only after 10 o'clock at night, when everyone was exhausted, that Zhou Huai decided to end the day's work. All of them were full of relief to see the success of the day, and although they were tired, everyone had a smile on their face. Everyone went back to rest, while Zhang Fan was still in the data room continuing to organize the program. Xiu Fan, let's organize it tomorrow. You didn't even rest last night, otherwise your body won't be able to handle it, Zhou Huai said with concern. Uncle Zhou, it's fine. I'll finish organizing this note and go back to rest, or else they'll definitely be pushing again tomorrow. Actually, Zhou Huai wanted Zhang Fan to go back and rest, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After all, a month was a short period of time, yet they had a heavy task. Little Fan, after you finish organizing, go back to rest early. Okay, Uncle Zhou, you go back and rest first. You've worked pretty hard today too. Aha! Zhou Huai walked out of the data room and looked back at Zhang Fan again, with some heartache in his heart, but there was nothing that could be done. Researchers are like this most of the time, researching day and night, otherwise where would Dragon Kingdom catch up with some Western countries in a short period of time? This is all thanks to the researchers who work quietly behind the scenes. Zhou Huai came to the open space outside the laboratory, and he sat on a rock out of habit, takes a cigarette out of his pocket and lights it. He inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly. He had never smoked before he was appointed to the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Base. Later, as the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion never progressed, he was under a lot of pressure inside, so he slowly began to smoke to relieve the pressure in his mind. From a couple a day in the beginning to a box a day, he looked up at the star-filled sky and couldn't help but sigh as he remembered his wife and children. He's not a proper husband and he's not a proper father. Over the course of 10 years, he came home to visit a total of 5 times. Each time, he returned in a hurry and left in a hurry. Now that another 2 years had passed, he was eager to go home and see if his children had grown taller. Controlled nuclear fusion had never been researched, and he always felt ashamed of his country's trust. He also didn't want to end up as a loser and go back to see his wife and children. Throwing away the cigarette in his hand, Zhou Huai got up and returned to his place. The next day, everyone woke up early. In the cafeteria's dining room, the group did not see Zhang Fan. Originally, Zhang Wenshan was going to go to Zhang Fan's residence to shout at him, but it turned out that everyone said that he should rest a little more. After all, Zhang Fan was the one who worked the hardest yesterday. After we all ate, we came together to the research room to test the areas that were rectified yesterday and if there were any problems. At that moment, the door to the resource room opened from the inside. Zhang Fan stretched, his body making a crackling sound. Seeing that everyone was here, he said, "Morning." Everyone's gazes went to Zhang Fan, a series of question marks popping up in their minds. What time did Zhang Fan come to the data room? Zhou Huai looked at Zhang Fan and said with a surprised face, "You haven't slept all night?" Zhang Fan smiled a little awkwardly. "I forgot about it in a hurry." Zhang Fan took out a thick pile of information before handing it over to Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai excitedly received the information while seriously saying to Zhang Fan, "I order you to get some rest now." "It's okay, Uncle Zhou. I'm not sleepy," Zhang Fan said indifferently. He now systematically stayed up all night. Capsule. Staying up all night was so easy, too easy, for him. "That won't do. You must go back and rest. I'll have someone bring you meals to your quarters later." At the insistence of Zhou Huai and everyone else, Zhang Fan had to go back to rest. Zhang Fan returned to his residence, and soon one of the cafeteria staff brought him his meal. His stomach was also growling, so he devoured his meal. At this time, his cell phone rang. opened his cell phone WeChat to see. Yesterday the little wildcat sent him more than 10 WeChat. Little wildcat, Zhang Fan, why don't you say something? I had to wait for you for half a day. Little wildcat, by the way, did you have breakfast? Little wildcat, you're not up yet, are you? Little wildcat, it's time for lunch. Little wildcat, you're young and it's noon and you're still not up? Wildcat, it's nighttime. Where are you? Little wildcat? When Zhang Fan saw these messages, he was really a bit speechless towards Xiao Yifei. In order to not let Xiao Yifei continue to pester him, so he replied, Zhang Fan, MS, Xiao Yifei, don't WeChat me in the future. I have a girlfriend. Chapter 36, Successful Development, 3 Shifts. Zhang Fan had just sent a message and received a reply from the other party. Little wildcat, you have a girlfriend? Who? Zhang Fan immediately thought of Chu Ruoshi's classmate who had played with him for a day a few days ago. Although their formal contact time was not long, Chu Ruoshi's lively and lovely, pure and beautiful appearance deeply attracted him. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth couldn't help but rise when he thought of her. At that moment, the cell phone has another ringing music. Little wildcat, who is it? If you don't tell me, I'll pester you later. Humph. Zhang Fan didn't have time to tangle with Xiao Yifei, so he directly replied, Zhang Fan, my high school classmate Chu Ruoshi. Chu Ruoshi, who was thousands of miles away, was holding her cell phone to read the message sent by Zhang Fan. Realizing it was himself he was talking about, he couldn't help but smile happily. Humph, even sneaking around saying I'm his girlfriend, what a big badass. He. Chu Ruoshi complained about Zhang Fan on her lips, but her pretty face was smiling like a flower. Thinking about Zhang Fan's 300 points in the college entrance exam, it is surprising that he deliberately controlled the score, although it is not clear why he did so, but it was enough to prove Zhang Fan's strength. Now their classmates all know about Zhang Fan's score control, and before they laughed at Zhang Fan for being a sizable cutie, only worthy of attending Shandong Lanxiang Technical School. As a result, Zhang Fan researched solar photovoltaic panels and was vied for guaranteed admission by Huaqing in Kyoto and Peking University in the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking about it, Zhang Fan students silent this is silent. The face of those students hit the slap loud. She was worried before that if Zhang Fan really chose to go to a technical school, the distance between them would only increase in the future, and they would definitely be strangers. But this was great. It was possible for them to attend a school at the same time which, this meeting with Zhang Fan used himself as a shield, saying it was his girlfriend. Chu Ruoshi was still quite happy in her heart, but then again, Zhang Fan Long is also quite handsome, height more than 1 meter 8, weight is not fat, usually do things calm and collected, although not much love to talk, but also belongs to their favorite type. If Zhang Fan was really his boyfriend, it was actually not bad. Chu Ruoshi's small face couldn't help but redden as she thought about it. She decided to tease him again by posing as Xiao Yifei again, so she sent another message to Zhang Fan. Little wildcat, so what do you like about Chu Ruoshi? When Chu Ruoshi finished typing, she couldn't help but feel a little excited in her heart, looking forward to how Zhang Fan would praise herself. He. Sent, Chu Ruoshi murmured. As a result, her smile instantly froze, because Zhang Fan deleted her. Big bad egg. Humph. Dare to delete my WeChat. See how I'll clean you up when you come back. After saying that, Chu Ruoshi huffed and threw her cell phone directly onto the bed. A moment later, she thought again. That's not true. Zhang Fan thought she was Xiao Yifei and that's why he deleted her. So it wasn't meant to delete her. Thinking of this, Chu Ruoshi hemmed and hawed again. This also proves that Zhang Fan is not a philanderer. If you fall in love with Zhang Fan in the future, you definitely don't have to worry that he will be entangled with other girls. He. But after a while, her little mouth puckered and murmured, how can we chat without Zhang Fan's WeChat in the future? Zhang Fan deleted the little wildcat's WeChat and instantly felt that his phone was much cleaner. He finished his meal quickly. The institute's data room was out of bounds, so he pushed his clean eating bowl to one side, took out his laptop and began to organize his proposal. Throughout the morning, Zhang Fan was at his place organizing the details of the program. He projected that according to Zhou Huaida's efficiency yesterday, the information he had organized last night should be ready for them to rectify by around 11:30 p.m. So he went to the lab by 11 o'clock, carrying his laptop. Also, as Zhang Fan expected, they were doing the final tests. Everyone greeted Zhang Fan when they saw him arrive. Chief Engineer Jiang, you're here just in time. We've already finished the rectification program you gave us. Why don't you check it and see if there are any problems? Good. Zhang Fan walked over to the tokamak device and inspected where they had rectified the situation. 5 minutes later, Zhang Fan finished his inspection and found that the material arc of one part was not right, but everything else was fine. Uncle Zhou, this position needs to be rectified. The arc here is 121.789 degrees, a deviation of 0.2 degrees. Zhang Fan finished handing the arc gauge to Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai then measured it as well, and sure enough, it was off by 0.2 degrees. His face instantly darkened and he said to everyone, who made this material? Commander-in-Chief Zhou. I'm sorry, it's me. Blame me for not measuring accurately, a researcher said. Just as Joe White was about to scold him, Zhang Fan said, Uncle Joe, just have everyone pay attention next time. Joe White also knew that due to the time constraints, there were bound to be some minor problems. Tokamak installations are particularly complex, and even if a very small problem occurs, the entire associated parts have to be reworked, which can be delayed for a long time. Forget it this time. In the next work, you must be serious and serious again. You are all scientific researchers. You should know better than me. A slight error, I'm afraid it will lead to the failure of the whole project. Everyone also understands that the material requirements for controlled fusion are very precise. A very small error in plasma while the tokamak device is running could lead to instability in fusion. Most of the material had to be reworked in the morning due to that researcher's error. He also felt very guilty in his heart. After the final rectification, he made a point of apologizing to everyone, who did not blame him. They even comforted him. In fact, we all know that none of them want to have problems. Time is running out. Controlled nuclear fusion, then their intense and orderly rectification was completed. After Jiang Fan finished testing the materials and data that he had, his tense expression finally relaxed. We've developed it, Joe White shouted in a loud shout, and everyone followed and cheered. Only Jiang Fan knew that the tokamak device developed this time was only to cope with Joe White's agreement with the chief, and really want to research controlled nuclear fusion, so that the fusion of nuclear fusion continuous and stable output, the use of this new type of energy in various fields. They need another year and a minimum of $10 billion to get it done. Jiang Fan, what time do we conduct the ignition experiment? Uncle Joe, because we are pressed for time. The tokamak device I developed can only be used once. One time? And how sure are we that fusion can be stabilized for 100 seconds? 70%. Okay, I'll contact the chief. Chapter 37, Remote Video. For more, Directorate General of Science and Technology, Kyoto State, Conference Hall. An old professor speaks on stage about the crystalline silicon solar energy project. Below sits the head of the General Directorate of Science and Technology and several reviewing staff, as well as several core members of the program. Crystalline silicon solar cells are highly efficient, low attenuation and reliable. Advanced diffusion technology ensures good homogeneity between slices and within slices and reduces matching loss between cells. Conversion efficiency 0% PM, WP, max power 674 to 696 mA, max power point voltage 093 VM, V. It is well known that Terra energy is inexhaustible, and the technical realizability is not that difficult. Compared to the nebulous and unattainable controlled nuclear fusion, our project is more likely to succeed, and we only need half of controlled nuclear fusion's annual funding. If the research is successful, it will save the Dragon Kingdom $5 billion a year. The chief listened to Prof. Lee's explanation and nodded his head frequently, very much agreeing with the direction of his research and the future value of the return. By the time Prof. Lee finished his lecture, he was very confident that his team would be able to apply for $1.5 billion in funding this time. The chief glanced at a few of the vetting staff. They all had a look of recognition. Chief, I feel that Professor Lee's project is very good, and it just so happens that the controlled fusion at the northern base is going to be suspended. So we'll take their funding and give Professor Lee's team half of it. Moreover, Professor Lee's project will only take 2 years to research, and by then it will also save the Dragon Kingdom $5 billion a year. The chief nodded approvingly as he listened to several people. At this time, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Joe White, the commander-in-chief of the northern base, who was calling. Thinking back to the last time, he was unreasonable. He wanted to apply for 100 funding, pestered him for a day, and finally the two of them made a pact before he would leave. I wonder what he'll come up with this time. To be honest, he really didn't want to answer Joe White's call right now. However, after hesitating, he still connected it. If he didn't, maybe Joe White would come to the general administration to look for him in a while. Joe White, Chief, we've developed it successfully. Do you would have time today to come to the northern base? What research was successful? The chief was at a loss, somewhat unable to understand what Joe White was saying. Joe White, it's our previous agreement that fusion stabilization is controlled for 100 seconds time. The chief instantly reacted when he heard Joe White say this. The reason he had such an agreement with Joe White in the first place was to find him something impossible to accomplish so that he could give up on controlled fusion. But this time Joe White actually said that he had succeeded in his research. The chief couldn't help but laugh a little. But their deal was fusion stabilization for 100 seconds? The technologically advanced and beautiful countries can only barely stabilize the control at 10 seconds. Instead, Joe White said that they worked out a fusion stability control of 100 seconds, and it only took him a month. Beat him to death. Xiao Zhou are you drunk? First, I have important things to deal with now. Joe White, Chief, you know that I never drink. I really didn't lie to you. We really researched it. The chief knew about Joe White's non-drinking, but he still didn't believe that Joe White could study nuclear fusion stability control at 100 seconds in a month's time with the lack of people and funds. Seeing that the chief was silent and didn't say anything, Joe White continued, "Chief, please believe me. If I fail this time, I'll listen to you from now on and give up controlled fusion research." Once the chief heard that Joe White had said so, he had to agree in order to let him die. Joe White said excitedly, "I'll send someone to pick you up at the Inner Mongolia City Airport. I'm not going to the northern base. Just give me a direct remote video later." The chief said. He thought it was impossible for Joe White to study it successfully, and it would be a wasted trip for him to go. "Why don't you just turn on the remote video? It's only a matter of a few minutes, and when he fails, he'll be too embarrassed to pester himself in the future. So it's good to let him die." Joe White, Chief, nuclear fusion stabilization control for 100 seconds. "This is a historic moment. You'd better come to the scene." "Chief, Xiao Zhou, have you done any ignition experiments on this project?" "Xiaohound, this to know." "Chief, okay, Zhou, I'm pressed for time. I'll give you 5 minutes." Joe White could only agree in the end. He also knew that the chief's time is precious, and their experiment Jiang Fan said that there was only a 70% chance of success. Although the success rate is high, there is still a chance of failure, and in case of failure, the chief wastes so much time for nothing. Joe White, "Chief, give us 3 minutes to prepare." "Chief, okay, I'll wait for you for 3 minutes, but first things first, you only have 5 minutes total." The chief hung up the phone directly after saying that. Everyone in the conference room looked at him curiously. "Chief, is something going on over at the northern base?" an auditing staff member asked. "A month ago, I made an agreement with the head of the northern base, General Director Zhou." The chief told everyone about the previous agreement with Joe White, which was impossible for Joe White to fulfill anyway, so he thought of it as a way to entertain everyone. "That Professor Lee, you also take a break. After all, you've been doing the debriefing for more than an hour." "Chief, for the sake of the country's scientific research, I don't feel tired at all. It's no problem to let me speak for another 2 hours." "Oh, ha ha, you're so old and strong." Usually the chiefs are more serious in their work, but usually when they take a break, they like to flirt with each other, and they can also soothe their nerves for the tense work. They then moved on to controlled fusion. "You guys, Chief Commander Joe wouldn't really be able to keep nuclear fusion under stable control for 100 seconds, would he? You are thinking too much. Nuclear fusion is not that easy. 10 years, our Dragon Kingdom invested more than $30 billion, more than 100 scientific researchers, but there is no any major breakthrough. Want to break through in a month? This is not a daydream?" To be honest, Commander-in-Chief Joe is still a very good person, conscientious and capable of doing his job, just that he is a bit stubborn. If he hadn't been in charge of the northern base work in the first place, and had been in charge of any scientific research, he would have been much better than he is now. Hey, 10 years of hard work, what a waste of talent. 3 minutes later, Joe White requested a remote video. The chief had the staff put it on and connected it to the top of the projector. On the projection screen in the conference hall, the image of the Northern Base Institute instantly appeared. Chapter 38, Liar, one more. Northern Controlled Fusion Base. The normally busy lab was empty at this point. In the center of the laboratory, there is an oval sphere 3 meters high and 5 meters wide, which has a silvery white appearance, with a round base underneath, and the overall appearance is somewhat like a budding lotus flower. Looking in through the observation port on one side, there is a lot of intricate wiring and parts. The line of sight through these lines, in looking inside, is a circle surrounded by yellow metal material. This tokamak device in the middle of the position of the core material. Its role is mainly to produce a huge magnetic force, to restrain the center of the position of the nuclear fusion. Further inside is a circular space, which is small, with a diameter of 1 meter * 1 meter. There was a transparent sphere in the center of the circle, emitting irregular currents from time to time, but they seemed to be bound by an invisible space, floating firmly in the center of the circle. This elliptical sphere full of mystery was Jiang Fan's modified tokamak device. In the control room, Jiang Fan was sitting in front of the main console, and next to him were 6 other researchers sitting in front of the subconsole, and Joe White and the other researchers were all staring at the screen with dead eyes. Everyone had a tense and serious look on their faces. They all knew in their hearts that success or failure this time would determine the fate of the northern base. If the ignition fails, their 10 years of research on controlled fusion will be suspended and all researchers will be assigned to other research projects. At that moment, The control room, where a needle could be heard, resounded with Zhang Fan's firm voice. Power on the external unit. External unit power on, a scientific researcher said in an equally firm tone. With that, the tokamak device on the monitor lit up with a circle of light and a buzzing sound. Zhang Fan then gave a second order. Turn on level 1 magnetic ring restraints. Roger that. Level 1 magnetic ring restraints are on. A golden glow emanated from within the tokamak device. Report data. 1500 RPM. Power stabilized. Turn on secondary magnetic ring restraints. Roger. Secondary magnetic ring restraints on. Report data. 3000 RPM. Power stabilized. As Zhang Fan gave a command, the yellow bright light of the tokamak device became more and more dense. Reflecting it, the entire laboratory turned a golden color. All the images from the northern base, through remote video, were transmitted to the conference room of the Kyoto General Research Directorate. At that moment, the chief and a group of people were laughing and talking about something. Chief, the northern base is about to enter ignition, a staff member reminded. Got it. Switching to multi-screen. Roger that. This staff member then turned off all the lights in the conference room and switched to a multi-screen image on the projection screen. This allowed them to see, from multiple directions, the tokamak device. At this point, the tokamak device on the screen was on and ready for ignition. The chief had watched this image on video I don't know how many times over the past 10 years, but each time it had ended in failure. Nuclear fusion had never stabilized for more than a second, and the sight of that image habitually brought this failure to his mind. A number of people in the conference room were seeing the tokamak device for the first time, and when they saw his overall appearance, they felt quite technological. This is the tokamak device for controlled fusion. Nice form factor. What's the point of having a nice appearance? It's just a shame that it's not very practical on the outside. The country has invested more than $30 billion in this thing. If these funds are invested in the research and development of solar energy equipment, absolutely, the Dragon Kingdom must lead the world in solar energy research and development. After Professor Lee finished speaking, the crowd nodded in agreement. It's only 5 minutes anyway, so let's just spice things up a bit. Oh, ha ha. Everyone then laughed. One of the split-screen images on the projection screen is the northern base control room. Zhang Fan and everyone else's figures were displayed on it. Zhou Huai said to the chief through the talking device. Reporting to the chief, the controlled fusion ignition experiment at the northern base is ready. Please instruct. When the chief heard the report from General Commander Zhou Huai, he said casually into the microphone, "Light the fire." Roger that. Zhou Huai nodded at Zhang Fan after receiving the chief's order. The gazes of everyone in the control room looked at Zhang Fan nervously. Laser ignition ready. Laser ignition ready to fire at a moment's notice. Zhang Fan took a deep breath, and a lot of fine sweat seeped out of his palms as he clenched his fists for a moment. The voice lowered to a shout. Ignition countdown. 3, 2, 1. Light the fire. After Zhang Fan gave the order to ignite the fire, everyone's heart immediately seized up. Ka! With the sound of a keystroke, everyone's breath followed a little sharply as they all mumbled in their minds. Success! Success! It has to work. They stared dead at the image of the tokamak device, waiting for the changes in the nuclear fusion inside. However, as the seconds ticked by, there was no change in the tokamak device. Until 10 seconds had passed, Zhang Fan's heart thumped and a bad thought appeared in his mind. Problems with the tokamak device? But he had already tested it over and over again more than 10 times before igniting it, confirming that there was no mistake before letting Zhou Huai call the chief. It still turned out to be an unforeseen situation. Zhou Huai also instantly panicked, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Chief Jiang, out of. What went wrong? All the scientific researchers at the scene looked at Zhang Fan with panicked eyes. Zhang Fan also panicked in his heart at this time. He is strictly in accordance with the system's formula drawings made. According to reason, it is impossible to have problems. Conference room of the General Directorate of National Research. The people in the conference room were a little confused when they saw the footage in the video. Didn't they say they were going to light a fire? How come there's no reaction at all? Even if it fails, the fusion in the tokamak device should react a bit. Chief, what's going on here? What else could happen? Failure. The country has invested more than $30 billion, more than 100 researchers, 10 years of research, and this is it? The chief's face immediately also looked a little bad. The previous ignition experiment failed, but at least the nuclear fusion produced a reaction, and the maximum temperature also reached 100 million degrees Celsius. Surprisingly, there was no response to the first point of today's ignition. Isn't this a slap in his face in front of so many people? The chief then cursed at Zhou Huai through the microphone. Zhou Huai, this is a month's time. Your research results, giving me bragging about finding an expert in controlled nuclear fusion, and saying that you can research controlled nuclear fusion in a year. I think he is a liar. Chapter 39, Unlucky Fate, Second Shift. The chief's words were transmitted to the control room of the northern base through the remote voice equipment. All the people at the scene heard it clearly, including Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's knowledge in controlled nuclear fusion was evident to the researchers inside the base, but the chief was unaware of it. Zhou Huai looked at Jiang Fan, who was checking the data of the total console, and said to the chief, "Chief, there was a small mistake on our side. Please believe me, it won't take long to fix it." "Chief, Commander-in-Chief Zhou, I said I'd only give you 5 minutes, and now there are 2 minutes left." The chief finished and then closed the call. Zhou Huai said to Jiang Fan, "Fan, have you found the problem yet?" Jiang Fan also had a strange look on his face. The total console showed that all the data of the tokamak device was correct, but why was the ignition not successful? "The tokamak device data shows no problems," Jiang Fan said. Where could this have gone wrong? Zhou Huai was also depressed. The researchers on site all tested the control room control switches. A moment later, one of the researchers shouted at Jiang Fan, "Chief Engineer Jiang, we found the problem." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan peeled through the crowd and hurried over. "Look!" The researchers pointed to the testing instrument. Jiang Fan took a look. It shows that there is a problem with the laser ignition control switch line. Zhou Huai was on fire. Who was in charge of the laser ignition device? Everyone lapsed into silence. When Zhang Wenshan said to Zhou Huai, "Commander-in-Chief Zhou, previously researcher Wang Bo was in charge, but he was transferred a month ago. So you guys didn't know to test the ignition device equipment before you ignited it?" Everyone bottomed their heads. They all understood that Zhou Huai would be so furious. The northern base was created by his hand, just like his own child. Now at this critical time of life and death, it turned out to be an ignition wiring problem. Anyone familiar with the ignition device wiring? Zhou Huai shouted. No one at the site spoke up because their previous research was directed toward tokamak devices, and there were a total of 2 people in charge of the laser ignition device, and they were both transferred to the fighter program. Although the laser ignition is not complicated, there is still quite a bit of wiring in it, and if you are not familiar with it, it can still take some long time to detect it. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, I've followed them for 2 days before, but I'm not sure if I can straighten it out. Seeing that there was no one else on the scene who understood either, Zhou Huai said to him, "Good, fix it quickly against the drawings." Zhang Wenshan, you call and contact researcher Wang Bo now and ask him which location is the problem. Zhang Wenshan found out researcher Wang's phone number and dialed it directly. No answer. Zhang Wenshan said bitterly. They all knew very well in their hearts that as a scientific researcher, they were not allowed to carry cell phones during their work, and they were afraid that it would be difficult to contact him during this time period. Zhou Huai saw that time was running out, so he was interested in picking up the satellite phone in the control room and called the fighter research base directly. The call was quickly answered. "This is Zhou Huai from the northern base. Get me your chief engineer immediately." The other party saw that he was using a satellite phone and did not suspect Zhou Huai's identity, directly connecting to the fighter's chief engineer's office. "Hello, which one? I'm Northern Base Chow Wai Tak. Good day, Minister Zhou. I'm Zhang Honlei from the Defense Military Academy of the Dragon Kingdom, and I also belong to your senior brother, Chief Engineer Zhang. Help me get researcher Wang Bo over here immediately and put him on the phone." "What's the matter?" Zhang Honlei asked. "This matter is urgent. Let's talk about it afterward," Zhou Huai said eagerly. Zhang Honlei saw that senior brother Zhou was in such a hurry, and Wang Bo had been transferred from Zhou Huai before. It was assumed that there was something important to deal with, so he made a direct call to the No. 6 Fighter Research Depot, and soon Wang Bo trotted this over. "Researcher Wang, Chief Commander Zhou of the Northern Base is looking for you," Zhang Honglei said. Wang Bo had some doubts in his mind. The Northern Base project had been suspended. What was Chief Director Zhou looking for himself for? He picked up the phone curiously. "Commander-in-Chief Zhou, this is Wang Bo." As soon as Zhou Huai heard that it was Wang Bo, he directly asked, "There is a problem with the laser ignition device wiring. Which location is it?" Wang Bo must have understood at once. When he was in charge of the laser ignition device in the Northern Base, before he left, the laser ground fire device had a loose wiring problem because of too much time. He was supposed to repair it, but was ordered to transfer it. He figured that the controlled science fusion program was going to be stopped anyway, so he didn't repair it. But now how did Commander-in-Chief Zhou know about this? Did he mean that the controlled fusion program had not been stopped? Before Wang Bo could open his mouth, Zhou Huai's anxious voice came again on the phone. "Wang Bo, speak up, Commander Zhou. There should be loose wiring under the control buttons." When Zhou Huai heard Wang Bo's words, he immediately said to the researcher who was checking the lines, "Check under the controls." Then, sure enough, they found a loose wire under the laser ignition button. Zhou Huai hung up the phone directly and hurriedly had someone connect the line. "Now that we've found the problem, the next step is easy." Wang Bo heard the noisy people coming from the phone. His heart is even more curious. Is the Northern Base really not disbanded? Before he could ask, he heard a blind tone coming from the phone. He then put the phone down with a blank look on his face. Wang Bo, does Chief Commander Zhou want to see you about something? Zhang Honlei asked. Just asking about the laser ignition device. Laser ignition? Could it be that senior brother Zhou Huaid is still working on controlled fusion research? But weren't all the researchers from his place transferred? However, Zhang Hongbo still admired this senior brother. When Zhou Huaid was the man of the hour in the Dragon National Defense Military Academy, just graduated at a young age, he was in charge of the research and development of fighter jets. Moreover, it had also researched and developed, 10 years ago, the 5th generation J-10 fighter that could be ranked in the world. And at that time, it was still a sensation in the Dragon Kingdom. It's just a pity that while participating in the world military competition, his comrade in arms, flying the 5th generation J-10 fighter he developed, was shaded by the contestants led by Pretty Country, and ended up sacrificing his life unfortunately. Zhou Huaid also accepted, therefore, the post of the chief director of the research of controlled nuclear fusion, hoping to research a new type of energy to change the technological gap between the Dragon Kingdom and the Pretty Kingdom. For 10 years, there had been no technological breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion. If senior brother Zhou had already engaged in fighter research, his achievements would definitely be higher than his own. Thinking of this, Zhang Honlei couldn't help but sigh and said, "Alas, unfortunately, fate is not favorable." Chapter 40, Artificial Sun, 3 Shifts, Northern Base Control Room. Chief Jiang, the laser ignition button line is overhauled. Jiang Fan said excitedly, "Are there any other problems with the laser ignition system? The test is completely normal. No problem. Ready for ignition experiment." "Yes." Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, then sat down again in front of the main console. Reporting on the magnetic ring device system. Magnetic ring device system reaching power level 9. Data normal. External power supply situation. Data normal. Commander Zhou, all data is normal. Ready for ignition. Zhou Huaida's hands wrote trembling with excitement and directly opened the remote call system. "Chief, now that the tokamak device is back to normal, it's ready for ignition experiments." The chief was talking about the solar energy research and development program with Professor Lee at the moment. When he heard Zhou Huaida's remote report, his eyes lowered as he looked at the time, and 3 minutes had passed from the time he had told Zhou Huaid, "Xiao Zhou, I'll give you one more chance to ignite the fire. If you fail this time, the northern base will stop any research tomorrow. All researchers are transferred to other programs." "Okay, I promise you," Zhou Huaid said firmly. "Chief, if our fusion stabilization is controlled for 100 seconds, you'll have to transfer all the original researchers back and give us $10 billion. $10 billion in funding? The auditor next to the chief shrieked out when he heard Zhou Huaida's words. Last year, the country used a total of $30 billion for basic scientific research program research, and Zhou Huaid Lion Open directly want $10 billion, accounting for 33% of the total. It equates to other programs having to scale back their funding expenditures in order to come up with the money for him. Professor Lee and their team, who were on the sidelines, were even more shocked that the total budget of their entire project was only $4 billion. Compared to Zhou Huaida's controlled fusion program, their funding is really small. The chief nodded his head in agreement quite calmly, because he thinks Zhou Wyatt has a 100% failure rate. Everyone saw the chief so calm, instantly also put down the heart. 10 billion funds, although quite a lot, the key must have the ability to take away. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, what a lion's share of money. Ha ha. The prerequisite is that nuclear fusion stabilization is controlled for 100 seconds time. I am not convinced that he can research it unless the sun comes out of the west. Ha ha. If he can do 100 seconds time, we are willing to give up this solar project automatically, because Professor Lee knows that their solar energy program, also to solve the energy problem, but the conversion of solar energy, belongs to the low power energy. It can't help much with future technology. Controlled nuclear fusion is different. It can burst out of the powerful energy, pulse fusion output power of more than 16 megawatts, such a powerful power to promote a few 100,000 tons of aircraft carriers with the same play. If the research is successful, it will definitely be a historic turning point, just like when the discovery of oil and coal gas energy was made, and mankind entered into a modernized industrial society by direct farming. It is no exaggeration to say that, with the successful development of controlled nuclear fusion, the entire society of mankind will undergo tremendous changes and will move directly from a modernized society to a future ultra-modernized society. But this can only happen when, and if, controlled fusion research is successful. And Prof. Lee believes that it will take at least another 80 years or more for controlled fusion to be successfully researched. So they didn't hold out any hope for Zhou Huaida's ignition experiment. Everyone was talking and laughing as they watched the screen, and every now and then they made fun of Zhou Huaid. And Zhou Huaid in the control room once again took a breath and exchanged a glance with Jiang Fan. Fan. Both of their eyes filled with firm conviction. Ignition commenced. Zhang Fan received Zhou Huaida's order and sat upright, staring at the various data on the main console with a serious face. After realizing that there were no problems, he shouted again, "Laser ignition ready. 3, 2, 1, light the fire." The researcher controlling the laser ignition switch slapped his hand down heavily. Everyone held their breath and stared at the tokamak device on the screen without blinking, only to see a sudden burst of white light inside the tokamak device, illuminating the entire research room. This brightness increased rapidly and soon reached a level as blinding as the sun. All the men in the control room were clenching their fists, staring at the reaction of the fusion inside the tokamak device. Time 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Everyone started to get excited from nervousness. Some researchers began to pull their colleagues next to them, shaking with excitement and stuttering. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. It stabilized for 3 seconds. Great. The nuclear fusion we developed can be stabilized for 3 seconds. Ha ha. Never before has time been reached. It's great. We can finally research and control nuclear fusion. Ha ha. Commander-in-Chief Zhou. Look. Look. It's stabilized. It's stabilized. Everyone was dancing with excitement. For the first time in 10 years, they had controlled nuclear fusion this time, even though it was only for a few seconds. This was already a historic technological breakthrough for them. They all understood in their hearts that as long as they could stabilize and control the nuclear fusion, even if only for a few seconds, it was tantamount to pointing out the direction for them. And in the future, as long as they made efforts to research in this direction, they would definitely be right. And by obtaining a stable data profile, they can later improve the mistakes of the later failures based on the successful data. They believe that one day controlled fusion can be studied, and today is the turning point for a historic moment for their base. Zhang Fan, sitting in front of the main console, didn't cheer. He wanted 100 seconds of controlled fusion stabilization. Now it was just a few seconds, because he knew that nuclear fusion was better stabilized and controlled in the early stages, and the later it got, the hundreds of millions of degrees, it was a test for all the materials in the tokamak device. Zhou Huai stood to Zhang Fan's side as he forced down the excitement and thrill within him. Fan, are there any problems with the data? Zhang Fan already had a serious expression on his face as he calmly said, "There's no problem for now." Conference room of the National Directorate of Science and Technology. Everyone was discussing the solar project when someone suddenly shouted, "Fusion stabilized." The entire conference room instantly fell silent as they all looked up at the screen in unison. Only a hot red ball of light was seen inside the tokamak device in the screen, continuously emitting this dazzling light. Artificial sun. It really is an artificial sun. How is this possible? Fusion has really stabilized. The chief stood up in shock and rubbed his eyes, certain once again that it was the artificial sun. Stabilized nuclear fusion. He hurriedly shouted to the technician in charge of the remote video. Time? How long has fusion been stable? Chapter 41, So Young, 4 shifts. Reporting to the chief, the fusion has now stabilized for 6 seconds. The technician replied, 6 seconds? Once again, the meeting fell silent. The fusion was surprisingly stable for 6 seconds, a technological breakthrough never before seen at the northern base. It's only 4 seconds away from the beautiful country that's the world's leader in fusion technology. No, you can't say 4 seconds short, because the fusion stabilization at the Chawait base hasn't stopped yet. The chief was excited inside at this moment. He was staring at the screen dead on, inwardly cheering for Zhou Huai and the others. As long as they held on for another 4 seconds, they would be able to break the record of the pretty country. He held his watch up in front of him and saw the second hand go tada for 1 second, while the artificial sun in the tokamak device on the screen was already dazzling with its splendor. 7 seconds in. Hold on. The chief's mind was secretly refueled. Ta-da! The second hand of the watch went again, and the picture of the tokamak device had changed little. Great! 8 seconds in. 2 seconds to go and we're at the pretty country skill level. At this point, the chief's heart was tugged, and he lifted his heart to cheer for the northern base. The others in the conference room, too, were wide-eyed, and none of them said a word for fear that a single word would startle the stabilized fusion of the tokamak device. Ta-da! Another second passed. 9 seconds in. Only 1 second off. Only 1 second away. Come on. Zhou, I believe you can do it. The chief cried out uncertainly in his mind, his heart in his throat. He didn't dare to blink at this point for fear of missing something. Hurry up. For S sake, how can time pass so slowly this time? The chief couldn't help but curse in his heart. He had never been so distraught as he was now. Ta-da! The second hand of the watch made a crisp, pleasant sound. 10 seconds in. 10 seconds in. ha ha, has reached the pretty country-like time, ha ha. The entire conference hall resounded with the shouts of the chief, a far cry from his usual unperturbed self. Subsequently, everyone also jumped up with excitement, as they were from the Dragon Kingdom. Their motherland could have a huge scientific research project become the first in the world. They were genuinely happy and excited for the country. Ta-da! 11 seconds are up. Great! Our Dragon Kingdom's technology of controlled nuclear fusion has reached the first place in the world, surpassing the pretty kingdom. Ha ha! Awesome! Chief Finger Joe surprisingly stabilized nuclear fusion at an 11-second time in a month's time. The chief's heart finally fell to the ground at this point, and he burst out laughing. He'd never been so sore as he was today. Ha ha, how very white of you. The people in the conference room of the General Research Directorate were not the only ones who were excited and thrilled. In the control room in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom, a group of researchers were hugging each other. Some were dancing and leaping with their hands, and some couldn't help wiping their tears. All of their behavior was due to the excitement and thrill in their hearts. 11 seconds. This had broken the world's record, and he felt like a hero at this point, and it was a huge sense of accomplishment in everyone's heart to be able to create a miracle for the Dragon Kingdom. Although they were exhausted every day during this month, seeing the results achieved today, each of them thought that some of this was all too worth it. Joe White couldn't suppress a smile on his face either. 10 years the pressure, torment, and pain inside him were also finally released at this moment, and he could finally give an account to his country. He was also proud to tell his wife and children that he was also a good son of the Dragon Kingdom and had not disgraced them. Of course, Joe White had one person to thank for all of this, and that was Jiang Fan. As for Jiang Fan at this time, he was already sitting in front of the main console, not moving a muscle, his eyes dead set on the changes in the various data on the screen. Plasma temperature, 500 million degrees Celsius. Fusion output power, 18 megawatts. Ring material temperature, 890 degrees Celsius. Jiang Fan was a little worried when he saw that the temperature of the magnetic ring material had risen by 20 degrees Celsius compared to just now. Although the magnetic ring material is a high-temperature resistant material, its properties change when it reaches 2000 degrees Celsius. The controlled fusion production program given by the system was different from the current one, and because of the time constraints this time, Jiang Fan had omitted many complicated processes. However, this has also resulted in some materials not being able to run work for long periods of time. Jiang Fan had initially calculated from the data that the fusion stabilization time should be able to reach 123 seconds when some materials were affected by high temperatures to normal operation. Although it was 23 seconds more than what the chief had asked for, Jiang Fan was still a little worried in his heart. After all, controlled fusion is a super complex device, and even a small problem can lead directly to fusion instability. Time went by, and it came to 50 seconds. Everyone, from their original excited yelling, were all again shocked speechless by the scene in front of them. 50 seconds? 50 seconds? It had reached an incredible time, and none of them had thought that the tokamak device they had developed would allow fusion stabilization to be controlled for an astonishing 50 seconds. Conference room of the General Directorate of Science and Technology. The chief walked over to the front of the projection screen in order to watch more closely, and the others stood beside him. Chief, it has already been 50 seconds time. This can't be true. I feel like I'm dreaming. The chief was shocked beyond words at this point. 50 seconds, such time, if the technology is developed to maturity, can already all be put into use in individual areas. For example, if a fighter plane is equipped with such a small controllable nuclear fusion device, it can be used as a secret weapon in the critical moment of pursuing an enemy plane. And there's still half a year left before the world military competition is about to open, so it can definitely be used as a base card to make a killing at that time. When he thought that the Dragon Kingdom could also finally raise its eyebrows in front of the nations of the world, the chief couldn't help but laugh with excitement. What? It's reached 70 seconds. The chief fixed his eyes on it. The entire person couldn't help but tremble a little. The tokamak device in this research won't really be able to reach 100-second time, will it? At first, he had just casually said that he was looking for an impossible excuse to get Joe Huai to stop pestering himself, not to mention that nuclear fusion has now been stabilized for 70 seconds of time. Even if it is stabilized for 10 seconds of time, the chief will strongly support Joe Huai's research on the controlled nuclear fusion project. It didn't occur to him that this time, Joe Huai had actually given him a huge surprise. At this time, the chief suddenly recalled Joe Huai said before that he had found a genius of controllable nuclear fusion. Could it be that the tokamak device on this trial was developed by him? Technician, zoom in on the northern base control room for me. The technician then switched the control room to the main screen. At a glance, the chief saw, sitting calmly in front of the general console, Jiang Fan. So young? Chapter 42, The Pact, one more. The Zhang fan in the middle of the video screen was in stark contrast to its members in the control room. Everyone else was thrilled, excited, and emotional, while on the contrary, Zhang fan's expression was a bit gloomy. He was currently staring at the temperature of the magnet ring material on the monitor, which was now at 678 degrees Celsius. It's 322 degrees short of the maximum 2000 degrees Celsius, and this temperature will degrade the performance of the magnetic ring material, and the temperature of the rest of the material is slowly rising. Zhang fan saw that the fusion stabilization time had reached 81 seconds. Another 19 seconds of holding on would have brought him to 100 seconds and his mission would have been accomplished. By then, as long as the State General Administration of Scientific Research could approve $10 billion of funding, he was absolutely certain that he could research controlled nuclear fusion in a year's time. And after that, he could put his focus on researching space technology. Hang on, there's still 19 seconds to go. Zhang fan secretly prayed in his heart. However, the temperature increase of the magnetic ring material suddenly became higher, with each second being a 40-degree temperature rise. When reaching 82 seconds, the temperature of the magnetic ring material reached 718 degrees, which means that with 18 seconds remaining, the temperature has to increase by another 720 degrees, eventually reaching a time of 100 seconds. The temperature will reach about 2500 degrees, but when the magnetic ring material reaches 2000 degrees, the performance drops and it could lead to destabilization of fusion. At that figure, it wouldn't last 100 seconds at all. Then Zhang fan suddenly thought of something and shouted at a researcher at a sub-operating station, "Magnetic ring restraints to power level 8. The researchers in charge of the operation of the magnetic ring confinement device are dancing with joy at this point. Hearing Zhang fan's words, he immediately put away his smile and hurriedly adjusted the power of the magnetic ring restraint device from level 9 to level 8. The power of the magnetic ring restraints has been adjusted to level 8. Zhang fan continued to observe the temperature of the magnetic ring material and realized that the rate of growth had obviously decreased a bit, so he took a breath of relief. But it's still a little hard to hold out for 100 seconds at these temperatures. The other researchers also noticed Zhang fan's expression, and they all kept quiet at once. Although their current nuclear fusion is already at a height that no other country can reach, it has not yet reached the agreed conditions of Commander-in-Chief Zhou and the Chief. They all calmed down and stared at Zhang fan's general control screen with dead eyes. Magnetic ring material 1928 degrees Celsius. Fusion stabilization time 92 seconds. 8 seconds to go. Zhou Huaid clenched his own fists so tightly that his nails were embedded into his flesh, but he didn't feel a bit of pain. There are 8 seconds left to reach the appointment with the chief. Go for it. Come on, Zhang fan. You can do it. Zhou Huaid secretly cheered for Zhang fan in his heart. Time passed second by second. Reaching 97 seconds, Zhang fan saw a very small fluctuation in the temperature of the nuclear fusion and the pulsed fusion output power. His heart clenched and he was secretly alarmed. No good. Magnetic ring restraints to level 7. Increase power to the external power supply. Roger that. The researchers at the sub-operating station then adjusted to the appropriate data according to Zhang fan's instructions. Everyone was glued to the screen for the time it took for the fusion to stabilize. 98 seconds. 99 seconds. 1 second to go. Hold on. 100 seconds. It worked. 100 seconds. It worked. We finished 100 seconds. Ha ha. We really did it. 100 seconds. Fusion stabilization controlled for 100 seconds. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, we did it. It worked. Ha ha. All the people in the control room cheered loudly, but they were laughing and smiling and shedding tears of excitement. And Zhang fan's lifted heart finally landed on the ground. Yes, they made it. He did not disappoint the trust placed in him. He stood up from in front of the main console and looked at the hugging crowd with a smile. Zhou Huaid walked over and smiled at Zhang fan before hugging him. Thank you, Zhang fan, Zhou Huaid said softly. He tried to control his emotions, but the tears fighting in his eyes still flowed out. He hurriedly let go of Zhang fan and secretly wiped. Murmured, "It's windy in the steppe. Squint your eyes." Zhang fan smiled at him and didn't point it out. He could understand Zhou Huaid very well. 10 years of persistence did not make any technological breakthroughs. To this outside world of all kinds of questions, he has endured too much pressure and pain. Let's all thank Chief Engineer Jiang. I don't know who shouted out, followed by more than a dozen researchers, who directly surrounded Zhang fan. Before Zhang fan could react, everyone directly carried him and threw him high into the air. Ha ha. Zhang fan's tension and anxiety for a month had swept away, and he was smiling like a child at this moment. Seeing this, Joe White on the side also laughed out loud, and it was fine if he didn't laugh. As a result, everyone directly lifted him up as well. The whole control room was a hive of activity. Conference room of the National Directorate of Science and Technology. Everyone followed suit and got excited. 100 seconds. Dragon's fusion stabilization control reaches 100 seconds time, while Pretty Country is only 10 seconds time, a whole lot more than 10 times their number. Don't underestimate the 90-second difference. They'll have a hard time catching up without a decade. The chief's brow smiled, not realizing that they had actually done it in just a month's time. And it was still 100 seconds. No, it's not 100 seconds. The fusion hasn't stopped. I don't know who shouted. The chief and the others looked at the screen at once, and sure enough, it hadn't stopped. The time must have reached 106 seconds by now. 107, 108, 109. I don't know who shouted, and then everyone followed in excitement. The entire conference room was filled with their neatly organized shouts. Some of the unknown staff members outside were confused when they heard the chief inside the conference room take the lead in shouting the count. Is this the same chief they usually have who is steady, calm, and doesn't change his face when Tarzan is on top of him? They all wondered if they were hallucinating. The shouting stopped to 118. After a moment of silence, the room erupted in thunderous cheers. It made them even more puzzled. With a head full of questions, the chief quickly calmed down and then, straight away, said, "Everyone, turn in your cell phones and do not step outside the conference room. Awaiting signing of non-disclosure agreements. Regarding this matter, the chief does not want to announce it to the public yet, because there are still half a year to go before the world military competition. He wanted to use controlled nuclear fusion as a secret weapon to properly rub the Pretty Country on the ground, to avenge the humiliation of the Pretty Country last time. National Fighter Aircraft Research Base. Chief Engineer Zhang Hanlei was thinking about the problem of upgrading the fighter's fuel so much. At that moment, the phone rang, and it turned out to be the head of the General Administration of Science and Technology. "Hello, Chief. Notify all researchers from the former northern base to return to the base immediately." Chapter 43, Second Class Merit, Second Shift. The news of 118 seconds of nuclear fusion stabilization at the northern base. It instantly blew up in the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom, who held an emergency meeting and made several major decisions. 1. No announcements on nuclear fusion for the time being. 2. Increase investment in research funding and scientific personnel at the northern base. 3. Immediately apply controllable nuclear fusion to Dragon's fighter jets in preparation for Dragon's participation in the global military competition. 4. Awarded Joe White first-class merit, academician title, and rank promotion to at least general level. Joe White was the first to receive his reward from his superior leader. However, it was rejected outright by him, and he requested that the title of first-class merit be awarded to Jiang Fan and the situation explained to the higher-ups. Upon hearing Joe White's report, the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom once again held an emergency meeting for Jiang Fan, focusing on discussing personal rewards for Jiang Fan. They considered the issue of Jiang Fan's personal safety and decided after discussion. 1. To confer the title of Professor Jiang Fan. 2. Award of second-class merit, issued in the name of having developed solar photovoltaic panels. 3. Awarding individual bonuses of $5 million. 4. Inclusion in the National Military Department system with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. 5. Inclusion in the list of confidential persons at the national level. Joe White was quite satisfied with this reward from Jiang Fan, but he just felt that awarding this second-class merit was a bit aggravating. But it was the decision of the leaders above, and there was nothing he could do to change it. Happy neighborhood in Reju City. A middle-aged woman was carrying a basket full of vegetables with chickens, ducks, fish and meat in her hands, and she was all smiles, seeing people and saying hello. When I passed a pavilion, there were a lot of people sitting down to cool off because it was a closed day. She walked up and smiled at the group. "It's all here in the cooler. Hee hee. Yo, it's Guichin. I haven't seen you in 2 days, so I feel like you've gotten a lot younger." Li Guichin's heart was happy to hear the other party's praise. "Guichin, come sit and talk for a while." "I can't today. My son is back and I have to hurry back to cook. We'll talk some other time. You guys talk first." Li Guichin finished and left with a smile on her face. Under the gazebo, a few people waited for Li Guichin to leave and talked. "Guichin's kid, Jiang Fan, is really competitive. I heard he invented some kind of solar energy. This child has been smart, well-behaved, and good at studying since he was a child, and he will be a good man when he grows up, just as I expected. I've heard that Huaqing University Longhua Beta are all rushing to get Jiang Fan. That's the top school in Longhua. Guichin and Lao Jiang are really blessed to have raised such wonderful children." Speaking of Jiang Fan, everyone was in a flurry of boasting. It was a stark contrast to the previous time when Jiang Fan scored 300 points in the exam, when they said afterward that he was hourly, and that the big time was a good time. Just as everyone was praising how great Li Guichin's children were, a discordant voice appeared. Old Wang's daughter-in-law, who usually didn't deal with Li Guiqin's family, said, "What's the big deal about going to a good school? My son won a third-class merit in the army 2 days ago." After the old Wang family's daughter-in-law finished, she didn't forget to take out her cell phone photos and show them to everyone. "I've heard that it's especially hard to get merit nowadays, and that only those who have made great contributions to the country can get third-class merit. That's a very high gold content honor." Old Wang's daughter-in-law, "Your son is really outstanding. I heard that there are quite a few bonuses for meritorious service, right?" "That's for sure. From now on the old Wang family will be the house of honor." Old Wang's daughter-in-law, "Isn't your son still single? My brother's daughter is also single, and she's very handsome. Why don't you tell your son about it? Isn't your brother's family in the countryside?" Old Wang's daughter-in-law said with some disgust. Mayor's office. Mayor Dunn received a phone call at this time. "Leader, don't worry. Got it. I'll do it." Mayor Deng hung up the phone and hurriedly called for his assistant. "Shaoli, make arrangements and follow me to the happy neighborhood." Mayor Dunn finished his explanation and the assistant quickly got busy. An hour later, at the entrance of the happy neighborhood, a group of people were beating gongs and drums. They then followed Mayor Deng into the neighborhood. The sound of banging and drumming drew a crowd. When the residents of the neighborhood saw this, they also went downstairs to see whose family was having another wedding. There was a lot of chatter in the crowd below at the drumline. "And I haven't heard of anyone having a wedding? Ha, why does the person walking in front look like the mayor? Are you kidding me? How can the mayor come to our neighborhood? Ha, it's really Mayor Deng. No way." Many people in the crowd took out their cell phones and searched for the mayor's photo, and it turned out to be really Mayor Deng when compared. Some of the people who were cooling off under the pavilion were praising old Wang's daughter-in-law and son when they also heard the sound of banging gongs and drums coming from the gate. There was a curious look up, just as a man came from the direction of the doorway. "Old Li, what's the situation at the entrance to the neighborhood?" "Something great happened in our neighborhood. It seems that someone's family got a second-class merit and the mayor came over to congratulate him personally." "Second class?" Everyone was stunned. They had just been talking about the old Wang family's son receiving a third-class merit. What's with the second-class honors? The only ones in their neighborhood who are soldiers seem to be old Wang's family. Could it be that his son has earned another second-class honor? Everyone looked at old Wang's daughter-in-law in unison. Old Wang's daughter-in-law's heart was also a bit agitated. She remembered the other day when her son had called to say he had a surprise for her in a few days. Could it be talking about a second-class thing? The more Lao Wang's daughter-in-law thought about it, the more excited she became. And this time she was very convinced that the mayor had come over to congratulate her son on his second-class merit. Old Wang's daughter-in-law, "It can't really be that your son has earned another second-class merit, can it?" Old Wang's daughter-in-law smiled from ear to ear. "It should be right. A few days ago my son called and said he wanted to surprise me, which, this brat, he. Oops, I've heard that getting a second-class merit is a big deal, and you can be promoted directly in the army. So maybe your son is a regimental commander or division commander now." The regimental and division commanders are big officials. The more old Wang's daughter-in-law heard, the more excited she became, and she felt a little different all of a sudden. At that moment, Mayor Deng, with his waist drum team, immediately passed by the pavilion. Old Wang's daughter-in-law, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go." Old Wang's daughter-in-law hurriedly stood up, patted her clothes and straightened her hair, walked out under the envious gaze of the crowd. As a commoner, where had she ever seen an official as big as the mayor? She suddenly got a little nervous and wriggled her way to the front of the mayor. Mayor Deng saw a man suddenly appear in front of their group, so he stopped and asked, "What is your business?" Old Wang's daughter-in-law said with some excitement, "I am Wang Gang's mom." Chapter 44, Wang Gang's mom, third shift. "I am Wang Gang's mom," Old Wang's daughter-in-law said. Mayor Dunn was at a loss. "Wang Gang's mom? Does it have anything to do with yourself?" Mayor Deng thought for a while. He didn't seem to have any relatives named Wang Gang, so I guess the other party recognized the wrong person. Old Wang's daughter-in-law saw that Mayor Deng was a bit puzzled, so she once again reminded him, "My son is Wang Gang. I'm his mom." Mayor Deng really can't remember who Wang Gang is. He had a mission to fulfill right now, so he nodded politely and then left with his team. Old Wang's daughter-in-law was speechless. She felt how this mayor was so little stupid. "Wang Gang's mom is here. I can't believe I didn't respond and had to have the medallion hand-delivered to my home." Just as she was about to run for home, she sent down Mayor Deng to turn toward the third building. She was in a great hurry, jumping to her feet and shouting as she chased after her. Ran the wrong way. Wang Gang's house is in building 6. Her shout instantly attracted the attention of many people. Old Wang daughter-in-law, originally shorter, but also eat particularly fat. At this time she is still like a small steel cannon, rushed to the mayor's front. The fat belly gasped together. "City, Mayor, Wang Gang's house is in building 6. You still have to go one building ahead. Mayor Deng once again looked at the old king's daughter-in-law, his heart depressed. Why does she keep talking to herself about Wang Gang? He's looking for Jiang Fan now. Could it be that Jiang Fan's nickname is Wang Gang? But then he had a thought. Who's so two-dimensional that he takes the nickname just Wang Gang? This lady. I'm looking for Jiang Fan's house. Are you mistaken? Jiang Fan's house? Lao Wang's daughter-in-law froze and had a bad idea in her heart. Could it be that Li Guiqin's son Jiang Fan had won the second-class merit? But how is that possible? Her son is just a student. How can a student make a mark for the country? Do you mean that Jiang Fan has received a second-class merit? Old Wang's daughter-in-law asked with some disbelief. Yes, on behalf of the city council, I'd like to present him with a Medal of Honor and a bonus today. Receiving an affirmative answer from the mayor, Old Wang's daughter-in-law was dumbfounded and stumped in place. The mayor saw that she wasn't talking, so he led the procession on to the third building. Old Wang's daughter-in-law's face was colorful at this time. A moment of red, a moment of white, a moment of green, like a chameleon. At this time, the few people who had just been talking with Old Wang's daughter-in-law under the gazebo also rushed over. Old Wang's daughter-in-law. What's the situation? Why did the mayor go to building 3? Lao Wang's daughter-in-law's face instantly turned red again, and her embarrassment went straight from the soles of her feet to the tips of her hair. Thinking of her own actions just now, she swore that the mayor was the one who delivered the second degree for his son, and she ended up stopping the mayor twice. She felt like a clown at this point. She was getting more and more embarrassed the more she thought about it. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground. When Old Wang's daughter-in-law saw that everyone was looking at her curiously, she stammered, I suddenly remembered that home. There are things at home. First go back. After Old Wang's daughter-in-law finished speaking, she dragged her body like a round rule and ran towards the 6th building in a puff of smoke. The face as big as a faceplate was filled with chagrin, shame, and wretchedness. The crowd of Old Wang's daughter-in-law left. It's not right. According to Old Wang's daughter-in-law's character, when she saw the mayor presenting their family with a second-class merit medal, she hated to let the whole world know about it. So why did she suddenly run away? Do you guys think the mayor would not have given it to their family? If it's not Old Wang's family, then whose family is it? Only Old Wang's son is a soldier in our neighborhood. Don't guess, just follow and see. One person suggested, and then a few people followed the Gong team, heading towards the third building, Jiang Fan's house. Jiang Jinghua was all smiles, holding a stack of acceptance letters. Xiu Fan, look, this is the Kyoto University notice. This is Huaqing University. This is Longwei North University. This is Lonka University. And this is... Jiang Jinghua placed all the acceptance letters on the coffee table. The entire desktop spread out, and all of them are first-class institutions in the Dragon State. Looking at so many acceptance letters, Jiang Jinghua couldn't be happier. He never dreamed that his son was being fought over by so many institutions. Li Guiqin came out from the kitchen and saw her husband showing off with her son's acceptance letter again, and immediately said in a bad mood, Jinghua, you've been going through them one by one every morning, noon, and night, and you haven't seen enough. Some time ago, my son was busy and didn't have time to choose a school, but now it's the end of August, and it won't be many days before all the schools start. So I'll give my son some advice since he hasn't decided on which school to go to yet. Hey! Jiang Jinghua then began to introduce Jiang Fan. Xiu Fan, Kyoto University gives conditions that are among the best, but its fame is not as high as the fame of the Dragon Kingdom Speaking University and Huaqing University. How about I suggest you choose Dragon North University? Before Jiang Fan could answer, Li Xiuyi walked over and said, Son, Mom feels that Huaqing University is not bad. It belongs to the top school in Dragon Country, and I heard that the campus environment is very good. In fact, the main reason why Li Xiuyi had suggested that Jiang Fan should attend Huaqing University was because Chu Ruoshi had gotten into Huaqing University, and she could also see that the little girl had some interest in her son. If they went to the same college, they could definitely be a couple. If she had a daughter-in-law like Chu Ruoshi in the future, she would wake up smiling in her dreams. Although Huaqing University is good, it is somewhat biased towards liberal arts. While our son will be a scientist in the future, he definitely needs to focus on science. When Li Guiqin saw that Jiang Jinghua was still insisting on Longhua Beide, he immediately pulled him aside in a bad mood and whispered a few words. When Jiang Jinghua heard this, he realized, why didn't you say so earlier? Son, I feel that your mom is right. It's still better for Huaqing University. Just as Jiang Jinghua was praising Huaqing University for a while, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who? Li Guiqin shouted. I'm Old Li. Li Guiqin heard that it was Old Li's voice from next door, so she hurriedly opened the door to her room. Old Li, come in and sit down. When Old Li saw that Li Guiqin and Jiang Jinghua were still relaxed, he was anxious. Gu Lu, you guys can really hold your breath. Li Guiqin and Jiang Jinghua looked at each other, not understanding what Old Li meant by that. Didn't you guys hear the banging and drumming downstairs? I hear you. I was just wondering who's having a happy occasion. Li Guichin said. Old Li, it's not your family, is it? What, my house? It's your house. Li Guichin and Zhang Jingwa were at a loss. There was a happy event in their family. How could they not know about it? Old Li, are you kidding me? My Xiaofan still has to wait a few years to get married. Gu, you guys have to be in a hurry. The mayor is here and holding a red book. Li Guichin and Zhang Jingwa listened with growing confusion. At this time, Zhang Fan stood up and said, Mom, Dad, that mayor is here to give me a second-class merit. Chapter 45, The Flower of the Motherland, 4 shifts. The mayor personally came to congratulate you on your second-class merit? Li Guichin and Zhang Jingwa's mouths opened wide in shock. This. How is this possible? They had heard that second-class merit seemed to be awarded only to those in the army who had made significant contributions to the country, and generally those who receive second-class honors are non-injured and disabled. But their son was fine all over, and he hadn't been in the army, so how could he have gotten a second-class honor? Son, how did you learn to joke too? Li Guichin said smilingly. Mom, didn't I research solar photovoltaic panels? It saved a lot of energy for the country, so I got a second-class merit. This reason, too, was what Zhou Huai had purposely called to explain. Originally, Zhang Fan did not like to award medals with great fanfare, but considering his parents and in order to make them happy, he agreed to this decision of the leaders above. Really? Son, Zhang Jingwa said full of unbelief. They still do not know that the original invention can also be awarded second-class merit. Aha! Zhang Fan nodded. Both Zhang Jingwa and Li Guichin are well aware that their son grew up talking lies to them both. In fact, the reason Zhang Fan just said is not considered a lie. Can only say that the country forced to not let him say. He cannot say that he researched controlled nuclear fusion. His parents will not believe it even more. Wonderful! My son received a second-class national honor. They were thrilled to get an affirmative answer from their son. Zhang Jingwa jumped up and down in excitement. Hearing the gongs and drums below, he hurriedly leaned over to the window to look, and saw the mayor standing below them with a drum corps. Guichin, quick, go down and greet the mayor. Zhang Jingwa turned his head and realized that Li Guichin, however, ran straight to the house and came out in a short while wearing a beautiful set of clothes. What a time to change. I can't disgrace my son when he has earned a second-class honor for us. Stop talking and hurry down. With all the neighbors down there, you don't know to take 2 boxes of cigarettes? Yeah, I'll get it. Zhang Fan was quite happy in his heart as he looked at his parents who were in disarray. A minute later, Zhang Jingwa and Li Guichin hurried down the stairs. The mayor saw them coming down and shook Zhang Jingwa's hand. Congratulations to Mr. Kong for training a pillar of the nation. Thanks, Mayor. It's all because of the mayor's good leadership. Hey, Zhang Jingwa heart not to mention how happy. Around the neighborhood this is to understand. The original is to obtain second-class merit is Zhang Fan. There was a lot of chatter. Sure enough, I guessed it. It's the kid from the old ginger family who got the second-class merit. This kid, Zhang Fan, is really powerful. Yes, this child Zhang Fan is really something. AI. If only I had such a promising child like Zhang Fan. Just now, old Wang's daughter-in-law was showing off that his son had received a third-class merit, but it turned out that the other family, old Jiang, had directly received a second-class merit. Ha ha. Zhang Jingwa heard everyone's praise, the heart of a doubly cool, took out the good cigarettes and hurried to the neighbors to share up. Come on old Li, smoke. Don't look like I quit smoking for a month. It's a happy cigarette. Gotta smoke. LOL. Old Lu, smoke. Congratulations, your son is really outstanding. You won't be able to walk horizontally in the neighborhood after this. Ha ha. Zhang Jingwa dispersed the cigarettes in a circle, and several boxes of cigarettes were all dispersed. The mayor then addressed the neighborhood. Zhang Fan, this child, invented the solar photovoltaic panel material, made a contribution to the country, decided by the relevant departments, awarded Zhang Fan second-class merit. When the mayor finished, there was a round of applause. A little girl of 6 or 7, looking at the bright red certificates of honor and shining medals with an envious face, said to the mayor in a childish voice, Uncle, I'll be a scientist when I grow up. Can you give me awards and glowing pentagrams later? Everyone was amused. Mayor Deng said to the little girl, Good. In the future, when you become a scientist and contribute to the country, I'll give you a big award too. Okay. Yes. The girl jumped straight up and down in happiness, at which point all the other kids shouted after her, I want to be a scientist too. contribute to the country. Mayor Deng looked at this group of cute kids, all clamoring to be scientists, and was very pleased. If the next generation of teenagers in the Dragon Kingdom are all motivated to become scientists, with the goal of making the country rich and strong, why worry that the Dragon Kingdom will not be strong in the future? He said to all the children. Okay, you're all good kids. Later Uncle Mayor will reward each of you with a little badge. Okay. All the children shouted in excited unison when they heard the mayor say he was rewarding them with little badges. Yes, Mayor Deng said to his assistant. Go to the car and bring the customized gold badge. But, Mayor, that's a reward. Go ahead. I'll personally pay for another batch of customized ones then. Mayor Deng looked at this group of the future flowers of the motherland, and he wanted to give them an encouragement. I hope they stick to the goals of their current ideas as they pursue their education. The assistant quickly brought over the golden badge. Mayor Deng handed out one to each of the children, and each of them looked at the badge that glittered in the sunlight. The child's parents were full of praise for Mayor Dun's approach. Mayor Deng, let's go up. This kid Zhang usually keeps a low profile. So, I know. Mayor Deng wasn't displeased that Zhang didn't come down. Instead, he praised Zhang in his heart. As a scientific researcher, those who can quietly study are more low-key. Just like the mathematician Wei Shen of the North University of the Dragon Kingdom, 2 steamed buns and a bottle of mineral water is a meal. Mayor Deng went upstairs with Zhang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, and some neighbors who were usually on good terms with them were also invited up to sit down. Each of them had a proud look on their faces, and it was thanks to this kid Zhang that they were able to get so close to the mayor. Zhang was in the living room at this time, looking at a coffee table of notices, and finally picked up Longkou Universities and put it away. The system's voice suddenly rang in his head. System, ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a notification letter from Longkou University, completing the mission and rewarding Blue Star Super Math Introduction. System, whether or not to learn the introduction to Blue Star Super Math. System, what's a Blue Star Super Math generalization? System, the Blue Star Super Mathematical Introduction is all the math Blue Star currently has at its disposal. All the math? Zhang was shocked. As a scientific researcher, he knew very well that math was the basic discipline of all science and research. If he mastered all of Blue Star's mathematical knowledge, wouldn't that mean that he would immediately become a mathematician? And it would also help him greatly in his future scientific research. Thinking of this, Zhang said to the system without hesitation, learn at once. A golden light then poured down, and a great deal of math knowledge converged on his mind. Chapter 46, Face Pain, One More. The next day, happy neighborhoods. Under the gazebo, there were already those people from yesterday sitting. Why haven't we seen old Wang's daughter-in-law today? Old Wang's daughter-in-law probably won't see her for half a month. After yesterday's incident of Mayor Deng awarding Zhang with a second-class merit, old Wang's daughter-in-law got very embarrassed. Going by her character, it was estimated that she would have to stay out for at least half a month. Just as everyone was talking about old Wang's daughter-in-law, that's when a man shouted in shock, "Old King's daughter-in-law?" The crowd really saw the old King's daughter-in-law with a figure like a round rule. They were all in disbelief. What's going on here? Did the sun come out of the west? They didn't see embarrassment on the old King's daughter-in-law's demeanor. Instead, they were all smiles. There's a devil in everything that happens. Old Wang's daughter-in-law, what are you so happy about? Yeah, smiling like a flower. Old Wang's daughter-in-law put the candies and melon seeds on the stone table. Smiling, she said, "Here, treat everyone to some candy and a high." Old Wang's daughter-in-law, tell me what's good. Old Wang's daughter-in-law smiled mysteriously and took out her cell phone to show the crowd. On it was a picture of a girl who looked like a flower. Who is this girl? So handsome. Yes, long big eyes, double eyelids, small mouth, pimple nose, really beautiful. Almost catch up with the old Sun's girl in our neighborhood. I think it's prettier than old Sun's girl. The old Sun's girl, age 20, handsome features, slender, small area. Those who came to talk about the marriage of the young man. She is in love with her. Some bold, directly let their parents go to the old Sun's family to propose marriage. As a result, the girls had high expectations and didn't look at any of them. As soon as old Wang's daughter-in-law heard the guys say that the girl in the photo was even prettier than old Sun's daughter, she laughed so hard that her mouth was listing to the back of her head. Tell everyone, this is my son talked about his girlfriend, called Xiao Qian, or a college student witch. He. Really? The crowd was shocked. They didn't think that the old King's daughter-in-law's son was so capable that he had found such a beautiful girlfriend. This kid, Wang Gang, is really good. Ever since he was a kid he's been able to talk a lot, and it looks like he's someone who can do great things. Old Wang's daughter-in-law, your family really burned a hole in your heart to find such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Old Wang's daughter-in-law was as sweet as honey when she heard everyone's compliments. The heart cannot help but slander. Li Guiqin's son although took a second-class merit, but on his son half a day bored not a fart. Who will marry him? Or his own son can speak well. Found such a beautiful daughter-in-law. People Gotta be able to talk the talk. Look at the ancient one who talks the talk. Old Wang's daughter-in-law is right. This boy has to be able to talk when he's out there making a career. As soon as old Wang's daughter-in-law heard that someone conformed to her, she lowered her voice and said, "Don't you see that Guichin's child won a second-class honor? But her son's mouth is too stupid. Just like a nerd. Which girl will look at him in the future?" Finding a daughter-in-law is all a problem. It is clear to everyone that Lao Wang's daughter-in-law and Li Guichin's family do not get along, and this is a deliberate attempt to say bad things about Guichin's son. Although Jiang Fan didn't usually talk much, he was usually polite and would greet them when he saw them. Old Wang's daughter-in-law. Even though this kid Jiang Fan is a little bit dumb, he's still good-looking and has manners. Old Wang's daughter-in-law looked disdainful. Men don't rely on their looks. If it's about looks, I don't think he'd be interested in Wang Gang's father. Back in the day, I was known far and wide in our village as the village flower. The crowd couldn't help but laugh when they heard old Wang's daughter-in-law call herself a village flower. If she was the village flower, I guess all the girls inside their village couldn't look at her, but we're all neighbors, and it's true that it's not very dignified to laugh in your face unless you can't help it. Xiaoyi, what are you laughing at? Xiaoyi quickly waved her hand, trying to control her facial expression. Just as old Wang's daughter-in-law was about to say something else, a girl in a pretty pink dress with a princess hat came over. Their eyes were instantly caught. Only the girl's eyebrows were like a painting. Her nose was thin and her lips were thin. Her icy muscles and bones were jade. Her immortal waist was graceful, and her jade legs were slender, walking at a light pace, like a fluttering butterfly. As the girl passed the pavilion, she saw that they were all staring at her wide-eyed. He smiled faintly at them and greeted them with a sweet voice. "Hello, uncle, auntie." Yes. The crowd subconsciously nodded their heads, and they didn't withdraw their gaze until the girl disappeared into the entrance of Building 3. Wow, this girl, it's like a fairy glance. I don't think any of the stars on TV are as pretty as her. It's so beautiful. If my son can marry a girl who is so beautiful, the bride price is $1 million. I'm willing to do it. Come on, such a beautiful girl. Her future destiny is definitely to marry into a rich family. We commoners don't even think about it. Old Wang's daughter-in-law looked at the girl and then looked at the photo of her daughter-in-law in her cell phone. How to look at how awkward. However, she had to admit that the girl just now was really pretty. Everyone talked about the girl just now for a while, and Lao Wang's daughter-in-law had the topic pulled back and continued to talk about Li Guichin's son. Jiang Fan, old sisters, listen to my sister's words. In the future, exercise the child's language more. This speech is an art, just like the Guichin family's children. This life don't want to find a beautiful girl to be a female. Before Lao Wang's daughter-in-law could finish her sentence, she only saw two people come out from the stairway of No. 3. One was the pretty girl just now, and the other was Jiang Fan, the son of Li Guichin's family. Old Wang's daughter-in-law instantly looked dumbfounded, and everyone followed her gaze. Such a pretty girl came to look for Jiang Fan's? How is that possible? This kid, Jiang Fan, usually even had relatively few friends. How could he know such a beautiful girl? Must be a hallucination. The girl is exactly Chu Ruoshi. Early this morning, Li Guichin sent a microblog to Chu Ruoshi that Jiang Fan came back, so she dressed up and rushed over to look for him. They hadn't seen each other for almost a month, and Chu Ruoshi didn't know where to start for a moment. When she thought of when she added Jiang Fan's WeChat and was mistaken by him for another girl and used herself as a shield, she couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Fan saw Chu Ruoshi looking at himself and inexplicably giggled. He also laughed foolishly. He realized that he still felt comfortable staying with Chu Ruoshi. When they passed by the pavilion, Chu Ruoshi saw the uncles and aunts from earlier, again looking at her with wide eyes, and said with a bright smile, "Hello, uncle and auntie." After they had gone away, old Wang's daughter-in-law stammered as she had done yesterday, "I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first." After saying that, her legs were like an engine also, dragging her obese body to run to the 6th floor. She decided not to leave the house for half a month. She's been hit in the face so hard in the last couple of days. Chapter 47. I agree. Second shift. After Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi came out of the neighborhood, they went to a nearby creek. Willow trees have been growing on both sides of the creek for over a decade. The willow tree drooped, its long branches disappeared into the water, and a few tender green willow leaves were faintly visible. The bright surface of the river reflects the shadow of the willow tree, like a young girl quietly combing her hair. Shady trees along the shore, tender grass along the breeze wafted a light fragrance, so you cannot help but mimic the eyes to enjoy it. Chu Ruoshi took a deep breath of fresh air and felt her entire body soothe. He and Jiang Fan sat side by side on one of the benches under the willow tree. "Jiang Fan, have you chosen your school yet?" Chosen. When Chu Ruoshi heard Jiang Fan say that he had chosen, she immediately came into the spirit and looked at him with an expectant face. He picked that school. Ha, Rokoku University. Rokoku University? Chu Ruoshi was disappointed. She was expecting that she would be in the same school as Zhang Fan, but it turned out that he chose Longkou University. But thinking about it, it was right. After all, Longkou University belonged to the College of Science and Technology, and if Zhang Fan was to take the path of scientific research, Longkou University was indeed the best choice. Zhang Fan saw that Chu Ruoshi was a bit unhappy and then said, Chu Ruoshi student, Longkou University and Huaqing University are very close to each other, a total of 1.6 kilometers. I've tried it. It only takes 15 minutes and 856 steps to get there. Chu Ruoshi was a little curious when she heard Zhang Fan say such a precise number. Zhang Fan, why are you testing the distance between Longkou University and Huaqing University? Zhang Fan was momentarily speechless. He was so testing the distance before Huaqing University and Longkou University. It was because when he went to Kyoto, he was sure to attend Longkou University, and Chu Ruoshi was admitted to Huaqing University. So he was when Xiao Shan asked him to visit Huaqing University. He took the car, purposely went to Longkou University first, and then walked to Huaqing on foot, calculating the distance time and the number of steps. Chu Ruoshi saw that Zhang Fan was stuttering, so she said with a snicker, could it be that you're facilitating a visit to Huaqing to find me later? Seeing that he had been spoken to by Chu Ruoshi, Zhang Fan immediately blushed slightly and became embarrassed. He did have that in mind at first, but when Chu Ruoshi pointed it out, it was as if all the secrets in his heart had been discovered. He weaseled out a bit stiffly, I was bored and took measurements. Really? Chu Ruoshi mischievously and deliberately asked back. Seeing Zhang Fan's reaction, he guessed that he was indeed interested in himself. Zhang Fan, who is Xiao Yifei? Joey? When Zhang Fan heard Chu Ruoshi's mention Xiao Yifei's name, his mind instantly recalled the girl in the sexy and hot dress. In the beginning, if it wasn't for the system releasing the quest, he would have said nothing to stay with Xiao Yifei for 8 hours. Later, she even added her WeChat, but she didn't chat for long before Zhang Fan deleted her. But he was surprised that Chu Ruoshi would know Xiao Yifei so well. How do you know Xiao Yifei? Chu Ruoshi adorably stood up from her seat and slowly forced Zhang Fan until her could clearly hear Zhang Fan's breathing before stopping, pretending to be angry. Honestly, what's your relationship with Xiao Yifei? Zhang Fan smelled a girl's unique body fragrance. Instantly confused, heart bang bang jumped nonstop. The words were a bit unclear. It wasn't until the little girl smiled wistfully and moved slightly away from him that Zhang Fan regained his ability to speak. Chu Ruoshi student, Xiao Yifei is the niece of academician Xiao. When I went to Kyoto, Zhang Fan talked about what happened before with Xiao Yifei, and as for the system, he chose to skip it. After hearing Zhang Fan's explanation, Chu Ruoshi smiled with satisfaction. But, Chu Ruoshi-san, how do you know Xiao Yifei? You guess? Chu Ruoshi said with a grin. I can't guess. Zhang Fan answered truthfully. How could he not have imagined that the little wildcat that added him to WeChat in the beginning was not Xiao Yifei, but Chu Ruoshi? I'll tell you when you catch up. After saying that, Chu Ruoshi bounced like a bunny and ran towards the front. After running for some distance, she still didn't forget to turn around and make a face at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan looked at the cute and mischievous Chu Ruoshi, got up and chased towards Chu Ruoshi. Chu Ruoshi's copper bell-like laughter floated with the wind, attracting many sparrows in the trees to stop and watch. They stood in groups of 3 or 5, chattering as if commenting on the sound of moving voices. The fish in the creek saw the 2 teenagers running along the bank, and they also sped up as if they were faster than anyone else. Soon Chu Ruoshi's stamina was a bit overwhelmed and she stopped with her hands covering her chest. No more competitions. I don't have the strength. Chu Ruoshi student, there are benches over there. Let's rest for a while. Aha! They then sat down. Chu Ruoshi's forehead was oozing some fine sweat at this time, and her face was also a little flushed because she had just run too fast, which made her look even more heartwarming. Zhang Fan looked a little mesmerized and actually stared at her blankly. Chu Ruoshi straightened a strand of her hair and realized that Zhang Fan was staring at her, instantly becoming a bit shy. What are you doing? Staring at people like that all the time? Only then did Zhang Fan react, so he hurriedly shifted his gaze elsewhere. There was a short silence between the two, and Zhang Fan was still very curious in his heart that Chu Ruoshi would know Xiao Yifei so well. So said, Chu Ruoshi student, I caught up with you just now. Can you tell me the answer now? Chu Ruoshi was instantly happy, then leaned over to Zhang Fan's ear and said softly, I am the little wildcat. A little wildcat? Who's the little wildcat? Zhang Fan didn't react for a moment. It was only after 3 or 4 seconds that he remembered that the screen name of the WeChat he had added in the first place was Little Wildcat. But isn't the little wildcat Xiao Yifei? How did it become Chu Ruoshi? He then thought about what he had said to the little wildcat about him having a girlfriend in order to not want to cross paths with Xiao Yifei too much, and told her Chu Ruoshi's name. And now Chu Ruoshi told him that she was the little wildcat. So that meant that he told Chu Ruoshi that Chu Ruoshi was his girlfriend. Isn't this like confessing to Chu Ruoshi? In case she doesn't like herself. then I'm afraid they won't be able to see each other in the future. Jiang Fan was flustered inside. He hurriedly explained, I didn't know the little wildcat was you, Churuoshi-san. I agree. Ha, Churuoshi said one word at a time to Jiang Fan. I agree. Chapter 48, Freshman Starting School, 3 Shifts, Huaqing University in Kyoto. Today is the first day of freshman enrollment. Jiang Fan, look, it's so beautiful, Churuoshi said, pointing to the white swans in the lake. The entire campus of Huaqing University was simply like a park. Especially beautiful, Churuoshi strolled down and liked it very much. Jiang Fan, as Churuoshi's new boyfriend, fulfills his obligations as a boyfriend. He pulled Churuoshi's pink suitcase and carried a duffel bag as he walked along the lush campus roads. Churuoshi had heard before that the campus of Huaqing University had a beautiful environment, and it was true today. She is glad she chose Huaqing University, and it will be a pleasure to study and live here for 4 years. Along the way, Churuoshi was like a child entering the city for the first time, curious about everything. Pulling Jiang Fan, a moment to look at this, a moment to look at that. Less than 500 meters back to the dormitory. They had to walk an hour, but the two were enjoying themselves. Jiang Fan sent Churuoshi to his dormitory, and the two of them then joined together and had Churuoshi's first lunch at Huaqing University. In the afternoon, Jiang Fan said goodbye to Churuoshi and went back to Longkou University. 2 days ago, he contacted Elder Long and said that he had chosen Longkou University, which made Elder Long very happy. Elder Long was also very pleased that he had contacted Jiang Fan's parents every day for a month, so it hadn't been in vain after all. If Long Lao knew that Jiang Fan's parents hadn't even said anything to Jiang Fan about Longkou University, but instead approved of him attending Huaqing University, he probably would have had to vomit blood. Long Lao gave Jiang Fan an explanation that when he came to enroll at Longkou University, he would call him and he would arrange for Jiang Fan's enrollment and residence. Jiang Fan walked on foot to the Dragon Science and Technology University and saw the 6 big words written in dragons above the main entrance. The Dragon State University of Science and Technology. There was an inexplicable sense of belonging in his heart. Not long after, a spirited old man walked out from the main entrance of Longkou. When he saw Jiang Fan, he was instantly filled with smiles and shook Jiang Fan's hand. Jiang Fan, welcome to Longkou University. Let's go. I'll take you back to your residence first. Jiang Fan followed Elder Long into Longkou University. Although the campus of Longkou University is not as beautiful as that of Huaqing University, the teaching buildings here are designed with a very technological sense. After leading Jiang Fan through several individualized buildings, Elder Long stopped at a teacher's apartment and then walked inside. On the 3rd floor, 302, Long Lao opened the door of the room, which was 2 rooms and 1 hall. Elder Dragon asked as he led him around. Well, Jiang Fan, still satisfied? Grandpa Long, it's quite good. I don't have too many requirements for a place to live. Jiang Fan said, alright then, this will be your place from now on. Here are the keys. Jiang Fan was not polite and directly took the key. He was now the chief engineer of the northern base, and he also had to transmit some information to Zhou Huaid every day, which were all confidential documents, so it was also not suitable for living in the dormitory. By the way, Jiang Fan, my old man is now over 60 years old, and now he wants to find a successor before he retires. Are you willing to be my student? Jiang Fan thought seriously for a moment and said, I'm willing, because Jiang Fan is very clear. He now has a technology system. Scientific research technology does not worry. Now the lack of science and technology contacts and funding. And as a Dragon Kingdom patriarchal figure, there was no shortage of contacts and funding in his hands. So worshipping Elder Dragon as his teacher was very conducive to him flexing his muscles. Good. Ha ha. Long Lao's gripped heart finally fell. He was really afraid that Jiang Fan would not agree. Afterward, Elder Long and Jiang Fan sat on the sofa and chatted. Jiang Fan, what major are you going to study? I want to study space science. Jiang Fan replied. Space science? Elder Long obviously didn't expect Jiang Fan to choose such an offbeat discipline. Space science studies a very wide range of things, but since mankind knows very little about space and the discipline is new, knowledge is still at a very scarce stage. Moreover, after graduating from this discipline, it is very difficult to find a relevant research job, even though the state pays very little attention to research in this area. Jiang Fan, do you know anything about space science? I suggest you give some thought to other disciplines. For example, materials science, artificial intelligence, information engineering, and so on. These are all good majors, Elder Long said. With Jiang Fan's talent in developing controlled nuclear fusion, he believed that if he studied any of these specialties, he would be able to achieve good results in the future. Plus, He himself speaks in depth about materials and energy, and he could use a little more guidance. Well, I've thought about it, Zhang Fan said firmly. He wanted to explore the mysterious universe and get in touch with higher civilizations. Space science was one of the disciplines most relevant to his ideals. Elder Long wanted to say something else, but he still didn't say anything. After all, this was Zhang Fan's own choice, and it was not good for him to intervene too much. It was just a specialty anyway, and there was no delay in instructing Zhang Fan in other aspects of his own knowledge in the future. The major is up to you. In 2 days, it's military training, so don't participate. I'm working on the Mecca project in my hands right now, so tomorrow you'll be my assistant and follow along to study and research. As soon as Elder Dragon finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Zhang Fan's mind. System, choice 1, accept Elder Dragon's invitation to be his assistant, and obtain a set of drawings for the Blue Star's future fighter match 100 years from now. Choice 2, decline Elder Dragon's invitation without any reward. Zhang Fan chose 1 without hesitation. System, the host chooses to accept Elder Dragon's invitation to obtain a set of drawings for fighter mechs 100 years in the future. He took a cursory look at the mech drawings and realized that this fighter mech was so powerful that it was practically a Superman. Zhang Fan held back his inner excitement as he realized that the technology system was too powerful. Casually 100 years in the future combat mechs. I really don't know if we'll just reward time traveler drawings in the future. However, Zhang Fan knew very well that this was impossible for the time being, because even though the system had given him the drawings for the time traveler, but the rest of the human technology could not keep up with it, and there was no way for him to make it. Therefore, he deduced that the technologies that the system rewarded him with should all be manufacturable according to Blue Star's current level of technology. Thinking about it, Zhang Fan realized the system was far more intelligent than he thought. Zhang Fan agreed to Elder Long's invitation, and the two of them briefly chatted about some other scientific research aspects before Elder Long received a phone call and left. The matter of enrollment in school had already been explained by Elder Long to others to handle it for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan had nothing to do now, so he decided to go around the Longkou University campus. When he turned around and came to a square, he found a lot of freshmen crowded around what? He walked over curiously. Only after asking around did he understand that this was a tradition for the freshmen of Longkou University in the past years, the Freshman Math Test Challenge. Just as Zhang Fan walked up and wanted to take a look, the system in his head suddenly remembered. System, ding, mission released. Participate in the Freshman Math Challenge. Achieve first place, and you will receive a copy of Blue Star's future 100 years of fighter jet drawings. Chapter 49, the first fastest man in Longkou University. 1 copy of Blue Star's future 100 years fighter jet drawing. Zhang Fan looked at the rewards of the system mission, and immediately came to the spirit, peeled off a crowd of students, squeezed to the front, said to one of the seniors in charge of enrollment, I want to sign up. Enrollment is easy. Just be a freshman at Lono and fill out the registration form with your name and major. Zhang Fan quickly signed up and then was waiting in line. He learned the rules of the challenge on the seniors' side, and the rules were simple. A total of 9 challenges, starting from the first one, and if you didn't make it, you were directly eliminated. The students who can go to LKU are all high achievers from all over the country, with scores of 650 or more on the college entrance exam, and even 700 or more. So they all have a high pride in their hearts that belongs to them. Faced with the difficult Lonok University traditional challenge, they were all eager to show off their talents. However, the reason why Longkou University had made the challenge, their tradition, was to strike a blow at the pride in the hearts of the freshmen, letting them know what it meant that there was a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man. That way, in the future, they will be down to earth and open-minded in their quest for learning. The challenge area is divided into zones 1 through 9. Each area consists of 4 blackboards back to back. Zone 1 corresponds to the first title challenge. Zone 2 corresponds to the second title challenge, and so on. The best score right now is the student who challenged to the third question. Every year, the freshman challenge attracts older students to watch. They were very happy to see that these so-called prides of heaven would finally lower their lofty heads. The entire plaza grandstand, which can hold more than 2,000 people at a time, and a very large display on the north side of the grandstand. At that moment, the screen above was showing the very freshman who had challenged the third question. In the stands, a long-haired girl in a hot dress was watching the big screen with interest with a couple of her best friends. The girl with long hair was none other than Xiaoyifei. Xiaoyu, the freshman of your school, they are really not as good as one another. It's almost been watching for an afternoon, and the best freshman has only challenged to the third question. Yiffy, not the freshman at our school, then you come every year. Ife mainly wants to find handsome and talented schoolmates all in one, so she can have an old cow eating young grass. The short-haired girl on the side said. Xiao Yifei's didn't deny it either, but said with a smile, hey, Hey, what's wrong with me liking the young ones? Last year, a freshman in our school was hawked by you and washed his face in tears every day. Can you go back to watching to hokey pokey the freshman? As the saying goes, rabbits don't do anything without a nest. Besides, don't I want a reputation in Huachang? A few of the other girls, for a moment, sweated. Zhang Fan was in the waiting area and waited for about half an hour before it was finally his turn. Zhang Fan was in the test box and drew a test question, then came to the empty blackboard in the first area under the leadership of the senior. Schoolboy, the time to do the first question is 20 minutes. If you don't do it after the time, you will be eliminated. At that moment, a photographer happened to come over to photograph Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan looked at the question. It was not too difficult, similar to the last extra question of the college entrance exam. So he picked up the chalk and started to do it, and in less than a minute he put it down. Then he turned around and was just about to tell the senior that he was done when he saw a dark camera pointed right at him, startling him. The cameraman apologized a little when he saw that the freshman was intimidated by himself. "I'm sorry, class. I was too close and disturbed your work." The photographer took 2 steps back after that. "That will do. Class, you do the questions." "I'm done," Zhang Fan said. "Finished?" The famous senior who had timed it froze as he looked at the timer and the upper meter read 56 seconds. This freshman is also too fast to do the questions, isn't he? He then picked up the answer and matched it with Zhang Fan's and found it to be completely correct. The photographer was also shocked. This was done in less than a minute. Was this too much? Many freshmen take at least 10 minutes to make their first question. The cameraman gave Zhang Fan a close-up and then took a shot at the timer. The students in the stands were shocked when they took a look at this scene. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 56 seconds? This freshman is so good. This is definitely the #1 fast guy in Longkou University. He doesn't know the answer ahead of time, does he? Che, the test questions for the Dragon Science University Challenge are changed every year, and the exams are randomly selected, so it's impossible to cheat. At this moment, a girl said to Xiao Yifei, who was messing around with Xiao Xiaoyu, "Yifei, look, this freshman made the first question in 56 seconds, and the key is handsome, definitely your type." Che, 56 seconds, bragging rights, Xiao Yifei said in disbelief. Then she looked at the big screen just in time to see the timer showing 56 seconds. No way, it's really only 56 seconds. Chapter 50, The Question of Death, one more. Afterwards, when the camera filmed Zhang Fan again, Xiao Yifei couldn't help but be surprised. "Ha, no way." The other sisters were curious when they heard Xiao Yifei's surprised voice. "Yifei, you know him?" "Count on. Sort of. A month ago, her eldest uncle, Xiao Shan, asked her to tempt Zhang Fan to attend Huaqing University. Later, Zhang Fan fled in fear, and his eldest uncle called Zhang Fan many times before he got in touch. However, Zhang Fan refused the guaranteed admission to Huaqing University. If it wasn't for the fact that, at that time, Zhang Fan had told her about some nano-measurement techniques before Xiao Shan had researched advanced measurement techniques, she would have been scolded severely and profusely by her eldest uncle. In fact, Xiao Yifei was still quite grateful to Zhang Fan, because of the nano-measurement technology that Zhang Fan told her about. Not only did it earn her credits, but it also won a Research Innovation Award from Huaqing University. When Xiao Yifei thought that Zhang Fan had a nosebleed because of herself, she couldn't help but giggle. This smelly brother Zhang Fan is actually quite cute. "Hey, Yifei, you're not getting flirty again, are you?" Laughing and drooling, Xiao Yifei felt the corners of her mouth a little wet and hurriedly wiped them away in embarrassment. "AI, this poor freshman is going to suffer from this old dirty girl again." "You're the old dirty girl. I think you're looking for a fight." Just as Xiao Yifei made a move on Xiaoyu, the surrounding students once again let out a gasp. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. This nigga, still a human being? This is definitely a schoolboy. No, it should be a schoolboy's father. Xiao Yifei's few people heard everyone's exclamations and hurriedly looked at the big screen. Only the screen above showed that Zhang Fan had completed the second question. A few of the women were also shocked and blossomed. "No way, the second question is done again. How long has it been?" "Yeah, I don't think it's been more than 2 minutes. The camera's lens was then pointed at the time on the timer. 103 seconds. 1 minute and 3 seconds for 2 questions that add up to 2 minutes? Isn't this a bit too strong?" The freshman who was on stage with him only wrote the 8th step in the first question, and he went straight through 2 questions. I seriously doubt that he's a disguised math professor. Zhang Fan quickly followed the senior to the third question. "Schoolboy, the third question will take 1 hour to do. If you haven't done it beyond the time, you will be eliminated." Zhang Fan nodded his head to signal his understanding. The freshman doing the third question opposite Zhang Fan was at a loss at this point with his brows furrowed. At that moment the senior behind him who was in charge of timing prompted, "Class, you have 18 minutes. Got it," the freshman responded with some annoyance. He didn't expect this third question to be so much harder than the first two questions. It's almost on par with the Olympics. The hardest big questions. He wrote up to the sixth step, and there was not a single thought at all about the later ones. Hey, he sighed helplessly. It seemed that he was still underestimating the traditional challenge of Longkou University. The cameraman had a camera on his shoulder and had been following Zhang Fan. In the challenge, the third question was known as the question of death, and many talented freshmen easily answered the first two questions, but in the end, they all died on the third question, and there are only two people who have broken through the death questions. One is a freshman 10 years ago, made 5 questions, and then was looked at by the old dragon and became his student. Then he went abroad to study and never came back. Elder Long, as a result, had not taken on another student in 10 years. It wasn't until he met Zhang Fan that he decided to go out again, hoping to train another pillar for the country before he retired. Of course, Zhang Fan didn't know about all this, and Elder Long didn't mention it to him. The second person to break through the third question was a student from 5 years ago, but has now graduated. I heard that he is now involved in the development of an important national program. Everyone was also very curious about Zhang Fan, who was doing the questions at a fast pace, and whether he would succeed in being the third student to break through the questions of death. When Zhang Fan got the third question, he didn't just do it like the first two questions. Instead, he thought about it first, and this third question was indeed quite a bit harder than the first two, by a long shot. Not much for Zhang Fan, can only say a little does answer out just a matter of time. After all, the system rewarded him with the Blue Star Math Super Generalization, but it covers all the math knowledge on the Blue Star. In the stands, everyone was staring at the big screen, curious if Zhang Fan could make the third death question. When everyone saw that Zhang Fan was slow to put pen to paper, they all started talking. Hey, looks like the third question is a bit up in the air for this freshman. Yeah, the third question is the question of death, and I think I died on the third question. This third question is already unsure even if I were to do it now. It's been a tradition at LKU for almost 30 years, I think, and there are only 2 people who can make the third question. Those are scaly characters. They didn't hold much hope for Zhang Fan either. Xiao Yifei was also looking curiously at Zhang Fan on the screen. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Zhang Fan was a bit different from the others. At this time, a few girls beside Xiao Yifei whispered, "Look guys, the look in Yifei's eyes. I feel like she's definitely related to this freshman." He, I think so. Maybe, Arifei has already done someone long time ago. Xiao Yifei heard a few sisters chattering, and then also curiously came up to ask, "What are you talking about?" A few of the women laughed, all shaking their heads to indicate that they hadn't said anything. Seeing this, Xiao Yifei guessed that they must be saying bad things about themselves, then stretched out her hands and said to Xiao Yu who was beside her, "Xiao Yu, tell me what you guys were discussing just now, or else, hey, you know." Xiao Yu was scared by Xiao Yifei's roguelike stance and hurriedly backed away, and Xiao Yifei grabbed at Xiao Yu's plump breasts like a hungry tiger. "Ah, rascal!" Xiao Yu yelled. Zhang Fan thought about his thoughts and began to pick up the chalk and write. The photographer pulled the camera in and pointed it directly at the steps Kong Fan was writing. This freshman moved the pen. Some students in the stands shouted. All the students looked at the big screen in unison. Only Zhang Fan was seen writing very fast, without a single pause in between, not even a revision. Every letter and number was written in one go. Soon he filled an entire blackboard, and after writing a number, Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He said to the Times senior, "Senior, I'm done." Finished writing? The senior looked at the blackboard full of answers, then at the time on the timer, 5:21. Everyone in the stands was silent as they saw the scene. Chapter 51, Mental Breakdown, Second Shift. Answering the question of death in 5 minutes and 21 seconds? This is absolutely impossible. This was the first reaction of all the people at the scene, and the photographer gave Zhang Fan a close-up at this time. Zhang Fan's clean-cut features appeared on the big screen, and everyone looked at this boy with sharp angles and clean-cut features, especially his deep eyes, like stars in the depths of the universe. Although at first glance he wasn't particularly handsome, the more you looked at him, the better he looked. Xiao Yifei stared intently at the big screen, looking at Zhang Fan's face that revealed a faint smile. Suddenly her heartbeat slowly accelerated again. Is this what a heartbeat feels like? When Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly looked at the camera from somewhere else, she hastily withdrew her gaze, her eyes a little averted. By the time she reacted, it was just his avatar on the big screen. She blushed a little in embarrassment. "Yifei, what's wrong with you?" Your face is so red. Xiao Yu, who was on the side, happened to see the scene of Xiao Yifei. I'm fine. Xiao Yifei's voice spoke softly and softly, a sense of a small family, a far cry from the normal her. This made Xiao Yu look stunned. Was this still her good sister Xiao Yifei? It seems like this last time I saw her like this was back in high school when she was in a relationship. Xiao Yifei, you can't be serious. What seriously? Xiao Yifei was unsure. Move over this freshman. Ouch. Bugger. How old is he? How could I possibly be attracted to him? And you know I don't believe in love at all right now, Xiao Yifei said with a stiff upper lip, but her red cheeks betrayed her. It's over. Looks like you've really got your heart set on it. As the saying goes, the person in question is lost. The onlooker is clear. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yifei had been friends for over 10 years, and she still knew her good sister very well. Don't see that she usually talks and acts like a sea king, but when she really meets her favorite person, she will immediately turn into an innocent little maiden. At the competition venue, Zhang Fan stood by and waited as the senior took the answers in his hand and matched them step by step, because Zhang Fan's solution steps were a little different from the steps given by the teacher, but the final answers were all the same. He couldn't tell if Zhang Fan's steps were correct or not. In the end, that senior had to turn to the instructor on site. Professor Xiao, there is a freshman here who made the third question. The answer is the same as yours, only the steps are a bit different. Can you take a look? Professor Xiao, who was reading a book under the shade of a tree at this time, heard his student call out to him. That's what lifted his head. A freshman made the third question. Let's go. I'll see. Oh, Professor Xiao had a pleased look on his face. Today it was him as the instructor on the spot, responsible for judging the answers after the third question. But he waited for almost a day without a single person making the third question. This would be a happy moment to hear a student say that a freshman had made the third question. Professor Xiao came to the competition area and looked up at the steps that Zhang Fan had done. 10 minutes later, Professor Xiao nodded. Well, good. That line of thinking is even simpler than mine. Which freshman did this answer? On the side, Zhang Fan walked up and said, It's me. What's your name? Is that the major? Zhang Fan, Space Technology Major. Space Technology Major? Professor Xiao was a bit regretful. He knew very well that the Space Technology Major was one of the worst majors in their Longkou University, and it was difficult for the future graduates to find the appropriate research direction. He could tell that Zhang Fan was smart and had a very rich grasp of the amount of math knowledge from the way he thought about the questions. It's just a pity that he chose the wrong major. If he had chosen a math major or a materials major, he would definitely have had good achievements in the future. When Zhang Fan saw Professor Xiao feel sorry for him, he smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Professor Xiao said to the student, he did the right answer. Then it was back to the shade and back to reading. On the big screen, everyone got excited when they saw that senior leading Zhang Fan towards the fourth area. This freshman actually got the third question right. Awesome. Doesn't that mean that this freshman is the third person to make the third question in the past 30 years of Longkou University? Awesome. What's his major? What's his name? Does anyone know? Many people in the stands began to inquire about Zhang Fan's name and specialty. At the challenge venue, the freshman who was still working on the third question was struck in his heart when he saw Zhang Fan heading towards the fourth question. He made the third question more than half an hour earlier than Zhang Fan. And now, he had finished it in 5 minutes and went to do the fourth question. If no one had made the third question, he would have felt better in his mind. But it turned out that the other party had only taken 5 minutes, causing his mind to be on the verge of running out of steam. Class, you have 3 minutes left. That freshman's face was suffocatingly red, and he was already agitated. At this moment, there was a reminder from the senior that the time was almost up, and he could no longer bear the pressure inside him. It crashed straight away. Wow! A man's cry instantly resounded throughout the square. The students watching the challenge were in a daze. What's the situation? What's with the man's cries? It can't be one of the boys who lost his love, right? The key is that this is not the place to lose your love, either. While everyone was speculating wildly, the photographer's older brother carried the camera and aimed it at the crying boy. People see the picture on the screen. Isn't that boy who cried out the freshman who just made the third question? Yeah. Why is he crying? Is it because the questions are too hard? Do a question. Not so much. The boy, then, looked up to the sky and screamed, Why? Why is this question so hard? Woohoo! What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard him shout. It's a nifty talent, being made to cry by a question. At this point, then the time senior was full of innocence. I'll just say give him that there's only 3 minutes left. I really didn't make him cry. A few seniors who were responsible for the order of the scene directly took this crying freshman away. That new student's crying didn't affect Zhang Fan's question writing. By the time the cameraman turned the camera back on him, everyone realized that Zhang Fan had already written half of the steps on the blackboard. Just as everyone was shocked at Zhang Fan's speed, Zhang Fan put down the chalk in his hand. He said to the senior who timed it, "Senpai, I'm done." The senior subconsciously looked at the timer. He was already numb to Zhang Fan's question writing speed, but when he saw the timer's time, the heart still couldn't help but explode. 3:46, that's nifty. But the fourth question? Chapter 52, a post, 3 shifts. At the end of summer and the beginning of fall, the sunlight became mild and was not as hot as it was in the height of summer. The autumn breeze is blowing on one's face, which is extraordinarily comfortable. Blue sky appeared a group of geese. They goo-goo-ga-ga screaming to fly south. A moment in a row into a human word. A moment in a row into a one word. Rows of geese, flying through the sky above Lonoke University. Their shadows mapped onto the blackboard where Zhang Fan was writing his answers. Zhang Fan was the only one left in the entire challenge arena. The answer was written in the 7th area. No one from the freshmen had signed up for the challenge anymore, and they were all gazing at Zhang Fan on the big screen at this moment. The freshman who survived like a god. He has cleaved his way to the 7th question. This was a record that had already broken the record of Longkou University in all the years. Even the student who had been hailed as a genius by Long Lao and taken as his disciple at the beginning had only managed to get 5 questions right. Everyone was immersed in admiration for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan did not only do the questions correctly, but also extremely fast. Time for question 5, 6 minutes and 8 seconds. Time for question 6, 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Some careful students on the stands, for adding up all of Zhang Fan's time for doing the questions, found that it took a total of 22 minutes and 42 seconds to do all 6 questions. At a time like this, normal freshmen are just finishing their first question. Just as everyone was guessing how long Zhang Fan would take for the 7th question, Zhang Fan put down the chalk. Before Zhang Fan could say anything, the cameraman pointed the camera directly at the timer next to him. 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Whoa! There was a moment of shock followed by a round of applause. Professor Xiao hadn't been going to the shade to read a book since the 4th question, but had been standing behind Zhang Fan, watching him solve the question. He was now shocked and dumbfounded. This new student in front of him was simply more demonic than a genius. Get the test, look at the questions, and just pick up the chalk and do it without a moment's thought or hesitation. Even when he, as a professor of mathematics, encountered test questions he had not seen before, he needed some time to think and perform calculations. If it wasn't for the fact that all these questions were from himself and another professor, he would have suspected that Zhang Fan knew the answers in advance. When Professor Xiao finished testing Zhang Fan's steps in doing the questions, they were completely correct. Then Zhang Fan started working on the 8th question. Professor Xiao was now completely nonchalant, and in his mind, he began to calculate how to get Zhang Fan to change his major and become his student. Such demonic genius is so wasted in space science. He decided to wait for the aftermath and react to the principal to transfer Zhang Fan's major and change it to the math department. He believed that with Zhang Fan's talent, under his own tutelage, it wouldn't take long for him to surpass his own achievements in the field of mathematics. Perhaps a great mathematician was born. The more Prof. Xiao thought about it, the more excited he became. His heart had never beat as fast as it was now. The students in the stands had boiled over, especially the freshmen, and they were well aware of the older students, who were there to see how they, the freshmen, were disgraced, and Zhang Fan really fought for their freshmen, making it to the 8th question in one breath, and the record that has never been broken over the years. It was broken today by their freshman class, although they weren't the ones doing the questioning in the arena right now. At this point, they had already treated Zhang Fan as one of their own. They are both freshmen in the UF. At the same time, on the school's forum, a message about a freshman single-handedly challenging the 7 test questions of the Dragon Science University Traditional Challenge was instantly placed at the top of the forum. Since school hasn't started yet, many bored students browse the school's forums to keep an eye on what's going on. When they saw the news, they thought it was an eye-catching headline party. Lonoke University Heritage Challenge. 7 questions in a row. What's that for if not bragging rights? The person who wrote this post is only fooling the freshmen, who have been there before. They knew better than anyone how difficult the traditional challenge of Longkou University was, especially the 3rd question of death, which almost no one could do. And except for the 3rd question, the later ones are more difficult than the next. I thought that they were also more ambitious than the sky. And it wasn't just a challenge. When they actually experienced it, they realized that it was more than a challenge. It was more like the first lesson that LKU taught them for entering the university. After experiencing this lesson, they realized what it means that there is a sky beyond the sky. there are people beyond the sky, and there is no end to learning and so on. When those old students clicked into the post, they were ready to give the title party a good critique. As a result, look at the first screenshot, which shows a freshman's answer in time for the first question. Time, 56 seconds. What a blow. Lie to the devil. And 56 seconds. Posting without a brain. The first question they can be sure is impossible to answer without 10 minutes. They then proceeded to the second screenshot, again the same as the one above, with a photo of Jiangfan's back and Blackboard answers, and the time spent on the questions. The crafter is a right? The second question is 1 minute and 3 seconds long. Do you really think we haven't done the second question? They can now be sure that the owner of the necklace is, in order to be eye-catching, deliberately get P-picture. The third screenshot is the same as the previous one. They look directly at the screenshot of the time. Ha ha, laughed me to death. The third death question, 5 minutes and 21 seconds. This owner is absolutely stupid. Even if it's eye-catching, he has to make it look like it. The third question of death. In the previous freshman challenges section on the official website of Longkou University, one could search for the names of the two students who had once made the third question and the time when they had made the third question. They made times of 53 minutes and 22 seconds and 51 minutes and 18 seconds, respectively, and the screenshot of this post is 5 minutes and 21 seconds long. Cootie, don't even believe it. They continued to look behind them, and all the screenshots revealed that none of them were more than 10 minutes old. After they read the seventh screenshot, they were ready to have 500 plus words of profanity already in their mind to attack the person who posted it. But when they saw the comments below, they couldn't believe their eyes for a moment. Comment 1, I didn't believe it at first, but then I ran out to the Lonoke University Challenge Plaza and saw that. As the owner said, this freshman is awesome. Their first thought was that this nigga was definitely ATO. So they read the second comment. Comment 2, I was there, watching in the heat of the moment. Third comment. Comment 3, this freshman is not only a genius, but he's also so handsome that he wants to fall in love with him. Comment 4, don't take him from me, he's mine. Comment 5, when I saw the post, the first time I took the subway to come to the school for confirmation, and it was just as the owner said. Those people looked at the comments on the post and were a little skeptical, but how could those do the questions in so little time? So they came out of their dormitories and flocked to the plaza of the Dragon Science University Challenge in order to get a truth. Of course, when they arrived at the square, they found that the entire challenge site was packed with people. All of them came to see Jiangfan, who was doing questions in the challenge area. Chapter 53, there are a bit too many people. For more, Xiao Yifei looked at the sudden arrival of so many students and couldn't help but say with a grimace, Xiao Yu, the students in your school, they really love to get together. Xiao Yu, who was on the side, smiled and said, are you afraid that our girls from Longkou University will steal Jiangfan from you? Before that, Xiao Yifei had told them Jiangfan's name after a few girls pressed her. Che, old me. I've been traveling the world for more than 20 years, and I'm still afraid of these little girls. Joke, hee hee. A few of Xiao Yifei's girlfriends around her laughed. What are you laughing at? Don't believe in the strength of sisters? After Xiao Yifei finished speaking, she didn't forget to puff out her chest with a confident expression. As long as he has his eye on a man, no one has been able to escape him yet. Yifei, didn't you just deny having feelings for Jiangfan? This will spill the beans. Hee hee hee. Xiao Yifei had just spoken out of the blue without even realizing it herself. Now that she thought about it, she was shocked. Did she really like this smelly brother? Thinking of this, his face couldn't help but redden. Anyway, he was a sea king in the hearts of the few of them. It didn't matter if he let them know that he liked Jiangfan, so he put on a roguish look. Humph, I just love him. How's that? Our Yiffy is in heat. Hee hee. You guys, just as Xiao Yifei pounced on a few people. I don't know who shouted at the big screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Question 8 is done. Everyone's eyes all looked at the big screen, on which Jiangfan was gently putting down his chalk and waiting for Professor Zhao's corrections. You guys, he can't really get it right. This is the 8th question. Looking at his confident expression, I have a feeling there's no problem. My goodness, this is the Dragon Tech University Freshman Tradition Challenge. Why does it feel like this freshman is playing like it's a game? Yes, I also have a feeling he's coming to crash the party. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, Jiangfan walked towards the 9th question. Holy, question 8 is really correct. Awesome. I'm a good boy. Awesome. Making 8 questions. Is this still human? I can appreciate now that the student who cried out just now was made to cry by the mental damage that this freshman made. The crowd was buzzing with chatter. The challenge plaza was now overcrowded, and since the students who came late were unable to enter within the plaza, they could only be at the edge of the plaza, poking their heads in to see what was going on inside. There were also some students who had their dormitory mates inside the plaza, and they opened a video chat directly with their roommates to find out what was going on inside. Principal's office. The principal and Deanly sat facing each other, leisurely sipping their tea. It's really thanks to Elder Long that Zhang Fan was able to come to our school this time. If it wasn't for Elder Long personally, I'm afraid that he would have been snatched away by Huaqing University. Come on, Deanly, let's have a cup of tea instead of wine. Ha ha. Principal Lu could not mention how happy he was in his heart to receive a student like Zhang Fan. Just yesterday he had gotten instructions from the leaders above to give Zhang Fan absolute freedom to do as much research as he wanted, based on his favorite direction, and $200 million were allocated to their school for experiments, of which $100 million was used as Zhang Fan's personal special research funds. That's not all. The state is going to build a specialized institute north of LKU, specifically to train students to do scientific research. This boosted the entire strength of the Dragon Science University, and the momentum was straight ahead of the strongest comprehensive strength of the Dragon State North University and Huaqing University. Of course, all of this was gained because of their admission to Zhang Fan. Deanly, has everything been arranged for Zhang Fan? It's already been arranged. As for the accommodation, the original plan was to directly reward Zhang Fan with a set of villas in the east, but Long Lao didn't agree. He said that Zhang Fan is still young, and that an overly extravagant life is not conducive to him diving into his research, so he directly let Zhang Fan live inside the teacher's apartment. The principal thought for a while and nodded. What Elder Long did was indeed not wrong. It seems that the student that Elder Longs took in 10 years ago hurt him too much. Yeah, at first, Elder Long spent so much energy and effort to cultivate this student, allowing him to participate in many of the core programs of the Dragon Kingdom. As a result, his students never returned in the name of going to a pretty country to further their education, became a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom. I hope Zhang Fan won't let Elder Long down again. I see that this Zhang Fan has a good character, and he works in a low profile. Just as Deanly was praising Zhang Fan, a sharp knock sounded outside the door. Come in, Principal Lu said. The security captain of Longke University shouted as he opened the door. Headmaster, it's not good. There's a lot of people converging over there, out of the freshman challenge, and there are also a lot of students going that way. The principal said with a calm face. No captain, you just transferred back from the army this year. You probably don't know about Longke University yet. Every year, there are many freshmen participating in the challenge, and there are also many older students watching. This is normal. Headmaster, this time it's different. There are really many people. How many can there be? 10,000 or so. The entire faculty and students of our Longke University add up to more than 15,000 people. You mean, 2/3 of the entire university's faculty and students are going? Captain Nyo was a bit anxious when he saw that the principal and Deanly were a bit unconvinced. Principal, it's true. The plaza for the challenge can only hold a total of 2,000 people, and I'm afraid of a stampede. You should go and take a look at it quickly and find a way to evacuate the students. Principal Lu and Deanly were a bit nervous when they saw how serious Captain Neo was talking. If there were really this many people, I'm afraid that the challenge square would really be prone to situations. These students were the pillars of the country, and he didn't dare to let any accidents happen to them. Otherwise the consequences they absolutely can't afford. Come on, let's go check it out. After Principal Lu finished speaking, he directly got up and headed out. While the three were on their way to the freshman challenge, they also noticed a number of students heading that way, and they could hear from afar the direction of the challenge, the sound of people. So the principal quickened his pace. Soon the scene in front of him stunned him. The entire plaza of the challenge was seething with people. He asked, pulling a random student, "What's going on here?" That student took a look at Principal Lu and immediately hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, Principal." Okay, tell me how there are so many people?" The student said excitedly. "Principal, there's a freshman in there who's soloed 8 questions already and is now answering the 9th. There are freshmen solving 8 problems?" The principal was full of incredulity. He was well aware of the freshman challenge. From the 3rd question onwards the difficulty was so great that it was difficult for normal students to answer it. At that moment, Deanly also ran over panting and said to the principal, "Principal, it's Zhang Fan." Chapter 54, the last question. "Principal, it's Zhang Fan." Principal Lu tensed up as soon as he heard Zhang Fan's name. Although things were tricky here as well, the principal felt that it was still Zhang Fan's business that was more very important. So he asked hastily, "What happened to Zhang Fan?" "What happened?" Deanly gasped twice before his breathing settled down, then said, "Nothing happened to Zhang Fan. I mean, so many people all came to see Zhang Fan." "Come to see Zhang Fan?" The principal became even more nervous inside. His first reaction was that Zhang Fan wouldn't be exposed for the controlled nuclear fusion that Zhang Fan had researched. It belonged to the state's secrets. If it was known, then he would definitely be directly protected by the state in the future. I'm afraid I won't be able to attend their Long Branch University. Dean Lee saw the principal look nervous and knew that he was overthinking it, then hurriedly explained. The person who made 8 questions in the challenge is Jung Fan, and these students are here to see him. Hearing Dean Lee's explanation, President Liu was relieved, but when he reacted, he was surprised. What? Jung Fan made 8 questions in the challenge? The principal was stunned. How could he not expect that the person who made the 8 questions was Jung Fan? He was very clear about the difficulty of the test questions at the challenge, and it seemed that Jung Fan's was even more demonic than he thought. Wouldn't that mean that their school had really picked up a treasure this time? When he thought of this, Principal Liu was all smiles. He then turned to Captain Bull. You go gather all the security personnel of the Dragon Science Academy and maintain order. Yes. Captain Bull then took out his walkie-talkie and gathered all the security personnel to gather at the challenge plaza. Principal Liu realized that quite a few of the teachers were there and called them over. In fact, the scene is still in order, and the potential danger is the stands. The entire capacity of the stands was 2,000, but now the aisles were filled with students, and there were almost about 3,000 people in the entire stands. It's already over the overall load of the stands, so the priority now is to talk the students out of the aisles. The principal finished the situation for a couple of teachers, and they went about their duties and began to persuade the students in the aisles to get out. The principal was on hand to get another horn. Start clearing the aisles of people from the entrance to the stands. Once everyone saw that it was the principal himself who was keeping order, they were also very cooperative in leaving the stands. Once the entrance had been cleared in Spacemade, the principal called out to the students in the aisle of bleachers. All students in the aisles, please leave the bleachers in an orderly fashion. The bleachers are load-bearing for only 2,000 people. All students in the aisles, please leave the bleachers in an orderly fashion. The bleachers are load-bearing for only 2,000 people. The principal repeated the shout, and was kinda relieved to see that everyone was cooperative. Within 10 minutes, all the students in the aisles were out. Outside security stood at the entrance to the stands, only allowed out, not in. The students outside the square were eagerly waiting to see Jung Fan, but there were too many people and they couldn't see. Seeing everyone's frustration, the principal asked Dean Lee to turn on the big screen on the periphery of the plaza and synchronize it with the one inside. Now all the students cheered and shouted, "Long live the principal!" The big screen opened, only to see that Jung Fan was turning his back to this camera, while the test questions on the blackboard were clearly visible to everyone. Title: Equation Zeta, S equals 0? All of them were baffled when they saw the question. It was a test question? Completely baffled. What is the thing represented by the ghostly number zeta on the front? Is that a problem? Just as all the students were uncertain, one of the students in the crowd, one of the math students, suddenly pointed excitedly at the screen and said, I know what title this is." The student beside him asked anxiously, "Class, what is this topic?" "It's the Riemann conjecture, one of the 7 mathematical problems of the millennium." The Riemann conjecture? Many people said they couldn't understand it, but when it comes to the 7 millennial math puzzles, they still more or less know about them. This is a topic that has not been solved by math experts all over the world, and they also heard that the World Mathematical Organization has issued a reward of $1 million for anyone who can answer it. One can only imagine how big it could be. This is a bit much, isn't it? One of the 7 major mathematical puzzles of the millennium, a topic that no math expert in the world can solve, is the last question of the freshman challenge. This is obviously difficult for people. Yeah, who could have made this? The school still goes to great lengths to make new students understand that there is no end to learning. Hey, can't do a topic like this, even if you kill yourself. This freshman has been standing somewhere for 20 minutes, and I guess he doesn't know that this is one of the Jubilee Year's 7 math puzzles. If he knew, he would have given up long ago. Xiao Yifei in the stands was not happy when she heard her best friend say where this question came from. It looked like Jung Fan would be able to complete all the challenges, but the last question turned out to be one of the 7 major math puzzles of the Jubilee Year, and this was still doing so. Xiao Yu, did your school's question teacher see that Jung Fan was too good and deliberately changed the last big question? I don't know about that. In 30 years, Jung Fan was the first person to make it to the 9th question. The question teacher is so inhuman, Xiao Yifei murmured. Xiao Yifei spoke the minds of all the students at the scene. Jung Fan's performance from the first question to now had shocked everyone. He's making history question by question, breaking the challenge that in their minds they thought was impossible. However, just as everyone was putting their thoughts of a grand slam on Jung Fan's body, the last question directly destroyed all their illusions. Many people on the scene expressed regret for Jung Fan, who was just 1 question away from succeeding in all the challenges. But being able to challenge 8 questions is the best result in years. In their hearts, Jung Fan was definitely a legend. Just when everyone, who was feeling sorry for Jung Fan, was ready to give up and leave the field, Ginger Van moved his hand with the chalk. he slowly wrote on the board. Assume that the functions f1, z, and f2, z, are analytic in regions d1 and d2, respectively, and that d1 and d2 have a common part on which f1, z, equals f2, z, holds. Consider the set of values of f1, z, and f2, z, at all points within d1 and d2 as an analytic function f, z. If a function f, x, is not only conductible at a point x0, but also at any point in some neighborhood of the x0 point. Zhang Fan's writing speed was getting faster and faster. More than 10,000 people at the scene were silent, and even everyone in the square could hear the friction between the chalk and the blackboard. Everyone's eyes were glued to the big screen, until Zhang Fan wrote the last letter with force. Ka. The chalk broke in two with it. Chapter 55, Reward. After Zhang Fan answered, he turned to Professor Xiao. Teacher, can you see if the answer is correct? Professor Xiao was still in shock at this time and did not react. He had thought that Zhang Fan would definitely give up on the 9th question. It was, after all, one of the Millennium math problems, which had not been answered by math experts around the world, let alone a freshman. But Zhang Fan had written 4 whole blackboards of answers. Could this not shock him? Zhang Fan, do you know the origin of this topic? I don't know. Zhang Fan, as a person from a parallel world, was not clear about the origin of this question. He only knew that it was somewhat difficult. No? Professor Zhao's mouth opened wide in shock. Zhang Fan didn't even know where this topic came from. But Prof. Xiao was right when he thought about it afterwards. If he really knew, he would probably just choose to give up. As the old saying goes, ignorance is not a good thing. Teacher, can you announce the answer now? Zhang Fan once again urged. All the questions he had answered for more than 2 hours in total. This would be a little unable to hold it in, wanting to go to the toilet. Prof. Xiao heard Zhang Fan's reminder and immediately had a bitter look on his face. This is one of the 7 major problems of the millennium in mathematics, and experts in mathematics all over the world can't answer it. So how does he know the answer? That Zhang Fan. This question is one of the 7 most difficult questions in millennium math, and no one has done it, so I don't know the answer to this question. Professor Shaw replied truthfully that the reason why they set up the last question in the first place was that it was one of the 7 major problems of millennium math. Just to let the new students understand that there is still a lot of knowledge that mankind has not mastered, and only by doing endless and never-ending learning will mankind continue to progress. He hadn't adult that a freshman could make that question. Just when Professor Xiao was in some trouble, he saw Principal Lu walking over and shouted in a hurry, "Headmaster, you see this?" Principal Lu waved his hand, signaling that he would take care of it. The principal had seen Zhang Fan from a photo, but it was the first time in person. He looked at the clear-eyed Zhang Fan with a smile on his face. Stretching out his hand, he said to Zhang Fan, "Hello, Mr. Kong Fan." "Hello." Zhang Fan shook the principal's hand and said, "Congratulations on your challenge to question 9. And as for this millennial math puzzle, we'll need to discuss it before we make a decision." "Aha!" Zhang Fan responded. At this time, the system in his head rang. "System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a copy of the drawing for the production of a fighter jet 100 years into the future of the Blue Planet." With that, a great deal of information flooded into his mind, all about the drawings for making fighter planes 100 years into the future of Blue Star. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Fan's mouth. This was a fighter from 100 years in the future. It was many times stronger than now. If he could research it, it would definitely enhance the military power of the Dragon Kingdom. He was a little impatient to study it now. Zhang Fan then said to the principal, "Headmaster, then I'll leave first." Student Zhang Fan, "Wait a moment. There are still rewards for our challenge." Reward? When Zhang Fan participated in the challenge, he didn't know that answering the questions would also earn him rewards. The principal said smilingly, "Yes, you are the first person to finish all the questions in the 30 years of our Longkou University. Although the last question, for the time being, we don't know the result, but it doesn't affect the school's reward for you." "Principal, can you keep it short?" Zhang Fan's expression was a bit anxious, and he was now in a bit of an internal hurry. On the side of Professor Xiao, once he heard that, he had never seen that a student dared to talk to the principal with like this. Then Principal Lu didn't get angry, but nodded his head repeatedly and said to Zhang Fan, "Okay, long story short, the school awards are as follows. 1. A laboratory. 2. $100 million for personal research and development. 3. During the school year, the whole school teachers are available 24 hours a day to answer your questions regardless of any specialization. 4. Inclusion in the school's Hall of Fame." After Zhang Fan heard this, he quickly thanked him. The principal really knew him well. What he currently lacked in Longkou University was a personal laboratory and funding. That's a direct solution. When the principal saw that Zhang Fan was very satisfied, he was also incredibly happy in his heart. In terms of the talent Zhang Fan had shown so far, as long as he was stabilized and did his research properly, he would bring a lot of honor to their Longkou University in the future. Zhang Fan gave the principal a greeting and left in a hurry, straight to the bathroom. All the students saw Zhang Fan's back as he left with a bewildered look on his face. What's the situation? Why did you leave like that? He's a freshman who has made it to the last question in 30 years of the challenge. This was definitely a demonic genius, and most of them had only seen his back, not even his front face. They had thought that the principal had stepped in, so how could they say that this freshman would have to give a few good lectures, and they would all listen to the teachings from the genius? The principal was seen holding a loudspeaker at this point and told to organize the students to leave in an orderly manner. Xiao Yifei said to Xiao Yu, who was beside him, "Xiao Yu, what did your principal say to Zhang Fan and why did he leave?" "Big sister, I'm sitting with you, so far away. How can I hear?" Xiao Yu said helplessly. "Oh, then do you know which major Zhang Fan is in? Where is the dormitory?" Xiao Yifei asked again. Xiao Yu was speechless. Although she was a student of Longkou University, Zhang Fan was a freshman. Moreover, she still knew his name was Zhang Fan through Xiao Yifei today. Where did she know Zhang Fan's specific information? Just as they passed by the side of the challenge venue, a student who was in charge of the challenge work shouted at Xiao Yu, "Sayu senpai, what a coincidence." Xiao Yu took a look at the sophomore schoolmate who had been pursuing her, and seeing the overalls he was wearing, her big watery eyes rolled. Then she walked over with a smile. "Hello, schoolboy." That schoolboy was thrilled beyond words when he saw his schoolmate taking such initiative towards him today, and giggled as he looked at his schoolmate's exquisite face. That freshman who just made 9 questions. Which major is he? Space technology major. That sophomore said happily. It was rare that Sister Xiao Yu was willing to talk to her more today. That was definitely a question and answer. "Do you know what dorm room he's in?" "I don't know which dorm room exactly, but all the space tech majors are in dormitory building 9. When Xiao Yu heard that, she was happy, so she said hello to that schoolmate and left. She then came to Xiao Yifei and gave an OK sign. Xiao Yifei was instantly excited. "Quickly, which major is he in and where is his dorm room?" Xiao Yu covered her belly with both hands at this time, with a resigned face. "So hungry?" Xiao Yifei said without a word of humor. "Say, eat something? He. Or Yiffy understands me. It's been a long time since I baked. Come on, sis will take you to eat, so you can talk, right? He's a space tech major. Dorm room. I'll tell you about it after we eat. You stinking little rain, come on, he. Chapter 56, The Quarrel. The principal returned to his office after dealing with the challenge, but not long after arriving at the office, an old professor came over. "Principal Lu, I heard that in our school, there was a freshman who answered 9 questions in the challenge?" "Professor Wu, you're really well informed." "Oh," Principal Lu joked. Professor Wu is 62 years old this year, belongs to the retirement, and was rehired as a teacher in Longkou University. He has dedicated his life to Longkou University, belongs to the old-timers, highly respected by everyone. "Principal Lu, I also have fewer courses in school recently, and more free time. I want to accept how a student as a disciple. It is also considered to give play to their spare time. Do you think so?" This, Principal Lu was a bit embarrassed. After all, Professor Wu's seniority is placed where direct refusal is afraid of hurting his face. Moreover, Elder Long had previously stated that he wanted to accept Zhang Fan as a student, but he wasn't sure exactly if Zhang Fan had agreed, and the leader above had given him instructions to give Zhang Fan absolute freedom and not force him to do anything. "Professor Wu, I can't make this decision. It depends on what Zhang Fan wants." And Elder Long said he wanted to take Zhang Fan as a student before? Elder Dragon? Speaking of Long Lao, Prof. Wu frowned a little. If it is someone else he leaned on, the old man can still compete, but Long Lao, older than his own age, and take the achievements, then he is too high. But what Elder Long is good at is specializing in materials, while this new student's talent is mainly in math. Principal Lu actually wanted to say that the math aspect was only one aspect of Zhang Fan's talent, but he was the one who had researched controlled nuclear fusion. It's just a shame that it's a state secret and he can't say anything to the public. Just as Principal Lu was about to explain to Professor Wu, a knock sounded on the door. In walked 2 professors. They were a bit surprised to see Professor Wu here and then greeted him. "What's the matter with you guys?" Principal Lu asked. "It's like this, Principal. I heard that the freshman who challenged the 9 questions was a space technology major. Don't you think such a talent is a waste? I mean, to directly take his major and redeploy it to our information engineering major." Before the principal could say anything, the professor who had come with him was instantly displeased. "Why the hell should he transfer to your information engineering program? I feel like he should transfer to physics. What does a physics major have to do with Zhang Fan's math talent? We are majoring in information engineering, but we need strong basic math theories. Just the thing to utilize his talent. How physics and math aren't related. They're both systems, and they're very much related." Professor Wu, who was on the side, also understood at this time the purpose of their coming to the principal, and at that moment, he also settled down and said, "I'm a math major. What are you guys excited about?" Several people argued at once. At this time, there was a knock at the door, and Principal Lu took a look at Professor Xiao. Prof. Xiao walked into the principal's office and saw a professor from the physics department and a professor from engineering information arguing with his teacher, and immediately went up to the teacher and asked him what the situation was. When he learned that they were here to rob Zhang Fan, he was not happy. He was the instructor of the live challenge today, and he knew very well how terrifying Zhang Fan's math talent was. Originally, he decided to first find the principal to let Zhang Fan transfer to their math department, and if the principal did not agree, then find Rant's own teacher to step in. Who knew that his teacher was already here? With his teacher's qualifications, the principal still had to give some face, but the professors of the other majors in front of him wanted to grab it from them, which he couldn't tolerate, and immediately helped his teacher to argue with them. The principal's head was spinning when he saw the situation, rushing up to discourage it, but at that moment, 2 more professors came to the door, and Principal Lu asked why, and also came to rob Zhang Fan. In no time at all, a total of more than 10 professors came to the principal's office, all of which were their top professors from Longkou University. Looking at the very lively office, the principal couldn't help but have a few black lines popping up on his forehead. After another moment, Dean Li walked in as well. Watching the bickering of the group of professors in the principal's office, a confused look was given to the principal. In the end, the principal explained it all to him, and he realized that all these professors had come over to rob Zhang Fan. Originally, when Zhang Fan hadn't entered Longkou University, they were very competitive with other schools. It didn't occur to them that after they managed to pull Zhang Fan to their school, one of Zhang Fan's challenges directly set off another scramble between the professors within their Longkou University. For Dean Li of the research department, as long as Zhang Fan was in their school, he had no problem with which faculty he was in and what specialty he was studying. Afterwards, Dean Li handed the principal the paper version of the answer to the Millennium Math puzzle that Zhang Fan had done. After the principal received the answer, he was filled with smiles. If Zhang Fan's answer was correct, in the future, their school would be internationally prestigious. Professors, let's all stop scrambling for the moment. Right now we have an important task to do, which is to study whether the answer to the 9th question made by Zhang Fan is feasible. As soon as everyone heard this, they all stopped arguing. They were also curious to know if the answer made by Zhang Fan was correct. Dean Li then photocopied his dozen copies of the answers and handed them out, and they began to explore them. In the meantime, the forum of Longkou University was many times more lively than the principal's office. As long as there were posts about Zhang Fan, all of them were now top to the top. One of the hottest is the Lonok University Challenge Freshman Slam, with the president's unbelievable rewards. The picture above is of the principal shaking hands with Zhang Fan, but it's not very clear. It is accompanied by the principal's award text below. 1. A laboratory. 2. $100 million for personal research and development. 3. During the school year, the whole school teachers are available 24 hours a day to answer your questions regardless of any specialization. 4. Inclusion in the School Hall of Fame. Reading about these rewards is deeply stimulating for every student. If you say that a laboratory is the dream of every Longkou University student, but $100 million for personal research and development, this is too counterintuitive. They do some scientific research experiments, and even a few $1,000s of funding is subject to strict scrutiny, and all the teacher question privileges. It's like $1 million. As for the School Hall of Fame, that is even more remarkable. Longkou University was founded more than 100 years ago. For the Dragon country to cultivate an unknown number of talents, may enter the Hall of Fame, but a total of 38 people. Xian Shuessen, the participant of the atomic and hydrogen bombs, Yuan Longping, the father of hybrid rice, and Long Jinghua, the rocket fuel, which is not a resounding figure, and this Zhang Fan was directly included among the characters of these. Many students think that such a reward is a bit much. Even though Zhang Fan solved the last world math problem, he's not going straight into the Hall of Fame? They were instantly skeptical of the authenticity of this post. The comments below the post are hot and heavy. A whopping 100,000 entries in just 1 hour. And the faculty and students of LKU total just over 15,000 people. That is, many students engaged in more than 6 comments. Chapter 57, Iter Magnet. Just as everyone was discussing Zhang Fan on the Longkou University campus forum, they were in a frenzy. The man in question, Zhang Fan, was at the moment in the residence assigned to him by the school, organizing the information on controlled nuclear fusion. Today the northern base has invested $15 billion in capital and the entire research staff has reached 200 with strong support from the state. Fully cooperate with Chief Director Zhou Huaid and Chief Engineer Zhang Fan to develop controlled nuclear fusion within the next year's time. although Zhang Fan developed some time ago, stabilizing nuclear fusion at 118 seconds, but with this development of a continuous output of controlled nuclear fusion, that is 1,000 times different, not a great at all. At that time, the research of controlled nuclear fusion only need to maintain stability for a period of time. Zhang Fan combined the original tokamak device based on the improvements made, but this time he developed sustained fusion, which required every little part to be recreated, amounting to all some from scratch. Its complexity is so vast that it's far beyond normal human perception. Zhang Fan research of controlled nuclear fusion. There are 189,8726 parts, 5,289 subsystems. These subsystems form 276 subsystems, and then there are subsystems to form 8 large systems, and finally form controlled nuclear fusion device tokamak device. Zhang Fan didn't finish organizing several subsystems until about 10 p.m. One of the first pieces of information he is now putting together is the magnetic ring confinement material system at the heart of the tokamak device. As long as this core part is successfully developed, the tokamak device will also be 30% successfully developed, and the branch devices at the back, although also very complicated, are only a matter of time. That's when a video call came in from Chow Wyatt. Zhang Fan saw through the video that the research lab at this time was full of busy figures of researchers. Zhou Huaid, Xiao Fan, we have a problem? Zhang Fan, Uncle Zhou, what's the problem? Zhou Huaid, the material for the magnetic ring device, ITER magnets, cannot be made at our current level of technology. ITER magnets are important materials for the magnetic ring device, and if they cannot be developed, the entire controlled fusion cannot be realized. Seeing that Zhang Fan was silent, Zhou Huaid continued to ask, can we use a toroidal field coil magnetic loop material instead? No, the ring direction field coil magnetic ring material, work for a long time when unstable, will affect the ion reaction. The last time we are using this material led to the magnetic ring device when a height of more than 2000 degrees. Zhou Huaid sighed helplessly. At present, the ITER magnet material, only pretty countries have it, but this kind of high-end technology material, they can't possibly sell it to our country. Zhang Fan could not think of a better way. The current best magnetic ring material above the blue star is the ITER magnet, which can work continuously and stably without any change in temperature. If the materials were replaced, there would certainly be a risk of instability in nuclear fusion. Fan, I'll feed this back to the top first, see if there's anything they can do to get the ITER magnets from the pretty country? Yes, Zhang Fan responded that this was the only way for now. The system rewarded him with controlled fusion fabrication drawing formulas and data that showed that the only qualified material for a magnetic ring device at Blue Star was the ITER magnet, so replacing other materials is unrealistic. And now we can only look to the senior leaders above the Dragon Kingdom to see if they can get this material or obtain the technology to develop this material. After Zhou Huaid and Zhang Fan finished discussing the ITER magnet, Zhang Fan also looked at the results of the progress of their development through the video in the past few days, and found that there were no problems. Zhang Fan then sent the collated information of today to Zhou Huaid. World Mathematical Organization. It is located in a romantic country, F country Bari. There is a time difference of 7 hours between here and the Dragon Kingdom, and at this time the Dragon Kingdom is already dark and starry, while here is blue sky, white clouds and bright sunshine. A quaint, low-rise office. At this time 7 or 8 old men with eyes, who gazed at the papers in their hands, did not say a word. It wasn't until a minute passed and half an hour later that an old man sitting in the center position slowly opened his mouth. Here's an email we received from the Dragon University of Science and Technology in the Dragon Kingdom. Tell us what you think about this proof of the Riemann conjecture. In fact, we have studied about this Riemann conjecture for many years, and in the end we were unable to prove its correctness and existence, and from this proof of answer sent over by the Dragon, there are no missteps of any kind. But, I also agree with Prof. Alex that the Riemann conjecture has not affected our use of the Riemann conjecture formulas over the past 100 years or so, even though we have not been able to prove it correct. To date, more than 1,000 mathematical propositions have been based on the Riemann conjecture. Several world-class math professors, after more than an hour of discussion, finally came up with a result. They also can't confirm that this answer proves to be correct, but the steps and ideas above show no errors. Since there was no error, they ended up voting by show of hands. For the time being, it is considered correct. In fact, regarding the Riemann conjecture, according to the amount of mathematical knowledge available to Blue Star, it was not possible to prove it accurately. Even if it were proved, the amount of knowledge available to mankind would not confirm its correctness. That's why several experts from the World Mathematical Organization can only assume for the time being that the answer to this proof sent by the Dragon Kingdom is correct. Professor Anthony, didn't Longboy apply last year and fail for the position of director of the World Mathematical Organization? Yes, You ask the staff to cordially invite the Dragon Kingdom to become one of the 6 governing countries of the World Mathematical Organization via email and send them an invitation to the October Mathematics Summit. On the second day, Professor Shao of LKU came to the office of the math department with his teachers. Teacher, the matter of Zhang Fan changing his major. I feel that we should go directly to him. As long as we talk Zhang Fan into a heartbeat. The principal there, as long as you old man intervene, there's no way that he won't give face. Professor Wu pondered for a while and thought that his student, Professor Shao, had made a very reasonable point. Let's go find Zhang Fan now. Yes, teacher, Professor Shaw responded, and just as he was about to get up and shut down his computer, he noticed an email in his mailbox, so he curiously opened it and looked at it, and this look was inappropriate. Directly staggered in place, Professor Wu saw his student, Professor Shao, light-talking and not moving, once again urged, Shao, what are you staring at? Hurry up and go. Don't worry, the other teachers have gone to look for Zhang Fan as well. However, Professor Shaw stammered, Teacher, the World Math Organization emailed back. Really? Chapter 58, Miserably Cold. When Professor Wu heard his student, Xiao Xuesheng, say that the World Mathematical Organization had returned a message, he became a little excited and hurried to his side. Let's see, what's the message back? Sensei, the World Mathematical Organization has actually invited us to join the position of director. Prof. Xiao Xuesheng said excitedly. Really? Professor Wu's hands couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. It had always been his dream to join the board of directors of the World Mathematical Organization. The World Mathematical Organization had created a total of 6 governing positions, and it was only by obtaining this position that one could have access to the high-end mathematical knowledge of the Blue Planet and interact with the top mathematical experts. Most importantly, many math-based tech companies, in an effort to break through technological barriers, have approached the World Math Organization to break down these challenges for them. As a council member, it is easy to keep up with where the world is going with high-end technology, very much in the interest of the development of one's own country. Last year, Prof. Wu also applied for the position of counselor in the name of the Dragon University of Science and Technology in the Dragon Kingdom, but was rejected on the grounds that there were no outstanding mathematicians in the Dragon Kingdom. And now, the World Mathematical Organization has actually taken the initiative to invite them to join. Then the Dragon Kingdom can be the 6th member country of the World Mathematical Organization in the future. This is very beneficial to the development of mathematics and science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom. Great, haha, teacher, we finally did it. Yeah, what a surprise. All this effort for so long has not been in vain after all. Wu Lao couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes with excitement. The Dragon Kingdom had joined the World Mathematical Organization since 50 years ago, but yet, because Rokoku has never been very good at math, he has been applying for the position of counselor all these years without success. Professor Wu was excited and guessed that the World Mathematical Organization had taken the initiative to invite them to join. Was it because of Zhang Fan's answer to that proof of the Riemann conjecture? Yesterday, they discussed for 2 hours in the principal's office about Zhang Fan's proof of the answer, and could not determine whether it was correct. And finally they all voted unanimously to submit the article to the World Mathematical Organization to see if they could confirm whether Zhang Fan's answer was correct. Shao, take a look at the replies. What made us join the counselor position? Professor Wu asked. Xiao Xuesheng then read up on the contents of the email and then said, Teacher, it's because of the answer to the proof of the Riemann conjecture we sent them yesterday. So, Zhang Fan's answer is correct? Professor Wu said in shock. The email also didn't say whether Zhang Fan's answer was correct or not, just that his answer was unproblematic and well thought out. Prof. Wu immediately heard what they were saying. Smilingly, he said, Haha, no problem is correct. I guess those top math experts can't be sure either. But this Zhang Fan is really something. Professor Wu couldn't help but praise it. Teacher, there's an invitation from the World Mathematical Organization. What invitation? World Math Summit this October. Professor Wu was once again excited. The World Mathematics Summit, which he knew very well, was to announce the results of mathematical research over the years, and how it could be applied to high-end technology. The members attending are some of Blue Star's top math experts, and some high-end tech companies. If the Dragon Kingdom could also participate, it would definitely be a big deal. This is a big deal. Let's report it to the principal first. In the meantime, a commercial vehicle pulls out of the Dragon Embassy stationed in the pretty country. There were a total of 5 people sitting in the car besides the driver, and the one at the head was Zhang Yi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. There are also 2 experts in the Dragon Kingdom who study magnetic materials. The middle-aged man's name was Zhao Guang, a professor of magnetics and new magnetic materials at Huaqing University. There was also an old man named Zhou Shiba, who belonged to the National Institute of Magnetic Materials and was an academician. The other 2 tall men were their bodyguards. Minister Zhang, this time when we negotiate with the pretty country, It's expected to be a vicious battle, Joe Shiba said. When he initially researched magnetic materials, Longguo was still in its infancy, and he didn't have to deal with the pretty country, and as a result, he paid a big price every time to get some technology that was eliminated by the pretty country. It can't be helped. After all, the dragon country's science and technology to develop urgently need these science and technology. In this negotiation, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom had given them a mandate to buy the ITER magnet material or technology of the pretty country no matter what. Academician Zhou, in this matter, I suggest you prepare for long-term negotiations, Zhang Yi of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said. Prof. Zhao Guang, who was on the side, said, Minister Wang, this time the country is very urgent and requires that within 1.5 months, it must purchase the ITER magnet or master the ITER magnet technology. Half a month? It's hard. Those pretty countrymen aren't as nice as you think they are. They're like insatiable Tao Tai, eating people without spitting bones. Zhang Yi recounted to Zhou Shiba and Zhao Guang in the car his experience in dealing with the pretty country over the years, and it was a way of giving them some heart preparation. The car soon arrived at a building where the appointment had been made. They rode the elevator to the 58th floor, and the receptionist, a woman in professional attire, was contemptuous when she saw that it was the Dragon Nation that came out of the elevator. Arrogantly, "What's the matter with you guys? We have an appointment with Mr. Marlowe Justin," Zhang Yi said. The one at the front desk gave a blank look, then picked up the phone and dialed. "Dear Mr. Justin, there are some Orientals at the door who say they have an appointment with you." "Okay, I understand, Mr. Justin," the woman replied with a big smile on her face. When she hung up the phone, her smiling face immediately turned cold. "Mr. Justin is meeting an important guest, so wait there." "Ma'am, our appointment with Mr. Justin is at 10 o'clock, and we're looking at it." Before Zhao Guang could finish, the other party said impatiently, "If you're waiting, stay there honestly. If not, please go back." When Zhao Guang was still going to argue with her, Zhou Shiba pulled him a bit and said, "Professor Cho, let's just wait for a while." They then went to a waiting area and sat down. 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. Minister Zhang Yi glanced at the time and his face instantly turned cold. Usually when he dealt with those pretty countries' government personnel, he didn't receive this kind of treatment. He hadn't expected the owner of a tech company to be so uncreditworthy and completely disregard them. So he stood up and said coldly to the receptionist, "Please, contact Mr. Justin again. It's been an hour since our appointment." The woman at the front desk, without looking up, said impatiently, "As I said, you can wait if you want to, or leave if you don't." Chapter 59, Valuable. Longguo Longku University. Zhang Fan ate breakfast and prepared to go to the lab that Old Long said he would go to. Last night, he had stayed up all night, taking a general look at the battle armor and fighter crafting drawings that the system had rewarded him with. It was found to be more than a notch above the current Blue Star technology. He'd been excited all night watching it, but excited as he was, he couldn't develop it right now. This is because the energy source used by the battlemechs and fighters are all controlled fusion micro devices. But the current tokamak device for controlled fusion is missing an important ITER magnet material. Only when this problem is solved can controlled fusion continue to be developed. Yesterday Zhou Huai told him that about ITER magnet material has been reported to the state. The state will step in and negotiate with pretty countries to solve this problem. And I wonder how it's going. Zhang Fan said to himself. His main concern now was the ITER magnet material. As long as he succeeded in developing controlled fusion, he could only develop battle armor and fighter jets next. Zhang Fan arrived at Old Dragon's research room without realizing it, since today was Zhang Fan's first day here. Elder Long came early. Seeing Zhang Fan's arrival, Elder Long cheerfully rushed to welcome him and patted his shoulder. "Good boy. What a face for me. Ha ha." Zhang Fan was a bit bewildered when he heard Elder Long suddenly praise himself. Then he heard Elder Long say, "You're the first freshman to slam dunk in the Lonok University Traditions Challenge." Ha ha. Zhang Fan realized this and said modestly, "Just luck. Luck is part of strength." It could be seen that Elder Dragon was in a very good mood. He then clapped his hands together and addressed the 3 assistants. "Everyone come here. I'll introduce you." Then 2 young men and a woman approached. When the girl saw Zhang Fan, she couldn't help but let out an eek. Everyone then looked at her, and then she hurriedly said, "It's okay. It's okay." Elder Long didn't care that much and introduced himself to the 3 of them. "This is Zhang Fan, my newest student. From now on he'll be working with you in our research lab on mech energy equipment." The 3 of them looked at each other. A question mark popped up in their hearts. Didn't Elder Long never accept students? What is the situation today? "Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Fan. I'm this year's freshman, so please give me more pointers in the future if I don't know what I'm talking about." The girl then smiled at Zhang Fan and said, "Hello, my name is Xia Xiaoyu. I'm your senior sister. He. When Xia Xiaoyu spoke, she purposely bit the word senior sister very heavily. She was Xiao Yifei's best friend. Yesterday she heard Xiao Yifei say that she liked Zhang Fan and asked herself to inquire about his residence, but she didn't expect to run into him today at the institute. In the future, if Xiao Yifei and Zhang Fan became boyfriend and girlfriend, then Xiao Yifei would have to follow suit and call herself senior sister. She couldn't help but giggle at the thought. Hello, my name is Su Guanyuan. I'm a senior this year, and I'm a materials major. My name is Nyo Su. I'm a junior this year, majoring in computer science. They introduced themselves to each other and sort of said hello. Elder Long then gave Zhang Fan an introduction to their lab. Their lab mainly researched the energy systems in mechs. Last night, Zhang Fan had looked over the drawings of the battle mech rewarded by the system, and he now had a rough understanding of the mech as a whole. Mechs are divided into 10 major systems, which are energy systems, drive systems, skeleton systems, armor systems, weapon systems, plug-in system, perception system, master control system, manipulation system, vivisection system. Each system used a different area of specialization, so the research of the mecha was generally a separate study of each system, and then finally assembled together. It formed the mecha. Of course, the systems of these mechs do not exist separately. They need to meet from time to time to report on the development of each system, and then constantly adjust the direction of research and development. And since Elder Long had outstanding achievements in rocket fuel, he was in charge of the energy system among the top 10 systems of the mecha. In the drawings of the system rewarding Zhang Fan for the next 100 years of fighter mechs, the energy system was a small controlled fusion device used. It was very different from the aluminum battery energy that Long Lao was currently researching. However, there was no Aether magnet material in the Dragon Kingdom right now, so he couldn't research a small controlled fusion device for a while. After Elder Long gave Zhang Fan a similar introduction, he left. He was still the chief engineer of the Dragon Kingdom's rocket fuel development, and the project had reached a critical moment, so he had to be there to keep an eye on it. He handed Zhang Fan over to Su Guanyuan and asked him to take Zhang Fan to familiarize himself with the research lab environment first. But when Elder Long had just left, Xia Xiaoyu enthusiastically came over and said to Zhang Fan, senior sister will take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. After saying that, they introduced Zhang Fan to the situation that their research was now studying. When Su Guanyuan saw that someone was willing to take Zhang Fan to familiarize himself with the environment, he didn't bother to introduce him, so he continued to study the material of the lithium battery he had in his hands. Since Zhang Fan, in his previous life, had researched nanomaterials and had knowledge of materials for battery energy, he quickly familiarized himself with the research process. In the afternoon it will be possible to cooperate with them to do some experiments and exchanges. This caused them all to be astonished. They didn't expect this Zhang Fan to know so much. No wonder he was able to be taken in as a student by Elder Long. By the time he was eating in the afternoon, Zhang Fan gave Zhou Huai a call to ask about the Aether magnet material. Zhou Huai told him that it had not yet been fixed. According to the urine of the beautiful country, it is estimated that it is somewhat difficult to do, at least half a month. Hearing Zhou Huai say this, Zhang Fan had no choice but to be quiet. It seemed that this matter could not be rushed. After hanging up the phone, he then received a call from Dean Li of Longkou University. Said it was for him to honor the reward the principal gave him yesterday. Zhang Fan was instantly happy. Soon he arrived at the lab Dean Li had said he would be in. This lab is in the building next door to the old Long's lab. Zhang Fan waited for Dean Li for a while, and soon he came with the key. When you open the door, there's quite a bit of lab equipment inside. Zhang Fan, this is a laboratory left behind by an old professor from the previous Dragon Science Academy. If you still need any equipment and materials, just give it to me directly and I'll arrange for personnel to buy them for you. Thanks, Dean Li. Zhang Fan finished speaking, then took out a pen and plopped down on a table to write something. Dean Li was a little uncertain. After waiting for a while, Zhang Fan picked up the piece of paper and handed it directly to him. Dean Li, please, prepare these materials for me. Yes, Dean Li responded, worrying and bellyaching. You kid is really not polite. He then took a general look at the contents of the materials and equipment and was startled. The total price of these materials and equipment is a lot of money, and his initial estimate is at least $50 million. Chapter 60, Lead Acid Battery. The next day, Zhang Fan ate his breakfast and went to Long Lao's laboratory. Not long after, Elder Dragon also came, and after briefly communicating with a few people, he left in a hurry. After Long Lao left, Xia Xiaoyu said to Zhang Fan, you mention it to Academician Long. Let him rest more. Don't labor so much. After all, they are all over 60 old men. The body is important. Good. By the way, senior sister, why don't you just tell your teacher? Zhang Fan asked suspiciously. I wouldn't dare. Old Dragon's temper is too hot. Earlier, Xia Xiaoyu had said something unrelated to the experiment to Elder Long, and was scolded by Elder Long with a split face. Teacher, he looks quite peaceful. Zhang Fan said, hey, you're not like us. You're Elder Dragon student. Your status is different from ours, and as the saying goes, a tiger's venom doesn't eat its children. Okay, Jiang Fan responded, looking at Xia Xiaoyu's palpitating heart, and wondering in his heart, was Elder Dragon that scary? This matter, you must be attentive. Once I saw long academician doing experiments, covering the abdomen squatting on the ground for more than 10 minutes to slow down. Xia Xiaoyu was actually most afraid that something would happen to Long Lao's body. If that happened, they were afraid that it would be difficult for their research lab to continue. When she was a junior in college, she followed an old professor of Longkou University as an assistant, and it was because of that professor's health that the research in the lab was finally forced to stop. Thankfully, that old professor directly transferred her to Elder Long's side, but the other students were not so lucky. As a student, it was very difficult to find a research lab to do research that, although there are many teachers who do some research projects and are willing to take their students, how can there be that many projects for the entire school of 10,000 students? Xia Xiaoyu saw that Jiang Fan agreed, and only after explaining again and again did she put her heart down. Jiang Fan knew very well that, as a scientific researcher, behind the great achievements, it was all exchanged for playing with research day and night. Almost all researchers are physically, more or less, sick. A few people then got into the swing of things. Their current research and development task was very heavy. The mech's energy system was the core system of the entire mech. All functions are driven by the energy system. The other systems of the mech design should also be developed with the data of the energy system. Or you design a mech arm that can grab 1,000 kilograms of weight, but the power of the energy source cannot reach the power is also useless. When the morning was almost over, Jiang Fan called them over. What's the matter, schoolmate? Su Guanyuan asked. Senior, I did a summary of battery energy yesterday. Summary? I'll read the summary made by my schoolmate first. He. After Xia Xiaoyu finished speaking, she grabbed the information in Jiang Fan's hand and read it. Jiang Fan didn't bother with that much. He realized that the parallel world Earth was quite a bit higher than the technology on Blue Star through his understanding of Blue Star's battery materials yesterday. Currently, Blue Star's mainstream batteries are still lead-acid batteries, and the Earth has already researched lithium-cobalt-acid 18,650 batteries, nickel-metal hydride batteries, lithium-iron phosphate batteries, lithium ternary batteries and so on. The performance is more than 3 times higher than lead-acid batteries. Seeing that Jiang Fan was so motivated, Su Guanyuan decided to listen to him and give him some guidance in the process. Senior Jiang Fan, can you tell us about what you've summarized? Jiang Fan nodded and said to the three. Mech energy generally has the following needs. 1 is range, 2 is output power, 3 battery life. At present, the energy source of the mechs we are researching is mainly lead-acid batteries, which have stable performance and mature technology, but to use it as a mech energy source, I feel it's far from adequate. The lead-acid batteries have a cycle life of around 300 cycles, with a maximum of 500, and have poor range and lack of power, as well as its weight. Su Guanyuan nodded far away, agreeing with Jiang Fan's summary. The analysis was spot on, and it pointed out the problems they needed to overcome. Currently, their main research focus is how to improve the overall performance of lead-acid batteries. Jiang Fan continued. So, I feel like the direction of our research needs to change. Change of direction? Xia Xiaoyu put down Jiang Fan's paper version of the summary and said in surprise. Right. Jiang Fan gave her a look and said firmly, lead-acid batteries are batteries made primarily of lead and its oxides, with the electrolyte being a sulfuric acid solution. Is chemical reaction PbO2 plus 2H2SO4 plus PbPbSO4 plus 2H2O plus PbSO4, discharge reaction, lead dioxide, sulfuric acid, spongy lead, reduction of the valence of Pb and PbO2. This battery structure, the upper limit of performance is destined to be very low. There is not the slightest need to explore in depth. It will only be a waste of time. When Jiang Fan finished speaking, the three of them looked at each other. Su Guanyuan instantly had a much worse impression of Jiang Fan. What they were studying now was the general direction given by Elder Long. Jiang Fan's direct dismissal of their research as a waste of time was tantamount to dismissing Elder Dragon. If Elder Long knew, he really didn't know how he would feel about him as a disciple. Jiang Fan, you should know that lead-acid batteries are the best performing batteries in Blue Star, and the technology is very mature. I'm sure it won't be long before we have a breakthrough in lead-acid batteries in our research lab. Xia Xiaoyu was the first to stand out and said, Schoolmate, we all support you for being diligent and good at your studies, but scientific research is not what you think it is. Yes, it's fortunate that Elder Long isn't here. If his old man heard that, even if you were his student, you wouldn't be spared a criticism. The three of them were counting on Jiang Fan. They all had the same opinion of Jiang Fan now, that they were young and foolish. Jiang Fan waited for them to finish and continued to speak slowly. For researchers, the direction of research is very important. A wrong direction is doomed to prevent major breakthroughs. Su Guanyuan's face was a little displeased when he saw that Jiang Fan was persistent. They were all juniors and seniors this year, and today they were actually being lectured by a freshman. So they said in a somewhat mocking tone, "Zhang Fan, you say that it's a waste of time for us to research lead-acid batteries, so give us a correct direction for our research." Lithium iron phosphate power cells. Lithium iron phosphate power cells? The three were surprised. It was the first time they had heard of a battery made of this material. The performance of lithium iron phosphate power batteries is more than 3 times that of lead-acid batteries. Cycle life reaches more than 2,000 cycles and thermal peak can be 350 C, 500 C. Wide operating temperature range, -20 C plus 75 C. Zhang Fan began to introduce them to the performance of lithium iron phosphate power battery. Listening to them was full of disbelief. Keep in mind that the lead-acid batteries they were working on were only predicted to improve performance by up to 30%. Chapter 61, Adoration from Girlfriend. Su Guangyuan's 3 people did not care about the lithium iron phosphate power battery that Zhang Fan said. Think of it all as Zhang Fan bragging. For them to develop a battery with a new material is impossible to develop without years or decades of work. Besides, it's still a different matter whether a battery made of such material would work. The fact that they could patiently listen to Zhang Fan's introduction was already considered giving him face. After all, he was Elder Long's student. When Zhang Fan saw Su Guangyuan's teasing face, he knew that he didn't believe what he was saying. Seeing Xia Xiaoyu and Niu Su listening to a blank face, it is estimated that they also did not understand the chemical reaction of lithium iron phosphate power battery. It seems that this program needs to wait until one's teacher returns. After lunch, Zhang Fan didn't go to the lab again, because doing research on lead-acid batteries that was a waste of time. He called Dean Li, asked about his materials and equipment. Dean Li told him to have it ready for him to send tomorrow. Zhang Fan made another call to Zhou Huide and inquired about the situation over at the northern base. R&D at the northern base is on track and all is well. Zhang Fan put his heart down and asked about the ITER magnet material again. Zhou Huide told him that the negotiation of the personnel sent by the country did not go well, and they were being made difficult by the pretty country at every turn. As long as there is ITER magnet material news, Zhou Huide said he will contact Zhang Fan at the first time. Zhang Fan was also helpless, but it was a pity that the system did not tell him the development method of the ITER magnet material. Otherwise there would be no need to go to pretty country and beg them. The current information Zhang Fan had compiled on the program of controlled nuclear fusion was already enough for Zhou Huide and the others to develop for a month, so he's in no hurry to organize the program information for now. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan had nothing to do in the afternoon. It was at this moment that his WeChat rang. At first glance it was the little Wildcat who had sent him a message. "Wildcat, Zhang Fan, what are you doing?" He replied with a grin. "Zhang Fan, Chu Ruoshi student. I just finished eating. I'm fine in the afternoon." "Little Wildcat, I'm at the front door of your school right now." "Kong Fan, okay, wait for me." Zhang Fan put away his cell phone and headed for the main gate. Thinking of Chu Ruoshi's cute and lively appearance, Zhang Fan couldn't help but run as he walked. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the main gate out of breath. The shapely Chu Ruoshi was found to be at the front door, looking forward to it. When she spotted Zhang Fan's figure, Chu Ruoshi immediately revealed a cute smile. "Zhang Fan," Chu Ruoshi shouted, then came to Zhang Fan's side with a bounce. "Student Chu Ruoshi, why don't you wait for me in the shade?" Zhang Fan said. I'm afraid you won't see me," Chu Ruoshi said with a smile. "By the way, why are you still calling me Chu Ruoshi classmate? I'm your girlfriend now. From now on, call me Ruoshi, or Xiaoxi is fine." Zhang Fan pondered for a while. Now that Chu Ruoshi was his girlfriend, it seemed like calling her Chu Ruoshi's classmate was indeed a bit out of place, so he tried this rephrasing. "If Wakashi," although the shouting was a bit raw, Chu Ruoshi was still very satisfied to hear it. "That's right, So his hands directly encircled Zhang Fan's arms. It's part of the late summer and early fall, and it's still hot enough that their arms are bare. Zhang Fan's arm touched Chu Ruoshi's white and soft arm, and he immediately had a feeling of electric shock. The little heart was beating wildly. His face reddened as well. This was the first time he had skin to skin with the opposite sex. Chu Ruoshi asked as she noticed Zhang Fan's abnormality. "Zhang Fan, why is your face red?" I. Zhang Fan's mouth was a little dry as he spoke. "You wouldn't be this close to a girl for the first time, would you?" Chu Ruoshi asked with a smile. Zhang Fan's mind was now blank. He couldn't think of a good reason, and in the end, he could only nod honestly. Chu Ruoshi laughed even more happily and instead hugged Zhang Fan's arm tighter. "Zhang Fan, I haven't visited your school yet. Will you take me there?" "Well, if Wakashi," Zhang Fan was still a bit awkward when he called out to Ruoshi, but it was much better than the first time he shouted it just now. Afterward, Zhang Fan and Chu Ruoshi entered the gates of Longkou University together. The campus environment of LKU is not comparable to that of Huaqing University. Huaqing University was the best campus environment among all the universities in the Dragon Kingdom. To be honest, Zhang Fan wasn't too familiar with the campus of Longkou University, except for the first day when he went around alone for a while. During these 2 days, he stayed in Elder Dragon's research lab. The two just wandered aimlessly around the campus. Along the way, Chu Ruoshi spoke cheerfully to Zhang Fan about what had happened to her at Huaqing University in the past 2 days. Zhang Fan was also full of smiles and responded from time to time. He loved the way Chu Ruoshi chattered around him. It felt like she was extraordinarily energetic, like she never got tired. Zhang Fan, tell us about your 2 days at Longkou University too, Zhang Fan said after thinking for a moment. Exams, labs, and meeting you. No? Aha! Zhang Fan responded. But this was indeed what he had done in the past 3 days at Longkou University. Freshmen just enrolled. Why are they still taking tests? It's the Dragon Science University's traditional challenge, Zhang Fan explained. Hey, by the way, I heard from one of our roommates in the dorm that she accompanied her friend to check-in that day and happened to watch the Lonoke University Heritage Challenge exam as well, said one of the freshmen. Came right in with a grand slam, breaking Lonoke University's 30-year-old record, which is especially impressive. Hee. Aha! Zhang Fan echoed, seeing Chu Ruoshi's worshipful appearance. His heart was still beautiful. Zhang Fan, how many challenge test questions did you make? Sort of 9 ways. 9 ways? Chu Ruoshi said in surprise. How many questions are there in your school's traditional challenge? 9 ways. Ah, that. Freshman, that wouldn't be you, would it? Chu Ruoshi opened her small mouth and looked at Zhang Fan in surprise. Aha! Zhang Fan nodded. Ah, it's really you. Ha ha, my boyfriend is just awesome. He. Chu Ruoshi's heart couldn't be happier. She had envied someone else before, but it turned out that this person was actually Zhang Fan. Chu Ruoshi was as cheerful as a little white rabbit, and in the end, she was so excited that she couldn't help but give Zhang Fan a gentle kiss on his cheek. This look is the normal behavior between lovers. However, in Zhang Fan's heart, like a calm lake, was a small stone stirred up by a burst of ripples for a long time cannot be calmed. In the meantime, Lon Lao returned to the laboratory and found Zhang Fan's summary of the battery materials, as well as the lithium iron phosphate power battery research program. Chapter 62, Full Cooperation. When Lon Lao saw the end, he directly put Zhang Fan to write that battery summary and slapped it on the experimental table. Xia Xiaoyu and the 3 of them were scared, and their hearts simultaneously thumped. Xia Xiaoyu was suddenly shocked. It's over. I blame myself for being careless and forgetting to put away the summary written by Zhang Fan. Elder Long was definitely going to be angry now, while Su Guanyuan's heart is sneering. See you still fooling around, waiting to be scolded by the old dragon. At this time, Elder Long asked at the 3 of them, "Where's Zhang Fan?" Xia Xiaoyu hurriedly explained, "He's a new student. He's going to have formal military training tomorrow, so I guess there's something going on. We'll call him here." Afterward, Xia Xiaoyu quickly took out her cell phone and dialed Zhang Fan. At this moment, Zhang Fan was sitting on the grass with Chu Ruoshi, drinking milk tea and chatting happily. Zhang Fan heard his cell phone ringing and saw that it was Xia Xiaoyu, calling at this hour, presumably about the institute. Just as he connected, Xia Xiaoyu's anxious voice came from over there. "Zhang Fan, come to the research room. Academician Long is back looking for you." Got it. I'm going back now. After 2 seconds, Xia Xiaoyu lowered her voice and said, "Lon Academician looked at that summary of yours and his face was a little less than pretty. When you come back, apologize properly." After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He stood up and said to Chu Ruoshi, Ruoshi, there is something going on in the lab. I need to go over there. Why don't you go to my place? I'll find you when I'm done." "Okay, if you've got business to attend to, go ahead," Chu Ruoshi replied, although she really wanted Zhang Fan to continue to accompany her. But she also knew very well in her heart that it was very hard to join a lab as a freshman, so she couldn't afford to hold her boyfriend back. Afterward, Zhang Fan gave Chu Ruoshi the key to his place and left in a hurry. Chu Ruoshi took the key and headed for the teacher's apartment that Zhang Fan had mentioned. She hadn't expected that Zhang Fan, a freshman, would be assigned a separate dormitory. It seems that his previous invention of solar photovoltaic panel material is not a small contribution to the country. Chu Ruoshi asked a few classmates before finding the teacher's apartment. She opened the door to room 302 and stepped inside. The room in front of her immediately surprised her a little. The inside is decorated with antique colors and very charming. The dining table, stools, sofa and bookcase are all made of mahogany. It's definitely understated luxury. Chu Ruoshi looked around the room and liked it very much, simultaneously amazed. That's too good of a deal. Zhang Fan returned to Elder Dragon's lab. The atmosphere in the lab was found to be very staid. Elder Long was still holding Zhang Fan's information and reading it, picking up his pen from time to time and writing something. When Xia Xiaoyu saw Zhang Fan walk in, she hurriedly ran over and explained in a low voice, "Zhang Fan, you'll admit your mistake later with a better attitude. After all, Academician Long is your teacher. He shouldn't be too angry. Admit fault? Why would I admit fault?" Zhang Fan looked at Xia Xiaoyu in disbelief. He didn't seem to have made any mistakes. When Xia Xiaoyu saw that Zhang Fan didn't have the slightest bit of awareness, she was a bit angry. "You're such an elf. You're on your own." Zhang Fan didn't bother to pay attention to Xia Xiaoyu, so he walked to Long Lao and said, "Teacher, you asked for me." Only then did Elder Long put down his pen and raised his head to ask, "Where were you this afternoon?" "With my girlfriend." As Zhang Fan uttered these words, Xia Xiaoyu's trio was directly petrified in place. "He doesn't come to the lab all afternoon, and he goes to pick up girls?" And with a straight face, they were really afraid that Elder Long would be angered out of his mind, just as they were anticipating that Zhang Fan might have to pay the price for his behavior. Elder Long, however, said with a kind face, "You've got a girlfriend. Not bad. When will you lead it over and show it to the teacher?" "She's at my place right now," Zhang Fan said. "Okay, show me later." Ha ha. Elder Long's entire brow was smiling, and the three of them looked puzzled. They all wondered if they were having an illusion. Was this still the usually strict, hot-tempered Elder Long? What is it the teacher is looking for me for?" Zhang Fan asked. Only then did Elder Long withdraw his mind and said, "Did you write this one?" "Aha! The idea of a lithium iron phosphate power battery is novel. Can you tell me how the lithium iron phosphate leaf APO4 positive and negative electrodes in it react?" Negative reaction. C6Li Xe- equals C6Li 1X plus Xli plus. C6Li indicates that lithium atoms are embedded in graphite to form a composite material. Anodic reaction Li 1X MO2 plus Xli plus Xe equals LiMO2. Zhang Fan explained to the old man while the old man acted like a student, asking questions from time to time and waiting for Zhang Fan to answer them before he suddenly realized what was going on. Su Guangyuan. The three of them just looked at them blankly, their hearts filled with doubt. Zhang Fan put the DragonU research lead acid batteries, slammed worthless, but the DragonU even modest to Zhang Fan for advice up. According to the plot, shouldn't it be that Elder Long was so enraged that he directly kicked Zhang Fan out of the lab? Looking at Long Lao, they also began to seriously think about whether the lithium iron phosphate power battery proposed by Zhang Fan was feasible. 2 hours later, Elder Dragon understood pretty much everything. He believes that Zhang Fan's lithium iron phosphate power battery program is very feasible. If the research was successful, Blue Star's battery energy could definitely rise to a new level, and the problem of mech energy will be solved. Zhang Fan, how soon can you research the lithium iron phosphate power battery? Elder Long asked. Zhang Fan pondered for a while and said, conservatively estimate half a month. Half a month? All of the people in the lab were in a state of shock. A new type of battery material can be researched in just half a month. This is absolutely impossible. Just like when the lead acid battery was first researched. It was researched by the F country plant after 5 years and I don't know how many failures. But Zhang Fan went so far as to say that he could research a lithium iron phosphate power battery in half a month. Even if Zhang Fan had the formula for the lithium iron phosphate power battery, it could not be easily researched. A new type of battery material is being researched successfully, and under normal circumstances, it would take 2 to 5 years at the very least. Zhang Fan, you really can study it in half a month? Elder Long asked in shock. Aha! Zhang Fan nodded seriously. Long Lao got a little excited. If someone else had said this, he would not have believed it. But Zhang Fan was the one who had researched controlled nuclear fusion. With such a genius, even if Zhang Fan said that he could research a spaceship, Elder Long was convinced. Elder Long then said to the Su Guangyuan trio, you three, stop all research in your hands, and for this half a month, fully cooperate with Zhang Fan. Chapter 63, Closed Research. After Long Lao finished his explanation, he asked Zhang Fan to make a list of materials needed for the experiment. Elder Long then sent the list to the relevant people. It is requested that materials must be in the lab by 8 o'clock tomorrow. Afterward, Elder Long looked at Zhang Fan and it was a favorite. Zhang Fan, go, take me to meet your girlfriend. Aha! Zhang Fan nodded his head, so he and Elder Dragon prepared to go out. At this time, Su Guangyuan cowardly shouted, Academician Long, so what do we do now? It was because just now, Elder Long said that they should stop the research they were doing and fully cooperate with Zhang Fan. They suddenly didn't know what to do now. Elder Long said without a trace of anger, do what you have to do. You don't have to work late tonight. After saying that, he went out with Zhang Fan, leaving the three men staring at each other in disbelief. Su Guangyuan, Academician Long wasn't drugged by Zhang Fan. Seeing that our research is coming to fruition, how can it stop just like that? Xia Xiaoyu said. Hey, the key I feel that the lithium iron phosphate power battery that Zhang Fan said is not reliable at all. Su Guangyuan said helplessly. We'll do whatever Elder Long tells us to do. Niu Su said. Gotta. It's a rare night when I don't have to do research, so I'm going out to have fun. Xia Xiaoyu didn't care so much. Just like what Niu Su said. Just do whatever Elder Long told you to do. At this time, Xia Xiaoyu suddenly reacted. Before Zhang Fan said he had a girlfriend? I'll go. His own best friend, Xiao Yifei, even asked himself to inquire about Zhang Fan's situation where. She then took out her cell phone and quickly made a call to Xiao Yifei. Elder Long made a side trip back to his house while he was on his way to Zhang Fan's place. Afterward, the two of them came to Zhang Fan's residence. When Chu Ruoshi heard the knock on the door, she came out of the kitchen in a hurry. She opened the door and sure enough, it was Zhang Fan who had returned. But there was an old man standing next to him. She guessed that it should be the teacher that Zhang Fan was talking about. And before Zhang Fan could introduce her, she smiled at Long Lao and said, "Hello, teacher, come on in." Long Lao said happily when he saw that the little girl had such a cheerful personality and was also pretty. Yeah. Afterward, they came to the living room together, and Chu Ruoshi hurriedly washed some fruits for Elder Long. Teacher, eat some fruit. Good. By the way, little girl, what's your name? Long Lao asked. My name is Chu Ruoshi. I'm Zhang Fan's high school classmate. Chu Ruoshi introduced herself greatly. Well, not bad. Zhang Fan, you kid will be blessed in the future, Elder Long said jokingly. In fact, the reason why Elder Long had come over was to help Zhang Fan as a gatekeeper. He was really afraid that if Zhang Fan met a girl with a bad personality, it would seriously affect his research in the future. But now it seems that Zhang Fan's girlfriend Chu Ruoshi is very nice with her knowledge and cheerful personality. Now, he sort of let it go. After Chu Ruoshi chatted with Elder Long for a while, she went back to the kitchen to cook. As Elder Long looked on, the two of them, Zhang Fan and Chu Ruoshi, were quite like two people living their lives. Zhang Fan, I think Chu Ruoshi is a good kid, so you can't fail her in the future. Understand? Well, I know, teacher, Zhang Fan responded. Ever since the moment Chu Ruoshi was with him, Zhang Fan hadn't thought of separating from her. During the meal, Chu Ruoshi was apologetic. Teacher, Zhang Fan, this is the first time I've ever cooked, so it might not be too good. Ha ha, I'll try it. Elder Dragon savored it for a moment. Not bad. Ha ha. Zhang Fan also tasted a bite. This was also the first time he had eaten a meal made by Chu Ruoshi, and to be honest, he was still quite moved in his heart. Wakashi, yummy, really? Chu Ruoshi was all smiles when she saw that both Elder Long and Zhang Fan said it was delicious, so I ate it too, and it turned out to taste really bad. But looking at the way Elder Long and Zhang Fan were eating very deliciously, his heart was still quite moved. The three ate. I'll leave you two alone. Ha ha, Elder Long said with a snicker, and Zhang Fan and Chu Ruoshi looked at each other and their faces couldn't help but turn a little red. Zhang Fan, come with me for a moment. Aha! Zhang Fan and Long Lao went out of the room together and came down to the classroom apartment building. Long Lao looked around for a while before he slowly said, Zhang Fan, regarding your previous scientific research results, even if your parents and your girlfriend, you must keep it a secret. Got it? I know. Teacher, it's all for your safety and theirs. Zhang Fan understood what Elder Long meant. As a scientific researcher, especially when one researches a major result, it would cause a stir in the world. It was easy to be targeted by some enemy countries. Long Lao gave two more explanations and took out a jade bracelet from his pocket. Zhang Fan, as your teacher, meeting Ruoshi for the first time, this is a meet and greet gift for her. Pass it on to her. Zhang Fan glanced at the turquoise jade bracelet, which was worth a lot at a glance, and quickly refused. Teacher, this is too expensive. Zhang Fan, this is a little bit of teacher's intention. To be honest, today, I came just to give you a gatekeeper. Ruoshi, this girl is good. Cherish her in the future. Seeing that Elder Long was very serious, Zhang Fan didn't push any further and accepted it. That's right. Ha, said Long Lao with a smile. There's also the research on the lithium iron phosphate power battery. You'll be in full charge of that for a while. I'm going to spend some time on another project during this time, and I hope that when I come back, I can give the old man a surprise. Don't worry, teacher, I won't let you down. Zhang Fan looked at Elder Dragon's distant back and contemplated for a while before returning to his residence. Giving the jade bracelet to Chu Ruoshi, she saw such a beautiful jade bracelet and loved it. Zhang Fan, this jade bracelet is quite valuable at first glance. It's better to return it to your teacher. I told the teacher and he insisted on giving it. Just take it. Chu Ruoshi looked at the turquoise jade bracelet and put it away afterward. Since military training would start tomorrow, Zhang Fan sent Chu Ruoshi back to Huaqing University. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, the freshmen at LKU wore camouflage uniforms and went to the playground to start their first class of military training at the university. And Zhang Fan came to the lab at 8 o'clock sharp, found all the ingredients ready to go. Not long after, Xia Xiaoyu, Su Guangyuan, and Niu Su also came. Zhang Fan briefly talked about the division of labor in their research, then he turned to the three of them again. In the next 15 days, in order to be able to study the lithium iron phosphate power battery as soon as possible, we will enter a closed research mode. Closed study? The three said in surprise. Yes, what is closed study? Xia Xiaoyu asked. Eat, drink, sleep, all in the lab. The three of them were dumbfounded as they listened. Elder Long was already harsh enough on them, but it didn't occur to me that Zhang Fan was more like a Joe pickpocket. Chapter 64, New Energy Vehicle. Just at the time when Zhang Fan was leading the three of them, Su Guangyuan, to intensely study the lithium iron phosphate power battery, Tesla, the world's #1 new energy vehicle, issued a press release. The release claims that they have successfully developed a Model 4 new energy vehicle with a 30% increase in battery performance over the original. The Model 4 has a range of 425 kilometers and supports charging as fast as 3 hours to complete, accelerates to 6 seconds to 100 meters with great power. Priced at $29.98 lakhs. As soon as the news broke, it immediately attracted widespread attention from countries around the world. The Dragon Kingdom is the world's leading seller of new energy vehicles. After the press conference, Tesla New Energy Vehicle Company of the beautiful country chose the first time to hold the Model 4 car show in the magic city of the Dragon Country. Many car owners in the Dragon Kingdom who like new energy sources have watched the battery performance of the Tesla Model 4 and have been hotly debating it on the internet. Netizen 1, this Tesla Model 4 battery performance has been improved by 30%, which is very good, and the appearance is very cool. I like it. Ready to get one. Netizen 2, new energy car 100 meters 6 seconds. This power is absolutely strong. Did not think that new energy vehicles can also experience the feeling of pushback. Netizen 3, I feel that new energy vehicles, the most important thing is to look at its range. Tesla Model 4 range of 425 kilometers, or more attractive to me. Netizen 4, 20 cents of electricity a kilometer. Charging a charge is only 85 yuan, and gasoline cars then save too much. It's worth getting. Netizen 5, resolutely boycott. Tesla is the brand of the beautiful country. I want to buy just by BYD. Support domestic. Netizen 6, yes, we have to support domestic production. Netizen 7, we also want to support the domestic. The key BYD battery is not strong. Even though Tesla is more expensive than BYD, I still choose Tesla. Netizen 8, now that the Dragon has joined the WTO, what foreign and domestic brands are divided into? Whose stuff is good? Whose I buy? Netizen 9, those who play the banner of support for domestic production. I think it is a poor bastard. The garbage BYD and still people support. Really brain dead. While the netizens were arguing heatedly, BYD headquarters also held an emergency meeting of senior management for this purpose. In the conference room, BYD's Mr. Wang listened to the report of the leader of the data analysis department with a sad face. We did an analysis of 1 million owners through Cars Big Data and 67% said they liked Tesla's Model 4, with 31% saying they would buy it. We, BYD new energy vehicles, account for 26.8% of the market share of new energy vehicles in the Dragon Kingdom. This time Tesla's new energy car Model 4. The impact on our overall sales is huge. The budget of our BYD new energy car market share will fall to. When the leader of the analysis department said this, he glanced at Mr. Wang, who had an ugly face, and hesitated to go on. Mr. Wang glanced at him and said directly, say, the leader of the analysis department was also frightened and timid. Market share will drop to 9%. Pop. Mr. Wang directly shot up, pressing his hands hard on the conference table, his face red with anger. 9% market share? Today they're 26.8% market share is just barely enough to survive. If they do drop to a 9% market share, they will have to lose about $3 billion a year and definitely face closure. After 2 minutes, Mr. Wang calmed down, slowly sat down on the stool, and turned to the executives of the R&D department and asked, Manager Gao, what's the progress of our R&D department? Today, he has no choice but to pin his hopes on the R&D department. They can only solve the fundamental problem by developing a battery with even better performance. But the high manager of the research and development department said in a somewhat lost tone, so far, no. Mr. Wang knew the answer to this question before he asked it again. Battery performance improvements don't happen overnight. Before Tesla upgraded its batteries, the battery technology level of new energy vehicles was more or less the same, and BYD still had the ability to steal the market with Tesla. And today, Tesla has upped the performance of its batteries by a full 30%, such a big gap that there's not even the slightest bit of competitive capital. Mr. Wang raised his head and looked at all the executives present, then said, let's discuss how we, BYD Group, will face this competition next. At this time, the marketing manager thought for a moment and said to Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang, We feel that we should still be able to gun for some market share if we lower the market price by 10%. The budget department heard this and immediately stood up and said, reducing the market price by 10% equates to a 33% reduction in our profits. Today our annual profit and loss is flat. If we adjust our prices we will have to go into the red, which is tantamount to chronic suicide. Chronic suicide is also better than losing market share. At the very least we can still survive. As long as we wait until the R&D department develops a new type of battery, we'll be able to solve our group's problems. I don't agree with the price cut. This makes consumers think that we BYD only make tiny new energy vehicles and will seriously affect our reputation. Mr. Wang's brow furrowed. Lowering the price could indeed bring a moment of respite for their group, but this was not a long-term solution after all. Just when there was a lot of debate on whether or not to lower the price. At this time the manager of the Research and Development Department said weakly, Mr. Wang, new energy vehicles, is currently a project strongly supported by the state, and we, BYD Group, are the largest new energy vehicle company in the Dragon Kingdom. Can we ask for the state's help? The entire conference room immediately fell silent at these words. It dawned on everyone. Yeah, they have a country behind them. Mr. Wang also thought of one of his high school classmates at this time. He's doing research on materials at Lonoke University now, so maybe he knows some professors and experts in battery research. After Mr. Wang made up his mind, he said to everyone, Outreach Manager, you deal with the relevant state departments and react to the problem. No market price adjustments for now. Research and Development Department, increase funding, in a short period of time must develop a new type of battery. The other departments, by all means, do their jobs. I'm sure we can get through this crisis of our BYD group. Besides, we have our motherland behind us. Mr. Wang's words instantly ignited everyone's hope. When the meeting was over, Mr. Wang took out his phone and contacted his high school classmates at LKU, the lab of the old dragon at Longkou University. Zhang Fan and the others were doing their experiments in an organized manner. This was the 8th day of their research, when Xia Xiaoyu took the last portion of iron phosphate material and loaded it into the container. She stretched tiredly. Ouch. Finally the preliminary is done. Chapter 65, Ideal and Reality. Zhang Fan saw that he had finally researched the lithium iron phosphate power battery sample. The heart also counted a sigh of relief. The next time, is the experiment? As long as the next experiment is not a problem, they are considered successful research. Senior Nyo Su, is there any problem with the computer's calculation of the lithium iron phosphate data? No, everything is fine. Nyo Su replied, okay, we'll start experimenting with lithium iron phosphate batteries now. Xia Xiaoyu was paralyzed on the stool and pretended to be furious when she heard Zhang Fan say that he was going to conduct the experiment immediately. Senior Zhang Fan, can you show some mercy? Scientific research doesn't discriminate between men and women. You forgot, that's what you said. Zhang Fan returned. Humph, when academician Long returns, I'm going to accuse you, Xia Xiaoyu said indignantly, but directly stood up. In fact, she was curious to know how their research turned out. Su Guangyuan brought over the power supply at this time and made preparations. Originally, he was convinced that the lithium iron phosphate power battery that Zhang Fan had mentioned was simply impossible to develop. He was waiting for Zhang Fan toss 2 days, by the reality of the slap in the face, to see his joke. As a result, in the past few days, he realized that Zhang Fan's kind of research spirit had deeply impressed him. During the period when they were researching, they didn't know how many times there were failures, but Zhang Fan didn't have the slightest bit of defeat, and after the failure, he immediately plunged into the next experiment. Until under Zhang Fan's leadership, they broke through each link bit by bit. Also just today, they surprisingly succeeded in developing a sample lithium iron phosphate power battery, although it is not known if it will work, but only 8 days, from theory to realize out. I'm afraid only Zhang Fan. After Zhang Fan checked again that there was no problem with the lithium iron phosphate power battery sample, he said to Su Guangyuan, Senior, energize. Su Guangyuan heard Zhang Fan's order and directly connected the 220V power supply. Senior Nyo Su, report the data changes. Voltage, 3, 65V. Current, 0, 5C. Temperature, 45 degrees. Storage speed, 86 mAh per s. Nyosu reported on the energized lithium iron phosphate battery with data, and Zhang Fan made a record. Half an hour later, Nyosu said, power storage 100%. Okay, cut the power. Su Guangyuan cut off the power supply, and then brought the instrument to start testing the lithium iron phosphate power battery samples. All clear. Junior sister Xiaoyu, start connecting the discharge equipment. Pay attention to the changes in the data of the equipment, and immediately disconnect the equipment if there is any abnormality. Yes, Xia Xiaoyu nodded with a grave expression. Although she was usually a bit cheeky, she didn't dare to joke about the experiment at the critical moment. As she turned on the discharge device, the values on it began to change, but they were all within range and nothing out of the ordinary. After 5 minutes, the discharge device ends. Xiaoyu reported up the data. Nyosu imported these data into the computer, and then still ran the comparison to detect any errors in the data. If there were no errors, it proved that the lithium iron phosphate power battery they had researched had achieved initial success. This data result takes about half an hour or so. These days they worked day and night on their research, and Su Guangyuan and the three of them only slept an average of 4 hours a day. And Jiang Fan was even more exaggerated, sometimes staying awake for 2 days and 2 nights in a row. However, Jiang Fan had the booster of the stay-up-all-night capsule, and although he was tired these days, he was the one in the best condition among the 4 of them. Jiang Fan looked at the dark circles under his eyes and tired bodies of the other 3. Turning to the 3 of them, he said, "You guys go ahead and take a break. I'll just keep an eye on it." They were part of a closed study these days, with a few improvised beds temporarily placed in the lab for them to rest whenever they wanted. "Who has the heart to sleep when we're about to find out the results of our research?" Xiaoyu said without a trace of anger. She now had a very strong opinion of Jiang Fan, the pickpocket of the week, due to his closed study. In the past 8 days, she'd been limited in the number of times she'd washed her face, let alone bathed. She felt like she was going to stink now. This was nothing. What was even more irritating was that every time she felt like she had just laid down, she was pulled up by Jiang Fan and proceeded to do research. But angry as she was looking forward to this moment to see the results of their research. Su Guangyuan and Nyosu also said that they would wait for the results together. Everyone had been waiting for this half hour, and the nerves that had been tense for the past few days had finally relaxed. All had a laugh and a joke. "Senior Jiang Fan, do you think there's a bonus if we really research lithium iron phosphate power battery?" "Well, there is," Jiang Fan responded. "If they really researched lithium iron phosphate power batteries, it would be equivalent to upgrading Blue Star's batteries by more than 1 grade. The state will surely give them a lot of rewards." The last time Jiang Fan researched stabilized nuclear fusion for 118 seconds, the state all rewarded him 5 million. This time, lithium iron phosphate power battery, although not as important as the controlled fusion program, but the commercial value of lithium iron phosphate power battery is very large, like energy storage equipment, electric tools, electric vehicles, new energy vehicles, equipment, mobile power and many other areas. All of the areas combined are worth at least $1 trillion. It's great to have a bonus. I've wanted to buy a computer for a long time, Nyosu said happily. "How much does a computer cost? Can there be some pursuit?" Xiaoyu said. "It's not expensive. Over 40,000, Nyosu said. "Holy, that's expensive. Aren't all computers around 2,000? Xiaoyu said. "You girls don't understand, just like we don't understand your lipstick," Su Guangyuan said. "By the way, Su Guangyuan, what do you want to do with your bonus?" "I want to buy a model aircraft carrier." "No fun. If I get a bonus, I'll buy from the first floor to the top floor of the mall." "What clothes, shoes, makeup, lipstick, perfume, bags?" "Sister, let me ask weakly, how much does it cost for so many things?" Jiang Fan asked. "How would I know? Nor have I tried?" Xiaoyu was just going through the motions, but she was mercilessly pulled back to reality by Jiang Fan. She then smiled and said to Jiang Fan, "Chief Engineer Jiang Fan, if we succeed in our research, how much bonus do you think we can pay?" Jiang Fan extended a finger before he could speak. Tick-tock, the computer beeped twice, a signal that the data results were coming in. He hurriedly turned around to check, and the other 3 put away their smiles and gathered around with nervous faces. Jiang Fan looked at it carefully. The previous figures are fine. He maneuvered the mouse down and suddenly a string of red numbers caught his eye. His heart skipped a beat, knowing that their research had failed. There is a problem with the data. The other 3 also saw the string of red data. They were filled with frustration. Although they understood that the chances of succeeding in one go were low, they still had expectations in their hearts, hoping that they could perform a miracle. Just a pity. Ideals are plentiful. Reality is bony. Chapter 66. I'm willing to pay $1 billion to ask him to come out. Jiang Fan looked at the red numbers displayed on the computer. He pondered over and over again, and looked at the formula principal data a few more times. Theoretically, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Afterwards, he pulled out all the data. Then he had Su Guangyuan split the lithium iron phosphate power battery. Start checking row by row to find out what's wrong. Lithium iron phosphate power battery is divided into a total of 4 core materials: anode material, electrolyte, and diaphragm. Junior sister Xiaoyu, you're in charge of the testing of the positive electrode material. Here's the data. Senior Ko Yuan, you are in charge of the testing of negative electrode materials. Senior Nyo Su, you are responsible for the entire lithium iron phosphate power battery data analysis. An hour later, Senior Jiang Fan, the data anomaly has been found. When Jiang Fan heard this, he was excited and hurriedly said, "Senpai, where is the problem?" "You see, the anomalous data stems from the battery's diaphragm, but the battery's diaphragm we've already tested. There's no problem? Su Guangyuan said. At this time Xia Xiaoyu said after thinking for a moment, is it possible that we were wrong to use porous polymer membranes in the first place? Zhang Fan fell into thought after hearing this. There really was such a possibility. Zhang Fan remembered at this time that there is another material for the diaphragm of the battery, which is an inorganic composite membrane. It is a lithium iron phosphate battery diaphragm obtained by using inorganic nanoparticles as well as high polymer composite. The technical difficulty of this type of diaphragm lies in the nanoparticles, which is not a problem for him, who previously specialized in nanotechnology. Let's change the battery diaphragm. A different type of battery diaphragm? Su Guangyuan said in surprise. Every technology of the battery is researched, but it is not easy. Changing a battery diaphragm, no technical principles, completely rely on figuring out, at least half a year's time. Senior Zhang Fan, changing a battery diaphragm is easy to say. If it's really hard to do, Zhang Fan knew what Su Guangyuan was talking about in terms of difficulties. Give me 2 hours and I'll make the technical principle data. Su Guangyuan directly laughed out. A new technical principle. Zhang Fan said he could do it in 2 hours. Even if Elder Long was here, he wouldn't dare to say that he could do it in 2 hours in the face of a new type of technology. Senior Zhang Fan, I feel that we should still go a little deeper on the porous polymer membrane, and we might be able to find out what the problem is, Xia Xiaoyu said. Seeing that Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu had no confidence in him, Zhang Fan said to them, Senior, sister, you give me 2 hours. If I can't make a new diaphragm material formula principle program, we are working together on the original organic diaphragm technology. Since Zhang Fan had said so, Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guangyuan couldn't say anything else. After all, when Long Lao left, he explained that Zhang Fan was the person in charge of researching lithium iron phosphate power batteries. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he plunged into making the principle of inorganic composite membrane formula. Xia Xiaoyu looked at the serious Zhang Fan, and in her heart, she still had some expectations that he would study it. That way they can solve the diaphragm problem. Inside the private room of the teacher's cafeteria at the Lunk University School, 2 middle-aged men were laughing and talking about their high school days. One of them is Professor Wan of the Materials Program at Lonok University. One is BYD's owner Wang Chuanfu. A few cups of small wine down, Wang Chuanfu said in a deep tone. Old classmate, to be honest, I came to you this time because I'm in trouble. Chuanfu, you're the boss of a big company. There's still things you can't solve? This is extraordinary. Tesla announced a 30% battery boost. You heard about that, right? I heard. That's what I'm here for. Our BYD new energy vehicle company. Wang Chuanfu put the cause of the matter to Professor Wan and told him the purpose of looking for him. After hearing this, Prof. Wan didn't expect things to be as serious as this. At this time, he suddenly thought of Long Lao from Longkou University, who was researching Mecca energy batteries, and wondered if there was any breakthrough. Chuanfu, there's really an academician in our school working on batteries. Really? Great. I'm willing to pay $1 billion for him to come out as long as he can solve the battery problem. Chapter 67, Car Show. Professor Wan made a call to Old Man Long on the spot, but the other party didn't answer, because at this time, Long Lao was at the National Space Base, doing research on rocket fuel. The day is so busy that you often don't have your cell phone with you. Professor Wan made a few more phone calls, which had gone unanswered, so he knew that Long Lao must be doing research. He made another call to the principal and finally learned that academician Long had gone out on a research project. And this time, the project has reached a critical moment. Without 10 days and half a month certainly cannot return. When Wang Chuanfu heard this news, he was a bit disappointed. Now that Tesla is raging to seize the market in the Dragon Kingdom, they don't have time to wait. Old classmate, do you have any other expert professors in researching batteries in Longkou University? Professor Wan thought for a moment and said, not really at the moment. Now the battery technology is more mature. Want to break through is more difficult. So many experts and professors, they are willing to study a new type of scientific research projects, which is relatively easy to produce results. In the end, Wang Chuanfu had no choice but to return to BYD Group headquarters. When he returned, he approached the leader of the outreach department to inquire about the status of communication with the relevant state departments. Mr. Wang, they said they would give us an answer in the next 2 days and asked us to be patient. Good, I got it. What's the word from Tesla? They're holding the Model 4 new energy vehicle car show in Mordor tomorrow as scheduled. This makes Wang Chuanfu feel even more fiery and imminent. You call manager Gao over. I'm looking for him for something, Wang Chuanfu explained. Okay. 5 minutes later, Gao Junliang, the manager of the R&D department, came to the boss's office. Manager Gao, you now arrange for 2 senior research and development personnel to accompany me to Mordor. When Wang Chuanfu finished explaining everything, Gao Junliang immediately went to do it. 9 o'clock the next day, Magic City National Convention and Exhibition Center. The place was packed with people and flags were flying. All of these people came to attend the Tesla Model 4 New Energy Vehicle Expo. The entire venue was 100,000 square feet, with a total of 10 Tesla Model 4 New Energy cars placed in 3 colors, black, white and blue. The Tesla Model 4 New Energy car is set off very cool under the brilliant lighting, and next to each Model 4 New Energy vehicle stands a top model. The first car model, bright white teeth, skin like cream, front convex and rear curvature, waist slender, legs long, dressed in exposed. Let a person cannot help but think of fluttering. The second car model, a pair of eyes simply as clear as crystal dipped in water, but the corners of the eyes slightly upward, while appearing flirtatious. Pure pupils and sultry eye shape marvelously fused into an extremely beautiful flavor. Plump red lips, all the temptation of desire. There were 10 such car models in total, and they changed their poses from time to time. They attracted many people who came to the car show to take photos. Among the crowd that came to the car show, there was a greasy middle-aged man carrying a general's belly, his eyes fixed on a car model wearing hot pants and a tank top, his mouth watering with hatred. After looking at it for a while, he didn't forget to discuss it with his companion, in whispers, and then let out a lewd laugh. At that moment, 4 men passed by them, and they didn't give the sexy car model a second glance. They were none other than Wang Chuanfu and a few others. Mr. Wang, there are few people here, Gao Junliang from the R&D department said. Okay, just line up here. Tesla also has a special experience session today, but you need to register for a capital check. Those who have more than $1 million in their bank card can have the opportunity to experience 5 minutes of time. Tesla has such an arrangement that it actually locks in these rich dragons. After Gao Junliang's capital inspection, he got a number in line, and there were 6 other people in front of him, so he needed to wait for half an hour, but they were in no hurry. Then Wang Chuanfu said to the 2 technicians beside him, "You have all the computer equipment with you, right?" "Aha!" The 2 senior RDs nodded. They're here today not only to see the auto show, but also on a mission to see if they can look to get some information on Tesla's Model 4 battery. The Model 4 New Energy Vehicle experience can be lined up for them quickly. However, the staff told them that only 2 people could enter the experience at a time. Wang Chuanfu had no choice but to let Gao Junliang go in with the name Senior R&D Staff. Gao Junliang and the others came to the Model 4 New Energy car, and the staff began to explain its performance and advantages to them. Gao Junliang let the senior R&D officer sit in the driver's seat. Then he inquired, again to the staff, about the trunk of the car, and managed to sidetrack the staff. The senior RD hurriedly groped for the main controller above the gas pedal, but after groping for it, I couldn't find it. His plan was simple: find the car's main controller and connect it to his computer equipment to read the car's battery equipment data, then take it back to do research. A few minutes later, his anxious forehead had broken out in a fine sweat, but he still had not found the main controller. He then saw Manager Gao and the staff member approaching through the rearview mirror, and then he sat up straight in a hurry. Gao Junliang came to the front and made eye contact with him, seeing him shake his head slightly, knowing that this mission had failed. When Wang Chuanfu saw their expressions, he knew that it didn't work out, and the chances of this kind of chance were already very slim. Go, Wang Chuanfu said. Since this approach didn't work, he could only change to another way. The 4 of them then walked out of the car show venue. At the auto show venue, the organizer, Tesla, invited a lot of media to promote the check-in, and also invited the live broadcast world's top traffic netizen Via to do a live broadcast network pre-sale. Today's Weya looked particularly dignified and atmospheric in a purple deep V gown. She was in front of the camera, introducing this Model 4 New Energy car. The live stream has reached 5 million viewers. Dear families, let's take a look at the shape of this Model 4 New Energy vehicle. The lines are especially smooth, just like a beautiful woman with an S-curve. A lot of men compare cars to their wives, and this one is definitely in top wife shape type. Via gushed. The 5 million viewers on the live stream were even more lively. Audience 1, this line definitely feels good to touch and even more passionate to drive. Ha ha. Audience 2, upstairs, are you sure about the car? Audience 3, the shape is good. I can score 80 points, but I still value the performance of the car. Audience 4, yes. The anchor introduces the performance. The main thing to look for in a wife is the connotation. Seeing that the audience was satisfied with the appearance, Vijaya then began to introduce the car's performance. Families, this car's performance absolutely beats all the new energy vehicles on the market. The full charge range is up to 425 kilometers, and it also supports fast charging for 3 hours. It really does charge for an hour and can run 140 kilometers. And families, have you ever experienced the pushback feeling of a new energy vehicle? This Tesla Model Model 4 will definitely make you feel the thrill like never before. Chapter 68, Presale. Tesla's presale in the Dragon Kingdom was exceptionally hot. In just 3 days from the time VIA officially presold on the live webcast, the live broadcast and official website presale has reached 50,000 Tesla Model 4 new energy vehicles, originally priced at $299,800. The presale was discounted to $289,800. 50,000 total sales is $14.49 billion. Owners are booking the Tesla Model 4 with a $10,000 deposit. In 3 days, Tesla collected $500 million in deposits alone. Tesla's headquarters was very satisfied with this presale in Dragon Country. Because it's only been 3 days, they believe that the Model 4 car will reach at least 150,000 units in Longwa. In other words, the sales of Model 4 alone could reach $47 billion in the Dragon Kingdom, and its profit would be as high as about $20 billion. Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters is set up in the Magic City. The general manager of the Asia-Pacific region is a beautiful countryman named Mark Albert, and everyone habitually calls him Mark. Mark was sitting in the AP general manager's office at the moment. His feet were resting on the desk, his back was leaning on the boss chair, and he was holding a brown cigar in his hand. Squinting his eyes, the smoke exhaled slowly from his mouth, full of enjoyment. In 3 days, he earned $20 billion for the company, ahead of his yearly performance volume, and the bosses at the headquarters promised him that he would be given an additional $50 million as a personal reward and $10 million for his team. And when a year later, he will be promoted to vice president of the headquarters, which can be said to be under one person and above 10,000 people. With a promotion and a raise, Mark couldn't be happier in his heart right now. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, there was a knock on his office room door. Mark, already unmoving in this position, called out to the door, "Enter." Then a female secretary in a sexy professional outfit walked in. "Boss, all the executives have arrived." "Okay," Mark replied casually, but he didn't get up and took a deep drag on his cigar. Then glancing at the beautifully featured secretary, he blew the smoke from his mouth on her chest, the smoke going down her collar and into her dress. "Ahem." The female secretary choked and coughed. Mark laughs playfully. Only then did he get up from his seat, and as he passed by the female secretary, he gave her plump buttocks a hard grip with his big hand. And the female secretary gave a delicate cry, her shell teeth biting her red lips, and lowered her head, her face unable to stop blushing. Mark looked at the delectable Yukai and the animal in him was immediately aroused. He wrapped a hand around the secretary's waist and pressed on, was trying to, with his big hands, stroke downward. The female secretary said delicately, "Boss, don't. Everyone is waiting for you to have a meeting." Mark regained some of his senses when he saw the female secretary break away from himself, and then turned to her. "I'll clean you up when I get back, little baby, he." Mark smiled a lecherous smile and waited for him to walk out of the office. The female secretary in the back only then slowed down, then straightened her clothes, and with a helpless sigh in her heart, she went out. Conference room. Mark sat in the general manager's seat and listened to the executives below him talk. "This time we have seized 85% of the new energy vehicles in the Dragon Kingdom, and with such a market share, we can say that we, Tesla, are a dominant player, and I'm afraid that BYD, our main competitor in the Dragon Kingdom, will not be able to protect itself this time. Ha ha, as long as the BYD group is taken out, the other small companies won't matter at all. At that time, when we dominate the new energy automobile industry in the Dragon Kingdom, the price can be set at our discretion. Ha ha." This group of executives were all brought by Mark from the pretty country and belonged to his close friends. They were each responsible for important positions in the company. The Asia-Pacific regional headquarters has a total of 280 staff members, of which 92% are from the Dragon Nation, but they are left in charge of hard and laborious positions. Mark waited until everyone had pretty much said their piece before he slowed down. "This time we have achieved such a good result. The headquarters side gave us 10 million as a reward. I hope everyone will keep up the good work." Everyone was so happy to hear about the $10 million prize that they gave Mark a hearty round of applause. Mark enjoyed this immensely and then waved his hand, signaling for silence. "We have 50,000 orders in hand now, and in the next 1 month, the orders will increase to 150,000 units, and the expansion of the production line is imminent. Jesse, you're in charge of the production stuff. Any questions?" Jesse smiled. "No problem. It's just a matter of expanding the production line and adding more equipment. One word from me, and those new energy automobile manufacturers that are cooperating with us will get their asses in gear to take care of it. And we can squeeze them a bit more this time since we have such a large amount. Just don't let these pariahs starve." Ha ha, Jesse is right. We're just going to make money from the rich people of Dragonland by squeezing their labor and then making money from the rich people of Dragonland. We just need to lie comfortably and count our money. Ha ha, what a pathetic dragon nation. Ha ha, ha ha. Everyone laughed out loud. When the meeting was over, Mark had just walked out of the conference room when the secretary came up and said, "Boss, there's a man claiming to be the owner of BYD Group who wants to see you." "The BYD boss wants to see me? Interesting. Where's the man?" Mark teased. "We're waiting at the front desk," the secretary said. "Oh, let him come to the parlor." Yes, the female secretary then went to the front desk. At this time BYD's boss, Wang Chuanfu, holding a briefcase, with a grave and somewhat anxious expression. "He's been waiting here for almost half an hour." 2 days ago, the national side gave a reply. The current National Research Institute, no scientific researchers to study the new battery, and although his high school classmates had recommended 2 experts in batteries, it would take too long to re-examine them. I guess their group went out of business before it was even researched. Regarding Tesla's pre-sale, 50,000 new energy vehicles were pre-sold in 3 days, totaling $14.49 billion, which is catching up with their group's sales for a year. If he didn't make a move, he guessed that the market would really be taken over by terrorists altogether. "Hello, our boss asked you to come to the parlor." A woman's voice interrupted Wang Chuanfu's thoughts. Hearing the other party say that the boss wanted to see him, his face finally stretched a bit. Wang Chuanfu was led by his secretary to the parlor. By now Mark was inside waiting for him. After Wang Chuanfu entered the parlor, he didn't wait for the secretary to introduce him. He hurriedly walked up and said to Mark, "Hello, Mr. Mark, I've heard a lot about you." After Wang Chuanfu finished speaking, he extended his own right hand to try to shake his hand, but Mark sat on the stool and didn't stand up or try to shake hands. Instead, he said contemptuously, "Sit down." Chapter 69, Arrogance. Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters parlor. There were 2 men sitting at this time, one with a Western face and a relaxed, breezy expression, and sitting across from him was a Longhua man with a grave expression, his 2 eyebrows furrowed into a Chuan character between them. Neither spoke. After a full 5 minutes, the Western-faced man said with a grin, "Well, Boss Wang, the conditions I gave are okay, right? Ha ha." Wang Chuanfu clenched his fists in anger, stared angrily at Mark, and said with some trembling in his voice, You're taking advantage of the fire and trying to push our BYD group to the brink of extinction. You can't say that. At the very least, Mr. Wang will be able to walk away in one piece and get $1 billion pension," Mark said in a conspiratorial manner. $1 billion. You want to acquire our BYD group in $1 billion. How can we say the market value of $40 billion? Wang Chuanfu chided. That was before. Try dragging it out for another 6 months. I'm afraid your company is going into debt. Wang Chuanfu fell into a deep thought. According to the current momentum, indeed, their company has no business for half a year and will be in debt at least around $1 billion. And the further they drag it out, the higher the debt will only get. Originally he had come here today to negotiate with Mark, the head of Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters, to buy batteries from them, and although that outcome was slim, he wanted to try, because they will only have a share of the market if they have the same performance battery as Tesla. Even though Wang Chuanfu offered a high price for the battery, it was still directly rejected by Mark. Wang Chuanfu thought of another model to work with them. Tesla provides the batteries, BYD provides all the parts for the new energy vehicles, and finally they share 30% of the profits with Tesla. But this request was also rejected by Mark, and finally Wang Chuanfu raised the profit to 60%, but Mark remained unmoved. And he offered to buy their company. Wang Chuanfu knows very well that Tesla will not expand BYD's business vigorously after acquiring their brand. They will just control the brand and let him die out. And as soon as their BYD company disappears, there will be no new energy vehicles in Dragon Kingdom that can be a rival to Tesla. The consequence of being a dominant player is that they can control the price at will to make more money in Dragonland. Mark saw that Wang Chuanfu didn't say anything, so he said lightly, "Since Boss Wang hasn't figured it out yet, we'll talk about it here today. I believe that in less than a month's time, we will meet again." When Mark finished, he simply got up and left. Only Wang Chuanfu was left behind. "Hey," Wang Chuanfu sighed. The thought of Mark's strutting face made him want to give him 2 smacks in the mouth. "My lord, you are now standing on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. You still want to ride on the heads of our Dragon Kingdom people. When I get through this, you gringos, I'm going to have to rub you on the ground as hard as I can." Bah! Although Wang Chuanfu cursed angrily in his heart, this hurdle in front of him is really bad. Unless their company's R&D department can research a battery with even better performance. But right now, so many researchers in the country have not made a breakthrough in batteries. How easy is it for their group of more than a dozen researchers? Out of the Tesla Asia-Pacific headquarters office building, Wang Chuanfu walked helplessly toward the hotel, Lonoke University's Lonoke Senior Research Laboratory. It was already the 13th day of Zhongfan's closed study for them. At this time, 4 finished lithium iron phosphate power batteries were placed on the experimental table. The 4 of them looked tense as they watched the data running on the computer. Zhongfan felt someone behind him pinching the flesh on his arm, so he turned around and saw that it was actually Xia Xiaoyu. So he said, Sister Xiaoyu, why are you pinching me? When I get nervous, I try to grab things in my hands. Xiaoyu's voice stuttered nervously as she spoke. Kongfan wrenched his arm free from her grasp. Then move away from her. Niu Su, how long until the data run is complete? Su Guanyuan asked. Progress is now 92%, with about 8 minutes to go. Niu Su said. Why does it feel like time is passing so slowly? Su Guanyuan said with some urgency. Last time 5 days ago, the development of lithium iron phosphate power battery, did experiments, the results of the battery diaphragm problems, and Zhangfan actually used 2 small hours to write a new diaphragm formula principle. A computerized data test revealed that this new diaphragm fit is even more perfect, so they spent the 5 days, in addition to eating and sleeping 4 hours a day, all the other time to develop lithium iron phosphate power battery. Heaven forbid, they finally today developed 4 lithium iron phosphate power battery, and each one has been tested and all the data is being run in the computer. As long as the data runs correctly, it proves that the lithium iron phosphate power battery they studied is successful. 3 minutes to go. They listened to Niu Su's hints and instead became more nervous. At that moment, Su Guanyuan shouted, hiss. He then sucked in a breath of cold air, and one hand kept rubbing this arm that had a few nail marks on it. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? It hurts me. Xiaoyu was also apologetic. I'm sorry. Just now when I heard Niu Su say that there were 3 minutes left, I didn't hold back when I was nervous. Looking at Xiaoyu's aggrieved appearance, Su Guanyuan could not say anything. One could only learn from Zhangfan to stay away from her. Zhangfan saw a few nail marks on Su Guanyuan's arm and was very glad that he had chosen wisely just now. Xiaoyu saw that Su Guanyuan and Zhangfan were far away from her, so she moved forward and continued to stare at the running data on the computer. And Niu Su saw Xiaoyu standing by his side for his own safety. He also moved towards Zhangfan and Su Guanyuan. At once, Su Guanyuan felt a smell hit his face. Niu Su, why do you smell so bad? You haven't showered in 13 days. It's no wonder you don't stink. We're all the same. We don't talk about anyone. Che, don't take me with you. I'm not going to be like you 3 smelly men. Xiaoyu objected. If others knew that she was a girl who hadn't bathed for more than 10 days and was all sweaty and smelly, she wouldn't be able to find a boyfriend in the future. Just as a few people were fighting, the computer made a beeping sound. This signals the end of the data run. The 4 of them hurriedly shut up and looked at the computer at the same time. Only 4 big words were written on it. The data is correct. As they looked at those 4 words, their eyes widened. Zhangfan's instantly relieved. We made it? Xiaoyu asked in a somewhat incredulous whisper. Well, it seems so, Su Guanyuan responded. When they reacted and believed this to be the case, they burst out screaming, we did it, ha ha, we really did it. It worked. Chapter 70, Deserted Mountains. One more, 100 kilometers to the northwest of Kyoto, the Lingnan mountain range, where the mountains were rolling. Each high mountain is planted with a different variety of trees, ranging from groves of fiery red maple trees, to groves of aspen trees with yellowing leaves, to lush forests of coniferous pines. Looking down from a high altitude, the entire Lingnan mountain range looked like it was made up of colorful blocks of color, which was particularly beautiful. In the low-lying area where 2 of the mountains are connected, a man and a woman in hiking clothes walk among the tall pines. The man saw that no one was around, and the corners of his mouth lifted upward, tracing a bad smile. Taking advantage of one of the woman's inattentions, she jumped right in, wrapped her arms around the girl and started stroking her up and down. The woman was startled to see the man caressing her body carelessly, so she said hastily, "Honey, what are you doing? It's a field." The man didn't stop, but said lewdly as he leaned into the woman's ear, "Let's experience nature today." The woman heard her husband's words and realized what they meant, and there was a pout. This is not good. What if someone sees it? Don't worry, my little baby, no one will be here in the middle of nowhere. The woman, hearing her husband's words, gave up her resistance and began to cooperate. The 2 were entwined and had just taken off one of their jackets. From all sides a group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms rushed out. They had grease paint on their faces and submachine guns cradled in their hands. They were so well trained that they came to the man and the woman with only a subtle sound. The man seemed to hear a commotion, thinking it was a beast of the forest, and hurriedly stopped his movements to check it out. As a result, he was only surrounded by a circle of heavily armed soldiers with submachine guns pointed at them. Where had the man ever seen this kind of situation? He was so scared that he trembled and directly fell to his knees. At this time, the woman still closed her eyes tightly, her fragrant tongue slightly licking her red lips, immersed in pleasure. Seeing the man's hesitation to make the next move, she said petulantly, "Honey, come on, I want it." When the man heard what his wife said, he was shocked, and with a burst of shame, he hurriedly patted his wife. One of the recruits didn't hold back and, "Uft," came the outright laugh. The woman then reacted and hurriedly opened her eyes, realizing that they were surrounded by people and had guns pointed at them. Directly frozen in place in fear, his body couldn't help but tremble. At that moment, the leader of the soldier squad came out of the woods, and one of the soldiers rushed up to report the situation. The captain verified the IDs of the pair, questioned them, and finally warned them before letting them go. After the man and the woman had fled in a panic, the recruit said, following the woman's example, "Honey, come on, I want it." All the soldiers burst into laughter. The captain, on the other hand, said with a serious look on his face, "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and take cover." A group of soldiers then scattered and disappeared into the woods. The captain then headed deeper into the woods. After about 20 minutes of walking, he came to a depression where there was a large stone cave, and he walked in. After just a few steps, the space inside opened up. The huge space was like another small world. The mountain, 500 meters in diameter, was completely hollowed out and dug down to a depth of 30 meters. Standing by the railing and looking down, there are 3 huge cylindrical devices, and there are hundreds of busy researchers dressed in white. This place is the very site where the nation's rocket propulsion is developed. A rocket booster is, quite frankly, a device that pushes a rocket up into the air. It works on the same principle as fireworks, which are set off by gunpowder, which pushes it into the sky. Currently, the most powerful Blue Star rocket thrusters are the Pretty States and Russia, which can reach 500 tons of power. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom's rocket propulsion can only reach a level of 300 tons, and the gap is still relatively obvious. Rocket propellers are very important in the field of spaceflight. The size of his thrust directly determines the level of space technology, because, at the moment, the only way to transport probes, whether they are satellites or other planets, is to transport them into the universe via rockets. The more thrust the rocket propellers have determines how much weight they can transport something, and at that moment, next to the R&D bases No. 3 rocket booster, several human white-clothed researchers surrounded an old man. Elder Long, the ignition experiment of our thrusters has shown instability in the rocket's new fuel. The old man was none other than Elder Long, who looked at the lab report in his hands, his brows knit tightly, then slowly said, "The ratio of C2H8N2-dimethylhydrazine to N2O4 nitrogen tetroxide is still problematic. Although it failed this time, the option of adding advanced pyroxalanes is still viable. We'll continue to work on it next," Elder Long explained to the few people. In fact, this experiment could not be said to have failed. For them, a new type of fuel was successfully discovered to increase the energy of the fuel. If the research is successful, the Dragon Kingdom will have successfully researched the 500-ton thruster, and will have reached the highest technological level of the Blue Star rocket thruster. After Long Lao finished explaining things, he said goodbye to a few researchers. He had been here for more than 10 days with them. Stressful and hectic workloads cause a lot of discomfort to the body. Originally, his abdomen had been in pain on the 5th day of his arrival here, but he had taken painkillers in order to finish the experiment on time, and he had lasted so many days. Until the experiment is done, Elder Dragon rode the elevator to the ground. The captain up there was waiting for him. "Elder Long, the vehicles have been prepared and are ready to go." "Good, let's go," Elder Dragon responded. Then Long Lao followed the soldier captain out. The captain walked over to a military SUV and opened the door, and Elder Dragon sat in it. The captain followed him up. His mission was to escort Elder Dragon back safely. "Drive." The driver then started the car, which had no highway and relied on the driver's driving skills through the potholed mountains. There was a man and woman on the side of a highway, and the woman sat down tiredly on the ground complaining under her breath. "It's all because of you. You had to climb the wild mountain, and not only did you almost get captured, but now you're lost." The man was also frustrated. He had wanted to experience the wilderness, but who knew he would run into a group of soldiers? At that moment, the men saw, not far away, a military SUV approaching. The men hurriedly waved, hoping the other would give them a ride. The car stops, the rear window opens, and the man and woman see each other, and their faces flush with embarrassment. He was the very same captain. "What's wrong with you guys again?" the soldier captain asked. The man then embarrassed himself and told the situation. "Just wait here. A vehicle will pick you up in 10 minutes. The reason he didn't allow the two to ride in their car was because of the safety of Long Lao. Don't just go out looking for excitement in the future." When the captain finished, he told the driver to drive off, leaving the pair staring at each other. Chapter 71, Everyone's Speculations, Second Shift. Long Lao quickly arrived in downtown Kyoto, and as the car drove towards the military hospital, his cell phone suddenly rang, and at a glance it was his student Zhang Fan calling, so he directly answered it. "Teacher, we've researched a new type of mecha battery." "Really?" Long Lao's heart skipped a beat when he heard the news about Zhang Fan. "Well, 4 tests have been done and the data is very stable." "Where are you now?" Long Lao asked with some excitement. "In the lab." "Okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Long Lao hung up the phone and said to the driver, "To Lonoke University." The captain beside Elder Dragon said with some difficulty, "Elder Long, the chief has explained that he asked me to send you to the military hospital." "The hospital? I'll go myself tomorrow. I'm in good shape." But the captain was about to say something else, when the Dragon Elder suddenly said angrily, "Major successes have been researched in the labs of the Dragon Science University. Can you afford to pay the responsibility if it is delayed?" The captain knew that Elder Long was the head of several projects, so he didn't dare to delay him. So he had to let the driver drive towards Longku University, Old Dragon Lab. At this moment, Zhangfan's few people were still immersed in the joy of success. "I didn't think that we really succeeded in researching a new type of battery. Yeah, this battery is 3 times more powerful than the original lead-acid battery. It's awesome. This is a quantum leap in the battery world. Ha ha. The credit for this goes to our chief engineer Zhangfan. He. The 3 of them, Su Guangyuan, complimented Zhangfan with an excited look on their faces. Originally the beginning of the study, Su Guangyuan also do not believe that Zhangfan's new battery program, thinking that he is a freshman in the University of Science and Technology of the Dragon. "What do you know about battery research?" When the research began, he was still a bit resistant, but he didn't expect that Zhangfan would actually do it, and it only took 13 days. That's too awesome. May I ask who can surpass such research speed in research results? He had now become the one who admired Zhangfan the most out of the 3. Just as a few of them were talking and fooling around, the lab door opened. Elder Dragon walked straight over. Xia Xiaoyu said as she walked over excitedly, "Academician Long, you're back. We've researched a new type of battery. Academician Long, look, this is the result of our experiment." Elder Long took the lab sheet and looked at it. The more he looked at it, the wider his smile became. Then the whole thing became shocked again when he saw the performance data of the battery on the back. "Is this for real?" Zhangfan. Long Lao asked Zhangfan with some disbelief. "It's true, teacher." Zhangfan replied affirmatively. On the way back, Elder Long was still thinking in his mind that he would be satisfied if Zhangfan could improve the performance of the existing battery by 60%, but Zhangfan directly raised it by 300%, which was simply terrifying as hell. This new material of the battery is already indistinguishable from the original battery. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's a new invention in the battery field. Elder Dragon had been a bit sullen about the previous failure of the rocket booster fuel. This will be the whole thing, happy as a baby. Long Lao and Zhangfan exchanged some technical knowledge of lithium iron phosphate power batteries, and their hearts were filled with shock. It was also curious how Zhangfan knew so much about batteries, and his intellectual ideas are very much ahead of their time. It was only after an hour that Elder Long remembered that this matter had to be quickly reported to the chief of Mecca Research, because they research mechs belong to separate research. There is research plug-in system, there is research materials, there is research control, and the mech's battery energy is linked to every subsystem of the mech. This time, Zhangfan directly put the battery energy on the basis of the original direct enhancement of 3 times. Mecha, all subsystems have to follow the change. Long Lao told the chief mecha leader the news, and the other party initially thought that Long Lao was giving him another joke. It was only when he finally heard Long Lao's serious tone that he reacted to the fact that it was true. At once he understood the importance of the matter. He then began to notify the personnel of the various subsystems of Mecca Research for an emergency meeting. Elder Long took Zhangfan and the sample of the lithium iron phosphate power battery and rushed towards the National Mecca Research Institute. National Mecca Institute. Tang Qian, the chief director, stood at the entrance of the meeting, agitated, pacing back and forth, thinking back to what Elder Dragon had told him earlier. The mecha battery system had been upgraded by a full 3 times. Although he felt a bit unbelievable, he knew very well that Elder Long wouldn't joke around on top of scientific research. If this was true, the entire mech performance would be qualitatively improved. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and in the end, he was somewhat unable to stop his hands from dancing. The latest to arrive for the meeting was the person in charge of the skeleton system, followed by the person in charge of the manipulation system, Tang Qiantang, president of the institute. All the scientific researchers also all called over. The entire conference room was seated with nearly 100 plus researchers in Mecca in no time at all. Dean Tang saw that almost all the people had come, and then went up to the stage to preach. "I called everyone here this time because we have a new breakthrough in our Mecca battery energy." At this time, the professor on the stage, who was usually more familiar with Dean Tang, said, "Old Tang, there's no need to be in such a hurry for a Mecca energy breakthrough. Call us all over here in the dust." As soon as this professor's words came out, some of the researchers below also talked. "Yeah, mecha energy battery breakthroughs of 5% or 10% won't have much effect on our other mecha subsystems. Unless we can break through 20% or 30% or more, our subsystem will not be affected. Did you guys see the news the other day? The beautiful country's Tesla new energy car. The battery has been upgraded by 30% on top of the original. The battery boost that Dean Tang talked about, was it also a 30% boost? When everyone heard one of the researchers ask this, they immediately looked at Dean Tang with sizzling eyes. A 30% boost in mech battery energy is a big deal, and they'll be able to enhance other aspects of the mech's design. Dean Tang, could it be that our battery energy has also been boosted by 30%? Tang Xian smiled at everyone, and then sold a secret and said, when Elder Long comes, let him tell everyone himself. Elder Dragon? When everyone heard that it was the name of the old dragon, they immediately had anticipation in their hearts. Elder Long's fame was a titanic existence in the scientific research world. If it's Elder Dragon, I feel that there should be no problem in boosting the battery's performance by 30%. Well, I think so too. Do you guys have any misunderstanding about the battery performance enhancement? I'm specialized in researching batteries. Boosting 30% is not an ordinary difficulty. If I say that Long Lao boosted it by 20%, I'd still believe it. A 20% battery boost, that's pretty impressive too. Just as everyone was talking, Elder Long walked in. Chapter 72, he's right, 3 shifts. Long Lao stood in front of the stage, and the 100 or so researchers under the stage immediately fell silent. We all know something about this titan of the scientific research community, and his temper is not usually hot. Called everyone here urgently, mainly because my research lab broke through a new level of mecha battery energy. When everyone heard Elder Long speak of new heights, their minds pondered. It certainly wasn't a small breakthrough that would allow Old Man Long to claim new heights. Does it mean that the battery performance has improved by more than 30%? Everyone was looking at Elder Dragon expectantly, but Long Lao said half a day. Still did not say the battery performance. In the end reached what kind of new heights? Long Lao saw that everyone was also in a hurry, then said, good, then I won't give you any more secrets. Zhang Fan will give you some specific data. At this time, Zhang Fan held a piece. His research lithium iron phosphate power battery walked to the front of the stage. He put the battery directly on the podium. This black battery instantly catches everyone's attention. This should be the new battery that Elder Long has researched, right? It should be, but this thing doesn't look like anything special. The battery shells are all the same. It's mainly the material inside that differentiates them. Everyone saw a young man walk up to the stage while Elder Dragon went straight down. There was some confusion. Didn't Mr. Long say something about the performance of the new batteries? How did it go down? Then just as everyone was uncertain, Zhang Fan picked up the microphone and said to everyone, hello everyone, my name is Zhang Fan. I'm a student of Elder Long, and I'm going to explain the performance of lithium iron phosphate power battery to you. At this point, the researchers on the stage realized that it was Elder Long who wanted to exercise his students and leave this opportunity to explain to his students. It's not right, is it? When did Elder Long take on a student? He didn't do it 10 years ago because he took in a student who went on to become a citizen of a pretty country. Was Elder Long so heartbroken that he decided never to take on another student? Lithium iron phosphate power batteries are very different from lead-acid batteries. The main cathode material of lithium iron phosphate power battery is lithium iron phosphate. The advantages of this type of battery over lead-acid batteries are as follows. 1. Life expectancy. The same quality of lead-acid batteries up to 5 years' time, while lithium iron phosphate power battery used under the same conditions. The theoretical life will reach 7-8 years. 2. High temperature performance. Lithium iron phosphate electric heat peak can reach 350 degrees Celsius - 500 degrees Celsius. Wide operating temperature range, -20 C plus 75 C. 3. High capacity. 3 to -5 times the capacity of ordinary lead-acid batteries. 5 1000 single. Zhang Fan was up there explaining the performance data of this lithium iron phosphate power battery, and everyone was dumbfounded by what they heard. A look of incredulity. That's a horrible statistic for a battery, isn't it? If, as this young man on the stage said, Elder Long had researched this new material battery, the performance would be at least 2 times higher than lead-acid batteries. Today's battery technology is so mature and sophisticated that it's simply impossible to boost performance that much. They looked at Elder Long, who was sitting at the bottom of the stage, and realized that he had no intention of stopping it, indicating that the young man on the stage wasn't lying. Could all these numbers be true? If this is true, this new battery performance is definitely leading the world, and still far ahead. After half an hour, Zhang Fan explained all the properties of lithium iron phosphate power battery. Not a single person on the stage spoke. They were all incredulous, looking at the young man on the stage. It wasn't until Elder Long led the applause that they reacted and clapped along. But they were still a bit skeptical about what this young man said. What questions can everyone just ask? I'll give everyone an answer. Zhang Fan said. Although everyone was skeptical of what Zhang Fan had just said, the gravitas of this speech he gave on stage was still very much recognized. It seemed that being able to become a student of Elder Long was still different from the norm. This kid, this new material battery you just mentioned, I'd like to ask how much it improves the overall performance relative to lead-acid batteries? Zhang Fan said indifferently. 3 times. 3 times? Everyone in the conference room sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this figure. 3 times? That is to say, the new type of battery researched by Elder Long was a full 300% higher than the original battery. The pretty country, which has always led the world in terms of technology, has only been able to improve the performance of its batteries by 30% with this research. All of them then looked at Elder Dragon once again, wanted to get confirmation from Elder Dragon. Elder Long, the lithium iron phosphate battery you researched has really improved its performance by 300%? An expert said to Long Lao's question. They all looked like they were full of anticipation as they waited for Old Long to answer. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Elder Long stood up and said, Zhang Fan is right. It has indeed been boosted 3 times, receiving Elder Dragon's affirmation back. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Is this for real? Did we in the Dragon Kingdom really improve the battery performance of the battery by 300%? Doesn't it mean that we, the Dragon Kingdom, are really going to lead the world in batteries in the future? Everyone reacted for a good 2 minutes before accepting this fact. There was a thunderous applause for Long Lao. They were excited and proud from the bottom of their hearts. I'm afraid that this major research invention of Elder Dragon will change the pattern of the world. It will also put the Dragon Kingdom ahead of the world in many areas, because the use of batteries is particularly wide. Communication, transportation, medical, digital, military industry, can be said to be all walks of life can be used to the battery. The more people think about it, the more excited they get. It is not too much to say that a small battery technology has improved the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Just when everyone was excited and thrilled, Elder Long said again to everyone, people might have misunderstood just now. As these words from the Dragon Elder were uttered, all the hearts on the scene were clenched. Misunderstanding? Elder Long couldn't have been joking for us just now, could he? This is what is on everyone's mind at this time. The scene immediately became dead silent. A pin could be heard, and everyone's heartbeat could be faintly heard. They perked up their ears to listen to Elder Long's next words. The lithium iron phosphate power battery was not researched by me, but by my student, Jiang Fan. Everyone was relieved after hearing what Elder Long said. In his heart, he was glad that Elder Long did not say that his research results were fake. Nope. What did Elder Long just say? He didn't research this new battery? Rather, it was his student, Jiang Fan. Everyone, in unison, turned their gazes, again, to the young man on the stage. How is this possible? He looks like he's only 18 or 19. Okay? Chapter 73, Acquired, 4 shifts, 9 o'clock in the morning. BYD Group Conference Room. Tesla is just not a ING thing. The production executive cursed. Just 2 days ago, Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters forced all new energy material suppliers in the Dragon State to stop supplying materials to BYD. Most material traders are forced to agree only to survive. One of them is called Fanghua Material Manufacturer, out of patriotic spirit, determined to supply BYD. When Tesla found out, jointly all the material vendors to block him. The result is less than 2 days. Fanghua Material Manufacturers have no choice but to announce the closure. Today the BYD Group is out of raw materials and the plant is now in a state of semi-suspension. Owners who have reserved cars that are not delivered on time will not only lose money for their company, but it will also tarnish their reputation. Mr. Wang, is there really nothing we can do? The leader of the marketing department said. Wang Chuanfu shook his head helplessly. To be bullied like this by a company from a pretty country, bullying us on Dragonland. I'm not happy about it. Asterisk. I'll fight them if I can't, but I'll die with them. Yes, Mr. Wang, just say the word and we'll all follow you. Wang Chuanfu glanced at them, and a trace of desolation flashed in his eyes. Thinking about the years when he led these people in front of him, he climbed up the ladder and did not know how much suffering he suffered before he reached the position of the new energy boss of the Dragon Country, just when they were spirited and wanted to make the company bigger and stronger. But who would have thought that it would end up like this? The point is, who's to blame for this? They can only blame them for not developing new battery technology. To fall behind is to be beaten. This is the lesson that their ancestors had left them 100 years ago. Now, Wang Chuanfu has cut his teeth again. That feeling of being empty but unable to do anything about it is so desperate. Manager Lu of the Legal Affairs Department. Come with me to the Magic City. Mr. Wang, are we really going to give up? Gao Junliang from the R&D department said. It's the only way to keep some of everything everyone is using right now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if BYD drags on for another month, we'll really be struggling. I don't agree. Mr. Wang, we followed you for so many years to get to where BYD is today. We can't give up so easily. So can you give me a good idea? The person who spoke instantly wilted, and it was clear in their hearts that BYD was feared to be more important in Mr. Wang's heart than any of them. But at this point, there was nothing he could do. Okay, everyone stop talking. I've officially decided to sell the company to Tesla. After saying that, Mr. Wang directly walked out of the conference room. He didn't go to his own office, but came to the restroom. he sat down on the toilet. His mind mixed at this point, and he couldn't help the tears that were welling up in his eyes. 4 p.m. In the parlor of Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters in Magic City. "Oh, Boss Wang, I said that within a month, we would definitely meet. I didn't expect that, not even 3 days ago. You came to me," Mark said smugly. "Mr. Mark, this time I'm here to talk about the acquisition," Wang Chuanfu said. "Great, how much are you going to sell our company for?" Mark said with an evil grin. When Wang Chuanfu heard his words, he couldn't help but stare, then said, "Mr. Mark, didn't we talk about $1 billion before? $1 billion? Are you kidding me again? What do you mean?" Mark leaned back, cocked his feet right up on the table, and said, "That was the price 3 days ago. Now, your company is worth at most $300 million. "What? 300 million? Are you kidding me?" Wang Chuanfu said loudly. However, Mark didn't care, but took out a cigar and slowly lit it. "BYD today is on the ropes. No track record, no suppliers, and I don't think anyone but them Tesla would buy such a company." Wang Chuanfu calmed down and slowly sat on the stool. Where do they BYD have any negotiating capital today? But being played like a monkey by this treacherous Mark brought a surge of anger to his heart. He wanted to slam the table and yell at him, but now he was asking for a buyout of his company. "Thinking about how many years I have been in the mall, I didn't expect to end up in such a situation." It wasn't until Mark finished a cigar that the whole house smelled like smoke. Only then did he say slowly, "Well, Boss Wang, have you considered it? I don't have time for your nonsense." Wang Chuanfu really couldn't say it. $300 million, after paying the employees, is not enough money left to pay off the bank's debt. "Mr. Mark, I'll give you a discount of $200 million, for a total of $800 million. How's that?" There was a hint of a supplicating tone in Wang Chuanfu's voice. "Boss Wang, don't give your face. I'll give you one more minute. $300 million, sell if you want to sell. After this time, then you beg me. I don't even want it. He. Mark finished and walked straight out of the parlor, leaving Wang Chuanfu alone. The clock on the wall went on and on, thinking back on all the years he's taken BYD, through thick and thin, and the gang of brothers who stayed with him together. Their noses turned sour, and their hearts couldn't say what they felt. Just at this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. At first glance, it was Gao Junlian from the R&D department, so he pressed the connect button. Immediately, Gao Junlian's anxious voice came from the phone. "Mr. Wang, our company hasn't sold yet, right? Manager Gao, don't try to persuade me anymore. I've already decided. No, Mr. Wang, our company is saved. Good news, absolutely great news." Hearing Gao Junlian's somewhat incoherent voice, he hurriedly asked, "What's the good news? How is our company saved?" It was the state that called and said the battery was researched. "Batteries worked out?" Wang Chuanfu asked excitedly. "Well, just a moment ago, I received a phone call saying that Longkou University's Elder Dragons Lab has researched a new type of battery with a 300% increase in performance over lead-acid batteries." Wang Chuanfu's entire body trembled with excitement when he heard Gao Junlian's words. Saved. His company was saved, not realizing that at the critical moment, it was still dependent on his own country. As long as the country helped him this time and got through this sadness, he would certainly not let the Dragon Kingdom down in the future. Hanging up the phone, Wang Chuanfu heart thumping like a galloping wild horse, he felt like he had been reborn. At that moment, Mark opened the door and slowly walked over, saying with a haughty gesture, "Thinking about it?" Wang Chuanfu walked to Mark and stared into his eyes and said slowly, "Big dumbass." Chapter 74, talking about cooperation, one more. Mark's eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. "Don't you dare call me names. Do you know who you're talking to?" Wang Chuanfu was already staring into Mark's eyes, looking at him with some hair on his body he had never seen before. Someone with such fierce eyes, as if they were a beast, trying to devour him. Mark shuddered and felt a little chill down his back. He unconsciously took 2 steps back, somewhat flustered. "What do you want?" Wang Chuanfu couldn't help but snort coldly when he saw the somewhat timid Mark. "Humph." After saying that, he directly opened the door of the parlor and went out. Mark froze for half a day before he reacted from his fear. He hadn't thought that humans could have such eyes. He calmed down for a while and resumed his old arrogance. With a grim expression, he said, "Playing God, Dragon Nation, I'll make you pay." Mark then called a high-level meeting. "Jesse, you contact the material suppliers who supplied BYD Group before and find a way to make them find trouble with BYD Group. Vlad, you spread the word on the internet that BYD Group is having major problems and is about to go out of business. Ruth, find some media and some car owners who have booked BYD New Energy and go to the BYD Group headquarters to make trouble." Wang Chuanfu flew back to Kyoto and returned to his group, after asking about the specific situation. Then he led a few executives and went straight to LKU. Regarding BYD, the state has already called Long Lao to explain the situation. and let them negotiate their own specific cooperation. Regarding cooperation, Elder Long wasn't good at it, so he threw the question directly to Principal Lu. Principal Lu was excited to hear that Jiang Fan had only been enrolled in Longkou University for less than half a month. Surprisingly, he has researched a new type of material for batteries again. I'm afraid that such a demonic person cannot be found in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The principal called Dean Li over to make specific arrangements. Soon, Wang Chuanfu brought the company's crowd to Longkou University. Dean Li set them up in the conference hall of the administration building. Elder Long and Jiang Fan were then notified. Jiang Fan had gotten a general idea of the BYD situation on the way here. They had just walked into the conference room when Wang Chuanfu trotted over and directly shook Elder Long's hand. Good day, Academician Long. I'm Wang Chuanfu from BYD Group. Hello, congratulations on your new breakthrough in battery technology. Wang Chuanfu's words, absolutely sincere, simply more real than real money. It wasn't him who worked on the new battery, but he was more excited about it than anyone else. Had the battery technology been broken through a little later, I guess his BYD Group would have become Tesla's. At this critical moment, Long Lao researched it out in time. Could this not he be excited and thrilled? I didn't research the battery, it was my student Jiang Fan, Elder Long corrected, but it could be seen that he was instead much happier than if he had researched it himself. Your student Jiang Fan? Wang Chuanfu froze. When the research department received the call from the state, it only said that it was a new type of battery researched by Long Lao's research laboratory, and he thought that it was researched by Long Lao himself. But it doesn't matter who researched it at the moment. The point is, as long as it's Dragon who researched the battery technology. Wang Chuanfu looked at a young man beside Elder Long and then said, "You are Elder Long's student, Jiang Fan, right?" Jiang Fan nodded, feeling a little awkward about a middle-aged man addressing you. Hello. Wang Chuanfu took Jiang Fan's hand in his. Jiang Fan could feel the gratitude and excitement from his heart. At this time, Dean Li saw a group of people standing in the doorway chatting, and said at once, "Let's all sit down and talk." Everyone then sat down. Wang Chuanfu and his group were on the left side of the conference table, while Jiang Fan, Elder Long, Principal Lu and Dean Li they sat on the right side of the conference table. Principal Lu took the lead. Jiang Fan is a student of our Longkou University, and as his division head, we have us to act on his behalf for the business negotiations, but the key thing is still Jiang Fan's decision. Principal Lu, let me make an introduction first. My name is Wang Chuanfu. I'm the ECO of BYD Group. Our group is mainly engaged in new energy vehicles. Wang Chuanfu introduced their group, which was a way to let them have an understanding of their BYD Group. At this time, Jiang Fan interrupted Wang Chuanfu. Mr. Wang, let's get straight to the point. I have another experiment in the works. Wang Chuanfu didn't get angry when Jiang Fan interrupted him. Instead, he felt that he was a refreshing person. Okay, our group will offer $1 billion for the right to use the technology, and then give you 10% of the shares. Jiang Fan didn't have much of a reaction to the conditions offered by Wang Chuanfu. Principal Lu said to Jiang Fan with more satisfaction, Jiang Fan, the conditions offered by Mr. Wang are still quite sincere. Jiang Fan nodded and said, Mr. Wang, I have a few questions. You say, Wang Chuanfu said, join the lithium iron phosphate power battery. Your new energy vehicles, how much are you going to sell? This question had not occurred to Wang Chuanfu carefully. He pondered for a while. If they followed the battery performance provided by Jiang Fan, the new energy car they produced would be at least 3 times ahead of Tesla's performance. Combined with the market, they are priced around $1 million minimum. The base cost of their company's current new energy vehicle should be around $80,000. Though with the technical cost of the battery, it's going to be high. The $1 billion in technology royalties and the 10% stake, and the technology research and development, those are all part of the cost. The combined cost should come out to about $300,000 or so. The most important of these is the cost of battery technology. Wang Chuanfu roughly calculated it and then said to Jiang Fan, the pre-sale price should be around $600,000. Jiang Fan couldn't help but frown when he heard this price. Your prices are too high. I researched batteries that I hope will benefit the people of the Dragon Kingdom, not just the rich who can afford to consume them. When Wang Chuanfu heard Jiang Fan's words, he said with some helplessness, our current new energy car, which costs 80,000 yuan, more than doubles the cost if we add the battery from your research. Doesn't the country have subsidies for new energy vehicles now? Jiang Fan asked. Yes, it's not quite the same per vehicle subsidy, probably between 20 to 60k. Mr. Wang, about the technology transfer fee in shares I don't want, how much do you think the price will drop to? Jiang Fan said, when he came here, he made an understanding of BYD as a whole, and their group has a pretty good reputation in the Dragon Kingdom. Over the years, BYD has been the first one to come forward and donate money and goods when the Dragon Kingdom suffered from natural disasters. This was a major reason why Jiang Fan had made such a decision. Everyone was shocked when they heard Jiang Fan's words. Chapter 75, Causing Trouble, Second Shift. Principal Lu whispered to Jiang Fan, "Jiang Fan, $1 billion and 10% of the shares together are worth a lot of money that? In fact, President Lu's idea is that if all this money is taken out for research, it might even lead to some achievements." However, Elder Long was still very pleased with Jiang Fan's performance. At the very least, it proved that in the future, Jiang Fan would not sell out his country in the future because of money. Moreover, Jiang Fan also thought about the livelihood of the Dragon Kingdom, a small age to be able to think about the world. Such a temperament. Long Lao thought to himself that his young self was absolutely unable to do so in the beginning. Wang Chuanfu thought for a while and said, "If you remove the cost in battery technology, the selling price can drop to around $150. 000, 150, 000? Jiang Fan murmured, "And a little expensive. Mr. Wang, can the price be reduced to 100, 000, 100,000? The executives around Wang Chuanfu were all stunned. Even their current new energy cars are more than that, not to mention the addition of Jiang Fan's new material batteries, which at the market price, 600, 000 would have been madly snatched. Turns out this young man who worked on a new type of battery is saying the asking price is $100,000. What's the difference between that and cabbage prices? In fact, Jiang Fan's idea is very simple, which is to make most of them can buy such new energy vehicles. Just when all the people thought that BYD's Mr. Wang would absolutely refuse, Wang Chuanfu, however, said, "Okay, for this boldness of yours, I promise you, but, Mr. Wang, the marketing manager was just about to say something. Wang Chuanfu directly waved his hand and interrupted him. Jiang Fan was satisfied when he saw the other party agree. "Okay, you guys give Principal Lu the specifics." Jiang Fan and Elder Dragon then walked out together. Out of the guys, Elder Long couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You kid can really kill the price. Battery performance so good, new energy car. You let people sell 100, 000, really have you? But I like it, ha ha, such a new energy vehicle. I want to buy one to drive. Teacher, if you like it, I'll give it to you." Jiang Fan said, "Ha ha, well, no backtracking." Long Lao readily accepted, driving a car given by his own students, saying it definitely has face. Besides, this battery is researched by Jiang Fan. He wants one for free. BYD's boss can't wait to be happy. By the way, Jiang Fan, can the addition of graphite coating to lithium iron phosphate power batteries really improve the performance of the batteries? Well, I've researched nanomaterials before and found nanoconductive graphite-coated particles. It provides excellent static conductivity and is a protective energy-absorbing layer. And it also reduces the internal resistance of the battery and suppresses the dynamic internal resistance increase during charge/discharge cycling. Jiang Fan told Long Lao about the graphite coating properties and efficacy. Long Lao was very interested. At this moment, for some reason, Long Lao had an illusion that he felt he wanted to be Jiang Fan's student. Elder Long exchanged words with Jiang Fan for a while longer before asking, "Jiang Fan, how much can the performance of lithium iron phosphate power battery be improved by adding graphite coating?" "Teacher, I haven't tested it specifically, but it should be no problem to boost performance by roughly 30%. 30%? That much? Elder Dragon was now feeling like he was going to go into self-imposed isolation. When he was researching lead-acid batteries, he expected a maximum of 30% performance improvement, but Jiang Fan casually added a graphite coating, and it had such a great effect. "Jiang Fan, you're so young, why are you walking so slowly?" Elder Long couldn't help but urge. He was now a bit impatient and wanted to do the graphite coating research immediately. Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw his teacher walking as fast as he could, and he also quickened his pace. The main entrance to the BYD Group headquarters. There's a crowd around here, making a lot of noise. There were also a number of media outlets carrying cameras and filming the scene. One of the BYD Group's marketing executives stood in front of the rowdy crowd. "Owners, our BYD Group has not gone out of business. Please believe that we will deliver your booked cars on time. If you want a refund, please apply at each store." "Humph, I think you're just trying to cheat and not refund our money," one of the bald men shouted. A number of car owners followed suit. "Ladies and gentlemen, please believe in us, the BYD Group. We are a group company that keeps its word. Cut the crap and have your old boss come out and give us an explanation. Get your old boss out here. It's all over the internet now. Reporting the news of your group's closure. I think your old boss has already run away." Faced with more than 100 people shouting at her, the female supervisor was a bit overwhelmed, but she was still standing dead center in front of the glass door. The security guards in the back had been locked the gates for fear of these people breaking in. Get out of the way. Or don't blame my stick for being merciless. The bald man flashed the baseball bat in his hand. The female supervisor looked at the wrist-thick stick, and her heart was also filled with fear. If she was really smashed in the head, it would have to blossom. But now the company's top leaders and owners are out. If she got out of the way, these people would definitely trash their company. By that time, when it is reported by these news media, they are afraid that the BYD group will really be discredited. Owners, you can return the car if you want to, but please go through the normal process. If you make a scene like this, I'm going to call the police. After the female supervisor finished speaking, she took out her cell phone. As long as they dared to take a step forward, she would call the police. And that bald guy, with an arrow step up, snatched the cell phone from the female supervisor's hand. Pop! It fell hard to the ground. Damn! Gives you face, doesn't it? Brothers, don't listen to their bull ********. Smash it for me. The bald guy pushed the female supervisor to the ground, raised his baseball bat and smashed it against the glass door. Then, only to hear a clatter, the glass door directly shattered all over the ground. A few people behind him also smashed up, and soon the entire glass door and window were smashed to pieces. The bald man gave a satisfied smile. He had been hired by a foreigner to get $10,000 if he drove the others to make a big deal out of it. The more you make a fuss, the more you get paid. Just then, a dozen or so men in suits approached. One of the leading ones shouted at the troublemakers, "What's going on? I'm BYD head Wang Chuanfu. Tell me what's going on." The marketing manager behind Wang Chuanfu, seeing his man lying on the ground, hurriedly helped the female supervisor up. The bald man saw that it was BYD's boss, Wang Chuanfu. Without saying a word, he charged straight ahead with a baseball bat, but he said he could give Wang Chuanfu 100,000 if he hospitalized him. When Wang Chuanfu reacted, the bald man's baseball bat had already reached his eyes. Chapter 76, Counterattack, 3 Shifts. The executives behind Wang Chuanfu were startled when they saw a bald man attacking Wang Chuanfu. Hurriedly, he rushed over, trying to stop it. But at this time, the bald man's baseball bat had already reached Wang Chuanfu's face. It was too late. Wang Chuanfu sidestepped and dodged, then punched the bald man in the face. The bald man's face received a huge impact and staggered back a few parts, followed by a nosebleed that gushed out directly. The few executives behind Wang Chuanfu were relieved, and they remembered that Wang Chuanfu had been a soldier before. A few security guards from BYD, at this time, also rushed over and directly pressed down on the bald man. Wang Chuanfu coldly looked at the rowdy crowd in front of him. Those people at once. None of them dared to go forward. At this time, the news media rushed over, shooting at Wang Chuanfu. Now, that's the effect they want. The headline they all thought of: car owners defend their rights. BYD group bosses annoyed and hit. A story like this is guaranteed to bring the BYD group into disrepute. Wang Chuanfu understood the situation from the female supervisor, looked at these troublemakers, and immediately understood something. Then to all of them, our BYD's reputation in the Dragon Kingdom is obvious to everyone. So everyone give me 2 days and I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Just then, several police cars came over, and one of BYD's executives exchanged words with the other party. And then these troublemakers were taken away, including the bald man. On that day, the news of the BYD boss beating up people was spread all over the internet, and the spreader even deliberately deleted the paragraph of the bald man taking a stick and going to beat up Wang Chuanfu, showing only the scene of Wang Chuanfu beating up the bald man. This side of the news was an instant hit on the internet. Netizen 1, BYD boss even beat people. Before I feel he is still a philanthropist. Did not think, really human face. Netizen 2, people's hearts are in the wrong place. Wang Chuanfu is really not a thing. Netizen 3, from now on, we will boycott BYD new energy vehicles. What a disgrace to our countrymen. Netizen 4, I don't believe that BYD's Mr. Wang hit people. There must be other hidden reasons. Netizen 5, there are pictures and the truth. Hypocrites like Wang Chuanfu should be arrested. Netizen 6, I see that bald guy. He's no good. Maybe Mr. Wang was just defending himself. Netizen 7, Wang Chuanfu was the scum of the Dragon Kingdom. The internet is being led by a water army arranged by Mark. It was all about denouncing Wang Chuanfu, and even published information about Wang Chuanfu's family. Mark couldn't help but curve the corner of his mouth when he saw the abuse and denigration of Wang Chuanfu on the internet. So much for the Dragon Nation. Oh, Wang Chuanfu did not make any response to the abuse from the internet. The next day, the Dragon Kingdom announced to the world that it had researched a lithium iron phosphate power battery with 3 times the performance of lead-acid batteries. The whole world was in an uproar at the news. The first reaction of all the countries is that this is impossible. Although the technology level of the Dragon Kingdom had progressed over the years, to reach such a level of technology was something they definitely did not believe in. The new material, batteries, has such a wide impact on the world that it can be used in almost every industry. If it is true as announced by the Dragon Kingdom, then the Dragon Kingdom will enter a qualitative leap in several fields in the next period of time. This is what the Western powers do not want. The capitalist countries, led by the pretty country, want the Dragon country to publish the results of the research to confirm the truth. Longwood did not make any response. On the third day, BYD declared to the public that it had entered into a strategic cooperation with the state. New energy vehicle batteries have been upgraded. With that, a new car was released on BYD's official website called Dragon. The car's styling is imposing, and more importantly, its stats. DragonU energy vehicle. Range, 1,200 kilometers. Fast charging, 1 hour to complete. Price, $100. $000. BYD official just announced the news of DragonU energy vehicle. The whole Dragon country is boiling. Once again, the internet is buzzing. The range of Dragon's new energy car reaches 1,200 kilometers, which, natch, is too strong. I'm skeptical. Is this really true? The state has announced it. How can it be fake? With a range of 1,200 kilometers and a fast charging time of 1 hour, this totally beats the new energy car Model 4 announced by TELUS. The key to this price is too nifty to give. Worthy of being the conscience of the Dragon country's enterprises. You should not be fooled by BYD Group. 2 days ago, BYD Group's boss Wang Chuanfu even beat up someone. Brother, your news is too sheltered, right? The matter of Mr. Wang's beating has already been clarified, and that bald man was bribed by someone to deliberately find trouble with BYD company. I heard that he confessed that he was arranged by Tesla's people. ******* Lousy also booked Tesla's Model 4 new energy car some time ago. I wonder if I can get a refund. I've asked. It's not refundable. It's just a $10,000 deposit. I don't want it. The BYD Group's DragonU energy vehicle performs much better than him, and it's only $100,000. You're right, isn't it just $10,000? I'll book BYD's DragonU energy car now. Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters. Mark lashed out, scaring the crowd into not saying a word. Dishonest dragons, how dare you want to return a car you've reserved? What a daydream. It didn't take long for BYD Group to release the DragonU energy car wash, and their customer service received 20,000 calls for refunding deposits. They've pre-sold a total of over 80,000 Model 4 new energy vehicles these days. Nearly 20% are unsubscribing, so how can he accept that? But then Jesse from production handed Mark, the general manager, a cell phone. Mark tapped on his phone and saw that above it was a post. Owners who have ordered Tesla Model 4 new energy car, everyone don't look for Tesla to refund the deposit. After they produce it, we will refund the subscription, and be angry with them. Likes, 298 million. Dude, awesome. Brother, you are so bad. I love it. Ha ha. It's only $10,000 anyway. Don't want it. These foreigners are really something. For a range of over 400 kilometers, they want $299,800? The more GM Mark looked at it, the angrier he got. Pop directly slammed the phone to the ground. He gritted his teeth. Crafty Rukoku. If these owners who have booked the Model 4 new energy car really wait for them to be produced, they have to all unsubscribe. Then they lose more than a few hundred million things. When he had calmed down, he slowly made a decision. Make an announcement that owners who book the Model 4 new energy vehicle can get their deposit refunded. GM, I can't, but if we don't, we'll lose at least $10 billion in the future. I have to say, Mark is still a competent leader. Such a timely stop loss would be a $300 million at most for them now. However, he still underestimated the Dragon Kingdom people too much. Chapter 77, Want to Run? 4 shifts, after Truss sent out the news of the refund on the official website. However, only a very small number of people refunded. The majority of people did not choose to refund. After all, people who can afford to buy 300,000 new energy vehicles. Not bad this $10,000. It made it hard for Mark, and for those owners who didn't get refunds. He didn't know if the other party was really buying their cars or trying to deal them a final painful blow. But if they don't produce it, and those owners end up really wanting the car, and they can't get it, it will have a big impact on their reputation. Just as they were fretting about the deposit, the internet exploded with another powerful post. Tesla's unknown crimes in the Dragon Kingdom. When this news post came out, it instantly exploded all over the internet again. It directly hit the headlines of the major websites in the Dragon Kingdom. Conference room at Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters. Jesse looked down at the post. He wasn't sure if he should show the GM, Mark, last time. His own cell phone was scrapped because he showed a message to Mark, the general manager. After further thought, he decided to take it to him anyway. Mark saw Jesse bring in his cell phone again and knew it was nothing good again. Still, He took the phone, and when he saw the headline, the fire in his heart immediately rose. Tesla's unknown crimes in the Dragon Kingdom. But he pressed his fire and clicked in anyway. 1. Discredit the rival BYD group. In year, Tesla's general manager, Mark, privately hooked up with a material supplier to falsely accuse BYD of. In year, Jesse, the head of production at Tesla, used his authority. Year, there are 18 listed in total, and there is a photographic record, using illegal tactics against competitor BYD. 2. Tesla Asia Pacific General Manager Mark assaulted a female employee in Longwa, month of asterisk, used his position to violate his secretary. Screenshots, chat logs, month, Kyoto, business trip, prostitutes, screenshot, year. The entire article is over 1,000 words, all about the crimes committed by Tesla executives in the Dragon Kingdom. The comments below are all about the Dragon Nation cursing them. Netizen 1, ******, his grandfather. Beautiful country's grandchildren. Come to our Dragon country. Earn our Dragon country people's money not to say, but also treat us as a little cute. Playing, bullying our Dragon country's independent industry. Netizen 2, these grandsons, causing me to misunderstand BYD Group in the first place. Netizen 3, I said at the beginning, BYD boss Wang Chuanfu is a philanthropist. Will not just hit people, at that time he belongs to self-defense. Netizen 3, yeah. Who knew it was all a ploy by those grandsons of the pretty country? They got some media people and some hooligans. Netizen 4, key, we were not only misunderstanding Mr. Wang, but also scolded him and his family. Think about it, really regret. I don't want to say anything else. I'd like to reserve 2 DragonU energy vehicles. Netflix 5, drive out these pretty country pussies. Netizen 6, ******* him. He dares to spread his wildness in the Dragon Kingdom. Him. Netizen 7, I am a lawyer. On this evidence is enough to convict them. The owner of the building give me contact. I am willing to sue them down for free, so that they understand that the law of the Dragon State is inviolable. Netizen 8, support upstairs. Count me in. I don't know the law, but there's money. I'll pay for it. They must be brought to justice. By the time Mark finished reading, the back of his shirt was wet with sweat. His eyes were filled with horror. For one by one these crimes were true, and there was much evidence on them. To be able to break so much black stuff about him, this person is definitely someone who knows him well. He looked over to the few people in front of him, and after scanning the area, he had a feeling it wouldn't be them. After all, he and they were on the same rope, and for them to betray them would be tantamount to self-destructing their future, and there was a crime in it for them. Seeing the comments of those Dragon Kingdom netizens, he felt that the most important thing he should do now was to leave the Dragon Kingdom. In case he was caught, he would definitely have to face jail time. As long as he escaped the Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid no one would treat him like that then. Thinking of this, he left the conference room in a panic and returned to his general manager's office. The safe that was opened and started to fill the bag with money, then shouted outside, Ray, book me the fastest flight to pretty country. Make it fast. Ray is none other than the hot secretary. However, he shouted a few times, but no one answered. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Ray walked in wearing a professional outfit. Her front and back were still so sexy. Behind her, however, were several police officers. It dawned on Mark that she had been the one to post that thread. It was you? I can't believe it was you who betrayed me. After saying that, he rushed towards Shaoli, but went to be directly pressed to the ground by 2 policemen. Ray said as she looked condescendingly at Mark, I'm a Dragon Nation man. You just wait to be sanctioned by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. On the same day, another story broke on the internet. Tesla's Asia Pacific headquarters have all been arrested and imprisoned for violating the laws and regulations of the Dragon Kingdom, including the general manager, Mark, and several other important suspects. They will face more than 10 years of prison life. All the people on the internet clapped their hands at once. Praise for our law enforcement officers. Dragon Nation mighty. Let's see who dares to act wildly in my Dragon Kingdom. Dare to provoke the laws of our Dragon Kingdom. You deserve to die. The hoots and hollers were all over the place. Pretty Tesla HQ didn't intercede for Mark, and sent out a sincere letter of apology to Dragon Nation. Deeply stated that Mark's behavior was his own and that they, Tesla, were negligent. Only then did they let him run amok in the Dragon Kingdom, and they sincerely apologized to all the people in the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, the reason why Tesla posted this apology is that they don't want to lose the market in the Dragon Kingdom. 75% of Tesla's market comes from the Dragon Kingdom. If they lose this market, their company is going to lose 3/4 of its performance. Tesla went on to set up a branch in the Dragon Kingdom after finally paying a $100 million fine to the country. But they are doomed to fail this time because BYD in the Dragon Kingdom has grabbed 90% of the market in the Dragon Kingdom overnight through this crisis. BYD's owner, Wang Chuanfu, made a special trip to LKU to thank Zhongfan. This time, if he hadn't researched a new material battery, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to survive the crisis. Wang Chuanfu came this time with the transfer contract of the shares and directly gave Jiang Fan 20% of the shares. Jiang Fan accepted it without being polite to him. He does need a lot more funding for his future research projects. Once Wang Chuanfu had left, Jiang Fan received a call from Zhou Huaid, the northern base commander-in-chief. He asked excitedly, "Uncle Zhou, isn't it ITER magnet material is done?" "Hey, Fan, the ITER magnet material that Pretty Country sold us is fake." "ITER magnet material is fake?" Chapter 78, Leave of Absence, one more. Jiang Fan was filled with incredulity when he heard that the ITER magnet material was fake. Zhou Huaid then told him that the country had sent 2 professors who had studied aspects of magnetism this time, along with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to negotiate with the Pretty Country. At first, the Pretty Country's attitude was very tough, determined not to sell magnetic materials to the Dragon Country, and humiliated the Dragon Country people who went to negotiate. Negotiations to the 10th day of the beautiful country to let loose, but 2 tons of ITER magnet material, but they are lionized for 10 billion. After the discussion of the country's top leaders, in order to be able to research controlled nuclear fusion as soon as possible, it was finally decided to also purchase it. The 2 professors of magnetism who were dispatched tested the material and there was nothing wrong with it. However, after shipping it back to the Dragon Kingdom, when it was processed, it was discovered that only the outer layer of the entire material was ITER magnet material, while the inside was ordinary magnets. The top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were furious and questioned Pretty Country, but they gave the explanation that the ITER magnet material technology was just that, because the Dragon State does not have samples of ITER magnet materials, nor does it have a standard. After several fruitless attempts at negotiation, they were finally left dumbfounded. The Dragon Kingdom took all the experts in magnetism and gathered them together to study materials coated with a layer of ITER magnets. I was hoping for a breakthrough, but after 2 days of research, it turned out that this layer of ITER magnet material was no longer ITER magnet material. They deduced that Pretty Country had added substances to this layer of ITER magnet material that would slowly react with the ITER magnet material. Counting on the time, the ITER magnet material arrived in Dragonland just after the material was reacted off. In the end, the Dragon Kingdom equaled $10 billion and only got 2 tons of ordinary magnets. It's obvious that the Pretty Country teases the Dragon Country, but now people just won't admit it, and there's nothing Longhua can do about it. When Jiang Fan heard what Zhou Huaid had told him, an anger rose in his heart. The Pretty Country is bullying people based on its power. At this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Fan's mind. System, feeling the host's anger. The task is released. The host succeeded in the 7 main disciplines SCI paper release, and will obtain the ITER magnet material development drawings. Jiang Fan heard the task released by the system, and completing it surprisingly allowed him to directly obtain the ITER magnet material development drawings. There was a lot of excitement. He then tapped on the system mission in his mind. Mission, the host succeeds in 7 main disciplines SCI paper publication. 1. Mathematics, release of SCI paper not completed. 2. Physics, release of SCI paper not completed. 3. Biochemistry, release of SCI paper not completed. 4. Material science, release of SCI papers not completed. 5. Astronomy, release of SCI paper not completed. 6. Energetics, release of SCI paper not completed. 7. Informatics, release of SCI paper not completed. For SCI papers, Jiang Fan is still clear as a researcher. SCI, Scientific Citation Index, the academic journal papers published in SCI journals included in the Science Citation Index. To put it bluntly, it means publishing papers in world-renowned scientific journals. With the globalization of the economy, scientific research is also becoming increasingly globalized, and SCI papers are an important way to conduct international scientific exchanges and a major channel to make international counterparts understand the Dragon State. Publishing SCI papers can show the world the strength of each country's basic research and improve the status of the Dragon Kingdom in the world's scientific community. Publishing an important article in world-renowned journals such as Nature and Science can mean as much to a discipline as winning a gold medal in an international sports competition. Of course, SCI papers are published in journals that are sponsored by Western countries, and there is not a single such publication in the Dragon Kingdom. It was mainly because the level of technology in the Dragon Kingdom was, relatively speaking, still relatively backward. Seeing that Jiang Fan on the phone had been silent, Zhou Huaid knew that he must be very sad inside. He then comforted Jiang Fan, "Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to get the ITER magnet material. Uncle Zhou, give me some time, I should be able to study it." You worked it out? Really? Zhou Huaid said in surprise. He now had absolute trust in Zhang Fan. As long as Zhang Fan said that he could research it, he believed that he would be able to do so. Controlled Fusion develop other aspects of the subsystem first. Feel free to contact me with any questions. After Zhang Fan finished his explanation, he hung up the phone. His teacher, Elder Dragon's Mecha Energy Lab, was currently in the performance enhancement stage, so as long as he followed the steps, he would be fine. As for the application areas of the lithium iron phosphate power battery that he studied, all of these were given to the president of Long Kudalu to negotiate. Currently, the most important thing for Zhang Fan was to complete the system's mission and obtain the ITER magnet material so that he could complete the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion within a year's time. As long as controlled nuclear fusion is introduced, the technological level of the Dragon Kingdom will soon be able to lead the world. He believed that controlled nuclear fusion would be possible, elevating mankind's technological level to a new era. For the 7 main subjects of the paper, Zhang Fan was going to start with the math aspect first. After all, the system had rewarded him with a math super generalization, and for all the math knowledge on the blue planet, he thought that no one could surpass him. Once you've set your mind to it, you start choosing a topic, because SCI papers are still difficult. If you were to write a general math thesis, you would probably have a hard time being seen by an editor. Zhang Fan thought of the last time he proved Riemann's conjecture at the Longkou University Traditional Challenge, which caused a lot of repercussions. The principal also gave him a number of awards. After thinking about it, he decided to pick another one of the 7 millennial puzzles as a submission for a math SCI paper, which should go through easily. So he started scouring the web for the 7 millennial dilemmas. In the end he chose one of them, the P versus NP problem. After Zhang Fan chose his thesis, he made a phone call to Elder Long to ask for a vacation. Long Lao was also full of promises. After all, Zhang Fan has worked very hard these days to research lithium iron phosphate power batteries. As for the graphite coating on the battery, he led Su Guanyuan and the others to study it, and there shouldn't be any problems. Xia Xiaoyu in the lab was helpless. They had just followed Zhang Fan in researching lithium iron phosphate power batteries and had achieved so much. Originally, she was thinking of having a good rest, but then Zhang Fan came up with the elevated battery program. So, they could only continue to do their experiments in a miserable manner. At this moment, Elder Long walked in with a smile on his face. Xia Xiaoyu saw Long Lao in such a good mood. His eyes turned, so he said with a smile, "Long fellow, I would like to." When Elder Long saw Xia Xiaoyu stumbling over her words, he knew that she was trying to be lazy again. So he tensed his face and said seriously, "Say, what is it?" I'd like to take a half day off." Not allowed. Young people are the time to be energetic and creative. They should put their time into research. Xia Xiaoyu was reprimanded by Elder Long and grayed out to continue his scientific research. At this time, she realized that Zhang Fan hadn't been coming, so she asked, why isn't schoolmate Zhang Fan here?" Long Lao was holding a beaker at this time and said without lifting his head, "Just called and took the day off." Chapter 79, Who is this? So impolite, second shift. Xia Xiaoyu's entire face darkened when she heard Elder Long's words. She instantly felt like an unloved child. There's just too much difference between people. He himself asked for half a day's vacation and ended up being reprimanded by Elder Long for half a day, whereas Zhang Fan was able to ask for a vacation by making a random phone call. When Elder Long answered the phone just now, he seemed to be very happy. Xia Xiaoyu really wanted to slap the table and have a theory with Long Lao, but she didn't dare. Unless she doesn't want to hang out in the Dragon Kingdom anymore. Just as she was crying out, Su Guanyuan walked over excitedly with his cell phone, whispered to her, Xiaoyu, look." Xia Xiaoyu looked at Su Guanyuan's cell phone. It was Zhang Fan who sent a message in their WeChat group. It says, "This closed study, we have successfully researched a new type of battery. Everyone has worked hard, and each of you has been transferred 100,000 yuan bonus." Xia Xiaoyu saw the message and jumped up in excitement. 100,000? That much? Great. Count on this Chopi having some conscience. He. She then rushed to get her own cell phone, and sure enough, she saw a transfer of $100,000 from Zhang Fan on WeChat. At this time, Nyosu also discovered Zhang Fan's message and happily wanted to remind Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guanyuan. Found them both cracking their big mouths, happy beyond words. He then came along and joined them in a whispered celebration. "I like schoolmate Zhang Fan too much. He. Didn't you always say he was Pickpocket Joe before?" Su Guanyuan said snidely. Xia Xiaoyu hastened to sophistry. "I was being positive. How can we be productive if he doesn't squeeze our time and energy? We are young and energetic and creative. We should put our time into research. You two know?" Su Guanyuan and Nyo Su had black lines on their heads. These words, exactly what Long Lao had just reprimanded her for. She would really learn from it. A woman, the three of them, however, couldn't be happier in their hearts right now. Originally, They thought that Zhang Fan, at most, would give them a 10,000 bonus. But Zhang Fan even directly gave them a 100,000 bonus, greatly outside their expectations. Although they were a bit dissatisfied with Zhang Fan's closed research at first, but now that they thought about it, they would be willing if Zhang Fan closed them for another month. Just as the three of them were giggling, Elder Long walked over and said to them, "What are you doing? Not doing research? Academician Long, don't worry. We give you our assurance that we will definitely succeed in researching the graphite coating within a week's time." After Su Guangyuan finished speaking, Xia Xiaoyu and Niu Su followed suit and assured him. Elder Long froze. How did these three little guys suddenly become so motivated? He then thought, presumably it was because of his own teaching of Xia Xiaoyu just now that they understood his good intentions. Good. That's what young people should be like. At Chu, Zhang Fan was at his residence, organizing his thoughts and information on the P versus NP problem, one of the 7 major problems of the millennium. Several sneezes in a row. He then continued to organize his thoughts. The Millennium Puzzle was really hard. Even with all the math he had mastered in Blue Star, he was still struggling a bit. In this way he went from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and when he looked up without thinking, he saw the time and realized that 13 hours had passed. Only then did he stand up and move his somewhat stiff body. It's still really hard. 20 different ideas already. At that moment, Zhang Fan's stomach rumbled. Never mind. Let's go get something to eat first. Maybe we'll get some ideas. Zhang Fan didn't even wash his face, so he opened the door to his room and went out. He went to the cafeteria, only to find that the cafeteria window for buying food was closed. Just as Zhang Fan was about to go to the supermarket to buy some instant noodles, an ant at a window shouted at him, "Boy, are you buying food?" "Aha! I still have 2 buns here. They're not sold out. Do you want them?" All the windows for buying food were currently closed, and Zhang Fan had no other choice, so he took over. "Give the card," Auntie said smilingly. 2 steamed buns. "Don't want money. If you put it to tomorrow, you can't sell it." "Thank you, Auntie." Zhang Fan then carried 2 steamed buns and made another trip to the supermarket, buying 2 packages of pickles and a large bucket of mineral water. In front of the supermarket, Xia Xiaoyu and a few friends were buying milk tea. "Sisters, I'm buying today, so feel free to order whatever you want. Don't be polite." Xia Xiaoyu was full of bravado. Today Zhang Fan transferred $100,000 to her. She had just come out of the lab and excitedly called to inform her several sisters. When several people heard that someone had invited them to drink milk tea, they all came over one by one. "Boss, I'll have a small cheese and cheese 4 seasons. I'll have a medium Bullwinkle cake and milk tea with ice." A fat girl hesitated and said to the boss, "I'll have a Big Mac super milk tea." She had just finished her order when several of her sisters all looked at her at the same time. For the jumbo super milk tea, the cups used are of the extra large variety and are filled with 8 types of pulp, then poured into the milk tea. It has to weigh 2 pounds, and at $98 it's even more expensive. As a student, very few people order these giant super cups. "Balls, aren't you trying to lose weight?" my companion asked. "It's so hard for Xiaoyu to treat me today, so I've decided not to lose weight for a while and wait until tomorrow." "Xiaoyu, can I order this?" The fat girl then asked Xia Xiaoyu again. "It's nothing," Xia Xiaoyu said jokingly. Now she is a small rich woman with 100,000 worth of money. This amount of money to her old saying is just a drizzle. "Xiaoyu, you're so nice. I love you so much. He. The fat girl didn't forget to give Xia Xiaoyu a hug after she finished. She's had her heart set on it since she ate a Big Mac Super Bowl 3 months ago, but she's too fat for the diet she must have. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to find a boyfriend. So she kept herself restrained. Today she decided to indulge. When the boss was done with the milk tea, Xia Xiaoyu paid for it, and several sisters happily took the milk tea and drank it. At this time, a person with somewhat messy hair, carrying 2 steamed buns and a bucket of mineral water in his hands, just happened to come out from the supermarket. As he was thinking about things in his mind, he didn't pay attention and just bumped into Xia Xiaoyu. Ouch! The milk tea fell straight to the ground. Before Xia Xiaoyu could react, one of her sisters said fiercely to the boys, "You don't have eyes, do you?" "I'm sorry, I didn't see that." "I'm sorry, and that's the end of it." A few people glanced at the man, carrying buns and water in his hands, presumably a poor student. At that moment, Xia Xiaoyu looked up. "Zhang Fan?" Zhang Fan then also saw that it was Xia Xiaoyu. He then said, "Xiaoyu schoolmate, let me buy you a new cup." No need. I was careless just now." "Oh." After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he lowered his head, his mind thinking about the inspiration he had just received, and hurriedly disappeared into the crowd. "Xiaoyu, who is this? So rude." Chapter 80, 2 steamed buns, 3 shifts. "Xiaoyu, who is this? So rude," a sister said. Xia Xiaoyu hurriedly asked that sister to keep her voice down for fear that Zhang Fan, who was walking away, would hear her. The bonuses in her hands were all from him, and he's a student of Mr. Long's. I can't afford to offend him. you guys almost got into big trouble just now. It's lucky he didn't bother with you. Getting into big trouble? Several of the sisters were uncertain. Wasn't that kid just now a poor student? What a poor student. He's the god of the Lonoke University Traditions Challenge and Xiao Xiaoyu hadn't finished speaking and hurriedly shut her mouth. Regarding the matter of the laboratory, Elder Long had given them an explanation that they were not allowed to say anything to anyone. Wow, which legendary god is he? But he doesn't quite look like him. As the saying goes, you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. You guys just need to know that he's awesome. A few people listened to Xiao Xiaoyu's mysterious words. They looked at each other and nodded. In his heart, he was glad that he hadn't said anything overly aggressive just now. Zhang Fan returned to his residence and ate 2 steamed buns before continuing to organize his thoughts on the P versus NP problem. A night without words, until the next day's sunlight poured in through the window. It was only then that Zhang Fan rubbed his somewhat tired eyes. He stood up, opened the window, and a rush of fresh air hit his face, subsequently lifting his spirits. The groggy head cleared up. He saw 2 little birds on a branch in front of the window, chirping away. He felt a lot more comfortable, and with that, he continued to sit at the table and began to study the question. He was sure that this line of thought he was now studying was correct, but there was just one part of the derivation that didn't make sense halfway through. Until 7 o'clock, it was already clueless. Zhang Fan then decided to go and eat first. This thought process yesterday was the inspiration that came out of nowhere because he went out to buy 2 steamed buns. Maybe something will pop up again when you go out to dinner by yourself. Zhang Fan came to the nearest cafeteria, and there were quite a few freshmen in military training clothes who came here to eat. They were usually sitting in groups, eating breakfast and talking about military training. Now that they had been in military training for half a month, there was about a week of military training left before this devilish training would end. Zhang Fan simply finished his meal and went straight back to his place. Continuing research topics. Time turned to night. The noon meal Zhang Fan did not have time to eat. About 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Fan then stopped the research in his hands. After a brief wash, he proceeded to the cafeteria and found the same situation as yesterday. The cafeteria window was closed. At that moment, the auntie at window 10, who was there yesterday, shouted at him again. "Boy, why are you eating so late today too? Doing problems and losing track of time?" Auntie smiled and didn't say anything, directly handed him 2 steamed buns and didn't charge Zhang Fan's money. Zhang Fan said thank you and left. The aunt at window 10 closed the window with it. "Auntie Lee, you waited so long just to give this student 2 steamed buns." Auntie Lee laughed heartily. "I don't think it's easy for this kid, so I'll help if I can. I don't have much time left anyway." Auntie Lee saw Zhang Fan's dresser's outfit and guessed that his family was poor and didn't have much money to live on. Young people, all have vanity, can only take advantage of the absence of students to eat, to buy some steamed buns to fill up. "Auntie Lee, you have a kind heart. Let's go. We should go to the hospital." Yes, Zhang Fan went back with 2 steamed buns. A miraculous thing happened. The problem that troubled him for a day and a night was miraculously solved. He was finally relieved. It seemed that the buns were quite useful. Now this millennium puzzle, Zhang Fan has solved it on the draft paper. The next thing is just to take the answer process and organize it into a document. Zhang Fan stayed up another whole night and organized a 50-page document. Luckily, he had stay-up capsules, or he wouldn't have been able to carry it off. The next day, he directly found Principal Liu and told him about his intention to submit an SCI paper. Principal Liu was very happy to hear that Zhang Fan's idea of publishing an SCI paper at a young age was very good. This is because in the future, the number of SCI papers published and achievements will be needed for the evaluation of titles. Zhang Fan, have you thought about publishing in that field of discipline? Math. Zhang Fan said, "This is good. Your last answer to get Riemann's conjecture for our Dragon Kingdom to obtain the World Mathematical Organization governing country position. Talking about this matter, but also thank you which, mostly because I was just lucky at the time." Principal Liu very much appreciated Zhang Fan's spirit of not being arrogant or impatient when he achieved something. Zhang Fan, which thesis of math are you going to study this time? P versus NP issues. P versus NP issues? Principal Liu was surprised when he heard Zhang Fan's words because he knew that this was one of the 7 major problems of the millennium. And just 2 days ago, the mathematician Wu Lao and his student Prof. Xiao from Longkou University proposed to him to change the final finale of the next traditional challenge to a P versus NP problem. It turned out to be really coincidental that Zhang Fan directly chose the P and NP problem as the thesis of the submitted SCI paper. Zhang Fan saw how surprised Principal Liu was and then asked, "Principal, what's wrong with choosing this thesis?" No, as long as Elder Wu and Professor Xiao gave me a proposal 2 days ago to replace the last question of next year's traditional challenge with this one." "Oh, this is indeed quite a coincidence," Zhang Fan said, "but this question is a bit difficult." Principal Liu said with some concern. He was afraid that if Zhang Fan couldn't answer the question, It would blow his self-confidence. Jiang Fan, I see you. Or study some ordinary thesis. With your knowledge in math, it's still no problem to pass the manuscript. Headmaster, I've already answered this question. About P and NP. Jiang Fan said indifferently. What? You answered it. Principal Lu said in shock. This is the Millennium 7 mathematical problems, and many mathematicians have spent their entire lives without answering one of them. And Jiang Fan answered the Riemann conjecture in less than 2 hours at the LKU traditional challenge. This heaven-defying talent. At that time, although everyone was shocked beyond words, they always accepted it. But if anything, just half a month has passed and he has answered another of the 7 millennial math problems. No one would believe this. Jiang Fan, don't joke with me. Jiang Fan handed Principal Lu his printed 50 pages of information. Principal Lu took a look at it and the thesis was none other than the P versus NP problem. He flipped through it roughly, more or less understanding it even though Principal Lu hadn't been a math major in his previous studies. But against what Jiang Fan had written, he couldn't understand it at all. So he contacted the most senior mathematician at LKU, Wu Lao. Chapter 81, Shocked Elder Wu, 4 shifts. Elder Wu was now over 60 years old, and had spent his entire life teaching math majors at Longkou University. Once he retired, he was rehired back by the university and continued to teach at Lonok. He was in the classroom at the moment, speaking passionately about math. At that moment, his phone rang, and he was subconsciously going to hang up, but then he saw that it was the principal calling. Excuse me, class, I have to take this. He then walked to the door to connect. A minute later, Elder Wu rushed straight to the podium, picked up his lesson plan, and said to his classmates, "Everyone, please wait, I'll have one of the other professors come over and continue your lesson." After saying that, he left in a hurry. The students were all astonished. What had happened to Professor Wu? Usually, his old man was very stable. Why did he become so flustered today? A few minutes later, Professor Xiao, a student of Wu's, came to the classroom to continue the lecture for the sophomores. Elder Wu arranged the teaching matters, and then walked directly towards the principal's office. 10 minutes later he arrived at the principal's office. "Principal, where is the answer to that millennial math puzzle?" Principal Lu mentioned Jiang Fan's answer information to Elder Wu. Wu Lao picked it up and flipped through it. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. Only then did Elder Wu slowly raise his head from this answering information. Eyes filled with shock, he said to Principal Lu, "Who answered this?" "This." Principal Lu pointed aside to the sleeping Jiang Fan and said, "Jiang Fan, you should recognize it. Jiang Fan, isn't he the freshman who answered the Riemann conjecture just before?" "Well, exactly. Genius, absolute genius. With such young talent in the Dragon Kingdom, the future is promising." Wu Lao was thrilled. As if he had heard someone praising him, Jiang Fan barred his mouth twice in his sleep. Just as Principal Lu was about to wake up Jiang Fan, Elder Wu directly stopped him. "Headmaster, let him have a good rest. To be able to answer such a question, he probably hasn't had a good rest in the past half a month." Principal Lu heard Elder Wu's words and stopped waking up Jiang Fan, but said with a smile, "Elder Wu, you guessed correctly. He indeed hasn't rested well in the past half a month, but not to study this puzzle." "Oh?" Elder Wu looked at the principal curiously. "You know about the new type of batteries announced by the Dragon Kingdom a few days ago?" "Well, knowing that this new type of battery accelerates the development of the dragon by at least 5 years, does this have anything to do with Jiang Fan?" "Ha ha, this kind of battery is exactly what Jiang Fan researched. Didn't he just come to Longkou University? Did it just take half a month to research this new type of battery?" "I heard from Elder Long that it is indeed so," Principal Lu said. Hiss. Elder Wu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. "If that's the case, this kid is definitely comparable to Einstein." Principal Lu smiled, but in his heart, he said triumphantly, "What your old man doesn't know is that Jiang Fan also wrote the formula principle of controlled nuclear fusion. It's just a shame that these are state secrets and can't be told to the public. Otherwise, Elder Wu's jaw would have been absolutely stunned." "Principal Lu, then you mean to say that it's only been the past 2 days since he researched this topic?" "It should be 3 days at the most." 3 days? Oi, old me is ashamed to be inferior. Give me 30 years and I'm afraid I won't be able to answer it." Elder Wu sighed and said, he had been engaged in mathematical research all his life and had published many SCI papers, but there is no answer to one of the 7 millennial math puzzles. Still, he was proud that the Dragon Kingdom had such a powerful young man. During the conversation between Principal Lu and Elder Wu, Jiang Fan quickly woke up. His body was really a bit tired these days, although there was the help of the stay-up-all-night capsule, which could allow Jiang Fan, who stayed up all night, to keep his body from being harmed. But with his body under strain 24/7, he was still a bit overwhelmed. When Principal Lu and Elder Wu saw Jiang Fan waking up, they hurriedly said with some apologies, "I'm sorry, Jiang Fan, we're the ones who disturbed your rest, aren't we?" Instead, Jiang Fan became even more embarrassed. "I'm the one who's embarrassed. I was a bit too tired just now and fell asleep unconsciously. After the three of them exchanged pleasantries, Elder Wu asked Zhang Fan, I read this answer you wrote, but there are a few things in it that I don't quite understand. Elder Wu, where do you mean? Zhang Fan said. Elder Wu then picked up that information and put it on the 5th page, pointing to it and said, you bring up the concept of a Turing machine here. Can you be more specific about what a Turing machine is? Turing machines are somewhat abstract. Imagine you only have paper tape and a typewriter like automatic writing device capable of writing zeros or ones along the tape. If such a Turing machine exists, then we've gained awesome power. There's a machine out there that can execute any algorithm that can be identified with a Turing machine. After listening to Zhang Fan, Wu Lao had a general understanding of the Turing machine. Then he had flipped a few pages and asked, regarding NP-complete, why single out the hardest questions in NP? In the beginning, people didn't realize that there was such a thing as the hardest definition of NP, and that there was no fixed standard of comparison for all types of problems. It is proved that any problem of NP form can be converted into 3 SAT, some NP problem. 3 SAT means that there are n variables and m clauses. Zhang Fan and Elder Wu explored for another full hour or so. In the end, Wu Lao was incomparably shocked inwardly because the amount of mathematical knowledge that Zhang Fan had mastered was too huge and too much higher than him. It was hard for him to imagine how Zhang Fan, an 18-year-old, had learned all this math, and it took him a lifetime, only to master a third of the amount of knowledge in Blue Star math. After sighing, Wu Lao returned to the topic and said, Zhang Fan, if you take a piece and submit it as an SCI paper, I can be sure that there is a 95% chance that it will be rejected outright. Rejection? Chapter 82, Introduction to Nanomaterials, one more. Rejection? Zhang Fan and Headmaster Lu had a look of surprise on their faces at the same time. Elder Wu, could this information on Zhang Fan be wrong? Principal Lu asked in disbelief. That's not true. It's mainly because Zhang Fan has a few knowledge points that are too esoteric for those auditors to understand with the amount of knowledge they have. So if you want to pass the draft, you have to rework it. Mark up those places, all of them, make notes, and the more detailed the better. Zhang Fan heard Wu Lao's words and realized that it was fortunate that he had brought it to let him look at it first, or else it would have really been rejected. Afterward, Elder Wu identified the places that Zhang Fan had modified and told him to go back and annotate in as much detail as possible. After Zhang Fan went back, he began to revise those esoteric knowledge points, all annotated. Some places, the light annotations on the whole several pages. After revising it almost, he took the SCI paper and showed it to Wu Lao again. Wu Lao also slightly made some minor changes. This SCI math paper is considered officially finished. Wu suggested several well-known SCI math journals to Zhang Fan, who finally chose Siam Rev, the top journal of applied mathematics. Wu Lao also very much agrees that Siam Rev belongs to the world's top mathematical journals, and Zhang Fan's SCI paper is still a very good match. Because Wu had published many SCI papers before, he was still familiar with the process above, and he helped Zhang Fan get it done quickly. The rest of the day is spent waiting for the results. The waiting time is not so sure. SCI submission of papers, fast as 1 day results, slow as 3 months. It all depends on the progress of the auditor. Elder Wu was even more expectant than Zhang Fan inwardly, and he was eager to see this SCI paper of Zhang Fan appearing in the world-famous scientific journals. When all the math experts see this document, they decide to be shocked, and they will also re-examine the mathematics of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Fan didn't have time to wait for it to produce results. He still had 6 main course SCI papers to publish now. He looked at the subjects in the system and chose one of his better subjects, materials science. In materials science he is preparing an SCI paper on nanomaterials. Zhang Fan first wrote out a few large frames on his draft paper. 1. Basic concepts of nanomaterials. 2. Properties of nanomaterials. 3. Chemical characterization of nanomaterials. 4. Methods of making nanomaterials. 5. Application of nanomaterials. 6. Nanomaterials have a significant impact on the future. With this big framework, the next is very good to write. Zhang Fan just need to put their own understanding of the knowledge. Fill in the framework. Time ticked by, and Zhang Fan wrote like this until dark. When he finished writing the framework for the chemical characterization of the third nanomaterial, he checked the time. It was already 9:30 p.m. That's when the stomach started protesting again. I guess the cafeteria is out of food again. Zhang Fan muttered to himself, but he then remembered the ant who had given him the steamed buns 2 days ago. I don't know, is the ant at window 10 still there? Speaking of that ant, Zhang Fan felt kinda magical, having eaten the steamed buns she sent twice, and both times he was suddenly inspired. It was only then that I answered that Millennial Math 7 did. If he had said it, no one would probably have believed him. Even though it was late and Zhang Fan wasn't sure if that ant was still there, he still took the attitude of trying and came to the cafeteria. He had just walked through the door of the cafeteria when he noticed that the light was still on in the 10 cafeteria window, so he smiled with the corners of his mouth lifting at night and walked over. Auntie Lee inside the window heard the footsteps and realized that the young man had indeed come again, so she opened the window and said with a smile, "Boy, why are you later today than yesterday?" "Auntie, I was writing a paper and lost track of time. Learning is important, but your body is more important." After Auntie Lee finished speaking, she took out a plastic bag and gave it to Zhang Fan, which contained 2 hot steamed buns. "Thank you, Auntie," Zhang Fan said. Then he turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he turned back to his aunt. "Auntie, can I ask what your name is?" "My name is Lee Alan. You can just call me Auntie Lee." "What's your name, lad?" "My name is Zhang Fan." "Auntie Lee, by the way, my mom's last name is Lee too." Zhang Fan smiled at Auntie Lee and said, "What a coincidence. They say that people with the same last name 500 years up the line are all family, so maybe we're still related. He. Zhang Fan also smiled when he heard this and then gave Auntie Lee a goodbye. Auntie Lee looked at Zhang Fan's back as he left and couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. AI. If little Hui were still alive, he would be almost this big. Auntie Lee sighed helplessly, then turned off the light in the window and walked away with her hand on her waist. Zhang Fan returned to his place and opened the bag containing the steamed buns. "I found that there were 2 big slices of beef sandwiched inside the bun." Zhang Fan held the steamed bun that was still warm and was somewhat moved in his heart. He and that Auntie Lee met in passing. She not only waited for herself for so long in order for her to eat the steamed buns, but also gave herself 2 slices of beef. Zhang Fan finished eating the steamed bun with beef in it and collected his thoughts, so he continued to start organizing the information, to be able to rush through the tasks issued by the system to acquire ITER magnet technology. Zhang Fan didn't rest for another night. At 10 o'clock the next morning, he had finally organized his SCI paper on nanomaterials. It was because Elder Long had researched nanotechnology before and had achieved very good results. Zhang Fan was ready to let his teacher guide him to see where there was something that needed to be modified. Zhang Fan then made a call to his teacher. Learning that Elder Long was now in the lab, he printed out the information and went to the lab. Inside the lab, Su Guangyuan and the others did their research nervously, because they had Zhang Fan's research program as a guide. Their graphite coating experiment was quite smooth. At this time, the door to the lab opened. Xiaoyu subconsciously looked up and realized that it was actually Zhang Fan. There was a happy shout. "Senior Zhang Fan, you finally came to the lab." Su Guangyuan and Nyosu were also particularly happy to see Zhang Fan come. They both particularly enjoyed doing experiments with Zhang Fan, because Zhang Fan had a very high success rate in doing experiments. Every time he was able to very accurately find out what went wrong from the last experiment, and he was able to avoid it very well in the next experiment. Unlike them, when they do research, they always have problems of one kind or another, and sometimes after doing dozens of experiments, they go back to the same research that failed before. Of course, to increase the success rate, this requires a lot of experimental experience to do so. Zhang Fan greeted them briefly and prepared to go inside to find Elder Dragon, but at that moment, Su Guangyuan directly pulled him back. "Senior Zhang Fan, I have a problem here. Every time the experiment makes it this far, there will be an accident." Chapter 83, Technology Has Borders, Second Shift. Zhang Fan heard the problem that Su Guangyuan uttered. Then he knew what mistake he had made. "Senior Guangyuan, this problem is mainly due to the uneven coating of nanographite particles, because the structure of graphite has a certain degree of adsorption. When his molecular structure is not well aligned, it conducts electricity and heat." After Zhang Fan spoke, it dawned on him that the problem was here. Then Xiaoyu and Nyosu also pulled Zhang Fan to ask some questions. Zhang Fan also answered them all. At this time, Elder Long noticed the situation over here and came over, and after Zhang Fan finished answering their questions, the two of them sat down. "Teacher, here's the SCI paper I wrote outlining nanomaterials." Long Lao looked at the thick pile of information and was very pleased, so he picked it up and looked at it. When Su Guangyuan and the others heard Zhang Fan say that he had written an SCI paper, they all gathered around in shock. SCI papers they had all heard of, and many experts and professors of Longkou University had published SCI papers, and they also know that SCI papers, the quality required is very high. As students, few people want to waste time submitting SCI papers because it takes a lot of time and effort to write a quality SCI paper, and it is only when an individual has a unique insight into specialized knowledge that he or she passes the SCI paper. But as a student, if he can publish an SCI paper, it will definitely help him a lot in his future research path. How could Su Guangyuan and the three of them not imagine that Zhang Fan, only a freshman, was thinking of submitting an SCI paper? They were all curious about which SCI paper Zhang Fan had written. Su Guangyuan and the others all stretched their necks, looking at the information in Elder Long's hands. See the title above, the Discourse on Nanomaterials. It's kind of a very middle-of-the-road argument. Part 1. Basic Concepts of Nanomaterials. Nanomaterials are microparticle nanoparticles with particle sizes on the order of nanometers from 0.11 nanometers to 100 nanometers. These things were not a bit difficult for Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu, who were studying materials majors. That's basic conceptual knowledge, even for those who don't understand it, and can search for it with a quick internet search. The two of them looked at each other with some disdain in their eyes. Although Zhang Fan was good in research, some papers were too bad, right? If these things written by Zhang Fan could pass the draft, Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guangyuan would definitely have to immediately submit their SCI papers. They were now almost certain in their minds that this overview of nanomaterials by Zhang Fan should not even pass the preliminary examination. The first part of the content Long Lao flipped through very quickly. He mainly looked at Zhang Fan to see if there were any common sense errors. After reading it down, he found that Zhang Fan had not made any mistakes, but instead had summarized it very comprehensively. Soon, Elder Long opened the second part, the nature of nanomaterials, nanoparticle structure and characterization, small size effect, surface interface effect, macroscopic quantum tunneling effect. Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu could still read it at first, and their expressions still had some hints of watching a joke. But when he saw the macroscopic quantum tunneling effect on the mouth surface, his expression became a bit gloomy. Many of the words written inside Zhang Fan were surprisingly the first time they had ever heard of them. They were seniors at Longkou University, already seniors, with almost all of their knowledge in terms of specialized courses for nanomaterials and materials science. They think they know all the theory even if they don't have hands-on experience. But this introduction to nanomaterials written by Zhang Fan contained specialized words they had never heard of. This really surprised them a bit. They wondered if Zhang Fan had made a mistake in writing it, but Elder Long's expression didn't change in any way and remained as calm as water. Nor did the pen in his hand circle against the unfamiliar symbols. Long Lao has a habit of circling his pen for things that are wrong. This proved that there was no problem with what Zhang Fan had written. Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu looked at each other again at this time, but this time, their eyes were filled with surprise. This is followed by Part 3 and Part 4. This is followed by Part 5 and Part 6. Metallic nanomaterials, semiconductor nanomaterials, nanocomposites. This was fairly normal. Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu had both studied in their specialized classes, just when they were a little pleased that they could see and understand again. The next second they saw something, they were suddenly uncertain again. Self-driven liquid metal, point-manipulated nanosensors, artificial nanoretinas. The words were quite normal, though, and they moved on to the back of the room. Chokes, saturated reactors. Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu once again looked at each other with four eyes. These things are far beyond their comprehension. An hour later, after Long Lao finished reading it, his heart turned over in shock, eyes full of shock. This paper, if issued, will definitely play a guiding role in the research of nanotechnology in the future. This introduction to nanomaterials is not like a summary of the current Blue Star nanotechnology, but more like saying the future direction of nanotechnology and development. Long Lao slowed down for a long time before he slowly recovered. Zhang Fan, could you have traveled from the future? Long Lao uttered these words after half a day. Zhang Fan's heart tightened. He couldn't have been exposed somewhere, could he? He thought about it for a while, and it didn't seem to be there. Did it? Long Lao laughed out loud when he saw the nervousness on Zhang Fan's face. Just kidding for you. Ha ha. Zhang Fan, this overview of your nanomaterials is very valuable, especially those nanotechnologies in future applications. You kid, you really give one surprise after another. This old man of mine, sooner or later, I'll get a heart attack from you. Ha ha. Teacher, are there any aspects that we need to modify? Zhang Fan asked. After thinking for a moment, Elder Dragon said seriously, you're going to have to overhaul this one. Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu were startled and asked at Elder Long, Academician Long, did you just say that Zhang Fan's writing is very good? How come it still needs an overhaul? Elder Long looked at the several people and said slowly, I say let Zhang Fan overhaul, is to take those technologies and have future development, leaving only those that cannot be realized in a short period of time, all other deleted. At this time, Xia Xiaoyu was the first to react. Academician Long, I understand what you mean. You're afraid that the technology inside and the future direction of development will be known by other countries. You little girl, you're finally getting the hang of it for once. Ha ha. Elder Long then said seriously to the few of them again, you are still young and are the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom, but you must remember that no matter what, technology has national boundaries. Only by firmly grasping science and technology into the hands of our own country will we be able to act as a deterrent to those enemy countries. We keep these technologies secret, not to bully other countries, but to better protect ourselves. Chapter 84, Learning, 3 Shifts. Zhang Fan removed some nanotechnology and some future applications based on Elder Long's suggestion. However, the The original document Long Lao left a copy of it, which will be a very important reference for nanomaterials in manhwa. After Jiang Fan finished revising, he sent the SCI paper to Elder Long for review. Elder Long made some more subtle changes before he was satisfied. Even if you remove those very important elements, it is already a high-quality SCI paper. Jiang Fan then took this paper and directly submitted it. He didn't expect this SCI paper in materials science to be successfully completed in just one day. There were 5 other main subjects left, none of which Jiang Fan was very good at, and in the end, he decided to do his SCI thesis in astronomy first. Although Jiang Fan had chosen to major in astronomical science at Longkou University, he hadn't started his major courses yet. This made him a bit uptight, and then he told Elder Long about it. Although Elder Long was not sure why Jiang Fan wanted to publish so many SCI papers, he nevertheless found, for Jiang Fan, Professor Ma of Astronomical Sciences from the Dragon University of Science and Technology. Prof. Ma is 38 years old. It is still rare to obtain the title of professor at such a young age, but it is also a proof of his achievement in astronomical science. These days he had also heard about it, and was very curious about Jiang Fan's performance in the Longkou University Traditional Challenge. Today was the day he finally met Jiang Fan. When he saw Jiang Fan, he couldn't help but praise him. Sure is a looker. You flatter me, Professor Ma. Jiang Fan responded modestly. Then Elder Long said without any modesty at all, my students have to be a dime a dozen. Ha ha. All 3 then laughed. Professor Ma was a bit surprised when he heard Elder Long say that Jiang Fan wanted to publish an SCI paper. After all, he was still a freshman and had not been exposed to the expertise of astronomical science, and it was a bit of a pipe dream to publish an SCI paper. Elder Long saw Professor Ma's face of difficulty. Pony, what's the problem? Academician Long, you also know that we do science. There is no quick fix. Knowledge needs to be accumulated bit by bit, and Jiang Fan hasn't been in contact with space science and technology majors before, so it's too hard to write an SCI paper. Jiang Fan also understood that the reason why he had been able to write an SCI paper on math and materials before was because he had mastered a lot of knowledge in this area. Otherwise he really couldn't have accomplished it. Professor Ma, introduce me to a few books on astronomical science. I'll learn the theory first, Jiang Fan said, although he knew that this would waste a lot of time and energy. But if he wanted to master the knowledge of astronomical science and write an SCI paper, this was the path he had to take. Okay, Prof. Ma was in the way of Elder Long's face. Still on the paper, he wrote several books on astronomical science. He knew very well that these were specialized books that could not be mastered without a year or two. He had a good impression of Jiang Fan before, but now that he saw that he was eager to publish SCI papers, he concluded that he was a student who liked false fame. He had been glad that such an excellent student had enrolled in his major, which would be a little disappointing. Professor Ma chatted with Elder Long for a while longer before finding an excuse to leave. Elder Long looked at Jiang Fan with a glance and said in a serious tone, Jiang Fan, a person's time and energy are limited in this life, and we should use all of our limited time and energy to what we are good at. You know what I mean, right? Well, I know, teacher. Jiang Fan responded. It's good to know. Teacher won't interfere with you too much. Just mention whatever you need help with. Elder Long said. Thank you, teacher. After Elder Long and Jiang Fan parted ways, he went back to the lab and continued to work on the graphite nanocoating. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, went straight to the library, and since the freshman hadn't officially taken classes yet, he didn't have a library card yet. In the end, he had no choice but to call the principal. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fan received a library card. He then entered the library and followed a list of several books given by Prof. Ma. One by one, Jiang Fan found Basic Astronomy, Encyclopedia of Astronomy, Formation of the Universe, and Basic Science and Technology in Space. He then started with the most basic astronomy first. The knowledge was a bit raw and difficult to understand, but Jiang Fan quickly concentrated and focused on it. Jiang Fan's efficiency in learning was very fast, 3 times that of a normal person. This skill of his was still practiced during that year in his senior year of high school, in order to control the score to activate the system. Speaking of which, Jiang Fan also had to thank the system for torturing him over the past year to refine him into this state of learning. Jiang Fan was in the library like this, until 9 p.m. when the librarian reminded him that he would be closing soon, and he reacted. Afterward, Jiang Fan went through the formalities of borrowing a book. After exiting the library, Jiang Fan stretched and looked up to see the stars in the sky. I wonder how many civilizations exist in those shining stars. Goo goo. Jiang Fan's stomach made a hungry sound, causing him to withdraw his thoughts. Right now it's still important to fill your stomach. He then went to the cafeteria and found window 10 already lit. Jiang Fan walked straight over. Auntie Lee, Fan is here. Ha, aha, but there are no steamed buns today. Yo, Auntie Lee said with a smile. Is it sold out today? Jiang Fan asked. Little Fan, you can come around from window number 12. Auntie has prepared something else for you. Auntie Lee said mysteriously. Jiang Fan was a little curious, so he listened to Auntie Lee and went around the back kitchen at number 10 from window number 12. A table was found set up in the back kitchen with 2 dishes, a scrambled egg with spinach and a beef with potatoes. It was still steaming hot at the moment. It shouldn't have been long since it was fried. Auntie Lee smiled and gave Jiang Fan a bowl of rice. Little Fan, what are you waiting for? Sit down. Auntie fried 2 dishes for you today. If you only eat steamed buns every day, your body's nutrition definitely can't keep up. Auntie Lee, this is too much trouble. Jiang Fan said, what's the trouble? It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. It's just a matter of 1 more pair of chopsticks. Sit down quickly, or the food will get cold in a while. Jiang Fan couldn't resist the hospitality, so he had no choice but to sit down. Thank you, Auntie Lee. Eat it. Jiang Fan's stomach was already starving, and he couldn't help but drool as he looked at the hot meal, so they took a big bite without ceremony. Auntie Lee saw Jiang Fan wolfing down his food as if he hadn't eaten for days. Concerned, she said, slow down, don't choke. Yummy, haven't had a meal this good in a long time. Jiang Fan said as he ate, if it's good, eat more. Auntie Lee said happily, like a mother loving her child. Chapter 85, Heartstream, 4 shifts. After Jiang Fan finished eating, he took the initiative to brush the dishes, but was stopped by Auntie Lee. Fan, I'll do it. Auntie Lee, let me pay you. I've been eating your meals for free for the past few days. Jiang Fan said with some embarrassment. Little Fan, if you say that, you're treating Auntie as an outsider, and Auntie is going to get angry. Auntie Lee pretended to be a little angry and said. Jiang Fan was not in a position to say anything. The 2 of them chatted a few more times, and Jiang Fan went back with his book. Returning to his place, Jiang Fan poured a glass of water and put the book on the table. Tonight he decided to stay up all night. He took a deep breath to calm his mind, then picked up a book and quickly got into the groove of learning. Every time Jiang Fan entered this state of learning, he seemed to not be able to feel the loss of time. Turning to 12 p.m. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. System, congratulations to the host for entering the state of heartflow for 10 hours today, and successfully obtaining a 10-hour 100 times study card. Jiang Fan was filled with doubt when he heard the system's voice. Heartflow status? It was the first time he had heard of it. So said to the system, System, what is the heartflow state? System, a mindflow state is a mental state of being fully engaged in something. Just like some of you human self-publishers can generate mind flow when writing, programmers when coding, designers when making drawings, etc. And you can't feel the loss of time when you enter that state. When Jiang Fan heard the system's reply, he understood in his heart that he had indeed entered this state while reading the book. Jiang Fan controlled his consciousness to enter his mind and tapped on the introduction of the 10-hour 100 times learning card. 10 hours 100x learning card. Users increased their learning speed and learning effect by 100 times. Jiang Fan couldn't help but want to give it a try, so just click on it and use it. System, 100-fold study card in use. A time countdown then appeared in Jiang Fan's mind. 9 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Jiang Fan hurriedly picked up the Encyclopedia of Astronomy and read it. He found that wherever his eyes swept past, the knowledge from the book went straight to his mind. A lot of the bitter and difficult knowledge in it became very simple at this time, and Jiang Fan understood it instantly. He tried it for a few minutes and felt that the 100x math card was very powerful. It not only reads the book speed becomes 100 times, but also has the comprehension, memorization, integration, etc. are changed is 100 times the effect. Jiang Fan was simply delighted. He was trying not to waste a second, so he concentrated on his book. Time passed by, and in an hour and a half, Jiang Fan finished reading all of this Encyclopedia of Astronomy, and when he closed the book, Jiang Fan could clearly remember what each page said. He looked at the 100-fold study card. There were still 8.5 hours left at this point. Jiang Fan picked up Basic Science and Technology in Space and read it again. It was done after an hour. By 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fan had finished reading all the books and had memorized them very well. He felt that he should have reached the entry level in the field of sky science. Jiang Fan closed the 100 times learning card, and at this point, there were still 4 hours remaining. It was too precious for him to waste. It was only 6 o'clock and he decided to take a break. He had hardly slept in his bed these days and was forgetting what it was like to sleep. As he lay on the soft bed, his whole body was indescribably comfortable. Oh, Jiang Fan couldn't help but let out a groan. In less than a minute, Jiang Fan fell asleep. When it was 8 o'clock and his cell phone alarm went off, Jiang Fan got up on time. Although he finished the book Prof. Ma introduced to him, he still had the important task of writing the SCI paper on space science. Only when he publishes an SCI paper is he done. Jiang Fan simply finished his breakfast and contacted Professor Ma of space science. Prof. Ma received a call and heard Jiang Fan say that those books had been read. Unable to help it, his impression of Jiang Fan was a little worse. In such a short period of time, Zhang Fan had finished the book, which clearly showed that he had flipped through it hastily without reading it seriously. To be honest, he really didn't want to waste time with such a student, but Zhang Fan was after all a student of Elder Long. Moreover, Elder Long had also explained to him to bring Zhang Fan along properly. Professor Ma had no choice but to let Zhang Fan come to his office. He had it all figured out that he would give Zhang Fan a good test later, and if he couldn't answer, he would just send him away. Pointing out SCI papers to students who don't know what they are talking about is a pure waste of time. Doesn't it smell good to have this time for him to study his expertise more? Zhang Fan quickly arrived at Professor Ma's office. Professor Ma, Zhang Fan greeted. Aha! Professor Ma responded. I'm done with these books. Do you think I should read some other books or just write my SCI paper? Zhang Fan asked. The discipline of space science and technology, now in its infancy, these books, if you have mastered all of them, together with some of your own insights, there is still no problem to pass the SCI paper review. I'm afraid that these books, you don't even have a clue. Zhang Fan could hear that Professor Ma's tone was obviously not quite trusting himself to finish all these books. Professor Ma, I've really finished reading these books. If you don't believe me, you can test me. Zhang Fan said seriously. This is precisely what Prof. Ma also intends to do. So he just picked up a random book and asked, what is astronomy? Astronomy is the study of cosmic space objects, the structure and development of the universe. It covers the structure, nature and laws of operation of celestial bodies, study their physical properties, chemical composition, internal structure, energy sources and their evolutionary patterns. Prof. Ma was a bit surprised by Zhang Fan's answer. He didn't expect Zhang Fan to answer word for word the same as in the book. He then turned to Zhang Fan and asked, the most powerful energy activity in the universe? Gamma-ray bursts release the most powerful electromagnetic radiation in the universe. Supermassive stars also release large amounts of gamma rays in a short period of time when they explode, which is called a gamma-ray burst. A black hole? A celestial body with spacetime curvature so great that light can't escape it. Professor Ma asked several questions one after another, and Zhang Fan didn't even think about it and answered directly. And the answers were very correct. When Zhang Fan finished answering the last question, Professor Ma's mouth opened wide in shock, his face full of disbelief. These books were obviously introduced to Zhang Fan by him only yesterday, so how could he have read them all and memorized them all in one day's time? Zhang Fan, how did you do it? Zhang Fan looked at Professor Ma, who was full of shock, so he said jokingly, I have a passing memory. Oh, Chapter 86, Space Science Thesis, one more. Prof. Ma originally had a very cold expression towards Zhang Fan, which would immediately become eager. As of now, this space science knowledge that Zhang Fanlock had mastered was already the main theoretical knowledge of the space science specialty. In one day, Zhang Fan had accomplished what others had learned in 4 years. This is really a bit unbelievable to Prof. Ma. Now that he thought about it, it was no wonder that Zhang Fan was able to gain the favor of Elder Long and Principal Lu. Professor Ma, do you have any more questions? Zhang Fan, you're really something. The future realization of space tourism for our humanity can depend on you. Ha ha. Prof. Ma said half-jokingly. Zhang Fan smiled and didn't say anything, but in his heart he wanted to say that in the future he wanted more than just space travel. Professor Ma, are there any more books I need to read? Zhang Fan asked. This knowledge is enough if you just want to pass an SCI paper. Although mankind has been studying the universe for nearly 2,000 years since the beginning of time, those were all observations plus conjectures about space. Real space science is still in its infancy, so I'll give you a direction for your thesis, and you can just follow it. Okay, Professor Ma, Zhang Fan responded. Prof. Ma then wrote on a piece of paper about the technology that connects the blue planet to space. Zhang Fan, do you feel any problems with this thesis? I don't think so. This is a relatively simple thesis, and you can break it down roughly into a few panels. Blue Star's relationship with space, Blue Star's exploration of space, the current state of Blue Star's space technology, and future technological directions connecting Blue Star and space. As Prof. Ma explained to Zhang Fan, he didn't forget to write out a few key points on paper for him. He then handed the paper to Zhang Fan. The two exchanged a few more moments before Zhang Fan excused himself and went back to prepare his SCI paper on space science. The last time Zhang Fan exchanged the issue of heart flow with the system told him some quick ways to enter the heart flow state. In fact, Zhang Fan had entered the state of mind stream almost every day for the past year. Only at that time he didn't know what this state was. Currently he was deliberately applying the methods explained by the system. Now he would be able to quickly enter the state of mind stream. Time flew by, and Zhang Fan was as if he was outside the situation, without a single feeling, until it was dark again. And when he came out of that state it was nearly 9 o'clock. Looking at the 20,000 plus words he had already written, he was very satisfied. With about 2 more hours of writing in the evening, this SCI paper on space science should be done. Right now, he was ready to go to the cafeteria to look for Auntie Lee. because yesterday Auntie Lee had an appointment with him, and he was still going to eat today. On the way to the cafeteria, Jiang Fan came to a fruit store. He bought some fruits for Auntie Lee. After all, it's not too nice to keep eating people's food. Jiang Fan carried 2 bags of fruits and arrived at the restaurant. The light at window number 10 was still on, so Jiang Fan walked straight over, shouted at the window where the food was being sold, "Auntie Lee." At that moment, a middle-aged woman's head poked out from inside, but it wasn't Auntie Lee. Jiang Fan froze with it. When the other party saw Jiang Fan, he said, "Your name is Jiang Fan, isn't it?" "Aha!" Jiang Fan responded, "I'm a co-worker of Auntie Lee's. She asked me to give this to you." The middle-aged woman then handed over a thermos. "Where is she?" "Auntie Lee? Your Aunt Lee she," the middle-aged woman said halfway, but still closed her mouth, because Lee Allen had given her an explanation not to tell Jiang Fan about her hospitalization. What's wrong with her? "Hey, forget it, it's useless to give you a word. You still take what she gave you and go," the middle-aged woman said with a sigh, then turned off the lights and left. Jiang Fan returned to his place and kept pondering about Auntie Lee in his mind. After thinking about it for a while, "I couldn't figure anything out. Forget it, let's eat first. I have to write my SCI paper later." Jiang Fan opened the thermos and found 2 hot steamed buns on top, a celery fried shrimp underneath, and a serving of skinny meat porridge with eggs at the bottom. You can tell that Auntie Lee is very attentive. After a burst of wind, Jiang Fan ate his meal clean. 3 hours later, Jiang Fan took care of all the content and finally spent another 2 hours revising it, before going to bed satisfied. Chapter 87, Returning the Thermal Bucket, Second Shift. Jiang Fan came out of Professor Ma's office with a relaxed face. Currently he had finished writing 3 SCI papers and sent them out, and although none of them had replied so far, Jiang Fan felt that there shouldn't be any major problems. He also now has SCI papers in 4 major disciplines. The point was that he wasn't very good at any of these 4 main subjects, and he only had 4 hours left on his 100x study card, barely enough time for one subject. He decided to use the 100-fold study card on informatics, since this subject was the hardest for him. At the very least, he had been exposed to physics, chemistry, and biology a bit before. Jiang Fan looked at the time. It is now 11:30 in the morning. It is just right to go to eat first, wait for the afternoon and then their own teacher counseling. Thinking of Auntie Lee's thermos yesterday, Jiang Fan went back to his residence to take it first and return it to Auntie Lee later. When I came to the cafeteria, there were already students who were active in eating and had started to dry out in the cafeteria. Jiang Fan took the thermos to window number 10. "There's a middle-aged man in front of the window with a rice spoon." Jiang Fan said to the middle-aged uncle, "Hello, uncle. May I ask if Auntie Lee is here today?" "You're talking about Aileen Lee. She doesn't work here anymore," the middle-aged uncle said. "So where did she go?" Jiang Fan was a bit puzzled. Auntie Lee was fine 2 days ago. Why did she say she was leaving? She got kidney failure and was hospitalized. Hey, probably won't live long. It's a pity. What a kind and hard-working person. When Jiang Fan heard the middle-aged man's words, his mind was a little confused. Kidney failure? Not long to live? Seemed fine 2 days ago. What's with the suddenness? Do you know, then, which hospital she's staying in? Jiang Fan asked anxiously. "It seems to be the Third People's Hospital of Kyoto." "Thank you, uncle." After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he was ready to leave. When the middle-aged uncle asked Jiang Fan, "Young man, your name is Jiang Fan, right?" Jiang Fan stopped his stance, curious as to how the other party knew his name. "Aha, that's good. I was worried about how to find you." "Wait a minute." The middle-aged uncle walked to the back kitchen and took out an envelope, handing it directly to Jiang Fan. "Here, this is Lee Aylin's paycheck from last month. She called and said she wanted to give it to you." "For me?" Jiang Fan was a little unsure. It was reasonable to say that Auntie Lee was sick and was in need of money, so why was she still thinking of giving it to herself? Jiang Fan took the envelope. "There's a total of $2,950 in there. Count it," the middle-aged uncle said. Jiang Fan didn't order it, but put the envelope directly into his pocket. Just as Jiang Fan was about to consult the middle-aged uncle about some of Auntie Lee's affairs, he realized that he had already busied himself with getting meals for the other students. Jiang Fan then took the thermos and left. The Third People's Hospital of Kyoto City, Urologic Intensive Care Unit. At that moment a nurse walked in and said to the middle-aged woman who was lying on the hospital bed in a million degrees of pain, "Lee Aylin, your analgesic has been administered. The money on your medical insurance card has also been used up, so if you want to continue your hospitalization, you need to go to the lobby on the first floor to pay the fee." Lee Aylin moved her body with difficulty. She wanted to roll over, but the pain in her abdomen made her give up the idea. "It seems like the prolonged analgesics are becoming less and less effective for her," she said with a couple of gasps. "I'll stay out of the hospital. I'll leave later." "That's fine," the nurse answered and left. then said over the intercom, "Urology Critical Care Room 505. Discharge this afternoon. Discharge this afternoon. Can schedule the next patient." Her voice echoed throughout the corridor, probably because she had spent so many years in the intensive care unit and was so used to seeing such illnesses and partings that she had long since become immune. Not long after, Lee Aylan's phone rang, and it was the owner of the Longkou University cafeteria calling. She struggled to connect. Weakly, "Hey, Aylan, your last month's paycheck of 2,950 yuan has been given to the student you said was named Zhang Fan." "Good, thank you, old Zhang." Auntie Lee struggled to reveal a smile. "I say, are you stupid? Working hard to earn $3,000 a month and yet you want to subsidize a poor student? Wouldn't it be nice for you to have that money for your own medical care? I can't see my disease anymore, so why waste this money?" But Zhang Fan is different. He is a highly talented student. He will definitely have a future. There are plenty of poor students. You can finance a few with that small salary of yours. Well, enough of that. I'm busy. The other person hung up straight away. Lee Aylan was half recumbent in the hospital bed, which would ease the pain a little, and it looked like the analgesics were starting to kick in. She adjusted slightly to a comfortable position and looked at the white wall in front of her, unable to help but think back to the first time she met Zhang Fan, when she had just finished cleaning the back kitchen and was about to pick up 2 steamed buns to eat some leftovers. Zhang Fan then walked into the cafeteria, and the first time Lee Aylan saw him, she thought of her own child, Xiao Hui. In particular, Zhang Fan's face shape was especially similar to Xiao Hui's. "It's just a shame that my own son and husband were killed in a car accident." Lee Aylan couldn't help the tears flowing down her face as she thought of this. At that moment, the door was pushed open and in walked a doctor, who spoke excitedly to Lee Aylan. "Ms. Lee, we found a kidney source that matches you." "Really?" Lee Aylan was instantly excited, but then her eyes darkened again, because she knows very well that it costs at least $500,000 to replace a kidney, and she is now penniless. "Ms. Lee, what congratulations, Dr. How? I'm not going to replace my kidney," Lee Aylan said faintly. "Ms. Lee, not ready for a kidney transplant? You have to know how hard it is to meet a matching kidney source." Dr. How said with some anger. Lee Aylan is also well aware that she started to wait for the kidney source in the queue 2 years ago, and the result is a wait of 2 years. And in the past 2 years, the cost of her treatment has taken all the money she spent on selling her house for a new kidney in the first place. "Ms. Lee, are you having problems because of money? I'll apply to the hospital and give you a partial reduction." Dr. How said that through his contact with Lee Aylan over the past 2 years, he also knew about her family's misfortune. Dr. How appreciates Lee Aylan's positive and optimistic attitude, and he especially hopes that she will live a healthy life. Now it's hard to come across a kidney source that can keep Lee Aylan alive. He doesn't want to let her give up just like that. Lee Aylan is also aware that even if Dr. How applies for a waiver, the cost will not be less than $400,000 already. "Hey, forget it. Thank you, Dr. How. I'll be ready to be discharged this afternoon. I want to go back to my hometown for a last-minute visit." At this time, Zhang Fan had already arrived at the Third People's Hospital in Kyoto. He asked the nurse at the front desk and quickly found out about Lee Aylan's ward. Zhang Fan rode the elevator to the 5th floor of the Urology Intensive Care Unit. He just walked up to the door of ICU 505. Dr. How walked out of it, his expression full of loss. Zhang Fan glanced inside and realized that Lee Aylan was secretly touching her tears. Zhang Fan hurriedly caught up with Dr. How and asked about Lee Aylan's condition. Dr. How got excited when he heard Zhang Fan say he was a relative of Lee Aylan, giving him a rundown of what happened. He hoped that Zhang Fan could persuade her. Before Zhang Fan could speak, the system's voice then rang in his head. Chapter 88, Surgery, 3 shifts. Zhang Fan's mind resounded with the system's voice. System, released mission, save the kind-hearted Lee Aylan. Quest reward, Blue Star Physics Super Overview. Failed mission, no reward. In fact, without the need for the system to issue a task, Zhang Fan would have chosen to help Auntie Lee. Dr. How? If I pay the bill now, what time will I be able to have the kidney transplant surgery? Of course, the sooner the better. And Lee Aylan's health is getting worse now. Okay, I'm going to pay the bill. Dr. How was happy when he heard Zhang Fan say he wanted to pay the bill. Now Lee Aylan's life was saved. "Come on, young man, let's go. I'll take you to pay your bill." Zhang Fan then followed Dr. How and paid the 600,000 yuan fee. Originally, Dr. How asked Zhang Fan to pay 500,000 would be enough, but Zhang Fan was afraid that it wouldn't be enough then, so he paid 600,000 directly. Zhang Fan paid the fee and went to Lee Aylan's ward. Lee Aylan was taken aback when she saw that Zhang Fan had actually come. "Fan, why did you come over?" Auntie Lee, why didn't you tell me when you were hospitalized? Zhang Fan said, it's okay, it's old. I'll be discharged later, Li Ailan said smilingly, trying not to let the atmosphere become so sad. Afterward, Zhang Fan took out the envelope in his pocket and handed it to Li Ailan. Little Fan, this is a little token of Auntie's appreciation. Just take it, Auntie. No, I have money, Zhang Fan said. Fan, I know that boys have pride, but you don't have the ability to earn money yet after all. This money is not much. You save some. It should also be enough for your living expenses for half a year. Look at how thin you are, Auntie Lee said with some heartache. Auntie, I'm so rich. Zhang Fan guessed that Li Ailan thought of him as a student who couldn't get enough to eat, mainly during this period of time to engage in research and some SCI papers. Diet irregular. Zhang Fan's body looks particularly thin. One can tell by looking at it that it's malnourished. Little Fan, if you don't take it, Auntie will be angry. Li Ailan saw that Zhang Fan hadn't been accepting it, and knew that he must be suffering from pride. When she still had to persuade Zhang Fan to accept the money, the door was opened and Dr. Hao walked in again. Li Ailan took one look at Dr. Hao and said directly, Dr. Hao, thank you for your kind words. I've made up my mind. If Zhang Fan had known that he had kidney failure, he would have been even less likely to take his money. And Dr. Hao smilingly did not go out, but directly let the nurse come in and draw blood for Li Ailan. Li Ailan was a bit puzzled. She was about to be discharged from the hospital. What was the point of drawing blood? Dr. Hao, why are you drawing blood? Do a pre-surgery checkup, Dr. Hao said. I thought I told you. I don't do surgery. Li Ailan was a little anxious because Zhang Fan was right next to her. If she were to say a few more words, she would definitely have to reveal herself. Hey, you won't be able to do it this time because someone has already paid for your surgery. Someone paid for her surgery. Li Ailan was stunned, then said, Dr. Hao, it can't be a mistake. On the Kyoto side, she has no relatives either. Even the relatives back home, none of them could come up with $500,000 in cash. Who will help her pay for this much surgery? It must be Dr. Hao playing a joke on himself. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for surgery. I wouldn't dare make a mistake. Here's the payment list. Oh, Dr. Hao even glanced at Zhang Fan next to him after he finished speaking. Presumably he should not have told Li Ailan about the payment yet. Li Ailan took the list and saw that there was indeed $600,000 on it. Then she hurriedly looked at the patient information and it was indeed her name. This, Li Ailan's speech are some stuttering. Originally she has held the preparation to leave this world, but this will immediately rekindle the hope of rebirth. We are all normal people, who are not afraid of death. The reason why Li Ailan chose not to operate, that is no way. Suddenly, someone paid for her surgery, which is equivalent to giving her a new life. How could she not be excited? Dr. Hao, who paid for my surgery? Far away, but close, Dr. Hao joked. Li Ailan looked at Zhang Fan, then at Dr. Hao, and the two nurses. A nurse is impossible, and Zhang Fan is even poorer and can't afford to eat. Then there is only one person, and that is Dr. Hao. Dr. Hao, it can't be you, can it? Li Ailan said in surprise. Me? You think too highly of me. Li Ailan was a bit confused. Since it wasn't him, could it still be Zhang Fan? Oops, Dr. Hao. Don't play dumb for me, just tell me who it is. Of course you're the relative, Dr. Hao said, pointing at Zhang Fan's. Zhang Fan? Li Ailan was incredulous. How is that possible? Zhang Fan usually can't afford to eat. How can he come up with $600,000 for his surgery at once? Zhang Fan smiled at Li Ailan and didn't say anything. Zhang Fan, is it really you? Li Ailan said suspiciously. Aha! Zhang Fan nodded in response, receiving Zhang Fan's affirmative answer. Li Ailan's mouth opened wide in shock, filled with incredulity. How did you get so much money? Some time ago, I got lucky and successfully researched a scientific research project, and the state rewarded me with some money. Zhang Fan then made an excuse and said, Really, Fan, you're amazing. If you don't say so, knowledge is wealth. Oh, Li Ailan said happily. It was as if her own child had gotten an award back for her. The atmosphere in the hospital room, which had been somewhat somber, turned extraordinarily relaxed. After a while, Li Ailan looked at the envelope in her hand and hurriedly put it away. She was still embarrassed when she thought of Zhang Fan as a poor student who couldn't afford to eat. Luckily, Zhang Fan didn't mind. Half an hour later, Dr. Hao walked in with a smile and said to Li Ailan, all indicators are normal, and surgery has been scheduled for 3 o'clock this afternoon. That fast? Li Ailan was a little nervous when she heard that she was going to have an operation soon. The earlier the time, the better for you. But don't worry, our hospital has a success rate of over 80% for kidney replacement. Dr. Hao saw that Li Ailan was a bit nervous, so he said comfortingly, at 3 p.m., Ailan Li was quickly wheeled to the operating room. Zhang Fan waited at the door of the operating room, and 3 hours later, the operation was successful, but Li Ailan is still in a coma. At Dr. Hao's suggestion, Zhang Fan found a caregiver for Li Ailan to take care of her during her recovery. Just as Zhang Fan was about to go back to school, the system's voice came from his mind. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the Blue Star Physics Super Overview. Before Zhang Fan could react, a splash of golden light poured down on his mind, and all the physical aspects of the blue planet instantly flooded into his mind. Zhang Fan was instantly happy. Not only did he save Auntie Li today, but he also obtained the Blue Star Physics Super Overview. Chapter 89. Crossing the river and breaking the bridge, 4 shifts. Zhang Fan obtained the super introduction to physics and returned to his place. So he started working on his physics SCI paper. With the experience of his first 3 SCI papers, Zhang Fan chose a thesis that would be easy to pass after all. According to the physics knowledge he now possessed, as long as he tightened his grip, he would still have no problem passing an SCI paper. Time passed by, and Zhang Fan soon entered the state of mind stream, a state that allowed him to increase his usual efficiency by 3 times. His fingers flew over the keyboard like a dancing elf. The whole room echoed with the rhythmic sound of keystrokes. Time passes between the fingers. On the second day, Zhang Fan surprisingly organized a complete physics SCI paper. It was so efficient that he surprised himself. He then approached Elder Long and gave him this physics SCI paper to look over. Elder Long was full of doubts. Zhang Fan, weren't you writing an astronomy SCI paper 2 days ago that was too hard? Elder Long thought that Zhang Fan had given up because the astronomy SCI paper was too difficult. Teacher, the SCI paper for astronomy has been written, and it's already been read by Prof. Ma and sent out. Already pitched? Long Lao was full of shock, but Zhang Fan clearly knew nothing about astronomy. Professor Ma had listed several specialized books for him. It was impossible for him to finish reading them in 2 days? Professor Ma didn't say anything? Elder Long asked. He said the draft should be fine. Zhang Fan answered truthfully, okay. Elder Long held his tongue for half a day before finally uttering these 2 words. The more he came into contact with Zhang Fan now, the more mysterious he felt he was. However, Elder Long knew that everyone had their own secrets, and he didn't get to the bottom of it with Zhang Fan. As long as he didn't do anything to wrong the country, Elder Long wouldn't interfere with him too much. If a genius like Zhang Fan interfered with him too much, it would instead limit his development. Long Lao picked up this SCI paper on physics by Zhang Fan and gave it a cursory look, not finding any problems. Zhang Fan, physics is not my field. I'll call over Dean Han of the physics department of Longkou University for you. Afterward, Elder Long called Han Changfeng, the dean of the physics department, over. There was no one in Longkou University who dared not to give face to Long Lao. Even Principal Lu he wouldn't dare. After Han Changfeng arrived, he was polite and respectful to Elder Long. Han, take a look at this physics paper and see what's wrong with it. Han Changfeng took this SCI paper written by Zhang Fan and read it. About half an hour later, Dean Han said with some excitement, not bad, a good paper. If it is submitted to a physics journal with SCI papers, can it pass the draft? Elder Long asked. There shouldn't be any problem with going through the draft. Dean Han replied affirmatively. Elder Long, you didn't write this paper, did you? Although I know a thing or two about physics, I don't think I can write a paper like this. LOL. Ha, which is who wrote that? This was written by my student, Zhang Fan. Long Lao pointed at Zhang Fan and proudly introduced him to Dean Han. The writing is very good. Dean Han complimented Zhang Fan. Thank you Dean Han for your compliments. I still have a lot to learn, Zhang Fan said modestly. Zhang Fan, you don't seem to be a physics student, do you? Han Changfeng asked. He was the dean of the physics department of Longkou University, and he was more or less impressed by the students within his department. Especially the students who were particularly outstanding in physics were very concerned. I majored in space science. Space science? Somewhat of a waste. Just with your talent in physics, you're sure to do well in the future. Are you interested in transferring to our physics program? The scholarships in the physics department are the highest in Longkou University. Oh, Han Changfeng said seductively. Ah, little Han, are you trying to poach my students in front of me? Elder Long said nonchalantly. Elder Long, how dare I? Don't you also not teach space science majors? Well, is there anything that needs to be revised in this SCI paper? Elder Long asked Han Changfeng. There's no need to revise it. It's already perfect, Han Changfeng said decisively. Since there's no problem, you kid go back. Elder Long said. Elder Long, you're unloading on me after using me, Dean Han said with some dissatisfaction. He was very fond of Zhang Fan's talent and really wanted to get him into the physics department. Let you stay and dig my students. That's me begging for talent. Okay, don't give me the poor mouth. Go back to where you came from and hurry up. After Long Lao finished speaking, he he directly blew Han Changfeng away. After Zhang Fan's SCI paper on this physics was recognized by Han Changfeng, the dean of physics at Longkou University, his confidence doubled, so he directly submitted it to one of the SCI physics journals that Elder Long said. Getting this done, the burden in Zhang Fan's heart was loosened a bit more, and there were still 3 main course SCI papers in chemistry, biology, and information that had not been submitted. When Elder Long heard Zhang Fan say again that he was going to write an SCI paper on informatics, his old face couldn't help but twitch. He's a student who won't stop until he's written all the SCI papers for several major courses. Who called himself Zhang Fan's teacher, his own adopted student, with tears in his eyes, had to help him get it done. So Elder Long called the professor of informatics over again to instruct Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan first asked the professor to list a few specialized books for him, and he used the 100-fold study card to break them down. Then the professor of informatics found another thesis for Zhang Fan to write while he guided him. Finally, Zhang Fan stayed up for 2 days and 2 nights to fix the most difficult SCI paper on informatics. This thrilled him, and all that was left next was chemistry and biology. Currently Zhang Fan's 100 times study card time had been used up, so he was still a bit worried about these 2 subjects. Although he knew some chemistry and biology, he was not proficient enough to write an SCI paper. There's no other good way to do this at the moment but to settle down. Take your time and read and learn. After Zhang Fan finished his work, he went to the hospital to see Li Ailan, and found that everything was fine with Auntie Li, so he let go of his heart. At 6 o'clock on Friday afternoon, Zhang Fan was reading a chemistry book when his cell phone suddenly rang. As soon as he saw that it was his girlfriend Chu Ruoshi, he hurriedly connected. Wakashi. Now Zhang Fan can naturally call out the name Ruoshi. Little Fan Fan, are you busy? Chu Ruoshi asked in a mischievous and cute manner. When Zhang Fan heard her voice, he felt his entire being soothed. Not busy. Oh, we haven't seen each other in almost a month and you didn't know to ask someone out. Zhang Fan is indeed too busy this time. Before half a month is closed research lithium iron phosphate power battery. After that, to fulfill the task of the system and obtain the ITER magnet material drawings. These days write SCI papers daily and nightly. Usually they could only video chat once in a while. Originally, he had planned to find Chu Ruoshi after he finished his SCI paper. Just as Zhang Fan opened his mouth, the system's voice rang in his head. System, ding, triggering a dating mission. Chapter 90, Greenstone Alley, one more. Kyoto University Town. It is made up of a number of first-class universities in the Dragon Kingdom, such as the Dragon University of Science and Technology, Huaqing University, the Dragon Kingdom North University, and Kyoto University. It's a gathering place for the nation's high achievers. There is an alleyway at a location on the north side of the university town. This alley is 500 meters long and the ground is paved with green stones, hence the name Greenstone Alley. The alley is lined with 2-story-old buildings of green bricks and gray tiles. During the day it's very quiet, like a painting of an ancient building. At night, however, the entire verdant alley is full of life and bustling with activity. In front of each of the storefronts hang large red lanterns with the name of the store. Hidden Book Pavilion, Rouge Hall, Wanbao Zhai and so on. All the names of stores with some ancient flavor. The whole street is full of food, drink, ink, paper and ink stones, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. And the people who sell things here have to wear ancient costumes. There were also 3 teams of security guards patrolling back and forth in the streets, all of whom were also dressed in ancient shop-fast clothes. As far as the eye can see, it looks like the ancient bustling Chang'an Street. A stone cairn is placed at each end of the Greenstone Alleyway Road, prohibiting vehicular traffic and allowing only pedestrian access. Zhang Fan, hurry up. One of my roommates said it's fun here, Chu Ruoshi said as she jumped up and down. Today she had deliberately dressed up for her date with Zhang Fan. Her dark hair was coiled up, revealing her white neck, a long light blue dress that set her off like a princess. And Chu Ruoshi, with the help of her roommate, had applied a beautiful makeup. A grace and a smile are all beautiful. When Zhang Fan saw Chu Ruoshi for the first time, he did not take his eyes off of her. The place where Chu Ruoshi brought Zhang Fan was exactly the Greenstone Alley. The time was now 7 p.m. And it was also the busiest time in Line Rock Alley, and the whole street was crowded with people, bustling and buzzing with activity. Most of the people who come here at night are students from the neighborhood, either as a couple or a few close friends. Sometimes it's not to buy things, it's just to feel the atmosphere and relax from the usual stressful studying. Zhang Fan, look! Chu Ruoshi pulled Zhang Fan's arm and pointed at a small candy man in front of a stall and said, "The master who made the candy man," smiled and said to Chu Ruoshi, "Want one, little girl? You can do it on the spot." Yo! Chu Ruoshi blinked her cute eyes twice and said to the master who was making the candy man, "Master Sugarman, can't you make anything?" The master who made the candy man said confidently with a beat of his chest, "It has to be. My craftsmanship is the absolute best in Dragon Kingdom." Wow! That's awesome. The little girl clapped her hands and squealed happily. This gave great satisfaction to the vanity of the master who made the candy man, and so said with great bravado, "Little girl, I see that you're quite agreeable. I'll give you one for free. What do you want? Just say it." Churuoshi gave a compliment to the master who made the candy man, and was so happy that his eyes narrowed into a line, and he was in an extraordinarily comfortable mood. "Master Sugarman, can you make me a portrait of him?" Churuoshi quaintly pointed at Zhang and said. The master who made the candy man froze, obviously not expecting that the little girl would make such a request. He usually did animals and objects. As for people, they are all like sketches, but to make a portrait of someone, not that he did not have the strength, the key he used sugar thinning. This material is not allowed but he had blown it all out of proportion. And to say that he couldn't, wouldn't that make this little girl laugh? Churuoshi looked at the master who made the candy man with some difficulty, then she also said with some disappointment, "Sugarman master, is this one not doable?" The master who made the candy man, seeing that the little girl was a little disappointed, said with a big wave of his hand, "Although I've never done it, I'm willing to give it a try." After the master who made the candy man finished speaking, he seriously sized up Zhang, who had been looking at Churuoshi. Zhang didn't know why, but he felt as if there was a kind of magic in Churuoshi that attracted his gaze. "Young man, we'll see your girlfriend later. Come on, look here first." The master who made the candy man joked. When Zhang heard this, his cheeks reddened slightly. Churuoshi also couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggled. "Looks like the effect of today's outfit is still quite obvious. He. Zhang turned his square face to the master who made the candy man, but he suddenly felt a bit empty in his heart as if he had lost something, and his gaze kept wanting to glance in Churuoshi's direction. Hiss! The master who made the candy man made a sound. His brow furrowed a bit. It was a bit difficult to make a person's five senses out of sugar thins. So, addressing Zhang, he said, "You might as well keep the same sideways face you had just now." Zhang begged for it and hurriedly turned his gaze to Churuoshi. When Churuoshi's body reappeared in his gaze, his heart immediately became particularly solid. At this time, Churuoshi saw that Zhang collar was a bit zoba, so she reached her hand over and helped him straighten his collar. Zhang looked at Churuoshi's face, which was only about 10 centimeters away from him, and couldn't help but have his heartbeat accelerate a little. His mind was torn up on whether or not to just kiss it. Before the date, the system issued a quest to Zhang. As long as he kissed Churuoshi for 2 minutes, he would receive the Blue Star Biochemical Super Overview. The so-called Biochemical Super Introduction is a collective term for biology and chemistry. As for Zhang SCI thesis, there are only 2 main courses left at the moment, biology and chemistry. As soon as the 2 SCI papers are done, he can wait for the results, and as soon as all the SCI papers are approved, he can take the design drawings of the ITER magnet material for controlled fusion. Zhang looked around and realized that there were people everywhere, and there was a master who made candy men next to him who kept staring at him. He was a little hesitant at once. In fact, even without the system's task release, at this time, Zhang looking at the Churuoshi, he couldn't help but want to kiss her. Churuoshi looked up at Zhang after helping him straighten his collar. The two happened to be looking at each other in all directions. Churuoshi looked at Zhang's sizzling eyes, and her heart suddenly became a little flustered, like a deer in the headlights. Churuoshi was a bit embarrassed by the look and said shyly, "Why are you looking at people like that?" "Wakashi, I. Zhang stuttered his words. He really didn't know what to say. He wanted to kiss her, so he directly held Churuoshi's hands, making them lean closer together. They could hear each other's heartbeats clearly. Then an idea appeared in Churuoshi's mind. Zhang this is not going to kiss himself, right? But there are so many people here, how embarrassing to be seen. Although Churuoshi thought this in her heart, she still had some expectations. They've been in a relationship for over a month now and at most they've held hands. Kissing has never happened. A few days ago, she was talking with some of her roommates and found out that they had all lived with their boyfriends and she was the only one who still had her first kiss, and she was teased by them. When Churuoshi thought of this, she didn't care about that much, tilted her head back and closed her eyes tightly. Zhang saw Churuoshi's beautiful eyes tightly closed, couldn't help but gulp. Chapter 91, Sugarman, Second Shift. Zhang did not care so much, closed his eyes and directly kissed. When his thin lips lightly touched Churuoshi's red lips, a numbing current instantly attacked his entire body. He could clearly feel that Churuoshi's fragrant lips were so warm, so soft that he did not want to leave. This was Zhang first kiss on a girl, and he was unusually nervous, his heart almost jumping into his throat. Churuoshi's eyelashes fluttered back and forth, and it could be seen that she was also very nervous inside. The moment Zhang kissed her, her body went limp and her whole body became a little dizzy. It was as if she was the only 2 people left in the entire world. Zhang and her, and all the people and things around her had all disappeared. Chu Ruoshi subconsciously leaned into Zhang Fan's arms. Zhang Fan also unconsciously wrapped his hands around her thin waist so that the two of them were close together. Chu Ruoshi felt a warm current rise in her abdomen, making her feel very comfortable, and she couldn't help but hold Zhang Fan tighter. The two just hugged and kissed for 5 minutes until applause erupted around them. They were just awakened to find a surprising number of people around them stopping to watch. Chu Ruoshi's face was instantly red and hot. Her heart was embarrassed. How could she not have imagined that her first kiss would be surrounded by so many people? Zhang Fan was frank in the face of the crowd. He was kissing his girlfriend anyway. There were quite a few male students on the sidelines, giving Zhang Fan a thumbs up, both envious and admiring. When everyone saw that there was no more fun to be had, they all dispersed, but there were a few pairs who didn't leave. Chu Ruoshi's red face eased a little when she saw the crowd leave. Then she stole a glance at Zhang Fan before lowering her head and smiling happily. Although it was a bit awkward just now, the process was Chu Ruoshi somewhat lingering. To be honest, when Zhang Fan left her lips just now, she still had reluctance. Zhang Fan was even more charming when he saw Chu Ruoshi's shy appearance. His hand couldn't help but clasp with Chu Ruoshi. The moment he and Chu Ruoshi kissed just now, it was as if he owned the whole world now. Just when the two were kissing and didn't know what to say, ahem, the master, who made the Candyman, gave a dry cough. It was only then that Chu Ruoshi reacted to the fact that just now she had asked the Sugarman Master to make an avatar for Zhang Fan. The two ended up kissing and forgot about it. Wouldn't that mean that Sugarman Master had watched the entire time that Zhang Fan and her kissed? Chu Ruoshi's small face reddened once again. No, sorry, Sugarman Master. Sugarman Master said to the two with the look of a man who had been there before. I get it all. No need to be shy. Hey, Chu Ruoshi and Zhang Fan both became a little embarrassed. I'm all done for you, the Sugar Master said. Ha! Chu Ruoshi didn't react for a moment. A piece of work was then seen on the table in front of the Sugar Master. A blur can be made out as the side faces of two little people kissing. This, Sugarman Master scratched his head awkwardly. It's not pretty, but I've captured the essence. Look, here's your boyfriend, and here's. Chu Ruoshi was very happy. Master Sugarman, you made it so graphic. I like it very much. He. When Master Sugarman heard Chu Ruoshi's praise, he was instantly happy as well. Good, I'll wrap it up for you. The Candyman Master then took the two men kissing and wrapped it up to give it to them. At that moment, a couple said to the Candyman Master, Master, help us make one of these Candymen too. The Sugarman Master froze, and then cheerfully responded, okay, you guys start. The couple wasn't shy to the point of kissing mouth to mouth. Before the candy maker could start making them, another couple wanted to do the same. Don't rush, get in line, Sugarman Master said happily. How could he not have imagined that one of his unintentional actions would become the signature of his business in the time to come? After Chu Ruoshi said goodbye to the Sugarman Master, she pulled Zhang Fan to continue strolling through the verdant alleys. Both of them felt a lot closer mentally due to the kiss they had just shared. Chu Ruoshi quickly regained her original appearance and was curious about everything. She would pull Zhang Fan to look at this and that, almost like a fluttering butterfly. They wandered from the east end of the verdant alley, all the way to the west end, a distance of 500 meters, for more than 2 hours. Chu Ruoshi only bought a few haircards that she particularly liked, keeping one for herself and preparing the rest for her roommate. Only after strolling around did Chu Ruoshi reluctantly leave the verdant alley. On the way, Zhang Fan and Chu Ruoshi talked and laughed and soon arrived at Huaqing University. It was almost 10 o'clock when they arrived downstairs in Chu Ruoshi's dormitory. Zhang Fan, I'm going up then, Chu Ruoshi said with a beak. She was very reluctant to part with Zhang Fan in her heart. Aha! Zhang Fan nodded. Chu Ruoshi had just taken 2 steps when Zhang Fan hurriedly shouted. That! Zhang Fan hadn't actually thought about what to say, as long as he wanted to look at Chu Ruoshi one more time in his heart. Chu Ruoshi heard Zhang Fan's voice and happily bounced to his side. He. What's up, little Fan? Chu Ruoshi said with a smile when she saw Zhang Fan stammering. You don't want to part with me, do you? Aha! Zhang Fan nodded. Chu Ruoshi patted up on her toes and came up to Zhang Fan's ear and whispered, Me too. Longku University teacher's apartment. Zhang Fan returned to his residence. In his mind, he was still recalling the kissing image with Chu Ruoshi. Can't help but giggle. He sat down at the table and collected his thoughts. He had received the system's reward, the Blue Star Biochemistry Super Overview. With this reward, his Biology SCI paper and Chemistry SCI paper will be exceptionally easy. For the next 2 days, Zhang Fan seldom went out until he had finished his SCI papers on biology and chemistry. Then he went to a professor in biology and chemistry at LKU, made a simple revision, and sent it out. Just as Zhang Fan sat waiting for all the SCI papers to write back, Wu Lao, a math professor at Longkou University, found him because the last Zhang Fan made the Riemann conjecture, one of the 7 major problems of Millennium Math. At the Longkou University Challenge, the World Mathematical Organization invited Long Wei to participate in the World Mathematical Summit, naming Zhang Fan to attend, and also asking him to talk about the resolution of the Riemann conjecture. Zhang Fan originally didn't want to participate, but there wasn't a single person in his parsing Dragon Kingdom who was estimated to be capable of doing so. This was, after all, related to Dragon Math's future position in the international arena, and in the end, Zhang Fan could only agree. Chapter 92, World Math Summit, 3 chapters. The World Math Summit, scheduled for October 1st, 2 days before Zhang Fan's departure. He surprisingly received SCI paper responses one after another. Because the SCI paper he picked to engage in was in a different journal, it was reasonably unlikely that he would receive a response at the same time. And the average review time of each publication are in a month and a half or so, but Zhang Fan submitted the longest time is less than a week. And after the SCI paper is normally drafted, the editor will give suggestions for revisions. It will only be published when the contributor has revised it and the editor is satisfied. It is normal for some contributors to revise 3 or 4 times, and Zhang Fan's SCI paper was surprisingly passed in one go. System sounds rang in his head one after another. System, congratulations to the host. Physics, publishing an SCI paper has been completed. System, congratulations to the host. Biology, publishing an SCI paper has been completed. System, congratulations to the host. Chemistry, publishing an SCI paper has been completed. Zhang Fan's mind stopped after 6 rings. This made him a little nervous, as the system gave his release was an SCI paper assignment for 7 main subjects. He hastily opened his system and checked it out. Mission: the host has successfully completed the publication of SCI papers in the 7 main disciplines. Physics, release of SCI paper completed. Biochemistry, release of SCI paper completed. Material science, release of SCI paper completed. Astronomy, release of SCI paper completed. Energetics, release of SCI paper completed. Informatics, release of SCI paper completed. Mathematics, release of SCI paper not completed. Zhang Fan saw the end and found that it was the Math SCI paper that was not completed. He was instantly a little puzzled. Shouldn't I? His Math SCI paper. But he wrote one of the 7 great millennial math don'ts. He felt that math was the most put through. Could it be a submitted SCI paper publication that hasn't responded to the email? When Zhang Fan thought of this, he hurriedly opened his computer and checked in his mailbox, and sure enough, he didn't receive a reply from the Math SCI paper. He dropped his heart a little. This time, he was able to receive replies from 6 SCI paper publications at the same time, and Zhang Fan could be sure that it was definitely because of the help of the system. Otherwise these publications could not have replied at the same time, but the system's help would just make Zhang Fan's emails that happened to be seen by the editor, or always appear at the top of the editor's mailbox. In short, the system can make emails appear to editors as they should, but it can't sway editors' minds. So as to whether it can pass the draft, this depends on the quality of the SCI paper written by Zhang Fan. From the results of the response, the quality of the SCI paper written by Zhang Fan is still very high. After Zhang Fan pondered for a moment, he always felt that something wasn't quite right. Since these SCI paper responses are systematically helpful, but the Math SCI paper, the editor shouldn't have missed it, right? Even if it doesn't go through, it should reply. There's a devil in everything that happens, but he couldn't figure out what went wrong, and finally his mind clicked. Yeah, how can you be so stupid yourself? Why did he have to wait for a response from this one Math SCI paper publication? He could have just submitted another one. He was now in possession of all the math knowledge of Blue Star, and it was still easy to overdraft an SCI paper. After Zhang Fan figured it out, there were still 2 days before he went to the World Math Summit anyway, so when he settled down, he wrote another moderate Math SCI paper and found a Math SCI paper journal that was not very well known. Anyway, the system does not require the popularity of the publication. As long as you can publish an SCI paper, you will be considered to have completed the task. After Zhang Fan sent out the SCI paper, he was finally relieved. Now there is double insurance. There should be no problem. Right now, Zhang Fan only wanted to complete the mission earlier and obtain the design drawings of the IERT magnet rewarded by the system. It takes a year for controlled fusion to be worked out. Until Zhang Fan left for the World Math Summit, he still had not received a reply to his previous email about that SCI paper. I hope to get just one math pass in the mail before I come back, Zhang Fan murmured. Paris, F. The World Math Summit was held as scheduled at the Polytechnic University in Bali. There were 9 people from the Dragon Kingdom who came to participate this time. The expert professors came in a total of 3 people, Wu Lao and Xiao Weicheng, and Ding Haicheng, an old professor from the North University of the Dragon Kingdom. There are also 4 others from 4 technology companies, namely Longxin Industry, Zhongguang International, Purple Technology, and Huawei Technology. The two remaining people, one was Zhang Fan and the other person was their bodyguard. In fact, it was more accurate to say that it was Zhang Fan's bodyguard. And when Zhou Huida learned that Zhang Fan was going to F country to attend the math summit, he directly reported this matter to the leaders above. The national leader of the security of Zhang Fan, special attention, directly in the special forces, to find the strongest single combat Lei Koan, to protect the safety of Zhang Fan. The chief gave him orders that Zhang Fan's safety was above all else. Since the Dragon Kingdom now belonged to the governing countries of the World Mathematical Organization, they were placed in a forward position. The World Math Summit is a 2-day event. On the morning of the first day, there was the president of the World Organization for Mathematics, who presented to all the results achieved in mathematics over the years. This was followed by achievements in the high-tech field of mathematical applications. The morning went by in a dull way. The afternoon session was scheduled to begin at 2 o'clock, and Zhang Fan was scheduled to go on stage at 4 o'clock to explain the Riemann conjecture for 1 hour. At 3 o'clock, Holt Hogan, a math professor from Pretty Country, took the stage. Just when Zhang Fan was bored, Professor Holt explained a topic that instantly attracted Zhang Fan. P versus NP question? That's exactly what one of the 7 millennial math puzzles, and Zhang Fan also happened to, some time ago, answer this puzzle as a thesis for an SCI paper. Zhang Fan hadn't thought that there were others who could answer it as well, so it seemed that there were quite a lot of math experts in Blue Star. When all heard Prof. Holt say that he had answered this Millennium Math 7 puzzle, the entire venue was in an uproar, especially those mathematicians from various countries. All of them were incredulous. Pretty Country deserves to be the most powerful country in the blue planet, whether it's technology, economy, or academics. It's the rightful boss. Professor Holt disappeared 20 years ago after a great achievement in mathematics. It didn't occur to me that he had been immersed for 20 years in what turned out to be one of the 7 major problems of millennial mathematics, and now in his 70s he has answered the P versus NP problem. What a role model for our academic community. Everyone in the audience was Professor Holt's compliments. As Prof. Holt explains, Zhang Fan and Elder Wu's faces gradually turned ugly, because the answer to the P and NP problem that Prof. Holt talked about was exactly the content of the Math SCI paper that Zhang Fan had previously submitted. Chapter 93, Equivalent Substitution, 4 Shifts. As for Zhang Fan's Math SCI paper, only Elder Wu had read it at the scene, and Zhang Fan had explained it to him in great detail. So when Wu Lao heard Professor Holt explaining up to a third of the way, he could be sure that this was the Math SCI paper written by Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan would then also finally understand why this Math SCI paper of his did not pass. The feelings are being kept private by someone else. At first he submitted to Siam Rev, which is still the top publication in math. It did not occur to me that there is also a case of bootlegging of SCI papers from contributors. Such behavior is a disgrace to academia, most critically due to Professor Holt stealing his own results. He was unable to complete his systems mission and was unable to obtain the drawings for the creation of the IERT magnets. The more Zhang Fan thought about it, the more angry he became, looking at Professor Holt, whose hair was snow white, to do such a thing. When Wu Lao saw that Zhang Fan's eyes were a little red with anger, he immediately whispered, Zhang Fan, when the conference is over, let's go to the World Mathematics Organization together and directly sue Professor Holt for plagiarizing your academic results. Zhang Fan glanced at Elder Wu and forced down the anger in his heart. If he directly theorized with Professor Holt now, it wouldn't do the Dragon Kingdom any good. Zhang Fan took a sip of water to ease his emotions. On stage, Prof. Holt continued to talk at a high level. When f, n, is a polynomial, e.g., n2n to the power of 2n2, this is a polynomial time algorithm, p-time algorithm. When f, n, is an exponential function, e.g., 2n2 caret n2n, this is the exponential time algorithm. Originally Zhang Fan endured the fire, immediately came up again, plagiarizing his own knowledge. Even so, even if he plagiarized his own knowledge, it's not enough. He stood straight up. At that moment, the few people accompanying the Dragon Kingdom looked at Zhang Fan with suspicion. Only Elder Wu knew what Zhang Fan was up to. Hastily pulling Zhang Fan, he said, Zhang Fan, calm down. This is the World Math Summit. Zhang Fan didn't give Wu Lao any face this time as he shouted in English to Professor Holt on the stage. Prof. Holt, I'd like to ask, in the exponential time algorithm, is the NP problem the one that requires exponential time? As Zhang Fan's words fell, throughout the entire venue, everyone's gazes looked toward him. Everyone was talking at once. What young man from what country is this? How unruly, not knowing that it is impolite to interrupt Professor Holt's lecture? It looks like a dragon nation. This has no quality. Does the Dragon Kingdom have no one left? How dare they let a child attend such an important summit? The venue was filled with accusations against Zhang Fan, who didn't care and kept his eyes on Professor Holt on the stage. Prof. Holt had obviously not expected the sudden idea of someone asking a question while he was explaining, but he's been in math all his life. After all, these small scenes were not enough to embarrass him. At this time, the organizer's host said to Jiang Fan, "I'm sorry, we haven't gotten to our question period yet, so please sit down or we'll kick you out of the meeting." Then Jiang Fan didn't sit down, but stared at Professor Holt and sneered. When had Prof. Holt ever been subjected to such ridicule? Took a deep breath, adjusted himself, and addressed the host. "Don't scare the little friend. Originally we have this summit. It is the exchange of academics, to see the juniors and so love to learn the spirit. I am still very pleased. I am willing to answer his questions." Prof. Holt had a master's touch. Professor Holt deserves to be a big shot in the academic world. Not only did he not get angry when he was interrupted by an insolent junior, but he also amiably imparted his knowledge. "This realm, I am ashamed to be inferior to him. The math community is truly blessed to have Professor Holt. With Professor Holt leading us, I believe math will go far in the future." Jiang Fan was speechless for a moment as he heard the crowd's murmurs, but he really admired Professor Holt's shameless spirit, stealing his own results not to mention, but also packaged himself like a saint, can be as brazen as he is, but also really a wonder in the mathematical academic world. To be honest, when Wu Lao heard Professor Holt's words, he also really wanted to go up and give him a big mouthful. He had lived for over 60 years and had never really spoken of such a shameless person. "Kids, the question you just asked is actually quite simple. The NP question is the one that requires exponential time." Hearing Professor Holt's incorrect answer, Jiang Fan was even more certain that he hadn't understood the answer he had written at all. Jiang Fan walked over to the host and picked up the microphone on the table, then said to all the people on the scene, "A equals B, B equals C, then A must equal C. Everyone knows that formula, right?" Everyone at the scene couldn't help but laugh when they saw a young man, giving them, the bigwigs of the math world, such an elementary theorem of equivalent substitution. Are you being funny? There are top math experts from various countries sitting here. Professor Holt gives us talk about the 7 math problems of the millennium, and you give us talk about equivalent substitution? Humph. Are you insulting the intelligence of all of us on the scene? Although those professors from various countries had a burst of contempt for Jiang Fan, but those invited heads of technology companies from various countries watched with interest to see what Jiang Fan was going to say next. "You can't say that I understood what this kid said about equivalent substitutions in today's content. Ha ha. Me too." The front was so dead, I dozed off listening to it, which is not as interesting as debating each other like this. "Oh, I'm optimistic about this kid. It'll only be interesting if he beats this old professor. Ha ha, they just look like they are watching a joke." Prof. Holt saw that the stage was full of skepticism towards the kid and said with a smile, "Kid, this is the World Math Exchange Summit. Isn't it a bit of a slip of the tongue for you to talk to everyone about equivalent substitution? Ha ha." As Prof. Holt's words fell, the people on stage followed suit. Jiang Fan glanced at the complacent Professor Holt and snorted coldly in his heart, "Laugh it up. There'll be time for you to cry later." Elder Wu looked at Jiang Fan, who had a calm expression at this moment, and was also confused. He also didn't really understand the purpose expressed by Jiang Fan just now. Only when the people on the scene had quieted down again did Jiang Fan slowly say, "Since we all know about equivalent substitution, I'll move on. Since Prof. Holt says that the NP problem is the one that takes exponential time, then we use equivalent substitution to derive that. P equals NP and NP equals XPTime. It follows that P equals XPTime, when everyone knows that P cannot be equal to XPTime. Chapter 94, Questions, 1 more. When Jiang Fan finished speaking, the venue that was still somewhat playful instantly turned eerily quiet. They were all looking at Jiang Fan on the stage with wide eyes. This is the 7 math problems of the millennium? And the other guy is Professor Holt, who is very well known all over the world. His answer to this millennial math puzzle. Just like that, dismissed by this young man with an equivalent substitution? In their opinion, the answer to this math problem of Professor Holt's, that was high and holy and unattainable. The formulas used in the solution are all unusual as well, but just like that, it was crushed by a formula that an elementary school student would know. It's like 2 people fighting against each other. One side is well armed in steel armor, carrying a bazooka, holding an AK-47, and grenades around their waist, and the other guy was wearing big pants and a big undershirt and carrying a wooden stick. As a result, this well-equipped man was poked to death with a stick. They were filled with shock, and all of them were somewhat unable to accept this fact, but they recalled this young man, who had just said something that didn't seem to have the slightest problem. Indeed, Professor Holt's theory can't really just be shot down by an equivalent substitution, can it? So far, it does seem that way. This is the result of Professor Holt's 20 years of immersed research. Pity. it is not what you think. As I listened to the answer that Prof. Holt just explained, this part stands alone. There was an error, but it didn't have any effect on the overall answer. An old man spoke up, instantly causing a few of the surrounding scholars to come to their senses. It seems that Prof. Holt's answer has not collapsed, and Prof. Holt on stage, who had studied this document intensely for many days. At this point he was well aware that the mistakes he made would not make any difference in the overall picture. So he said with a smile, "Kids are so attentive. The future is promising. Ha ha." As Prof. Holt's words fell, many of the unknown people on stage were puzzled. This young man had taken all the answers he had been working on for 20 years and crushed them, and he still had the heart to smile and praise the other man? But everyone quickly understood the situation. Only Professor Holt continued, "I recognize that the question I just asked was indeed an oversight on my part and not well thought out. This question, however, stands on its own throughout the steps of my answer, and does not affect my overall answer. Still, thank you so much to this little friend. Let's applaud this for his attentiveness." Professor Holt led the tempo and was the first to applaud Zhang Fan. Prof. Holt's meaning is obvious, gave you a round of applause, and also gave you enough face. You quickly go down. Do not delay me to continue to explain. How could Zhang Fan not see this old fox's scheme? After everyone finished clapping, Zhang Fan didn't go down and stood straight on the stage. Professor Holt was a bit puzzled and said to Zhang Fan, "Is there anything else you want, little friend?" Zhang Fan said indifferently, "I told you I wanted to ask a few questions, and that was just one." Prof. Holt inwardly tightened, and quickly recalled what he had just said, as if nothing had gone wrong. Although he didn't know where Zhang Fan came from, he vaguely felt that this young man was not simple, so it's better to send him down quickly. So Prof. Holt put on a kindly face and said, "Kid, why don't we do this? If you have any questions, let's discuss them in private. After all, this is the World Mathematics Summit, and the top math scholars from all countries on the stage. Their time is precious." The tone of Professor Holt's speech, very sincere and without a trace of bravado, made a lot of people on the stage very admiring. Before Zhang Fan could answer, Professor Holt continued, "Let's send this child down with a round of applause." "What? Scared?" Zhang Fan said provocatively. Everyone's hands, which had just been raised, instantly froze in mid-air. There were quite a few scholars who stared angrily at Zhang Fan. This kid is too arrogant. It's not just pointing out a minor problem with Prof. Holt, it's not like he thinks he's so great at academics, is it? Hubris and arrogance. And thanks to Professor Holt's generosity, if it were up to me, I'd have thrown the boy off the stage long ago. Professor Holt, let him ask, and educate this Dragon Nation man properly, so that he will know how profound the academics of our Western countries are. Professor Holt faced Zhang Fan's provocation. He thought to himself that there was nothing wrong with what he had just explained. If he really didn't let this young man ask questions, he would definitely be looked down upon by some of the scholars on stage. "Kids, to accommodate everyone's time, I'm going to give you a chance to ask a question." Prof. Holt's words were very much on point. If Zhang Fan asked a question and then aggressively didn't go on, he gets mad and directly tells the security guards to kick him out. And everyone won't say anything but that the young man got his way and deserved what he got. Zhang Fan said directly, "Does the complexity of O2 asterisk operator into O2 asterisk n caret 2 O2 asterisk operator into affect the overall program time growth?" Prof. Holt didn't expect Zhang Fan to ask such a complicated question. He thought for a moment, looked at the contents of his manuscript, and then said with certainty, "No way, is an O001 asterisk operator n3 O001 asterisk n caret 3 O001 asterisk operator n3 program less or more efficient than O100 asterisk operator n2 O100 asterisk n caret 2 O100 asterisk operator n2? High, no, low, n3, n cubed, n3 will be far more complex than n2, n squared, n2. But does the latter time grow with data size? Zhang Fan asked one question after another, not giving Professor Holt the slightest chance to respond. Prof. Holt's hands were so busy flipping through the manuscript that he couldn't help the beads of sweat that broke out on his forehead. Zhang Fan asked questions all inside, difficult to understand. If not written by himself, it is impossible to answer. At this time, one of the scholars on the stage was a bit annoyed when he saw how aggressive Zhang Fan was. "I thought we agreed on one question." Prof. Holt is 76 years old now, and it's hard for me to answer a fast-paced question like that, let alone him. A number of people then chimed in. "Yeah, this young man is obviously a troublemaker. Where's the security guard? Just blow him out." Zhang Fan said to the people on the stage, "The questions I just asked were all steps in Prof. Holt's paper, and he answered less than 30% of them correctly." The moment Zhang Fan's words came out, it caused even more dissatisfaction from many people on the stage. "Is it right when you say it's right? Who do you think you are? Zhang Fan glanced at the Westerner who had spoken. I am the Dragon Nation who wrote this world puzzle. Chapter 95, Plagiarism, Second Shift. I'm the Dragon Kingdom person who wrote this world problem. When Zhang Fan's words came out, everyone on stage laughed out loud. Ha ha, laughed me to death. The hairs are not even grown. How dare he say that this millennium math puzzle was made by him? This kid wants to be famous. So crazy that he wants to blatantly plagiarize Professor Holt's results. What a cheeky Rukoku. Throw the Dragon Nation out. Such shameful people don't deserve to sit here. Seeing that everyone didn't believe Zhang Fan's words, Elder Wu stood out and shouted at everyone. I can prove that this millennial math puzzle was written by Zhang Fan. Prof. Holt, who was on the stage, reacted when he heard Zhang Fan's name, so this young man was Zhang Fan. Professor Holt knew very well in his heart that this millennium math problem was not answered by him, but was pitched by a person named Zhang Fan. He was reviewing SCI papers when he found this manuscript, then thought this one was a crap paper because he gets a lot of Millennial 7 Dilemmas papers almost every day. However, he was still curious to take a look, and as a result, after reading it, his entire body was shocked. Then he studied it in depth for another day and night, and the deeper he studied it, the more surprised he became. The content inside is so huge that it is impossible for one person to accomplish such a large amount of arithmetic answers with the amount of knowledge one has. Later, he called in a few of the top mathematicians in the pretty country and discussed it for a full 8 hours before finally confirming that the millennial math puzzle was correct. At the time, everyone was thrilled. It was a new breakthrough in math. If it was announced, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout the Blue Planet. They found out that this SCI paper, surprisingly, came from the Dragon Kingdom. Now they were a bit hesitant, as they had previously received instructions from the state to suppress the development of the academic side of the Dragon Kingdom. If they did publish it, there was a potential threat to their pretty country, and I'm afraid their position in the math world is in danger of being shaken up. One of them suggested that the paper be privatized and published in the name of their pretty country. Finally, they elected Prof. Holt as the publisher. Professor Holt had not worked on anything new in the field of mathematics since his fame 20 years ago. The years when he had been starstruck made him yearn for it. Now that he was 76 years old, his brain was slow to respond. It's hard to make it in math. In the end, vanity got the better of him and he agreed to the proposal of one of them. He believed that with his previous popularity, as long as he announced it, no one should be suspicious. By then one's name could definitely be passed down for generations. And who knew it was such a coincidence that this World Math Summit actually met Zhang Fan, the contributor. This made him a bit of a thief, and he couldn't help but feel a bit flustered inside. However, when he heard the murmurings of the crowd below, it put him at ease. One of the scholars on the stage said to Elder Wu of the Dragon Kingdom, "Who are you to prove it? I think you're in league with him. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are really shameless. When the young ones are shameless, the old ones follow suit. This is called the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. I strongly recommend kicking Dragon Nation out of the World Math Organization." Elder Wu was scolded by everyone for a while, and his face turned red and white with anger. Seeing that the crowd didn't believe him, Zhang Fan said to Professor Holt, "Prof. Holt, do you still need us to continue exploring the issue of N versus NP?" Professor Holt knew that any further exploration would surely reveal him, so he pretended to be calm. "I can understand young people wanting to be famous, but you're going to be sanctioned by the law for slandering me like this." Prof. Holt was obviously a bit annoyed, but his popularity was still there, and it was still easy to get people to believe him. Zhang Fan froze, not expecting Professor Holt to say this. It seemed like he was beating a dead horse. "Professor Holt, you mustn't forget that I have a track record of submitting papers." But Professor Holt didn't have any intention of admitting it when he heard Zhang Fan's words. "Fine, then just show the evidence in front of everyone." Wu Lao directly picked up Zhang Fan's laptop and walked onto the stage. Zhang Fan took the computer and then clicked the on button. Elder Wu picked up Zhang Fan's microphone and said to all of them, "This millennial math puzzle was submitted to Siam Rev, a math SCI publication, by us a week ago. It should have been discovered by Prof. Holt, who, as an old-timer in the math world, would have been well aware of the valuable results of this SCI paper, and so wanted to keep it for himself." Prof. Holt laughed out loud when he heard Elder Wu's words. "I have been working on this millennial math problem for 20 years, so I can't afford to work on it, and you guys want to openly steal my results. It's so despicable and shameless." Everyone was a little confused by the scene, and for a moment they didn't know who was telling the truth. Looking at Zhang Fan and Wu Lao of the Dragon Kingdom, if they hadn't researched it, they wouldn't have had to pester Prof. Holt. After all, it's the World Math Summit, and they've just been offered the position of trustee, and Professor Holt over here is very well known in the math world, and he has no need to steal a young man's SCI paper. At that moment, Austin, the president of the Math World Organization, came up. How could he have not expected the World Math Summit to come up with something like this? First of all, I'd like to say sorry to everyone. I didn't expect plagiarism at the summit. However, I am the most president of the World Mathematical Organization. Regarding this matter, it will be thoroughly investigated to the end. It is related to the authority of our mathematical community. Regardless of the existence of plagiarism in that country, we will punish it severely and return justice to the academic world. President of the World Mathematical Organization Austin. Righteousness. It won a lot of applause from the stage, especially those expert professors of mathematics. If this matter is not handled well, who would dare to publish some new results of their research in the future? The entire math community can't progress without someone publishing the results of their research. The representatives sent by those high-tech companies were all looking on in amusement, discussing playfully with their companions with each other. Now there's a good show. Ha ha. Yes, I think it should be because the Dragon Kingdom wants to gain a firm foothold in the international arena that it blatantly plagiarizes other people's achievements. Blatantly plagiarizing results? Doesn't look like it to me. They're not cuties. It would be easy to poke fun at them like that. Whatever. It's all about academia. We as a high-tech company, as long as they can provide us with data to theorize. At that moment, Professor Holt on the stage said to Zhang Fan, "How come you haven't produced any evidence yet, little friend?" Oh, Elder Wu also sensed that something was wrong with Zhang Fan at this time. He walked over to Zhang Fan and asked, "What's wrong, Zhang Fan?" Zhang Fan said with a frown on his face, "My email data was emptied." Chapter 96, Brainless Organization, 3 Shifts. The mailbox's emails were emptied? Elder Wu was taken aback when he heard what Zhang Fan said. Without the email that was sent, they would not have been able to prove that Professor Holt plagiarized. What about this? What about this? Wu Lao was a little unsure of the question that was wrong. Zhang Fan also shook his head helplessly. There was no record of sending the email. He could not prove at all right now that the answer to this Millennium math puzzle was made by him. Professor Holt saw this with a smug look on his face. Emptying Zhang Fan's mailbox data was done by none other than their country's hackers. When Prof. Holt first considered this issue, he reported the matter directly to the state. It did not occur to me that this matter got the attention of the state. Directly sent a hacker squad along the path of the mail, invaded to Zhang Fan's mailbox, and made all the data inside clear. Where's your proof, little friend? Prof. Holt said. Zhang Fan knew that this had to be Professor Holt's backstabbing, or else his emails couldn't have disappeared. While Zhang Fan didn't say anything, Elder Wu said to Professor Holt, "It must be you who messed up and emptied Zhang Fan's email data, so that we have no evidence." The people on stage heard Elder Wu say this, couldn't help but laugh once again, laughing me to death. I thought that they, the Longguo people, can really come up with the email sent as evidence, did not think to put an empty gun. Ha ha, now the truth is out. This is the Dragon Nation's blatant plagiarism of Professor Holt's results. This Dragon Nation is really shameful to do such a thing. Isn't it normal for people in Dragon Country to do plagiarize things? Our company is a digital product developed at great expense, and when it comes to the Dragon Kingdom, it's been copied, and they're all masters of plagiarism in this country. Everyone on the scene was vocal about the Dragon Kingdom. Professor Holt on the stage was inwardly happy. It seemed that things were going better than he had imagined. If Zhang Fan couldn't produce evidence, everything was for naught. He then accused Elder Wu with feigned anger. "You have slandered me in public, ruined my reputation, and you can't produce any evidence. President Austin, how do you see this matter being handled?" President Austin belongs to the F Nation, but he studied in the Pretty Country in college, so emotionally, he still favors Professor Holt, and Pretty Country's strength in Blue Star was something he knew very well. That's why President Austin favors the Pretty Country for both public and private reasons. President Austin looked at Zhang Fan and said, "Can you produce evidence? My email data was emptied, but my original file." Zhang Fan said. When Elder Wu heard this, he also hurriedly said, "Yes, we have the original document." President Austin walked over to Zhang Fan's computer and glanced at his original file. "You pull up the file time." Zhang Fan then directly tuned out the time. The time was a week ago. President Austin said to Professor Holt, "Professor Holt, what time was your paper written?" "A year ago, and it's been a year of constant revision and organization." President Austin nodded, then addressed everyone. "I've learned all about the matter, and there's a judgment that the country that plagiarized is the Dragon Kingdom." The words were met with loud applause. President Austin sure knows his stuff. "I told you so. The plagiarism is from the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom people just don't have any moral boundaries." Finally, Professor Holt has been cleared. "You guys don't use your brains. Do you still need to think about it? It must be the Dragon Kingdom that is the plagiarizer." Prof. Holt is now over 70 years old, and he is well educated. Look at that young man from the Dragon Kingdom who is only 18 or 19 years old. He said he researched the Millennium math problem. Hell no. Zhang Fan and Elder Wu's faces were hard to see. President Austin, you haven't even read Holt's paper, so who are you to call us plagiarizers? President Austin had a bemused look on his face. I looked at the time of the file you created, and it was dated a week ago, which means you had a week to write this world problem. Yes, Zhang Fan, he did use a few days to write this world problem, Elder Wu said. Although this was a bit unbelievable, it was indeed the truth. Ask all the math scholars sitting here again, do they believe it? A world problem answered in a few days, and by a young man of only 18 years old. President Austin analyzed. Elder Wu continued to argue. This is indeed a bit unbelievable, but it's the truth, and the proof of the Riemann conjecture that we sent you was also proved by Zhang Fan. When Elder Wu said this, all the scene was in an uproar. The Riemann conjecture? What the hell? Everyone instantly felt a little short of brain capacity. Wasn't this the time to talk about N versus NP, one of the 7 mathematical puzzles of the millennium? What's this about the Riemann conjecture? Has the Riemann conjecture been proved? No way. The Riemann conjecture can be one of the millennial math puzzles. How can 2 of these millennial puzzles be answered at the same time when they've been around for decades, and in some cases hundreds of years? Yeah, that's impossible. Almost everyone didn't believe that the Riemann conjecture had been proved out. Once everyone had talked about it for a few moments, they all looked to President Austin. At this moment, President Austin, too, was looking at Professor Holt with an incredulous expression. If it was true that Riemann's conjecture had also been proved out as this Dragon Nation had said, this Zhang Fan's mathematical talent was also too demonic. President Austin said lightly, the fact that you have proved the Riemann conjecture is not necessarily correct, and I now seriously suspect that it is possible that this proof of yours was also plagiarized. When Elder Wu heard President Austin's slander, his eyes turned red with anger. President Austin, you're bloodthirsty. You've been getting our emails for over a month now, and you still found any country where a proof of the Riemann conjecture has appeared? I'm not sure about that. Based on the character of your Dragon Nation people, I need to investigate properly, President Austin said. President Austin then said to all those present, in view of the plagiarism of the Dragon Kingdom is expelled from the position of director and kicked out of the World Mathematical Organization. Wu Lao knew very well that if they were cleared out of the World Mathematics Organization, there would be no way to communicate with the world's mathematics in the future, which would be very detrimental to the development of mathematics in their dragon country. Just as Elder Wu was about to say something else, Zhang Fan stood up and said, I didn't think that the World Mathematics Organization is such a brainless organization. Elder Wu, we won't join it. The World Mathematics Organization was actually called a brainless organization by Zhang Fan. When President Austin heard this, he became furious. Kid, I'll make you Dragon Kingdom pay. Chapter 97, Undiscriminatory Attack, 4 Shifts. Just as Elder Wu led Zhang Fan and the others to prepare to leave the venue, Professor Holt on stage said to President Austin, I suggest detaining Zhang Fan and his computer, which definitely contains evidence of him stealing other people's achievements. Actually, Prof. Holt says this for 2 reasons. One reason is that Zhang Fan was able to successfully answer 2 of the world's mathematical puzzles, and there may be other significant results in mathematics in the computer. The second was that Zhang Fan was such a demonic math genius that he wanted to bring into the pretty country to serve the pretty country. If he refused, he would simply imprison him for life at that time. What their pretty country can't get, no other country can get. After thinking for a moment, President Austin also instantly understood Professor Holt's general intentions. So he said to Zhang Fan, you are now suspected of plagiarizing another country's academic achievements, so you can't leave country F yet. You can only leave after the situation is ascertained. Zhang Fan directly refused. I'm from the Dragon Kingdom, you have no right to detain me, and the computer is my personal belongings, and I won't turn it in. Elder Wu knew very well that if Zhang Fan was detained here today, he was afraid that he would be at the mercy of others. So no matter what, he had to take Zhang Fan out of here. Because of the mathematical talent shown by Zhang Fan, even if the Dragon Kingdom was kicked out of the World Mathematical Organization, there was still hope that they could develop on their own. President Austin, let me state once again that we in Dragon Kingdom have not plagiarized anyone's academic achievements. And since the World Mathematical Organization is just an organization, you don't have the authority to detain anyone. President Austin is well aware that the World Mathematical Organization is, to put it bluntly, just an international organization. It is true that they have no right to seize anyone or anything. At this time, however, Professor Holt came to President Austin and whispered something in his ear. President Austin once again said to Elder Wu's group, although I don't have the right, you people of the Dragon Kingdom, for allegedly slandering and libeling Professor Holt's reputation, I have the right to hand you over to the judicial authorities of the F country. We are from the Dragon Kingdom. If you have any questions, please contact our embassy. Elder Wu understood that there was no point in saying more because it was obvious that the 2 of them, President Austin and Professor Holt, wore the same pants. Zhang Fan, let's go. Elder Wu then directly led a few Dragon Nation people and was about to leave. If the police from F country really came over, they would be in trouble. When you get caught in, you can't make sense out of it on their turf. Security, stop them. I've called the police. President Austin yelled at a few security guards at the venue. The closest to them, the two tall and powerful security guards, received orders and quickly came to Zhang Fan and their side. In their opinion, each of these Dragon Nation people were weak, and with just the two of them, there was absolutely no problem at all in subduing them. Just as they reached out to grab Zhang Fan, Lei Koan blocked directly in front of them with a flash. The two men saw this and gave a playful smile. A kid who was half a head shorter than them dared to stand out. So the two strong men grabbed Lei Koan's arms and prepared to subdue him first. The two of them tried hard to twist Lei Koan's arm, but they couldn't. The opponent's body was like a steel plate. Only heard bang bang 2 times. 2 security guards should sound to the bottom. Pain can no longer stand up. Everyone didn't see how Lei Koan made his hand. 6 other security guards then arrived. They took the batons in their hands and directly slammed into Lei Koan without saying a word. 3 seconds later, the 6 security guards also fell to the ground and couldn't move. Lei Koan then stood back up to Zhang Fan's side. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded by this scene. They say that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom knows Kung Fu, and it seems to be true. Just now, that Dragon Nation man, a set of Kung Fu flowed like water, and his moves were fatal, and they could not help but applaud a little bit in their hearts as they watched. Let's go, Elder Wu said, and then Zhang Fan and the others walked straight out. Now they were in another country, so it was better to be careful. When Wu Lao exited the conference room, he directly called the embassy of the Dragon Kingdom. When the head of the embassy, Du Hongchang, heard that the F country wanted to detain Zhang Fan, he was furious, and directly sent the embassy's escort to meet Zhang Fan's several people. Before Zhang Fan had even come to F, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom had already given Du Hongchang a phone call. It illustrated the importance of protecting Zhang Fan at any cost. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Du Hongchang of the embassy rushed to report the situation to the country's upper echelons. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom reported back to the one. Number 1 was well aware that Zhang Fan was the future of the Dragon Kingdom, and he didn't hesitate to activate the national level warning and urgently summoned the heads of several troops over. Zhang Fan, from our country, was chased by the local police in Country F when he was attending the World Math Exchange Summit in Country F. Number 1 gave a rundown of the situation. Zhang Fan? But Zhang Fan, who researched controlled nuclear fusion? Exactly. Everyone was taken aback, and they now immediately understood the seriousness of this level 1 warning. Zhang Fan is also currently in charge of the northern base of the Dragon Kingdom, the general research and development of controlled nuclear fusion. His importance was very clear to everyone, and if Zhang Fan could not return to China, controlled nuclear fusion could not be completed. I'm afraid it's going to be hard for the Dragon Kingdom to realize its technological rise. This pretty country's some professor, what a ing piece of, plagiarizing Zhang Fan's math results not to mention, but also hitting him upside down. And that president, he even tried to forcefully detain Zhang Fan. Humph, as long as Country F dares to detain Zhang Fan, my intercontinental missiles will directly hit him, blast him so hard that his parents won't even recognize him. One of the grumpy chiefs shouted angrily. I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. A professor from Pretty Country was involved in this case. Moreover, according to Professor Wu's reaction, this professor from the Pretty Country also hacked into Zhang Fan's mailbox after plagiarizing his results. So the Pretty Country should know something about Zhang Fan. If we act rashly, the Pretty Country will definitely stand up and intervene. Number 1 listened to the discussion and analysis of the several chiefs, and after a moment of contemplation, he tapped the table and said, as long as we can guarantee Zhang Fan's safe return to the Dragon Kingdom, we don't need to consider anything else for the time being, even if we have to make an enemy of the world. Chief Chang, order 10 J-20 fighters to take off immediately. Target location Atlantic High Seas. Awaiting orders. Roger that. Command South Sea Carrier 1 to proceed down the Indian Ocean toward the Atlantic. Roger that. ICBMs all activated. Awaiting orders. Ready for implementation. Indiscriminate attack. P.S. Readers who like this book are welcome to join our readers group, Steakwife 0E Dance Dr. EE6. Thank you for your support. Chapter 98, Siege, 1 more. Country F. Barley, President of the World Mathematical Organization, Austin, reported back to the state. They were very interested in a Zhang Fan who had answered 2 Math World don'ts. So, it agreed to President Austin's request to arrest and store Zhang Fan on the grounds of investigating him before making later arrangements. Then F country directly blocked the streets and sent the city's police force to arrest and store Zhang Fan. And for insurance purposes, he also requested 2 helicopters from the army. Elder Wu led Zhang Fan and the others to the airport directly after they met up with the embassy's escort. However, They were stopped at a bridge on the way to the airport. All the unrelated vehicles all evacuated the bridge, leaving only Jiang fans in their 4 cars, parked in the center of the bridge. Lei Cohen saw that they were under siege and he quickly stepped up and made a setup, blocked the 4 cars on either side and used them as cover. They had, thankfully, 9 embassy escorts, each carrying an AK-47 and 200 rounds of ammunition. Lei Cohen, as a man who had been in the war, and had fought his way through it, knew very well that as long as there was a weapon in his hand, he had the right to negotiate. If they had nothing at this point, a few tear gas canisters from the other side would quickly take care of them. Seeing that Lei Cohen was very skillful in command, the escorts obeyed him. They looked for the best shooting position, and as long as someone dared to rush over, they would not hesitate to shoot. The other officers hid in the back of the car. Seeing that they actually had guns, the police did not act rashly, but waited for orders from above. A short while later, an officer arrived on the scene. The men gave him a report on the situation. The officer then took a horn and shouted at Jiang Fan and the others, "All Dragon Nation people listen. You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons immediately. We are only detaining Jiang Fan and have nothing to do with the others." Hiding behind the car, Wu Lao and the others. How could they not expect that they came to have a World Math Summit? But they were surrounded by people on top of the bridge. Life and death is uncertain. Elder Wu comforted everyone. "Don't worry guys, I've already reported the situation to the embassy, and the Dragon Kingdom will definitely intervene with them. It won't take long for us to return to the Dragon Kingdom." At that moment, the representative of the Purple Light Technology Company was trembling a bit in fear and said to Elder Wu, "Professor Wu, do you think we'll die here, right? You have to trust our country. They won't give up on us." But to be honest, Elder Wu also knew that the current situation was not optimistic. Although the Dragon Kingdom had become much stronger over the years and had gained a certain status in the international arena, but after all, there is still a gap with some countries in the West. Still, he had to give them hope as the leader of this summit. "Professor Wu, do we want to hand Jiang Fan over first, and then rescue him after we return to China? After all, Jiang Fan hasn't committed any major crimes. He shouldn't." As soon as his words came out, Elder Wu looked at him directly and angrily before he could speak. Lei Cohen slapped him across the face. "If the 2 countries are at war, do you know what your behavior is called? Traitor." The representative of the Purple Light Technology Company was instantly too scared to make another sound, because he knew very well that Lei Cohen's stature. After Lei Cohen finished speaking, the representatives of several companies didn't dare to speak again. Lei Cohen then began to gather some items in his car and busied himself with crafting something. Jiang Fan's brows were furrowed and there was some bitterness in his heart. He wasn't scared because he was trapped here. The main reason was that he had only obtained the technology system for 2 months, and as of now, he had only researched lithium iron phosphate power batteries, and the most important controlled fusion has only been researched at 10% progress. If he was caught by them, he was well aware of his fate, and it would be difficult for him to return to the Dragon Kingdom in this life, because in his last life, he'd seen it happen. Seeing that Jiang Fan's expression was very grave, Elder Wu comforted him. "Jiang Fan, don't worry, as long as I'm around, even if I have to fight for my life, I will protect you." "Elder Wu, I'm mainly thinking about a project that hasn't been completed yet, and I'm a bit unwilling in my heart," Jiang Fan said helplessly. Those few heads of technology companies scoffed a little when they heard Jiang Fan say this. What a time to be thinking about research projects. They say that researchers are crazy, and it seems to be true. Just at this time, in Jiang Fan's mind, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "System, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the release of SCI papers in the 7 main disciplines. Get the IERT magnet material fabrication drawing." Jiang Fan was instantly happy. It seems that the math SCI paper he resubmitted passed. As long as we have the IERT magnet material fabrication drawings, there won't be much of a problem with controlled fusion in the future. As long as we move forward step by step, he could definitely develop controlled fusion in a year. But when Jiang Fan reacted to the situation he was in nowadays, he was suddenly helpless again. Just then, Jiang Fan's phone rang, and when he looked at it, it was Zhou Huide. Jiang Fan had just connected when Zhou Huide's anxious voice came. "Jiang Fan, where are you now?" Zhou Huide hears that Jiang Fan is trapped in Country F and rushes to contact him. "Uncle Zhou, don't ask for now. Tell you a good news. I've researched the IERT magnet material, but I need time to sort it out. Wait for 20 minutes. I'll send it to you." Jiang Fan casually hung up the phone after saying that. He must now hurry up and send this IERT magnet production drawing. Even if the worst happens, the Dragon Kingdom will at the very least be able to develop IERT magnets on its own, and won't be at the mercy of the Pretty Kingdom in the future. "Elder Wu, I need to organize a file now. help me shield my eyes from them. Yes. Wu Lao then blocked the view in one direction with his body. You guys come over here and block that side, Elder Wu said to a few people from the tech company. Although that representative of Purple Technology, Inc., was extremely reluctant, but he glanced at Lei Cohen, who was in the middle of making something, and still reluctantly sat down on the side. Zhang Fan opened his own computer and took a deep breath, because he now needed to adjust and get himself into a state of mind flow so that he could increase his efficiency. 3 minutes later, Zhang Fan got into the swing of things, his fingers moving light across the keyboard. When they saw Zhang Fan's operation, they were all very shocked. They only saw a residual shadow on the keyboard. This hand speed was simply inhuman. Zhang Fan was on fire. He took the information on the IERT magnets rewarded by the system in his mind and made them in 10 minutes. He then sent it directly to Zhou Huaid, just as the computer shows a successful send. Boo! The computer screen in Zhang Fan's hand had a hole punched in it by the bullet. A puff of black smoke rose from the hole. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden scene. Boom boom, boom boom. There was no waiting for them to react from the shock. 2 military helicopters, slowly rising into the air, hovered above them. Chapter 99, Tear Gas, Second Shift. Dragon Country's Senior Leadership Number 1. After all the preparations were made, the first time to communicate with F's Minister of State, Alex, they then had a video session. No. 1. Minister Alex. My people from the Dragon Kingdom are attending the World Math Summit and your local police are arresting and laying them out. Can you please give me an explanation? Alex. As for arresting and laying them out, it was Professor Holt of Pretty Country who reported them for blatantly plagiarizing his scholarship. We're just upholding fairness in academia. No. 1. Do you find it credible that I, a dragon, flew thousands of miles to attend a math summit held in your country just to go plagiarize math results? Number 1. Now whatever the case may be, I demand that you, Country F, release the Dragon Nation people back immediately. Alex, we're just holding it for investigation, and when things are clear, we'll naturally let the Dragon Nation people back. Number 1, I demand immediate or suffer the consequences. Senior Dragon Leader 1 and Minister Alex video communicated for half an hour. Minister Alex said dismissively after ending the call, the man is in our country. Deal with him as I please, and you dare to threaten me. Humph. Alex, the Minister of State, then said to his secretary, Mary, what's the status of those dragons now? Minister Alex, those dragons are currently trapped at Alexandria Bridge. Why hasn't the grabbing of the store been carried out yet? The escorts from the main dragon embassy, carrying guns, are with them, so we don't dare to act rashly. Call the person in charge of the scene and tell him to try not to use force. The Dragon Kingdom now is not the same as it was before, so it's best not to anger them easily. Yes, Mary, the secretary, responded. Wait, tell them that if it comes down to it, they can use coercion, but just don't hurt those dragons. Minister Alex then added, okay, I'll get in touch with the person in charge of the site. Mary then walked out. Alexander Bridge. This is one of the most beautiful bridges in Barry. F. The bridge is made of steel and painted a clean white color. Below is the Seine, the largest river in the Barry. During the week it is full of tourists, overlooking the beautiful scenery in the distance from the bridge. However, today it's not the usual place. There were quite a few police cars parked at both ends of the bridge, and the red and blue police lights were still flashing. Police officers in uniform, armed with blast shields, lined up one at a time, sealing off the entire bridge. Police officers behind blast shields, holding guns aimed at the 4 vehicles parked in the center of the bridge. 2 military helicopters that kept circling back and forth in the air. The machine gunners on the helicopters, standing by, waiting for the order to fire. In the Seine below the bridge, there were 4 motorboats constantly patrolling back and forth. Such a setup can be winged. At this time, the surrounded Zhang Fan and others, there is no little way. The only thing they can do is to wait for the country's rescue, and then the Dragon Kingdom is thousands of kilometers away, so I'm afraid it's a bit of a reach. Lei Cohen took the simple life jacket he had made earlier and gave it to Zhang Fan to put on his body. He had already prepared for the worst. In case there was a firefight later, the first thing he would do was to take Zhang Fan and jump into the Seine River, because the police force was the weakest down there. After jumping, the chances of escaping with Zhang Fan were the greatest. As for the others, there was no need for Lei Cohen to consider them, as they were not the target of these police officers at all. On the side, Elder Wu and Xiao Weicheng faced the encirclement and behaved quite calmly, but the 4 tech company reps, they almost broke down. Several of them are in important positions in their respective tech companies, with big houses, luxury cars, and beautiful women at home. None of them want to die on a day like this. The first to break down was the representative of Purple Technology, who stood up violently and rushed outside. Wu Lao shouted at him, come back, come back. However, as if he hadn't heard him, he raised his hands and shouted at the police at the bridge. I surrender. I surrender. I have money. How much do you want? I can give it to you. Just let me go back. He then cried and walked slowly towards the bridge, his legs still trembling. Lei Koen stopped Elder Wu, who was trying to pull him back. Professor Wu, let him go. There shouldn't be any danger. Elder Wu was also clear that their target was Jiang Fan and should not make things difficult for the others. Sure enough, those cops didn't give him a hard time. Instead, he was given water to drink and some bread to eat. The officer at the bridge then shouted at Jiang Fan and the others, "See, as long as you surrender, we won't make things difficult for you, because our target is mainly Jiang Fan, brothers of the embassy escort. All you have to do is put down your weapons and we will never hurt you," the officer shouted with his bullhorn. As for the escorts, none of them moved. They had already stood firm in their positions. The officer shouted for half the time and saw that the person behind the car was no longer responding. Then, waiting for the representative from Violet Tech to finish his water, the officer asked, "How many people are in there?" 10, 18, no, 17. There's a couple of guys with guns. 9. What's the location of all of them? The representative of Purple Light Technology, looking at the fierce police officer, scared to give all the brain to say out. The officers were given the exact location and number of people and began to set up. After 10 minutes or so, the officer spoke over the intercom. Debriefing? The tranquilizer guns are ready, and the shooters are in position, ready to attack. Helicopter tear gas is still ready and waiting for orders. Okay, shooters ready. Shoot. Whoosh. 9 cracking sounds rang out. At this time, Lei Koen heard the sound and seemed to sense that something was not right. Guard squad, everyone get down now. His cue, however, was still a step too slow, and they were all hit. In less than a second, he fell straight to the ground and fainted. Jiang Fan and the others were all startled by the sudden scene. Before they could react, that's when several more grenade-like objects were dropped from the helicopter. Still smoking, Lei Koen took a look and hurriedly shouted, "It's tear gas." Chapter 100, Attack, 3 shifts. Elder Wu and the others were all a bit overwhelmed with fear in the face of the sudden scene. Lei Koen picked up the water he had prepared earlier and poured it onto several pieces of cloth. It was distributed to the people, explaining that they should cover their mouths and noses and not open their eyes. Jiang Fan's few people took the wet cloth and hurriedly covered their mouths and noses. Fortunately, because they were on an open bridge, a large portion of the smoke from the tear gas was blown away by the wind. Raekwon put on his goggles and under the haze of smoke, he picked up an AK-47. The officer looked at the middle of the bridge, thick with black smoke, and smiled smugly. He was certain it would take less than 10 seconds for everyone to come out in the smoke. Time passed by. 20 seconds passed, and not a single person had come out. This made the officer wonder a bit. It shouldn't. It's tear gas, and no one can last 10 seconds without protection. The smoke in the middle of the bridge was quickly dispersed by the wind on the river, but there was no longer any movement. This made the officer wonder a little if Jiang Fan and the others had disappeared. He then took the walkie-talkie and said, "Helicopter, report back on what the hell is going on. The man on the bridge is gone. He should be hiding in his car." As soon as the officer heard this, it dawned on him instantly that he had hidden inside the car. The escort had already been knocked out by them, and all that was left were some unarmed dragons who were still at his mercy. First squad, go! With a command from the officer, the police officers in the front row, holding blast shields, began to move forward, but they had just stepped out 2 meters away when, knock, 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 a gunshot rang out and the bullet hit the ground directly a meter in front of them. The group of police officers were so frightened that they hastily retreated to their original positions. The officer was amazed. Cover, cover. After a while, realizing that the gunshots didn't ring out again, he heartily grabbed the Dragon Nation man who had just surrendered. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. How dare you lie to us? The representative of Purple Light Technology was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Looking at the officer's fury, he was really afraid that the other party would pop him with a shot. I'm not lying to you guys, really, I can swear, we've just hit those 9 escorts, but how can anyone else shoot? And judging by the marksmanship, a veteran. At this time, the representative of Purple Technology remembered Lei Koen and hastened to speak of, "Lone, sir, there are bodyguards inside with exceptionally good hands." Bodyguard? The officer murmured. It seemed that things were not as simple as he had thought. Now that they'd been at it for 4 hours, his patience was wearing thin, and the leader above gave him instructions that he could use coercion. But just don't hurt those Longwa people. In that case, he'd give them something to look at first, he said as he turned on his walkie-talkie. Team 1, Team 2, stand by. Target attack 2 meters of ground in front of the car. Attack time 20 seconds. Fire. At the officer's command, both sides of the bridge opened fire simultaneously. The sound of gunfire was deafening as bullets struck the bridge, sending up a shower of sparks. The bullets that bounced back, booming against the car they were hiding in. Scared, they all huddled together in fear with their hands over their ears. "Everybody get down. Don't get up." Lay Cohen could conclude by the sound and power of the bullets that they were just scaring them. Bullets rained down and bounced off the car. The car's glass was cracked by some bouncing bullets that popped. After a while, the gunfire outside stopped. They then heard the officers yelling again, "My patience has run out. I'll give you 2 more minutes. If you don't hand over Jiang Fan, don't blame me for not being polite." Jiang Fan hid in the car, and there was some fear inside. He felt more guilty though. After all, the other man wanted it for himself. It ended up involving Wu Lao and the others. "Elder Wu, there are some important documents on my residence computer. Go back and tell my teacher." When Elder Wu suddenly heard Jiang Fan say this, he instantly understood what he meant. "Jiang Fan, you can't go out. If you're captured by them, I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to return to the Dragon Kingdom in your life." Jiang Fan said helplessly, "I know, but I can't let you guys be in danger because of me." Lay Cohen did not think that Jiang Fan was so sentimental at such a young age, and that Jiang Fan was very calm when they were trapped until now. He couldn't help but think highly of the young man he was trying to protect. "Jiang Fan, don't worry, as long as I'm here, they won't catch you," Lay Cohen said as he patted his chest. "In case they do shoot, I'm afraid you'll all have to." Just as Jiang Fan's few people were talking about it, the officer at the bridge, looking at the time, said into his walkie-talkie, "Helicopters, throw grenades. Don't hurt them." "Roger that." Boom! There was a loud bang. A car next to Jiang Fan and them was directly lifted 3 meters high and finally landed heavily on the ground. "You see, if you don't hand over Jiang Fan, the next bomb will be your vehicle. You have 30 seconds left." Jiang Fan just wanted to stand up at that moment, but he was yanked by the representative of Huawei Technology Company. "Little brother, you have such achievements at such a young age. The Dragon Kingdom needs you in the future. Just listen to Professor Wu. Don't go out, and hold on until the end. I believe our country will definitely come to save us back home." "Yes, Jiang Fan, let's just hold on until the end." Several people in the car then said to Jiang Fan, cheering him on. They thought that there was still the motherland behind them, and at this moment, suddenly they were no longer as afraid as they were just now, and it was like they had a backbone inside. A few of them held each other's hands, cheering each other on as they waited for the final miracle to come. The 30 seconds are fast approaching. Obviously the miracle didn't come. The officer saw that no one was coming out anymore, and he furiously gave orders to the helicopter. "Attack! Office of the Minister of State of F." Alex murmured as he sipped his red wine and watched the video footage of the Alexandria Bridge. Unsuspecting Dragon Nation. At that moment, a 3-star admiral in military uniform walked in. "Minister Alex, what exactly have you done to the Dragon Kingdom?" Minister Alex was confounded by the questioning. Admiral Samsung pulled out the satellite feed directly to the screen. Only 10 of Dragon's most advanced J-20 fighters appeared in the high seas of the Atlantic Ocean, and the target was really them. The Hainan I carrier in the Indian Ocean is also rushing again in the direction of their country. The glass in Minister Alex's hand snapped and fell straight to the carpet. He then asked his secretary to hurry up and connect the person in charge of the Alexandria Bridge site. Minister Alex shouted growlingly after the call was answered, "Stop the shoplifting operation. Don't attack." Chapter 101, Escort, 4 shifts. The helicopters hovering over the Alexandria Bridge received the order to attack from the person in charge of the scene. The captain rotated the nose of the plane and prepared to throw a grenade. His mission this time was to just take the car with the people in it and just flip it over like the last one, so that the upper police on the bridge would cooperate in catching the store. Boom boom. The roar of the propellers shook Jiang Fan's few people a little too much, and they covered their ears with force, but they could already clearly feel the roar getting closer. Lay Cohen told everyone to hold on to the fixed things on the car and not to let go. He had already thought of a plan. If the vehicle was knocked over, he would be the first to open the door and take Jiang Fan to jump directly into the Seine. The helicopter quickly adjusted to the optimal position. The throwers are also in position. The captain of the helicopter spoke through his headset. "Prepare to throw." "Okay." Then as soon as the captain of the helicopter had finished speaking, the shouts of the person in charge on the ground immediately rang out in his headset. "Stop the attack! Stop the attack!" Then it was still too late. The thrower had already made his throw. It was clear to the captain that there was no changing it, so the captain had the bright idea of an emergency drop spin. The bombardier threw a grenade that changed direction and went straight into the Seine. Boom! A huge column of water was blown up. It directly overturned a motorboat that happened to be passing by. The officers on the motorboat were also thrown into the water. Fortunately, he was not injured by the bomb. The police officer on the bridge was also in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he notified in time. Otherwise, it would really be a big disaster. Maybe he was the murderer who provoked the war. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, addressing all the men, he said, "Everyone, evacuate." Zhang Fan and the others, who were still hiding in the car, were frightened by the loud bang just now, but their vehicles were not bombed. Just as they were squeezing their eyes shut, ready to be attacked by the next bomb, half the time, there was no sound. They slowly loosened their hands over their ears and realized that the sound of the helicopter's boom boom was slowly moving away. Stretching his head through the glass of the car, Zhang Fan saw the helicopter flying off into the distance. He was a little uncertain. How did the helicopter fly away? When Elder Wu heard what Zhang Fan said, he hurriedly looked as well and realized that he had indeed flown far away. Excitement ensued. It should be. The state negotiated successfully. Ha ha. A few other people were excited when they heard this. We're saved. Ha ha. Great. Lei Cohen scanned the surrounding area through the car glass and was surprised to find that the police at the bridge had withdrawn. It seems they should have received some kind of order. Maybe it's true that the Dragon Nation bargained successfully. The others were also excited after seeing what was going on outside. After a great calamity, they were not dead. One by one, they look as if they'd been given a new lease on life. A man was about to open the car door, but Lei Cohen stopped him. All stay in the car and watch out for fraud. When the crowd thought about it, that was indeed a possibility. Everyone listened to Lei Cohen's words and stayed in the car without moving as he leaned in front of the window and continued to observe the situation around him. At that moment, two jeeps came driving over the bridge. Lei Cohen immediately picked up the AK-47 in his hand, ready to attack at any time. At that moment, a few dragons came down from the jeep. Wu Lao recognized that it was Du Hongchang from the embassy and said to Lei Cohen, "Don't shoot. It's the embassy." Only then did Lei Cohen put away his guns and step out of the car. Du Hongchang hurriedly ran over and said to Elder Wu, "Professor Wu, Zhang Fan isn't hurt." "No," Elder Wu responded. When everyone stepped out of the car, Du Hongchang excitedly hugged Zhang Fan. In his heart, he was glad that Zhang Fan was fine, otherwise he would have become a sinner of the country. Du Hongchang gave everyone a rundown of what happened. When everyone knew that the country had deployed 10 J-20 fighters for them, and the Hainan 1 aircraft carrier, which activated thousands of ICBMs, each of them was shocked and filled with incredulity. At this time, they also felt immensely proud of being a dragon nation. Everyone is safe now. The country has sent a special plane over to pick you up. It will arrive in about half an hour. Zhang Fan was also very touched inwardly that the Dragon Kingdom had risked war in order to save him. With such a country backing him up, what did he have to fear? He vowed in his heart that he would not fail his country in the future. He believed that he also had the ability to make the Dragon Kingdom the #1 technological powerhouse in the Blue Planet. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan and the others boarded a special airplane sent over by the state. The representatives of those few tech companies were all excited. Although they had money, they still hadn't done the special airplane before. They were excited like a child, when a man leaning out of the window of the airplane suddenly called out, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. Fighters, where?" Several people then leaned over to the window to watch. They found 5 fighters on each side of the special plane. That shape is powerful and domineering, like a sharp sword, electric thunder in the air. Fighter jets can be said to be every man's dream, and a lifetime of flying one of these awesome battles would be enough to brag about for the rest of one's life. The staff of the special airplane said to them, "These J-20s, they're escorting our special airplane." "What? Escort us?" They were shocked beyond words. Is this too much? How could they even allow the state to escort them with fighter jets? Even the country's top leaders have never been treated like this, right? Really? It's escorting us? The representative of Huawei Technology stammered. Of course, why else would they be following us left and right? The staff of the special airplane, with a proud face, said it was also the first time she had been subjected to such a high level of etiquette in her 5 years as a flight attendant. She had never felt as safe, grounded, and proud as she did today. In fact, it was clear in each of their hearts that they had such high treatment mainly because they had been blessed by Zhang Fan. If it wasn't for him, a fighter jet escort? Are you kidding? I'm afraid they don't even have a special plane. They all had faces of adoration at this point. Looking at the young man lying on the window, many of them have become parents, and at this time they secretly resolved in their hearts that they would make sure that their children would be engaged in scientific research in the future. No amount of money can buy such an honor. Elder Wu was also relaxed at this time and said to Zhang Fan, who was lying on the window, "Zhang Fan, how do you feel?" Zhang Fan didn't lift his head, still looking at the fighter, and said, "The aerodynamic design is pretty good. It's just the engine power that sucks." Several people looked at each other, and they were all well aware that Professor Wu was asking if the mood had relaxed, but Zhang Fan directly evaluated the fighter jet. Chapter 102, Academic Blockade, 1 more. Dragon Kingdom Kyoto Airfield. It was already 12 p.m. when Zhang Fan and the others arrived. The moment the airplane door opened, Zhang Fan stepped out of the plane and felt an immense sense of solidity in his heart as he breathed in the air of the Dragon Kingdom. His love for his country became stronger through this expedition. Zhang Fan, welcome back, a familiar voice rang out. Zhang Fan took a look and realized that it was his teacher, Elder Long, with Zhou Huai standing next to him. Zhang Fan hurriedly walked down the stairs of the airplane. Teacher, Uncle Zhou, what brings you here? Elder Long patted Zhang Fan's shoulder and circled around him. After making sure he, the student, was intact, he let go. No injuries. No, that's good. Long Lao's eyes were filled with this love, like an old father treating his own child. Fan, welcome back. At this time, Zhou Huai, who was next to him, also patted Zhang Fan on the shoulder and said, Uncle Zhou, why are you here as well? The northern base side. The northern base is much livelier now than it was when we were there, reaching 200 researchers across the board. It's you, kid, who scared us so much. Your teacher was so anxious that she secretly wiped her tears. Once Long Lao heard Zhou Huai say such words to Zhang Fan, it was not letting him lose face in front of his students. What do you know, kid? That's sand in my eyes. Who just kept chanting? Zhou Huai said with a smile. Don't look at the old dragon's usual fiery personality, doing things in a thunderous manner, not sticking to the smallest details, but for Zhang Fan is very concerned. Zhou, I think you have an itchy skin. After Long Lao finished speaking, he directly raised his hand and was about to hit Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai didn't dodge, letting Long Lao hit him on the back, and Long Lao didn't exert any force anyway. Teacher, Uncle Zhou, thank you, you're welcome. Originally, number 1 was going to bring a few chiefs over to receive you, but I told them that you were keeping a low profile, so they ended up letting me be the representative to console you. Zhang Fan was a bit embarrassed. Teacher, I'm just a junior, and I even caused a lot of trouble in F country this time. That aside, you haven't eaten yet. I've arranged it, Elder Dragon said. Several people then ate together. Day 2, one of the top 3 tech companies in the Dragon Kingdom, Purple Technology, has been investigated under the law for leaking state secrets. All the suspects were arrested. One of the main culprits was a representative of Purple Technology, which accompanied Mr. Wu to the summit this time. The international academic community has imposed a total crackdown on the Dragon Nation. The World Mathematical Organization, WMO, declared internationally, Dragon Kingdom is required to publicly apologize within 3 days for allegedly stealing other people's academics. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom will never be allowed to join the World Mathematical Organization. Siam Rev, the top publication for math for SCI papers in pretty countries, has joined forces with well-known SCI journals in various countries to send out announcements internationally. Due to the suspected theft of other people's academic achievements, the Dragon Kingdom is required to publicly apologize within 3 days, or else it will not be accepting academic submissions from the Dragon Kingdom, and all academic blockades will be imposed on the Dragon Kingdom. This news has caused a huge reaction from the academic community. Many countries started attacking the Dragon Kingdom on the internet. Country D, Dragon Country must apologize this time or blockade them. Pretty country, it's a shame to have a country like this on the blue planet. Sakura Nation, the Dragon Nation people are supposed to be trash, and when they can't produce results from their own research, they engage in theft. Despise. Pickle Country, it's nothing for the Dragon Country people to steal your academics. We in the Kimchi Kingdom have 5,000 years of history, the Dragon Boat Festival, Chinese medicine, movable type printing and so on, and they even say it's their culture. What a joke. Sakura Nation, Kimchi Nation, are you guys being funny? This is supposed to be the Dragon Kingdom. Pickle Country, shut up. Cherry Blossom Country, you still have the face to talk about us. Didn't you say that the Dragon Kingdom originated in your country? All the countries, all of them are holding the attitude of watching a joke, to see what kind of reaction the Dragon Kingdom will make in the end. A video call was made between the president of the World Mathematical Organization Austin and Professor Holt of Pretty Country. President Austin, don't worry Professor Holt, we'll work together this time and I'm sure the Dragon Kingdom will apologize to us. Oh, Prof. Holt, it's just a pity that we didn't arrest Zhang Fan this time, or else we would definitely have made a considerable gain. President Austin, who knew that the Dragon Kingdom would be so desperate this time, directly sending 10 J-20 fighters, an aircraft carrier, and turning on thousands of intercontinental missiles. Our country just can't carry such pressure. Prof. Holt, these fighting forces are not even close to our pretty country. These proclamations caused quite a stir in the Dragon Kingdom as well. A few of the top colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom, some of their senior professors, they had a spontaneous emergency meeting. The conference was attended by, among others, Huaqing University, Longhua Bay University, Kyoto University, Longkou University and so on. Originally, Xiaoshan Xiaolao of Huaqing University did not want to participate, because in the face of the academic embargo of various countries, it is necessary to look at the meaning of the leaders above, and he believed that Zhang Fan would not steal other people's academic achievements. But the conference was set up at Huaqing University, and as the top pillar of Huaqing University, Elder Qiao, I'm afraid that no one would be able to hold down the fort if he was missing. Elder Zhou looked down at the fact that there were nearly 100 professors seated below. He said slowly, "What's on everyone's mind? Let's hear it. If the world's academic community imposes an academic blockade on our Dragon Kingdom this time, I'm afraid it will have a huge impact on our Dragon Kingdom. We in the Dragon Kingdom are academically underdeveloped in all fields today and are in dire need of exchanges with the rest of the world. So I suggest an apology. Apologize my ass. There's no way we in the Dragon Kingdom are stealing other people's academic achievements. I also believe that there is no plagiarism in the Dragon Kingdom, but in its current form, we can't afford to be out of touch with the world's academics, or else it will seriously affect the future development of the Dragon Kingdom." Elder Zhou was furious when he heard that half of the people meant to support the apology. In the end he couldn't help himself and slammed the table angrily. The reason why our Dragon Kingdom has a history of 5,000 years and is the only one of the 4 ancient kingdoms that exists to this day is because of its backbone. Office of the State Council of the Dragon State. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and a country face, giving off a sense of unruffled authority. He was none other than Dragon Country's senior leader number 1, Academician Long. "You've trained an outstanding talent for the country." Oh, Elder Long looked at Zhang Fan with a look full of relief. Zhang Fan researched the IERT magnet material, which was completely researched by himself alone. "I didn't contribute anything." Zhang Fan had researched the IERT magnet material, and Zhou Huaid had already told number 1. Just as a few people were talking, number 1 answered a phone call, said a few brief words, and hung up. Elder Long looked at number 1's thick eyebrows tightening and asked at once, "Is something wrong?" 1 then told them about the statement issued jointly by the World Mathematical Organization and the SCI paper journal. Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh at that. Number 1 was instantly curious and asked, "Zhang Fan, do you have any good solutions?" Chapter 103, Dragon Publication, Second Shift. Zhang Fan, do you have any good solutions? With question number 1, Elder Long, Zhou Huaid and Elder Wu all looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was well aware of the concerns in their hearts, because the Dragon Kingdom is now in a stage of development in terms of academics and technology. If it loses communication with the world, I am afraid that if we rely on ourselves to feel things out completely, we will develop very slowly and will never be able to catch up with other countries. I'm afraid that the entire academic and scientific research community of the Dragon Kingdom is of one mind. But for Zhang Fan, there was no such concern, because now Zhang Fan, he himself mastered the Blue Star Mathematics Supergeneralization, Physics Supergeneralization, Chemistry Supergeneralization, and Biology Supergeneralization. These 4 subjects were the foundation of all academic and technological studies, and it could be said that Zhang Fan had mastered all the basics of Blue Star. It was no exaggeration to say that there was no one on the blue planet right now who could surpass his knowledge, and there was absolutely no need for him to care about those foreign academic exchanges either. As for science and technology, Zhang Fan had a science and technology system in his mind, and every science and technology that the system rewarded him with was a top-notch Blue Star existence. So Zhang Fan was now very confident that he could lead the Dragon Kingdom to become the number 1 in the Blue Star, both in terms of academics and technology. Zhang Fan looked at the few people present, then asked seriously, "Do you trust me?" "Of course we believe you, and both Elder Wu and I saw it with our own eyes when you answered that Millennium Math puzzle." Elder Long was the first to say. Seeing that Elder Long misunderstood his meaning, Zhang Fan explained, "Teacher, that's not what I meant. I was trying to say that since they want to force us to apologize, and want to slap the face of us Longhua people, then why don't we, ourselves, set up an SCI paper journal, and set up a World Mathematics Organization ourselves?" Saying that Zhang Fan's words came out, "No." 1. Elder Long, Elder Wu, and Zhou Huaid were all astonished. It's a question that never occurred to them. In fact, it's no wonder that they didn't consider it. The main reason is that the current academics in science and technology of the Dragon Kingdom are still in the middle of the world. They simply don't have the capacity to do that. In the case of SCI paper journals, it's easy to create a journal. It's important that someone submits a paper to it. The academic aspect of the Dragon Kingdom itself is not strong. If it were to set up an SCI paper publication, it would not be possible to attract scholars from all over the world to submit their papers, because there is no authority. And pretty country SCI paper math top publication Siam Rev. They are an international authority because their country leads the world in math. This would be the scenario where Zhang Fan suddenly proposed this, and all of a sudden they all felt full of incredulity. "Zhang Fan, what you said is indeed a good solution. But with our Dragon Kingdom's academic and technological status in the international arena, the difference is too far, Elder Long said. Elder Wu chimed in. Yeah, Zhang Fan, if our Dragon Kingdom's academics in all aspects were very strong, we naturally wouldn't have to pay attention to the announcements they made. Unfortunately, lack of popularity. Can't we just establish popularity? Zhang Fan said indifferently. Xiu Fan, raising popularity is not that simple. At the very least, there must be some leading world-level academics in technology. Zhang Fan smiled and then said, Teacher, do you think I can raise our country's profile if I answer the other 7 millennium math problems? Answer another millennial math puzzle? Elder Long and Elder Wu said incredulously at the same time. Ginger Van answered a millennial puzzle at the Lonoke University Heritage Challenge. Some time ago, Zhang Fan said he was going to submit a math SCI paper that answered another millennial math puzzle. These are math puzzles that no one has, for decades and centuries, answered. As a result, Zhang Fan answered 2 questions in less than a month. There wouldn't be a second person in the entire Blue Star with such demonic math talent. And Ginger Fan says to answer another millennial math puzzle. Zhang Fan was a little embarrassed when he was stared at by Elder Long and Elder Wu as if they were looking at aliens. Zhang Fan, can you really answer another millennial math puzzle? Elder Long's voice trembled a little as he spoke. It shouldn't be a problem, but I need time to study it, Zhang Fan said. In fact, he said this because after he grasped the physics, chemistry, and biology super generalizations rewarded by the system, there was a sense of clarity when looking at those millennial math puzzles, because those millennial math puzzles are actually, more accurately, not just math questions, but use a lot of science and physics, biology, and chemistry when answering them. Over the years, the reason why no mathematicians had answered it, Zhang Fan thought, was that it was caused by their low attainment of knowledge of other basic disciplines. When Elder Long heard Zhang Fan say that he could answer another millennium math puzzle, his thoughts began to come alive. If Zhang Fan could really do it, then their Dragon Kingdom could do exactly what Zhang Fan said. Establishment of the World Mathematical Organization, which handles journals for SCI papers. When the time comes, they can ruthlessly slap the faces of those who are forcing their way into the Dragon Kingdom. Leader, I agree with Zhang Fan's proposal, Long Lao said seriously. Elder Wu chimed in at this time. I agree. Seeing that they all took a stand, Number 1 then looked at Zhou Huaid. Zhou Huaid was even more straightforward and said directly, I believe in Zhang Fan. Number 1 thought for a few moments and finally came to a decision. Good, let's show the countries that oppress us and look at jokes that we, the Dragon Kingdom, are not that easy to bully. Zhang Fan was still a bit touched inside, not expecting everyone to support him like this. Then Elder Wu said, if we were to handle a journal of SCI papers, what would be a good name for it? When everyone heard this question, they were in deep thought. How about the Dragon Journal? Zhang Fan offered. Dragon Magazine? Sounds good to me. Very dominant. And at first glance, it's a periodical handled by our Dragon Kingdom. Well, I think it's good too. Then they had some talk about it. The follow-up from the publisher. Just a day after the World Mathematical Organization and Siam Rev, a top-tier publication headed by Pretty Country, released a statement. Many countries are always watching this Dragon country's development, wanting to see the dragon's joke. At this time, the Dragon Kingdom made an announcement to the world. Bulletin content. There is no plagiarism of academics in the Dragon Kingdom. And for those organizations and publications that falsely accuse the Dragon Kingdom will file a lawsuit with the United Nations so that those organizations and individuals will be punished. In addition, the Dragon Kingdom has established a publication of SCI papers, Dragon Journal, which welcomes contributions from academic scholars from all over the world. Chapter 104, none of them work. 3 shifts. Dragon Kingdom establishes SCI paper publication Dragon Journal? When the Dragon Kingdom made such an announcement, many countries waiting to see the joke of the Dragon Kingdom were stunned, and their first reaction was to think that they had misread the situation. Otherwise, on the basis of the current academic level of Longhua, dare to say such words, this is not looking for excitement? When they were sure again, from multiple sources, they burst out laughing. Country L. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. The Dragon founding a literary journal of SCI papers. Ha ha. Country F. Is the Dragon Country a monkey-scent comedian? Don't even take a piss and look at yourself. Country D. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome and vows not to bow down. Interesting. Sit back and watch. Sakura Nation. Haha. Laughed my ass off. Dragon Nation really dared to think that they were crazy. I guess there won't be any other country scholars contributing at all. Pickle Country. I don't think they'll be able to run their journal for more than 2 issues before it goes yellow. and then they'll have to be good enough to publicly apologize internationally and ask for forgiveness. State R, as far as the current academic level of Longwei is concerned, it's not a big joke to learn how to run a journal when you haven't even figured it out yourself. Pretty country, stealing our prof. Holt's academic achievements and not only not apologizing, but also starting an SCI paper publication. I'd like to see what this Dragon journal will become. K-Kingdom, do you guys think that the Dragon will write some elementary school questions on top of the Dragon journal? Ha ha. Sakura-kuni, it's hard to tell as far as their academic level is concerned. Very much looking forward to what kind of will be published in the first issue of Dragon Journal in Dragon Kingdom. In the face of the cynicism on various countries, the Dragon Kingdom did not make any response, because they've already started working on the follow-up to the Dragon Journal. The first thing is to choose a publisher. Once the news of the Dragon Kingdom came out, many patriotic publishers are scrambling to be willing to serve as the publication of the Dragon Journal. After a final selection process, the state chose Kyoto Press. Then it was time to determine the chief editor, and several of the Long Lao people unanimously elected Zhang Fan as the chief editor, because Zhang Fan's talent in math was not comparable to his in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Fan wanted to make the Dragon Journal a success. The first issue was especially important, so Zhang Fan took on the responsibility without fail. Instead, he made a deal with the person in charge that he would only be the managing editor for the first 3 academic issues, and that he would step away once Dragon magazine was on the right track, because he needs to put his main focus, later on, into research. Once the editor-in-chief has been decided, the remaining editors are in the various fields. Because this is the first issue, the country attaches great importance to it. If it is not done well, the Dragon publication will not only be yellow, but the whole Dragon Kingdom will also be ridiculed by other countries. So the state has directly brought in top experts and professors in various fields to temporarily act as editorial reviewers. Although the Dragon Kingdom has published the submission email address in the world, none of those foreign scholars have submitted their articles. While the Dragon country domestic, but caused no small repercussions, experts and professors in various fields heard that the Dragon country founded the SCI paper journal Dragon Journal. They were all thrilled that after so many years, Longwei had finally established its own SCI paper publication, so they have taken out the academic results of their years of research and submitted them to the receiving email address of the Dragon Journal. In just under a day, nearly 1,000 SCI papers were received in the published mailbox. At the critical moment, we still have to rely on the Dragon Kingdom's own people. Elder Chow from Huaqing University said as he looked at the submission in his mailbox, "That's how else would our Dragon Kingdom be called the most united people of the blue planet?" Elder Long concurred. Then he said with a twist of words, "Elder Brother Chow, we haven't seen each other for what must be 2 months. I thought that after Zhang Fan became my student, you brat would stop associating with me. An old man, am I that small-minded? Seeing Zhang Fan's achievements, I'm more than happy." Old Man Xiao said, "You didn't say anything bad about me behind my back when you learned that Zhang Fan had become my student?" Elder Long teased, "I am a man of high moral character. What do you take me for?" However, Elder Long, I'm curious, how did you snatch Zhang Fan in the first place? Xiao Shan asked curiously. Then tell me first, what methods have you used to write? Long Lao asked in turn. Then I'll tell you, and you'll have to tell me the truth. Alright, go ahead. Elder Long agreed. Long Lao was overjoyed to learn that Elder Chow had let his niece use the beauty trick in order to steal Zhang Fan. I didn't expect that you brats would really have no sense of decency in order to compete with me for Zhang Fan. Elder Chow was a bit blushed by Elder Long's words. Cut the crap. It's your turn to speak. Long Lao looked at the time and said to Xiao Shan, it's still important to review the manuscript. Elder Long and Elder Chow fooled around, but they quickly got into the work of reviewing the manuscript, and Zhang Fan, as chief editor, did not review the submission of SCI papers. He's now diving into the millennial math puzzle. 2 days later, Zhang Fan wrote a math SCI paper and a physics SCI paper. He went to the temporary Dragon Journal review room at LCSU. Here, at this time, sat more than 10 professors who were experts in various fields, including Elder Long and Elder Chow. When Zhang Fan walked in, Long Lao, who was receiving the water, saw him and hurriedly asked, Zhang Fan, how's your SCI paper coming along? Teacher, it's already written. When Elder Long heard Zhang Fan's affirmative answer, he immediately let go of his heart. When Elder Chow saw that Zhang Fan had arrived, he quickly stood up and said with a snicker, Gu, our editor-in-chief is here. Ha ha. Zhang Fan was a little embarrassed by Elder Chow's words. Uncle Chow, don't make fun of me. Elder Chow joked and laughed with Zhang Fan for a few more moments. then gave him a report on their achievements over the past 2 days. These 2 days have exhausted us, and this time we have screened out a total of 18 SCI papers with decent quality. It's enough for us to publish the first issue of the journal. That many? How many submissions? Jiang Fan asked with some surprise. He had thought that there wouldn't be many submissions. We've received about 3,000 so far. Because our Dragon journal is the first issue, we old guys are more strict in reviewing. The over rate is only 1.8%, which is relatively low internationally, so there should be no problem with the quality. Uncle Chiao, can I take a look at these overdrafted SCI papers? Jiang Fan said, of course, you're the managing editor, and you're the one who makes the final draft. Jiang Fan casually found a computer, and Elder Chiao sent the manuscripts of the 18 SCI papers directly to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan received the manuscript and read it, and without realizing it, he entered the state of mind stream. Reading the manuscript was exceptionally fast, with the mouse pulling the pointer down the page rapidly, barely pausing. After an hour, Jiang Fan finished reading all the manuscripts. Elder Chiao asked expectantly, Jiang Fan, how is it? The quality is okay, Jiang Fan said with a somewhat grave expression. None of it. Chapter 105, Rejection of the Manuscript. For more. None of it? Elder Long and Elder Chiao said in shock at the same time. Especially those expert professors who were carefully reviewing the manuscript also stopped. They've been looking at reviewing manuscripts for a minimum of 15 hours a day for the past 2 days. It was only at last that these 18 SCI papers were filtered out, only to have Jiang Fan say that none of them would work. It was tantamount to negating all the fruits of their labor for the past 2 days. Anyone's heart is a little unhappy. Each of them looked at Jiang Fan in a less than friendly manner. All of them agreed that Jiang Fan was deliberately stepping down on them in order to show his ability. Elder Chiao saw the ugly faces of the crowd, so he asked Jiang Fan, is there something wrong with these manuscripts? Dare you say that the manuscripts we review out don't work? Tell me how they don't work. One of the expert professors said with a cold face. Elder Long also gave Jiang Fan a somewhat reproachful look. Even if there was a problem, don't say it so bluntly in front of everyone. After all, they all dutifully vetted for 2 days. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit serious, Elder Long explained to everyone. Jiang Fan said that these manuscripts don't work. He must have found out that there is something wrong with them. Jiang Fan, explain it to everyone. Jiang Fan nodded. He opened the manuscript of a random SCI paper and said to the group, this is a mathematical SCI paper theoretically titled, Problems of Solving Second-Order Chi-Square Differential Equations with Variable Coefficients. The second-order variable coefficient chi-square differential equation y plus py plus qy equals 0 must have two linearly independent solutions. Consider y2 satisfying y2, y1 foot plus py1 plus qy1, y1, y2 plus py2 plus qy2, equals 0 f plus pf equals 0, f equals y1 foot y2 y1 y2. According to the law of the roots of identity. Jiang Fan told them about the mistakes that existed in this paper. Everyone listened and looked at one of the expert math professors in confusion. He thoughtfully pondered over what Jiang Fan had just said, and after a while, asked a question to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan understood that he hadn't fully understood what he had just explained, so he explained it to him in detail again. According to the characteristic law of second-order chi-square differential equations with variable coefficients, there must exist an infinite number of solutions that are not constant 0. Let y1 be one of the solutions. Only when Jiang Fan finished his speech once again did the other party come to a realization. Nodding in agreement, he then said, blame me. I didn't consider the issue fully. Thanks to Chief Editor Jiang Fan. If such a manuscript had really been sent out, I'm afraid our Dragon Kingdom would have been laughed at by others. The other experts and professors would look at Jiang Fan with eyes that turned a lot kinder. One of the professors knew that Jiang Fan was very talented in math, and he pointed to a manuscript of a physics SCI paper on his computer. Chief Editor Jiang Fan, I reviewed this physics SCI paper, and I want to hear what's wrong with it. There was a slight tone of defiance in his tone. Jiang Fan opened the file that the other party had ordered, and he then spoke about the problems with this SCI paper. After 10 minutes, the other became heartfelt. Indeed, if it was according to what Jiang Fan said, this SCI was simply full of loopholes. But why did he clearly feel that it was not bad when he read it before? Jiang Fan then didn't wait for the crowd to speak again. He quickly explained to everyone directly from the first one, the problems that existed in each one. Half an hour later, when Jiang Fan finished speaking, everyone was in disbelief. They were all very puzzled in their hearts. Didn't they say that Jiang Fan was only good at math? But just now he was explaining those SCI papers, which included math, physics, chemistry, biology, and so on. He is simply an all-rounder. Jiang Fan, You take these SCI papers and negate all of them, keying in on how we're going to release the journal in the next couple days? Zhang Fan pondered for a moment, then pointed at the computer and said, "This one is the only one of the 18 that still has value for revision. But the revision is 35% of the content, so you can notify the contributor to revise it as required." When everyone heard Zhang Fan say this, they were a bit ecstatic. The more than 1,000 SCI papers they had reviewed were not in vain after all. At least one of them had the value of revision. Afterwards, the relevant reviewing expert sent the contributor a proposal based on the several modifications proposed by Zhang Fan. All other contributors responded with rejections, from major universities and academic experts in the Dragon Kingdom, after they emailed their SCI papers to the Dragon Journal. All of them are full of expectations that their papers will appear in the first issue of the Dragon Journal in the Dragon Kingdom. Then in less than 2 days, they received an editorial review, and they were all very surprised at the speed of such a review. But when they saw that the response was a rejection, they were all filled with incredulity. Many of their contributors, because they are SCI paper journals founded by the Dragon Kingdom itself, come up with papers that are their best. Some of them have even published a lot of papers in internationally recognized SCI journals, and they think that their level is absolutely top-notch and there is absolutely no problem to pass the draft. But what they didn't expect was that they received a rejection as well. Those of them who are in academia have their own academic discussion groups. One of the academic groups with decent visibility. There are 238 members in total. Although the number of members is small, each member joining the program requires that he or she must have published a paper in an internationally recognized journal with SCI papers. One of the members had just received an email reply from the Dragon Journal, and turned a despondent face and said within the group member 1, "I received a response from Dragon Journal and, unfortunately, it was a rejection." Group member 2, "Didn't you submit your article a day after me? You've gotten a response from Dragon Journal, so I'll get on my email and check it out too." Group member 3, "I also received a response from Dragon Journal, rejecting the article." Group member 2, "I just logged on to my email to see that it was rejected." Group member 3, "I feel like this is the highest quality SCI paper I've ever had, and I didn't expect it to be rejected." Group member 4, "Mine was also rejected." Group member 5, IBID. Group member 103, IBID. The group was all clean rejections except for those who didn't submit. This has left a lot of people a little nonplussed. Although they were not said to be the top academic experts in the Dragon Kingdom, they were also, relatively speaking, in their respective fields, they had some say. At that moment, a person named Sean Zhang replied in the group as well. Xiaohua Zhang, rejected manuscript. The members of the group instantly boiled over at this. Group member 1, "I'm going to go." Prof. Zhang even got rejected? Group member 2, "This is impossible." Prof. Zhang is an old professor of Fudan University, who has published no less than 20 academic papers in international SCI journals and won the Best Academic Award of the Dragon State. Group member 109, "I heard that the person who serves as the chief editor of Dragon magazine is a young man under the age of 20. Chapter 106, Complaints, 1 more. The editor-in-chief of Dragon magazine is a young man under the age of 20. The members of the group exploded when they saw someone say that. Group member 28, "Are you sure?" Group member 109, "Of course, I have a classmate who was temporarily asked to be a review expert for Dragon Journal." Group member 11, "Group member 11, isn't this nonsense?" Group member 190, "What can a managing editor under 20 know?" Group member 203, "I see that Dragon Journal is going to be yellow." Group member 13, "I said how come even Prof. Zhang was rejected?" It turns out that a young man who knows nothing about anything was found to be the chief editor. Group member 19, "No, we must get a statement." Professor Zhang Xiaohua of Fudan University, looking at the information in the group, his heart was also indescribably stifled. He is a former winner of the International Best Academic Award and has published more than 20 SCI papers in prestigious journals. As a result, he was a bit overwhelmed by the rejection of the article in a journal founded by the Dragon Kingdom itself. If one's SCI paper was rejected, there would be few people in the Dragon Kingdom who would be qualified to pass. Just as he was getting a little indignant, he got a voice call from none other than the group leader of their academic group. Their group leader was called Wang Deshun, his college roommate, now a professor at Nankai University in the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Deshun, "Hey, old Zhang, I just saw the message you posted in the group. Your submission was rejected too?" Zhang Xiaohua, "Yes. This time I also purposely took out the paper I had written for 3 years, which I was going to submit to a well-known international journal. This is not, just happened to meet our country to start a periodical. I did not hesitate to vote for the Dragon Journal, originally full of confidence. But who knows? Hey, Wang Deshun, old Zhang, you've heard that the chief editor of Dragon Journal is a young man under 20, right? Sean Chang, I just realized it too. Wang Deshun, what can a 20-year-old do? The state is not fooling around. Zhang Xiaohua, what can we do? This is after all what the top wants. Wang Deshun, old Zhang. A few members of the group contacted me just now, and after discussing the matter, we're ready to find the person in charge of the Dragon Journal to give a talking to. We can't let a young man who doesn't know anything about academics come and ruin the Dragon Journal. After all, it was founded by our own country. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said, Old Wang, you are right. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of everyone. Although we as academics can't carry a gun to defend the country, but we can add to our country's honor academically. For the Dragon Journal to have a place in the international arena, we'll get in touch with the person in charge right here. The person in charge of Dragon magazine was originally a deputy director of the Kyoto Education Bureau named Cheng Shu. After the state established the Dragon Journal, it put his in charge of the overall operation of the Dragon Journal. He was in the conference room at the moment, discussing with his staff the timing of the release of the Dragon Journal, the periodical cycle, marketing channels and so on. At that moment, the secretary walked over and said to Cheng Shu, Mr. Chang, I've received a few complaint calls that I need you to handle. Cheng Shu's face was a bit displeased when he heard this. Can't you see I'm in the middle of something? All these little problems, just plot a table and get back to me with your questions. The secretary did not go away, however, but continued, Mr. Chang, it's several university representatives. There's Professor Wang from Nankai in the Dragon Kingdom, Professor Zhang from Fudan, and Southwest University. As soon as Cheng Shu heard that these were all famous college professors in China, he realized the importance of this matter and put down the documents in his hands, walked out with the secretary. Meanwhile, the temporary auditing office of the Dragon Journal at LKU, when Elder Long and Elder Wu read the SCI paper written by Zhang Fan, they were filled with shock, because Zhang Fan's SCI paper in math was written on what turned out to be a millennial math problem, the P versus NP problem. Regarding this topic, it was the same one that Prof. Holt of Pretty Country had stolen from Zhang Fan. This time, Zhang Fan's answer was completely different from the last time. The last time Zhang Fan's answer was simply considered from the mathematical aspect of his knowledge. This time, however, he applied a lot of other science knowledge and considered the issue in a more holistic manner. Little Fan, these ideas for answers, how did you come up with them? Elder Long asked with an incredulous expression. It was no wonder that Elder Long was so surprised, because Zhang Fan's answer contained an amount of knowledge that was too vast and trivial. He simply didn't believe that a human could grasp such an amount of knowledge. Teacher, I also still had a sudden inspiration and went through a lot of information, realizing that the previous answer was too one-sided. Then after researching, I obtained this new answer. Zhang Fan, you're really something, such as this one. The answer that the foreigner stole is wrong, and it doesn't make any sense anymore. Ha ha, said Elder Qiao happily. Just as Elder Long and Elder Qiao were getting excited, Cheng Shu, the general director of Dragon Publication, walked over. He greeted a few people with a smile, and then gave Zhang Fan a few people to tell them when the first issue of the Dragon Publication was scheduled to be released. Editor-in-Chief Zhang, have all the manuscripts for the first issue of the Dragon Journal release been recognized? Not yet, Zhang Fan said. One article didn't confirm it either? Cheng Shu said with a sinking face. His main reason for coming this time was to question Zhang Fan about his refusal to write, because just half an hour ago, a number of contributors called him with complaints. It contains a number of big names in academia. Originally, Cheng Shu even explained to them that since this was, after all, the first issue of Dragon magazine, it might have been the wrong direction to submit the article, and he hoped that everyone would understand. As a result, when he came here and asked Zhang Fan, he realized that they had rejected all the submissions. Only one barely meets the criteria for revision, and if it fails, it may face rejection as well. Editor-in-Chief Zhang, you rejected all the manuscripts. How can we still publish the first issue of Dragon Journal, which has the attention of many countries this time? At that moment, Elder Qiao said to Cheng Shu, Mr. Chang, we can't say that one piece isn't confirmed. Zhang Fan has written 2 pieces that we've confirmed. Cheng Shu heard. His heart is even more annoyed. It turns out that Zhang Fan rejected other people's manuscripts, but keep their own SCI papers, which is obviously false publicity and self-interest. Editor-in-Chief Zhang, isn't it a bit much for you to reject more than 1,000 SCI paper submissions and leave only your own SCI paper? Those contributors, among them, include quite a few academic bigwigs from the Dragon Kingdom. Long Lao heard the meaning of Cheng Shu's words. He was saying that Zhang Fan was using his position to backdoor himself, daring to say that his student was such a person. Elder Long was instantly displeased. Mr. Chang, the state trusted us to be the first issue of the Dragon magazine to review the manuscript staff. The criteria for our review is that we select only high-quality and excellent SCI papers, not the previous fame of the contributors. Chapter 107, The Clown, Second Shift. Cheng Shu's gloomy face eased quite a bit when he saw that Elder Long spoke for Zhang Fan. After all, Elder Long had a very high prestige in the Dragon Kingdom. It was the leaders of the country who had to give him some face. He didn't dare to offend, but he is currently the head of the Dragon Journal, and he has to think about the Dragon Journal. Now there are quite a few countries in the world that are waiting with bated breath to see the joke of their Dragon Kingdom. Although he was not responsible for the review of the manuscript, he decided not to allow there to be a case of favoritism. Elder Long, I know that Jiang Fan is your student, and Dragon Journal is the first journal in our country to start an SCI paper. If it fails, you also know what it means to us? As a scientific researcher, Elder Long knew very well that the current success or failure of the Dragon publication would have a great impact on the Dragon Kingdom. In the beginning, Jiang Fan proposed to start the Dragon Journal because he didn't want the Dragon Kingdom to be threatened by other countries and establish its own academic system. If it fails, the Dragon Kingdom will surely be ridiculed by the whole world, and the Dragon Kingdom will also face the blockade of those big countries on their academics and technology. In the future, if the Dragon Kingdom wants to develop, it will be even more difficult, and there is only one way to break out of such a predicament, and that is to bow down and admit mistakes to the West. Such a thing was definitely something that Elder Long didn't want to see. Mr. Chang, don't worry, we've read Jiang Fan's SCI paper and there's no problem. Elder Long, as for Jiang Fan's manuscript, I feel it's better to find some relevant team to judge it. Is this your distrust of me and Elder Long? Elder Chow said with some anger. Uncle Joe, it's okay, it's all for the sake of the Dragon Journal. Jiang Fan then handed his SCI paper to Chang Shu. Chang Shu then put his heart down. Jiang Fan, I also hope that your SCI paper will be published in Dragon Journal. I hope you understand. I understand. Jiang Fan responded. One more thing, those contributors, I hope that when you reject their manuscripts, you reply to what their problem is. Otherwise they submit a manuscript with a lot of enthusiasm, only to receive an icy reply of rejected. I understand. Wait for Chang Shu to leave. Jiang Fan accepted the suggestions made by Chang Shu, and took the SCI paper that was written before that was still quite readable, and pointed out the corresponding problems, and the direction of the suggested enhancement. After all, this is the only way to improve the overall academic level of the Dragon Kingdom one step at a time. But they don't waste time responding to pitches that don't have any merit. The academic group built by Wang Deshun. People chatting feverishly. Wang Deshun had already told them in the group that he and Prof. Zhang Xiaohua had made their proposal to Chang Shu, the head of the Dragon Journal. Group member 3, Prof. Wang is really worthy of being the group leader, and he is really efficient in his work. Group member 5, I am sure that with Prof. Wang and Prof. Zhang, the person in charge of Dragon Magazine will give an explanation. Group member 6, right now I just want to hear an announcement from Dragon Magazine to remove this young editor-in-chief and replace him with a competent expert professor. Group member 13, yes, I think Prof. Zhang is fully competent. After all, he has published more than 20 papers in internationally recognized SCI journals. He knows very well the standard of reviewing international journals. Group member 19, I agree with your idea. Support Prof. Zhang. Group member 28, yes, I also agree that Prof. Zhang should be the chief editor of the Dragon Journal. Xiaohua Zhang, thanks for the love. I think I am still far from the international academic. Ha ha. Wang Deshun, Lao Zhang, you are too modest. If you feel that the difference is far, so how can we be embarrassed? Ah, ha ha. Group member 49, yes, Prof. Zhang, don't be modest. Group member 53, why don't we wait for the young man who is the editor-in-chief of the Dragon Journal to retire, and we'll write a letter of recommendation to the person in charge of the Dragon Journal. And how about recommending Prof. Zhang to be the editor-in-chief? Group member 66, that's a very good proposal. I agree. Just when everyone in the group unanimously elected Prof. Zhang Xiaohua to be the chief editor of the Dragon Journal, a group member sent a message. Group member 86, the Dragon Journal actually sent me another message. Group member 89, you're not going to be notified that you've pitched it. Group member 86, is the problem with my SCI paper, and the references I was advised to look up. Group member 86, the Dragon Journal is worthy of being a state-founded journal for SCI papers, and the reviewers are really all big shots. I found out through the references given by them that there were really problems with my own paper. Group member 27, I also received the reply, and according to the problems they pointed out, I realized that my SCI paper, there is really something wrong with it. If I send it out like this, it will definitely be seen as a joke by foreigners. I really appreciate the reviewing editors. Group member 55, I also took a look at the responses from the editors of the Dragon Journal and realized my problem as well. It seems we misunderstood them. Zhang Xiaohua saw that some people in the group elected him to be the chief editor of the Dragon Journal, and his heart was still a little complacent. If the country is is willing to let him take on a second burden, he is still very happy to contribute his share to the country. He then saw that many members of the group said that they had received a reply from Dragon Publications, and at once he rushed to open his own email as well, discovered that the editor of the Dragon Journal had also replied to himself. He was instantly a little excited, and the thought crossed his mind that it could be that the Dragon Journal had been discreetly scrutinized, found out that his SCI paper submission was very good and told him it passed muster. If everyone else is rejected and only you pass the review, it is enough to prove that your academic level surpasses many others. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but tremble a little with her right hand that was holding the mouse. Mental note: adopted. Via. As his right index finger clicked on the email, it was opened. However, it wasn't what he was expecting. He received the same email as everyone else, and it's where the editor of the Dragon Journal responded to his questions. Zhang Xiaohua's first reaction was to resist. There could be no problem with his SCI paper. It was an academic study he had been working on for 3 years, and he had scrutinized it in detail hundreds of times. Though he didn't admit that there was anything wrong with his pitch, he looked at it carefully and thoughtfully. He would see what kind of problems the editors of the Dragon Journal would point out to him. If the issues pointed out were wrong, he would absolutely have to approach the person in charge of the Dragon magazine to lodge a complaint. After looking at it for a while, his somewhat exasperated emotions slowly regained their composure. Because the email above points out the problem and hits the nail on the head, his SCI paper, which he had been working on for 3 years, was because the editor pointed out a problem that he never understood. Eventually or occasionally, similar answers were identified in the international literature. He's only just finished. As a result, he now realizes that the content of the literature he had previously referenced was misinterpreted by him. Zhang Xiaohua according to the editor's reply to the reference books, and then go to check, and found that it is true that he misunderstood. There is not a little controversy. Also, the editors gave him directions for research. Zhang Xiaohua had a lot of cold sweat coming out of his forehead at this time. As one of the members of the group said, if this SCI paper of his was sent out, it would definitely be laughed off by scholars in other countries. Thinking about what he thought before, he was filled with shame and felt like a clown. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua saw a line in the final drop of the email. Dragon Journal Managing Editor Kongfan replies, Chapter 108, Not Qualified Enough, 3 Shifts. Dragon Science University's Dragon Journal Submission Temporary Review Office. Zhang Fan just finished replying to some of the submissions. Chang Shu, the General Director of Dragon Journal, came to the office excitedly, surrounded by a group of experts and professors. In the office, the people who were reviewing the manuscript were a little confused when they saw the sudden influx of so many people. Seeing that so many people had suddenly come, Elder Long stood up and was about to ask the crowd to go out and not delay their work. Chang Shu apologized vigorously as he held Zhang Fan's hand. Editor-in-Chief Jiang, I'm really sorry for having offended you so much just now. Mr. Chang, it's fine, Zhang Fan said indifferently. To be honest, Zhang Fan wasn't mad at Chang Shu for getting his SCI paper re-examined. After all, this was the inaugural issue of their Dragon magazine, and it was understandable to be cautious as the person in charge. Chang Shu saw that Zhang Fan didn't blame him, and then his heart was relieved. Separately, he apologized to Elder Long and Elder Chow again. Mr. Chang, this is the auditing office. Why did you bring so many people? Elder Long asked. They read Zhang Fan's SCI paper and were all in admiration of him, so they asked me to bring them to meet the real person. After Chang Shu had explained to Long Lao, he said to the group of professors, Everyone, the author of these 2 SCI papers is our chief editor of Dragon Journal, Zhang Fan. As Chang Shu finished introducing Zhang Fan to everyone looked at Zhang Fan with surprise. No way, this young man looked, not even 20 years old, but they could be sure that the authors who could write these 2 papers definitely possessed a huge amount of knowledge. When they arrived, they thought it would be the hidden academic bigwig from LKU who had come back out in support of the Dragon Journal. But when they saw such a young Zhang Fan, they looked at each other in dismay and thought that Chang Shu was really giving them a joke. However, when he learned from Chang Shu that this young Zhang Fan, since he was still the chief editor of the Dragon publication, he instantly accepted this fact, because all of them understand that the success or failure of the founding of the Dragon Journal is directly related to the status of the academics of this dragon country in the international arena. The state isn't going to joke about this. They slowed down for half a day before they greeted Zhang Fan one after another. Zhang Fan is also too easygoing and has great respect for each professor. Chief Editor Jiang is really a hero. I didn't expect such a young man to be able to write an SCI paper of this depth. Yeah, just with these 2 SCI papers, it definitely surpasses those internationally renowned journals. It looks like the Dragon Journal we started will definitely have a place in the international arena. Let all those foreigners who look down on us see it. The crowd complimented Zhang Fan. It made Zhang Fan a little embarrassed. Long Lao's heart was so beautiful, although it was not a compliment to him, but Zhang Fan was his student. Elder Qiao was also envious on the side. There were quite a few professors who wanted to join Zhang Fan's Dragon publication review team on the spot. but they were directly rejected by Elder Long. For one thing, this temporary auditing office of theirs has limited space, and it simply cannot seat so many people. Secondly, these people who can come to the Dragon Journal to do the review can be experts in various fields selected by the state, not just anyone who wants to join. That expert was about to say something when he saw that their idea was rejected by Elder Long. A companion pulled him aside and gave him a wink, and he wilted when he looked at the auditors. Every one of those people were the top talents of the Dragon Kingdom, not something they could compare to. After a little more talk, everyone had the good sense to leave the area. The next day, when Jiang Fan was reading the manuscript in the auditing office, a staff member came over and said to Jiang Fan that there was someone outside looking for him. Jiang Fan was curious about who would be looking for him, so he gave Elder Dragon a greeting. So he went out, and when he came outside, he saw that it was two middle-aged men of about 50. Jiang Fan was sure he didn't recognize them. However, when the other party saw Jiang Fan, he walked over excitedly and asked tentatively, "You are Chief Editor Jiang Fan Jiang, right?" "I am," Jiang Fan responded. The other party had prepared his mind before coming to Jiang Fan, but this time when he saw Jiang Fan, he was still shocked by his youth. The two men each held Jiang Fan's hand and said, "Hello, I'm Zhang Xiaohua from Fudan University. I'm Wang Deshan from Nankai University in the Dragon Kingdom." The visitors were none other than the two professors in the academic group. Jiang Fan was made even more uncertain by the enthusiasm of the two. "What did you guys want to see me about?" Zhang Xiaohua said excitedly. "I submitted a paper 2 days ago and it was rejected by you, but you pointed out the problem to me. I stayed up for a day and a night, and refined the SCI paper submission again, and specially brought it here for you to look over." Jiang Fan then realized that they were contributors to the SCI paper. "Actually, you don't have to go through all that trouble. Just submit your articles directly from the internet," Wang Deshan said smilingly. Editor-in-Chief Jiang, "In fact, submitting an article is only one aspect. The most important thing is that we want to admire your honorable appearance." It wasn't that Wang Deshan and Zhang Xiaohua complimented Jiang Fan, but they admired him from the bottom of their hearts, which is why they traveled thousands of miles by plane to come to Longkou University. Jiang Fan wasn't good at this kind of communication, so he said directly, "Then I'll look at SCI papers for you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he hurriedly took out his notebook. He saw a seat not far away. "Chief Editor Jiang, there are seats over there. Let's sit there and watch." Jiang Fan then walked over and looked at Zhang Xiaohua's SCI paper. Zhang Xiaohua on the side was a little anxious, like an elementary school student being corrected by the teacher. He was also apprehensive, wondering how his refinished paper would fare this time. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fan finished reading all of Zhang Xiaohua's SCI paper. Next to Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshan are surprised. This is an academic paper of nearly 50,000 words, and many of the terminology in it cannot be understood at all without seriousness. "Prof. Jiang, this SCI paper you wrote, last time it was this place that had academic problems. This time it's good. Directly changed," Jiang Fan commented. When Zhang Xiaohua heard Jiang Fan point out his last problem, his heart was a little excited, which showed that Jiang Fan remembered his SCI paper very well and proved that his academic paper was still good. But Jiang Fan's subsequent words gave him a feeling of collapse. "Lecturer Zhang, have you ever thought that this topic you're studying? It's inherently wrong." "Wrong?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. It was as if he had believed in the truth for decades and was suddenly told one day that it was wrong. That sudden collapse of faith made him particularly panicked inside, like he had lost his most precious thing. Chapter 109, Finalizing the Draft, 4 Shifts. Jiang Fan waited for Zhang Xiaohua's expression to recover a bit before slowly saying, "Prof. Chang, you must have heard of a Klein bottle. A bottle with a hole in the bottom that extends the neck of the bottle and twists into the interior of the bottle, which then connects to the hole in the bottom. Everyone wants to design such Klein bottles to prove the existence of 4 dimensions, thus enabling star trekking, time travel, and so on. Yet after all these years of this, still no one has worked on the Klein bottle. Do you know why?" Jiang Fan asked to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua froze for a moment at Jiang Fan's sudden question, then subconsciously said, "Because we're 3-dimensional on Blue Star." Yes, the reason everyone thinks that is because we are in 3 dimensions and simply can't study a Klein bottle in 4 dimensions, but it's all just our own perception. To some higher civilization we might just be 1 dimension or lower. 1-dimensional space? Lower spatial dimensions? Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshan suddenly felt a bit unintelligible. You may think this is impossible. 1-dimensional space is a line, 2-dimensional space is a plane, and 3-dimensional is a 3-dimensional space, and our blue star is a 3-dimensional world. Surely a 3-dimensional space. Who can prove that we are not just 3 dimensions inside a 1-dimensional space? Our entire universe could be just a grain of sand, or a single cell, or just a programming game for a higher civilization. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshan had dull eyes, obviously shocked by Jiang Fan's subversive thoughts, and fell into their own thoughts. Yes, these ideas, Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshun never thought about. He is only thinking about how to attack an academic problem from the technical side every day. It doesn't jump out and stand in God's perspective and consider another way of thinking about the problem. And after listening to Zhang Fan's words, they had the feeling that they had broken the shackles of their previous fixed thinking, raising their state of mind to another level. It's like a monk suddenly having an epiphany. It took them a long time to slowly respond, and Zhang Xiaohua excitedly held Zhang Fan's hand again. Inarticulately, he said, "Editor-in-Chief Zhang, no, Mr. Zhang, it's really better to listen to you than to read 100 years of books. Having lived most of my life, I suddenly feel that I've lived in vain. Teacher Jiang, I implore you to accept me as your disciple. I'm willing to be your student and learn from you." Wang Deshun, who was on the side, could very well understand why his good friend Zhang Xiaohua was so agitated. He had been an academic fanatic since his school days. This, just when Zhang Fan didn't really refuse. Elder Long walked out and saw a middle-aged man tugging on Zhang Fan and hurriedly walked over, scolding Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshun. "What are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Deshun were first stunned when they saw Long Lao, the man in front of them. They all knew and admired him very much. He was a dragon academician who had won the Dragon Lifetime Achievement Award. "Teacher, you misunderstand." Zhang Fan told the story of what happened. Elder Long directly said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiao Zhang, you're also in academia. You should understand what it means to the Dragon Kingdom for Zhang Fan to be so talented. That's why he won't be able to charge students for his time and energy. Please understand." When Zhang Xiaohua listened to the words of Long Lao, he understood in his heart that according to Zhang Fan's nowadays displayed talents, what he needed was to focus and dedicate himself to his research, not take him on as a student and distract him. "I'm sorry, Academician Long, just now I complained that I was too abrupt. However, if you have any academic questions, you can discuss them with many experts at Longke University. I can help introduce you," Elder Long said to Zhang Xiaohua. They then chatted for a while, when Wang Deshun suddenly proposed, "Editor-in-Chief Zhang, if Longbo wants to improve its overall academic level, it can't rely on a few others. Only when the level of all the scholars in the Dragon Kingdom rises can the Dragon Kingdom's academics catch up with those of the West." Zhang Fan fell into deep thought. Indeed, he now had a system rewarded super overview of math, physics, biology, and chemistry, and there was not a single problem in writing a first-class SCI paper. But his main focus in the future will be on scientific and technological research, and he won't be writing SCI papers all the time. If the entire quality of SCI papers went down a notch after the Dragon Journal left him, such a Dragon Journal would not last long, nor was it his purpose to found Dragon Journal. Wang Deshun saw a few people thinking about this issue, so he said with a smile, "I do have an idea." "What an idea?" Zhang Fan asked. "We can create an academic learning seminar on the network, and Editor-in-Chief Zhang can set aside 2 hours a week to speak to these scholars about academics." When Zhang Fan heard this, it was indeed a good idea. "Teacher, that's a pretty good idea." "Zhang Fan, do you have a problem with time?" Elder Long asked. "It's still possible to spare 2 hours a week." Finally, under the deliberation of several people, Zhang Fan's personal academic lecture was officially established. The arrangement of specific things has Wang Deshun in charge. Zhang Fan just needs to lecture. 3 days later, the first issue of the Dragon Journal was finalized with SCI papers. A total of 4 SCI papers were selected this time, including 2 by Zhang Fan. Originally, the first issue of the Dragon Journal was planned to release 10 SCI papers, but Zhang Fan really couldn't choose any SCI papers that met the requirements. What Zhang Fan meant was that it would be better to have nothing than nothing, and not to lower the standards of the Dragon publication. After finalizing the draft, the Dragon Kingdom announced to the public that in 2 days, the first issue of the Dragon Journal would be released. Those foreign scholars, all of a sudden, scoffed at the idea of what kind of a thing the Dragon magazine of the Dragon Kingdom would release. They were all ready to humiliate and ridicule the Dragon Kingdom properly. While waiting for the issue to be released, Zhang Fan received a call from Zhou Huaid. He told Zhang Fan that their IERT magnet material had been successfully researched, and after experiments, the performance of the one they had developed was more than 5 times stronger than that of the Pretty Country. This made Zhang Fan very excited. The Dragon Country was bullied by the Pretty Country when they bought IERT materials before. This time they finally researched their own IERT body materials. Finally they could raise their eyebrows. Now that the IERT magnet material problem has been solved, the next controlled fusion will be able to proceed as planned. Just as Zhang Fan was excited, Elder Long told him another piece of good news. Prof. Holt previously, in order to steal Zhang Fan's thesis, hacked into Zhang Fan's mailbox and deleted his mailbox data, leaving Zhang Fan with no evidence that the paper was his. And the Dragon Kingdom has, in the past few days, found the path through Zhang Fan's mailbox to the Pretty Kingdom's invasion of his mailbox, successfully obtained. A screenshot of the data from Zhang Fan's email address for submitting SCI papers. Chapter 110. Take it or leave it. One more. 2 days later, 8 a.m. There is still 1 hour before the official website of Dragon Journal of the Dragon Kingdom officially releases the first issue of SCI papers. On the internet, scholars from various countries started talking in an international forum. Country D, there's still an hour to go before the release of the Dragon Journal in Dragonland, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what the trashiest journal ever looks like. Oh, State of F, I'd also like to see what kind of low-grade SCI papers the Dragon Journal publishes. Sakura Nation, as far as the academic level of the Dragon Nation is concerned, any random scholar in my great Sakura Empire can abuse them. Pickle country, to say academic, we pickle country in the international absolutely all can rank. We are not even thinking of founding SCI journals. Longhua, whose academic ranking is in the lower middle class, dares to start a journal for SCI papers, which is definitely a rhythm of looking for death. Pretty country, I bet Dragon Country's Dragon Journal won't make it to the second issue before it closes down. Pretty country, when the time comes, they will still have to be good enough to give us, the pretty country, to bow down and apologize, begging us to lift the academic embargo against them. State F, academics don't work, and you learn that others have backbone, and end up licking us like a pug. Ha ha. Just as those foreign scholars were insulting the Dragon Kingdom, a netizen named Yenlong unintentionally entered an international forum, just in time, to see these foreigners mocking the Dragon Kingdom. As a new generation of young people in the Dragon Kingdom, they would not be spoiled, and directly began to curse on the forum. Yenlong, you shameless and young people, when did it become your turn to blindly pussyfoot around with the Dragon publication founded by our Dragon Kingdom? Yenlong, you guys, you were born with cucumbers. You need to be patted. You're born a walnut. You need to be whacked. The whole life belongs to the broken motorcycle. Oh, kick. Find a daughter-in-law belongs to the screw. O's to screw. Inferno Dragon. A burst of output from Yenlong caused the foreign scholars who were mocking the Dragon Kingdom to freeze. Then reacting to the fact that the person with the screen name Yenlong was a Dragon Nation, he immediately began to fight back. After all, there were so many of them that the message sent out by Yenlong was quickly drowned out by the many messages. The Yenlong had not been able to take this kind of anger. He boarded a World War game directly where he was the president of a 10,000 person club. After boarding the game, you find that the club is fighting with a rival club. The crowd was thrilled to see the president coming. With their president's rallying cry, they could definitely defeat the opposing club with both arms. However, instead of dueling the other party with his weapon, President Yenlong made a truce with the other party's president, and he told everyone what he had just encountered. Once they heard that someone had scolded them for the Dragon Kingdom, each of them was filled with righteous indignation. They are all young men, just when they are young and vigorous. Whoever dares to mess with them, it's a. So Yenlong posted the forum URL to the game. International forums. Cherry Blossom Country, haha, Dragon Country people, still dare to scold us. The result was scared Gray left it. Kimchi Nation, that Rokoku guy from earlier was such a loser. Country F, Dragon Country people are like this. Eat soft and afraid of hard. Think of when we united together, only a few thousand people. Then those Dragon Country people scared the hell out of them. Ha ha. Pretty Country, Dragon Country. Before Pretty Country could finish, people suddenly joined within the forum. 1, 2, 10, 100, 500, 3,000, 20, 000. These people come in and start cussing without saying a word about it at all. The screen is full of expletives and dislikes those foreign scholars without a fight. Inferno shouted into his headset, "Stop, all of them," then stopped swiping. Yenlong has created a 100,000 person in-game voice, all of whom are in-game people who were either teammates, rivals, or enemies before. But at this moment, everyone listened to Yenlong's orders and unanimously scolded these foreigners who insulted the Dragon Kingdom. Inferno typed out a quote on talk. Yenlong, if you dare to curse my Dragon Kingdom again, one of us will take a piss and nourish you to death. Sakura Nation, unqualified Ryukyuans, academics aren't cursed out. Seeing that Sakura Nation dared to come out and jump around, Yenlong said directly into his headset, "Guys, him." Everyone then started cursing against Sakura Nation. It was a scene that made the other countries sympathize with Sakura Nation a bit. Subsequently, the forums were flooded with many more people from abroad, who began to curse against the Dragon Nation. There was no substance to this sparring, and Yenlong looked at the nearly 100,000 people in the game and had a bright idea. So it was shouted over the game voice, "Brothers, there's no point in a war of words. I'm going to use our own way to gain face for Dragon Kingdom. Everyone listen to the order, board the game, follow the most powerful weapons, teleport to the southeast border of the game map and prepare for the national war. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood what Yanlong meant. Then they all boarded the game, changed into their best equipment, and teleported to the southeastern border. Yanlong looked at the screen full of glittering game characters and smiled evilly. Attack! Yanlong was the first to rush out as a warrior, and everyone followed. The powerful NPCs guarding the border were vulnerable at this point against an army of 100,000, and were quickly killed. The game mechanic is not to be prepared to kill NPCs or you'll go red and be wanted all over the world. Those foreign players in the World Channel saw that a player killed an NPC. The system even rewarded a set of godly clothes. They were so excited that they wanted to form a team to apprehend the murderer. However, before they could get out of their own country's main city, they only saw a large group of ID players with blood-red tops, instantly stepping on their main city. One by one, all of the main cities in the game were then captured. Those foreign players were killed and cursed as they all went offline. Yanlong shouted excitedly in the game voice, "Brothers, we conquered the world. Ha ha." The time is quickly approaching 9 o'clock. Throughout the blue planet, scholars from many countries waited for this moment. Of course, they were not in the mindset of learning, but wanted to see the joke of the Dragon Kingdom. When the time came, the number of visitors to the Dragon Journal's official website multiplied. Back-end technology, the IP addresses of the viewers detected are from countries all over the world. The website of Dragon Journal was initially positioned as a standard for international SCI journals. The site can accommodate up to 1 million people online at a time, and at this point in the background testing, only 5% of the total capacity has been reached, which means that there are now 50,000 people online at the same time. Because it's an academic site, not too many people will enter it, and it's usually viewed by those who are engaged in academic research. There are only about 1.5 million academic researchers in the world. It's also unlikely that all these people will have access to a website at the same time, so the technical department at Dragon Journal is very comfortable regarding capacity. During that time, Chang Shu, the general director of Dragon Magazine, even made a point of asking about it. After learning that there was absolutely no pressure at all, he settled down. Chapter 111, 4 Theses, Second Shift, International Forum. State D, I just went in and took a look at the Dragon Journal and realized that Dragon State has only published 4 SCI papers. Pretty country, haha, laughed me out of the room. Only 4 SCI papers published in the first issue, which I'm afraid is the least published journal in Blue Star. Cherry Blossom Nation, there must be no submissions. Ha ha. Pretty Nation, the Dragon Nation is even more trashy than expected, sitting back and waiting for the Dragon Nation to bow down and admit its faults to our academia. Hey, Country F, we, the World Mathematical Organization, are also sitting on the sidelines waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to beg for our forgiveness. He. Pretty Nation, don't worry, the Dragon Nation people will surely apologize to us publicly. Ha ha. Pretty Nation, the dragons have been a bunch of softies since the beginning of time, and this time they must be made to pay for it before we unlock the academic blockade against them. Country F, that's right. When they were given 3 days to make a public apology, they turned out to be shameless and even announced the establishment of the Dragon publication. This time, we in the World Mathematical Organization must give them some color. Pickle Nation, I'm going to go look and see what kind of these tough-talking Dragon Nation people wrote in the first installment. Country F, need you look no further. It's an absolute crapshoot. Cherry Blossom Nation, I don't even care to look at it. It pollutes my eyes. Many foreign scholars, disdainfully, entered the official website of the Dragon Journal, along with Ready to Mock. At the same time into the official website of the Dragon Journal, there are a large number of scholars of the Dragon. They are also very much looking forward to the Dragon's first issue of the SCI paper journal will be a hit. As soon as the 9 o'clock hour arrived, the number of people on the official website of Dragon publications slowly began to increase. By the time it reached 9:30, it had broken through to 100,000 people. The number of countries that were still mocking the dragons in international forums was slowly dwindling. Scholars from many countries are in the Dragon Journal, looking up published SIC papers. Sakura Nation, anyone who went to read Dragon issue, did you come back and report back on how crap the writing was? Pretty country, little old me, you didn't go see it either? Sakura Nation, a country whose academics are at a crap level organizes journals that I have no interest in, and when I have that time, I'd rather watch some of my country's romantic action movies. Beautiful country, this awareness is good. In the future to follow the big brother to mix, to ensure that you eat good food and drink spicy. Sakura Nation, okay, big brother, pretty country, why isn't anyone else talking? Sakura Nation, who knows where? It can't be that they're all sickened and puking. Ha ha. Pretty country, haha. Just as the pretty country and the Sakura country were making a mockery of the Dragon country. State D, I read a Dragon Journal SCI paper and for some reason it felt pretty good. Pretty country, Che, you're not getting old. If Rokoku can write a nice SCI paper, I'll perform to eat a shang. Sakura Nation, big brother said it. Trashy Dragon Nation can write a nice SCI paper. I perform a handstand and eat Chang. The scholar from country D immediately doubted his judgment, so he went to the official website of Dragon Journal again to read the next SCI paper. Within the international forum, the pretty country and the Sakura country were singing in unison to despise this dragon country. At the same time, the major academic groups within the dragon country were buzzing with activity. Group member 1 highly recommended to read The Law of Conservation of Cellular Bioelectrical Membrane Area and the Ionic Inequality Equation. The writing is so awesome that it doesn't lose the SCI papers from Western countries. Group member 2, you also read this one. I also read it. The writing is so awesome. Really let me learn a lot of knowledge. Did not think. Such a top academic surprisingly from our country, Dragon Journal. Awesome my country. Ha ha. Group member 3, after reading this SCI paper, I am completely convinced. Before the submission of the Dragon Journal was rejected, the heart is still a little unconvinced. Now a comparison. Really convinced. Group member 4, with this SCI paper in Dragon Journal, our country's SCI paper journals go on and on without problems. Kudos to the country. Group member 5, while this one is well written, I highly recommend you check out Coupled Electron/Nuclear Motion. You will not be disappointed. Group member 6, is it that much of a stretch to go beyond the SCI paper? The Law of Conservation of Cellular Bioelectrical Membrane Area and the Ionic Inequality Equation? Group member 5, definitely opens up a new world for you. Group member 6, is that such a stretch? Group member 7, I've read the SCI paper on coupled electron/nucleus motion and it's absolutely awesome. Group member 6, I'll check it out. At 11 a.m. The official Dragon Journal website reached 200,000 people. The technical staff in the back office were a bit surprised to see this data, because they had studied that the world's top SCI paper publication, Siam Rev, had a peak number of people online of 250,000 people, and they turned out to be 200,000 people, only 50,000 people short of them. Because the Dragon Journal is focusing on more people and countries this time, they also expected that there might be quite a few people entering, but the maximum peak of their budget should be around 200k. It didn't occur to me that the peak in numbers would come so quickly, and it's only been 2 hours since the SCI paper was released in the Dragon Journal. Actually, normally, people move around the site. People come in, people go out. When the number of people reaches a certain peak, it doesn't change much, but these people who enter the Dragon Journal hardly ever go out, so it has led to a continuous increase in personnel all the time. Just when the back-end technical department thought that this should be the peak, the number of people came another wave of sudden increase, growing to 220,000 people at once. Supervisor, the number of people has now reached 220,000. Should we report it to Mr. Shun? The backstage technician said to the tech supervisor, no need. It's only at 22% of the total number of people. Don't forget that our servers are capable of hosting 1 million people, even if there are a few more people than we originally expected. It doesn't affect the whole. The supervisor said confidently that as long as the number of people online did not reach 1 million, the system would not be paralyzed. International forums. Pretty Country and Cherry Blossom Country are already singing in unison. Pretty Country, where are the other countries? Rokoku just released 4 crap SCI papers. It's been 2 hours. Haven't you read them yet? Sakura-kuni, I want to laugh when I think of the first issue of Rokoku releasing 4 crap SCI papers. Ha ha. Beautiful country. I guess these 4 SCI papers are all they put together, when I really do not know. They bring the courage to start the Dragon Journal, is simply looking for death. Sakura Nation, it's called Nozwa no Dai. State D, I suggest you also go to the Dragon Journal and read the 4 SCC papers posted by Dragon State. Sakura Nation, isn't it just 4 crap SCI papers? What's there to see? Pretty Country, I feel like we'd better go look and see what's down the line for human SCI paper journals. Sakura-kuni, Big Brother is right. Let's go check it out too. Sakura Nation and Pretty Nation then went to the official Dragon Journal website. Chapter 112, New Answers, 3 Shifts. Pretty Country, World's Top Mathematics SCI Papers Siam Rev Journal Academic Research Lab. Prof. Holt took the information from the SCI paper he had stolen from Jiang Fan earlier and was studying it carefully. Since his return from the World Math Summit, he had stayed in the math research lab every day, studying the material. He only needed to study this problems of P and NP to understand it and study it thoroughly, so that in the future, when he made presentations in the public, he wouldn't be as flustered as the last time he was asked by Jiang Fan at the World Mathematics Summit. The warm yellow desk lamp on the table illuminated his full beard in brown. Pop. With that he slapped the pen in his hand on the table. Holt's furrowed brow stretched. He began to laugh in a small voice, which grew louder and louder, and finally, the whole room echoed with his insane laughter. If he was seen by outsiders at this time, they would definitely think he was crazy. Just as he was getting carried away, he suddenly choked and coughed violently as he laughed too hard. Ahem. his face was suffocatingly red, and his entire body was trembling back and forth, his back on the wall. At that moment, also followed the open teeth and claws and swayed like a devil. After half a minute, the coughing subsided a bit. He took a sip of the water in his glass and leaned back against the stool, gasping for air as his body slowly eased up. But the accident just now didn't affect his excitement. He removed his glasses and stretched his stiff body. Finally, I've studied it, and from now on, the answer to this millennial math puzzle can be truly mine. Ha ha. He was just about ready to burst out laughing again, but this time he hurriedly stopped, afraid of another accident like the one he had just seen. Now in his 70s, his body can't afford to give out. He paced back and forth across the room happily. Right, such good news must be shared with John and the others. So he walked out of the academic research room and realized that it was now about 9 o'clock in the evening. Looks like John and the guys are off duty, so he excitedly picked up the phone and dialed John. Soon there was an anxious voice on the phone. Holt, you're finally on. I've been calling you a dozen times. John, you know what I'm used to. I don't like interruptions when I'm working on my academics, Holt said. John, who also knew his habits and didn't mind them, continued. Tell you something. Holt, however, interrupted John directly, excitedly. John, listen to me first as I tell you the good news. I've already taken that math puzzle of stealing the dragons and worked it out, so I can give my presentation tomorrow. Ha ha. However, John didn't show an excited tone when he heard the news, but instead sighed softly. Holt, you might as well go into the Dragon issue, which is distributed in the Dragon Kingdom, and read it. The Dragon Journal of the Dragon Kingdom? It took Holt a couple seconds before he remembered that Dragon Publications, the creation of which had been announced some time ago, had been created by Dragon. John, has the Dragon Journal, founded by the Dragon Kingdom, been released yet? Yes, first issue today. What's there to see here? They started the Dragon Journal. I'm afraid it doesn't even compare to SCIK, the least popular publication in our country, Holt said disdainfully. Holt's thoughts were the same as John's earliest ones, and then upon entering the official Dragon magazine website with the attitude of a joke, it blew him away. Holt, you'd better take a look for yourself, and call me when you're done. John finished and simply hung up the phone. John's erratic behavior baffled Holt. It was logical that John should be more excited than he was to know that he had worked out and understood this math world problem, right? After all, he is the owner of Siam Rev Journal. His future speeches about this world problem, John can be in the middle of a lot of profit. Professor Holt went to his office and turned on his computer. With great reluctance, he entered the official website of the Dragon Journal. He clicked on the first issue of the journal and found only 4 SCI papers. He couldn't help but laugh. Founding a journal of SCI papers and publishing only 4 SCI papers in the first issue is the first time he has seen it. Just from the numbers, Prof. Holt could conclude that this was going to be a failure for the Dragon Journal founded by the Dragon. Looks like John is trying to cheer me up. Ha ha. However, when Prof. Holt saw the title of one of the SCI papers, his face turned ugly. That SCI paper was none other than the problem of P versus NP. It was himself who stole that SCI paper from Jiangfan. They are really bold. They even dared to publish it directly on top of the Dragon magazine. What an ungrateful Dragon nation. Holt couldn't help but curse. There's this world problem about the problem of N over NP that they've released through the Siam Rev Journal, and it's still his name at the end of it. The world knows that this puzzle was answered by Holt, and the Dragon Kingdom still dares to insist on publishing it in the Dragon Journal. Is it trying to challenge the authority of their pretty country? However, Holt then smiled again. The fact that Dragon published this SCI paper just gave them a chance to strike at Dragon. Holt couldn't help but give a wicked smile at the thought. Holt then entered. He couldn't help but stare in disbelief when he saw what was inside. This, again, Holt was a little surprised, because what's inside is anything but. If that's the case, there's no way for Pretty Country to get in trouble with Dragon Country again. The reason is that you can choose any topic for your SCI paper, but as long as the content is different, it's not right, is it? If the content is different, does it mean that? Another new way of thinking about answers in the Dragon Kingdom? Holt chimed in with a skeptical attitude and began to read. 2 hours later, after Holt had finished reading the SCI paper, his whole body was frozen in place, sitting motionless on the stool, his eyes filled with horror. This P versus NP question's answers are logically thought out and are answered from multiple areas, so that not a single error can be found at all. That is to say, this answer to the question P versus NP is correct. What's more important is the content of this SCI paper, which dismisses his theft of Jiangfan's SCI paper outright. In other words, he was wrong to steal Jiangfan's answers before. Then all the days of research he did amounted to nothing. Because he publishes the wrong SCI paper, he will still be ridiculed by everyone, and likewise the Siam Rev Journal will be discredited along with him. It was at this point that he finally realized what John had meant on the phone. Chapter 113, Congratulations, 4 shifts, 2 p.m. Kyoto time. The Dragon Journal has reached 500,000 people online. This is something no one expects anymore, and the numbers continue to grow. Originally, scholars from many countries were there to see the jokes of the Dragon Kingdom, ready to make a good mockery of the Dragon Kingdom. But when they finished reading the SCI paper released by the Dragon Journal, they were stunned with amazement, and they couldn't believe that it was written by someone from the Dragon Kingdom. Although only 4 SCI papers were published in the Dragon Journal this time, the quality of each paper was very high. It's not too much to say that it's comparable to the top publications in those Western countries, and take out the problems with P and NP and quantum theory alone, which Kong fan said he wrote. There is no SCI paper that compares. International forums. State G, the 4 SCI papers written by Dragon State this time are so informative. Especially quantum theory raises physics to a new level. Why Gui, I am a scholar in mathematics, and I feel that the problem of P and NP, which Jiang Fan said he answered, is a horror, and the knowledge contained in it is so vast that it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is a knowledge base of 1. State of L. What my brother said is very true. I also read the answer to the question P versus NP. It was so shocking that I studied it for 4 hours. Country P, some time ago, Prof. Holt of Pretty Country also released a Problems of P and NP, which I felt very powerful at that time. As a result, I read the Problems of P and NP released by Dragon Nation, and found that Prof. Holt surprisingly released the wrong one. Why, as you can see from these 4 SCI papers, the Rokoku people are really deep and unfathomable. Country P, think about it. The Dragon Kingdom has a history of 5,000 years, and it's still one of the only 4 ancient countries that exists to this day. Would People's Nation have stood forever without some ability? Country G, you guys are right. In the future we, Country G, must have more exchanges and communication with Dragon Country. Country P, why aren't Pretty Country and Sakura Country talking? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chang Shu, the head of Dragon Publication, was checking the data when his secretary ran over and said to him, Mr. Chang, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Country Y called and said they want to talk to you. A call from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Y. Chang Shu was a bit depressed. They were the office of the publication of SCI papers here. How could the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Y hit here? If they wanted to communicate with the Dragon Kingdom in any way, they should have called the Foreign Department of the Dragon Kingdom directly. But Process Tree went ahead and picked up the phone anyway. Hello, I'm Chang Shu, the head of Dragon Journal. Mr. Chang, hello, I'm Jeffrey from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Country Y. On behalf of Country Y, I would like to express my warm congratulations to you for successfully launching the Dragon publication. Thank you very much, Mr. Jeffrey, for your congratulations. Mr. Chang, I hope that our 2 countries, in the future, will have deeper exchanges on top of academics. You're very welcome. Hanging up the phone, Chang Shu was particularly happy in his heart, not thinking that 6 hours after the release of the Dragon publication, there was a country that took the initiative to call hoping for academic exchanges in the future. He decided to tell number 1 the good news first so he could be happy too. But before he could make the call, the office phone rang again. Chang Shu looked at the caller ID and it was still from abroad. So he got through and said, Hello, I'm Chang Shu, the head of Dragon Publication. Hello, Mr. Chang, I'm Kyle, the representative of the academic organization from P. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Dragon on the very successful launch of the Dragon Journal. In the next 2 hours, Chang Shu hardly left the office, receiving congratulatory calls from various countries. Subsequently, these countries also issued congratulatory messages at the international level. This made the academic heads of Pretty and F see it and were furious. At once, he cursed these wallflowers, who previously had to look at the joke of the Dragon Kingdom, but in the twinkling of an eye, they wanted to establish long-term academic exchanges with the Dragon Kingdom. The head of Sakura Nation is also releasing news in the country. Congratulations to Dragon Country on the successful launch of the Dragon Journal. It made Pretty Country almost spit out blood in anger, and even his own little old country congratulated Dragon Country. It seemed that their plan to blockade the academics of the Dragon Kingdom was a complete failure. Long Wuxian slapped them hard. Pretty Country had no choice but to leave it at that. At the same time, they thought about how to establish academic exchanges with the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the few SCI papers released by Dragon Nation were too good to be true. If this progressed, their Dragon Journal could definitely push forward the progress of the entire Blue Star academia. If in the future the Dragon Kingdom counterimposed an academic blockade on them, it would instead put the Pretty Kingdom in a passive position. Just as Pretty Country was playing the little game in his mind, the Dragon Kingdom announces a message to the world. Message, evidence about Prof. Holt of the Pretty Country stealing SCI papers from the Dragon Country has been handed over to the United Nations Judicial Department. Then a post appeared on the internet in every country, evidence that Prof. Holt of the Pretty Country had stolen the SCI paper of the Dragon Country. Prof. Holt was also quick to see the post and broke out in a cold sweat when he read the contents. There are screenshots above of the back and forth between Kong Fan and Siam Rev Journal emails. The evidence was overwhelming, and there was absolutely no point in which he could argue. Not only is he now discredited, but he is afraid that he will have to face punishment from the United Nations. He genuinely regretted that he had ghosted and stolen the SCI paper of the Dragon Nation people. But it's no use regretting it now. If you don't get it right, you'll have to go to jail yourself. Thinking of this, Holt panicked and gave a phone call to one of the country's top leaders, who was involved in stealing Jiang Fan's SCI paper last time, explaining the situation and hoping that the other party would help him. Don't worry, Professor Holt, no one can touch you while you're in pretty country land. Holt was relieved to hear the other man's answer. After all, their pretty country was the most powerful on the blue planet in terms of technology, economy, military and so on. So as long as Holt doesn't go outside of pretty country's territory, he's sure he'll be fine with the country's protection. On that day, the Dragon Kingdom once again made an announcement to the world. Rococo researched IERT super strong magnet material. Pretty country couldn't sit still when it saw the performance data of the IERT super strong magnet material released by Dragon Country. This is because the performance of the IERT super strong magnet material developed by the Dragon Kingdom is as much as 5 times higher than the one developed by their country. An IERT magnet material is a high-tech material. Only pretty countries in the whole Blue Star have this technology, and the Dragon Kingdom suddenly announced that it had researched the IERT super strong magnet material, which made it impossible for them to enforce a monopoly in the future. The most crucial thing was that their current technology was still behind the Dragon Kingdom. Pretty Country then immediately connected a voice call with Dragon Country. Pretty Country begins with the first sentence. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom on the successful launch of the Dragon Journal. Chapter 114, Apology, One More. Pretty Country held an emergency meeting. The creation of the Dragon Journal by the Dragon Kingdom had little impact on the Pretty Kingdom. However, the Dragon Kingdom's announcement that they had researched the IERT magnet material was tantamount to breaking their high-tech technology blockade, which was crucial to them. One of the top leaders of the Pretty Country, Foster Cullen, called an emergency meeting after another phone call to the Dragon Country. There were 10 people sitting in the conference office. Among these people, there was also an old man with gray hair who was already in his old age. His name was Bourne Jones, and he used to be a diplomat in the embassy of the Pretty Country stationed in the Dragon Country before he retired. He had spent a total of 10 years in the Dragon Kingdom, so he knew the Dragon people very well. Bourne did not speak from his seat, but kept listening to the others. Foster Cullen, I've contacted the leader of the Dragon Kingdom, and he didn't agree to give us the R&D drawings for the IERT super strong magnet material, but he didn't say he wouldn't either. And what does the Dragon Kingdom mean now, Lord Foster? Foster continued, the Dragon Nation has been emphasizing the fact that Professor Holt stole their Dragon Nation's SCI paper. Let them Pretty Country reputation in the world has been affected. If this matter is not handled well, there is no need for everyone to talk down the road. Cunning Dragon Nation. He's asking us to hand over Professor Holt and admit that our Pretty Country stole Dragon Nation's academic papers. Foster, Mr. Carr, please watch your words. It's Prof. Holt who is personally stealing academics from the Dragon Nation, not us, the Pretty Nation. Several people around him heard the meaning of Foster's words. He was preparing to hand Professor Holt over. Regarding this theft of the Dragon SCI paper, Carl was also a participant, and the hacker who cleared the data from Jiang Fan's mailbox was still someone he had found. Now that the Dragon Kingdom had published the evidence on the internet, Professor Holt was the first to contact him. So Carl does not want Prof. Holt to be legally dealt with by the UN, and if he is pushed, he is afraid that he will also be implicated if this matter is revealed. Carl, Your Excellency Foster, when the Dragon Kingdom came to our Pretty Country to buy IERT magnet material and was teased by us, they will definitely not give us the R&D drawings for IERT magnet material. Foster, Mr. Carr, you do realize what the IERT magnet material means to us, right? This is a technology that we have always monopolized. This time, the Dragon Kingdom directly researched the IERT magnet material that has a performance 5 times higher than ours. Everyone listened to Foster with a serious face. Indeed, IERT magnet materials have a wide range of uses. Magnetic levitation, high-speed rail, anti-gravity research, controlled nuclear fusion, and so on are to use such high-tech materials. Now the Dragon Kingdom has suddenly broken this technology of theirs and leapfrogged over them. They have to keep up with the latest technology in IERT materials in order to retain the lead in high-tech projects related to IERT magnet materials, although these high-tech projects also have many technical difficulties to overcome. However, IERT magnet materials are the base materials for these high-tech projects, and it is only a matter of time before other technologies break through. I suggest handing over Professor Holt in order to gain the goodwill of the Dragon Kingdom and lift the previous conflict with the Dragon Kingdom. One of them, a middle-aged man in a suit, said, well, I agree. Carl got a little anxious when he saw several people indicating that they were handing over Professor Holt. The conflict between us and the Dragon Kingdom can't be lifted at all. And they won't give us the IERT magnet material technique technical drawings at the end of the day. And Professor Holt is a senior-old professor in our pretty country, and once made some achievements for the mathematics of our pretty country. We can't let the scholars of our pretty country get cold feet. Foster, Mr. Carr, Holt used to make academic achievements in mathematics, and that's also insignificant compared to IERT magnet material technology. They then discussed the matter of the Dragon Kingdom for almost 2 hours, and in the end, there was still a great deal of disagreement. Foster knew there was no point in talking any further, so to the old man, Burne-Jones, who had not spoken, Mr. Bourne, you've been in the Dragon Kingdom for over a decade. You know the dragon people better than any of us. Do you have any suggestions? Burne-Jones said, the Dragon Kingdom is like a sleeping beast. Don't mess with him lightly. The reciters were flabbergasted. They clearly hadn't expected Burne-Jones to say something like that. Isn't that an answer to a question? But everyone didn't care, and dismissed it as him being old and a bit brain-dead. Foster, Mr. Bourne's meaning is for me to go along with the Dragon Kingdom and not to get tough with them. In that case, let's hand over just Professor Holt and lift the conflict with the Dragon Kingdom. Carl, I think we'll just raise our hands. There was no objection to this proposal. Foster, raise your hand if you agree to hand over Professor Holt. There were 6 people who raised their hands. Foster pursed his lips for a moment and smiled, saying that, Mr. Carr, since the majority is in agreement, the matter is settled. At this point, one of the men who had raised his hand said to Foster, Your Excellency Foster, as Mr. Carl said just now, we have deep grudges with the Dragon Kingdom. Even if we hand over Professor Holt, it won't be able to lift the conflict between our 2 countries, and I would suggest returning the 10 billion that the Dragon Kingdom was cheated out of by us the last time as well. Carl burst into a rage at the sound of that. No way. With this 10 billion invested in the research of IERT magnet materials, maybe we can research better technology too. Foster, Mr. Carr, if IERT magnets were so easy to develop, then our technology wouldn't have been at a standstill for over 20 years. If 10 billion is returned to the Dragon Kingdom, as long as we obtain the technology for the IERT magnet material, even if we spend 20 billion it will be worth it. Besides, it wasn't our money in the first place. Finally, we made another discussion about whether to return the $10 billion from the Dragon Kingdom, and the final result of the deliberation was that it was okay to return the money, but not to let the country pay for it. The relevant people in the pretty country contacted the company that sold the fake magnet material to the Dragon country in the first place, and found a random reason to penalize $8 billion. When the fake materials were sold to the Dragon Kingdom, the country was also involved, and of the $10 billion paid by the Dragon Kingdom, the country ended up taking $5 billion, leaving that company with $5 billion. But it's definitely a win-win situation for that company to say that not only can they make money, but they can also maintain a very good relationship with the state. As a result, the IERT Magnet Materials Company did not expect, half a month after the incident, the country again to his lion's share, took away $8 billion, really let them depressed. After the pretty country gets $8 billion, there is still a $2 billion shortfall. The state in turn found Prof. Holt's journal, Siam Rev, and fined it $2 billion. Finally, pretty country made an announcement regarding Prof. Holt's theft of SCI papers from the Dragon Kingdom, which was his personal act. Holt has been handed over to the United Nations Department of Justice. Pretty country sincerely apologizes for the damage to the reputation of Dragon country. Chapter 115, Sanctions, Second Shift. Pretty country apologizes to Dragon country. There has been an enthusiastic response from the academic community in the Dragon Kingdom. Scholar 1, pretty country actually apologized to my country. Ha ha, awesome, my country. Scholar 2, shameless Holt, who dared to steal our academics, deserves to be punished by the United Nations according to the law. Scholar 3, previously, the pretty country and the F country issued a joint announcement, forcing us to apologize or else they would have to academically blockade us. Now where is their awesome power? How come they don't clamor anymore? In the end, they're still being rubbed on the ground by our Dragon Kingdom. Scholar 4, it's such a relief to watch the pretty country take a beating. It's awesome. Scholar 5, proud to be born in the Dragon Kingdom in this life. The entire academic community of the Dragon Kingdom was as happy as if they had won a battle. The pretty country apologized to the Dragon country, again causing quite a stir internationally. Many countries can't believe this is true. Pretty country is the dominant power of the Blue Star. When has it ever been soft? This time, he even publicly apologized to the Dragon? Government personnel in many countries have begun to analyze what is at stake. As the saying goes, there are no permanent enemies or permanent friends in the international arena, only permanent interests. If you can make pretty country bow down, there must be something on Dragon country that pretty country can profit from. 3 major events have happened in Dragonland in the past few days. First, the founding of the Dragon Journal released 4 high-quality SCI papers, and the SCI papers in Pretty Country have been developed for decades and have a very strong academic foundation. The Dragon Journal founded by the Dragon Kingdom is not enough for the Pretty Country government to show its goodwill. Second, Dragon announced that Prof. Holt had stolen evidence of Dragon's SCI paper, a matter that seems to be irrelevant to the faceless in Pretty Country. The last thing is that the Dragon Kingdom has researched the IERT material, which belongs to the high-tech technology material, and before that, it has been the Pretty Kingdom that has mastered the technology. And with the Dragon breaking through this technology, it must be a big threat to the Pretty Country. So Pretty Country must be showing goodwill to Dragon Country because of this. Many countries are still not sure what the IERT magnet material is used for, but the Pretty Countries are showing goodwill to the Dragon Kingdom. All the more reason for them to establish friendly relations with the Dragon Kingdom. So many countries in turn called the Dragon Kingdom to congratulate it on its scientific and technological breakthroughs, hoping to maintain good diplomatic relations. The Dragon Kingdom did not lose itself in the compliments of these countries, but remained calm and vigilant. However, the reactions of academics and politicians in various countries have been quite different. When they are academics, they don't have to think about the stakes as much. Speak up in international forums. Academics in Country D, Prof. Holt of the Pretty Country is so shameless, now in his 70s, that he steals the academics of the Dragon Country. Academia of L. When I went to the World Math Summit, Prof. Holt was still crowning his anger and calling the Dragon Kingdom a villain, despicable and shameless. It didn't occur to me that he was the one who turned out to be a despicable and shameless villain. Academia K. It seems we all misunderstood the Dragon Kingdom, but thankfully, all is cleared up, and Prof. Holt was punished accordingly. P. Country Academia, and President Austin of the World Mathematical Organization. Not only did he and Professor Holt work together to falsely accuse the dragons, but he also used their country's police force to arrest and store the dragons. I think President Austin and Holt are in cahoots. Academia in M, the trashy World Mathematics Organization, screwing up the academics that we study and they shamelessly take over. I have decided to quit this organization. P. Country Academia said right, I also want to withdraw. Or the Dragon Country people upright. I am going to contribute to the Dragon Country's Dragon Journal. Academia M, the Dragon Journal seems to have a particularly low pass rate. Academics in K, a low rate of overdrafting indicates a high level of gold. Academia M, that's right, I'll try that. The day after the release of the first issue of the Dragon Journal, the Dragon Journal's submission mailbox received a steady stream of contributors from abroad. This made Zhang Fan an elder dragon and they all put their hearts down as well, which showed that the foreign scholars recognized the Dragon publication. In the future, their Dragon Journal will be an international journal for SCI papers, which can absorb scholars from all over the world for exchanges. Likewise, it will be a great boost to the academics of Dragon as well. The success of the launch of the Dragon Journal was also a great encouragement to the entire academic community in the Dragon Kingdom. The favorable academic atmosphere has made many young people in the Dragon choose to join the academic and scientific research. As the saying goes, when the youth is strong, the country is strong. It will be just a matter of time before such a dragon nation becomes a world power. Pretty Country made an announcement and then contacted Dragon Country. The fake IERT magnet material that Longwa purchased for $10 billion in the beginning also belonged to the company's personal behavior. After a review by the state, the company in question has been penalized and the $10 billion returned to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom also quickly received a $10 billion remittance from the Pretty Country. It made the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom a bit puzzled. The next day, Pretty Country revealed his purpose. Foster from the Pretty Country and Head 1 from the Dragon Country connect again. Honorable No. 1. Now that the Pretty Country and the Dragon Country have established friendly diplomacy, I hope that you can provide us with the technology for the IERT magnet material. Number 1 immediately understood that the original Pretty Country had shown them favor earlier, playing this as it were. IERT magnet technology is a high-tech technology and this material is the base material for many high-tech projects. Whoever masters these technologies is equal to holding some of the keys to unlocking high-tech programs. There was no way that the Dragon Kingdom was going to make this technology available to the Pretty Kingdom. When Foster saw one's outright refusal, he continued, Your Excellency Number 1, we can give you Dragon Kingdom $10 billion in technology royalties. How about that? I'm sorry, Foster, but regarding the IERT magnet technology, our country will not provide it to any country. Already undeterred, Foster continued to address Number 1. We can offer other aspects of technology in exchange, such as photolithography and so on. Number 1 sneered in his mind. He was certain that Pretty Country would only give Dragon Country the technology that had been eliminated. The final exchange of negotiations between the two ended. Hanging up the voice communication, Pretty Country Foster broke into a fit of rage. Damned Dragon Nation, I'll make you pay. Foster called another emergency meeting, and this time they quickly came to an agreement. The next day, Pretty country made an announcement to the world. Due to the violation of international trade regulations, the export of chips is now restricted to the Dragon State. As soon as the news came out, many technology companies in the Dragon Kingdom panicked. Because the Dragon Kingdom has no technology to make chips, high-tech chips are all imported. As the pretty country imposes chip sanctions on the Dragon, in just 3 days, it has led to many cell phones, computers, TVs and other chip-dependent companies in the Dragon Kingdom, all of which have ceased production, with losses as high as several $billion. Chapter 116, Spirit Mist Mountain, 3 shifts. To the southwest of Kyoto, there was a mountain called Spirit Mist Mountain, and the entire Spirit Mist Mountain was planted with maple trees. In the fall, the red-like-fire maple leaves of Lingwu Mountain set the mountain in red. Pick your eyes and look around, a sea of red. When the wind blew, the calm sea also tossed up. Spectacular. Occasionally, a green tree is embedded in a red color, which is particularly dazzling. A man and a woman, dressed in tracksuits, walked under the trees, the falling leaves making a crisp ringing sound under their feet, accompanying the lonely mountain forest. Whoa, there's a creek here, the young girl shouted crisply, startling the resting birds in the trees into scattering. She had a ponytail, her fine face slightly powdered, and smiled at the teenager. The teenager was carrying a backpack and had a clean face, and was looking at the girl with the same smile. They were none other than Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi. A few days ago, Zhou Huai called Jiang Fan and said that he had developed the IERT magnet material, and he made a special trip to the northern base to check out the research results and found them to be very successful. After spending 2 days at the northern base, checking every detail of controlled fusion, he returned to Kyoto. Upon his return, he wrote 2 more SCI papers for the second issue of Dragon Journal. Seeing that he had been too tired for a while, Elder Long forced him to rest, otherwise his body wouldn't be able to take it. Today, Saturday, the school is not in class, so Jiang Fan asked Churuoshi and the 2 of them came to climb the mountain together. Jiang Fan, look at how clear the water of the creek is. Aha! Jiang Fan nodded his head in response. The brook in front of them was crystal clear. The calm water murmured, and occasionally a naughty little fish swam by, causing the calm water to ripple in circles, like breaking a mirror. Ha, there's little fishes too. He. Churuoshi was happy as a child. She squatted beside the stream, her long, slender fingers placed in the water. It's cold and exceptionally comfortable. Jiang Fan, come quickly. The water here is especially cool. Jiang Fan also squatted down. Who knows? Churuoshi lifted up some stream water with her white hand and sprinkled it on Jiang Fan's face. LOL. Churuoshi succeeded in her treacherous plan and laughed happily, knowing that he was being teased. Jiang Fan ruffled the clear stream water as well. Seeing this, Churuoshi hurriedly stood up and ran. Wakashi, stop! Jiang Fan shouted with a smile. Where would Churuoshi listen to him? Running upstream along the creek, the 2 of them did just that, walking and playing along the creek until they reached the top of the mountain. They stood at the top of the mountain, looking out into the distance, feeling refreshed. Ah! Churuoshi put her hands next to her mouth and yelled into the distance. The distant rolling hills echoed her cries. There's an echo, yeah, Churuoshi said happily. Jiang Fan, you shout too. Jiang Fan removed the backpack from his back and placed it on the rock. Taking a deep breath, he put his hands over his mouth and shouted at the rolling hills in the distance. Wakashi. Echoes soon came from the distance. Sure. Churuoshi jumped happily when she heard her name echoing through the mountains, so she shouted again. Jiang Fan. No sooner had her shout ended than it was echoed in the distance. Ginger. Where? Ginger. Where? Churuoshi kept shouting as if she had discovered some shocking secret. It didn't stop until he coughed twice with an uncomfortable throat. Jiang Fan hurriedly took out the mineral water in his backpack and gave Churuoshi 2 sips before she felt more comfortable. Churuoshi hadn't played enough, but her voice couldn't take it, so she pouted at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, I still want to hear it. Why don't you shout for me? Aha! Jiang Fan looked at the lovely Churuoshi and smiled in response. He then stood up on a slightly raised rock to make himself stand a little taller. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His brow furrowed as if he were making some big decision, but when he was about to shout, he closed his mouth again. Churuoshi waited for a few seconds and never saw Jiang Fan shouting out, so she asked curiously, Jiang Fan, is your throat uncomfortable too? Oh, no. Jiang Fan hastily denied. This time he clenched his fists as if adding a little pep talk for himself. He took another deep breath and shouted into the distance. Whack sure, I love you. When Jiang Fan shouted, his voice broke a little due to his overexcitement. When Churuoshi heard Jiang Fan shouted words, her heart burst with sweetness and her eyes flooded with stars as she looked at Jiang Fan. This is the first time she and Zhang Fan have been in a relationship and Zhang Fan has said I love you. At this moment, she couldn't be happier in her heart. Churuoshi knew very well that Zhang Fan was not good at expressing his feelings, so for him to say something like this, he must have summoned up quite a bit of courage within himself. Whack sure I love you. Shio I love you. I love you. Love you. You. The echo of the great mountains in the distance endures. It seemed to be Zhang Fan's megaphone, constantly expressing this Zhang Fan's love to this heaven and earth. Churuoshi was indescribably touched inside, so she shouted into the distance as well. Ginger Fan, I love you too. I want to be with you forever. Echoes resonate through this mountain. Zhang Fan was likewise very moved inwardly as he looked at Churuoshi in front of him. Opening his own arms, he couldn't help but surge her into his embrace. Churuoshi was currently snuggled in Zhang Fan's warm embrace like a little birdie. At this moment, she really wanted to stop time and just embrace far away and hug Zhang Fan like this. Zhang Fan didn't know why every time he got close to Churuoshi, there was a restlessness factor in his body that made him a little hot. Couldn't help but want to kiss her a little. Churuoshi felt Zhang Fan approaching her. Her small face was a little blushing, slightly raising her own face and tightly closing her eyes in anticipation of Zhang Fan's kiss. Churuoshi had offered her first kiss to Zhang Fan the last time she was in the Greenstone Alley. Every time she remembered the image of the two kissing, a wonderful feeling came over her body. Couldn't help but want to experience it again. Zhang Fan looked at the churlish Churuoshi, slowly closed his eyes and kissed her red lips. When their lips touched together, a tingling sensation came over them, as if they had been electrified. Aha! Churuoshi couldn't help but give a delicate cry. It was this feeling that made her long for it. She was flaccid in Zhang Fan's embrace, but their mouths were pressed even tighter together. Just when Churuoshi felt like she was swimming in an ocean of comfort, her red lips were cracked open by something soft, and with it came in front of her shell teeth. For some reason, her shell teeth unconsciously opened slightly. When their tongues touched each other, an even stronger electric current struck their entire bodies. The fire of lust in his body burned instantly. Chapter 117, A Chance Encounter at Huacheng, 4 shifts. Zhang Fan and Churuoshi finished climbing Spirit Mist Mountain and took the car back to Huacheng University. After dinner, the two of them held hands and then wandered around Huacheng University. As they passed by the No. 3 teaching building, they happened to meet Elder Qiao of Huacheng University. When Elder Qiao saw Zhang Fan, he was first stunned. Then he looked at Churuoshi beside Zhang Fan, and seemed to understand what was going on, and immediately said with a smile, Zhang Fan, you kid can do it. It hasn't been long since college started and you found a girlfriend. Uncle Joe, we've been in a committed relationship since before we went to college. Oh, so it's early love. Oh, Josen teased. Zhang Fan blushed a little at what was said. Churuoshi, who was on the side, looked at the Qiao Shan in front of her with some familiarity. It took a while to remember. This, isn't the Joe academician from their school? He also gave a speech during the opening ceremony of Huacheng University. Listening to those schoolmates, Academician Xiao had won the Lifetime Achievement Award of the Dragon Kingdom, and Long Lao of the Dragon University of Science and Technology, who was known as the Tarzan and Beidou of the Dragon Kingdom. Long Kuda Long Lao was Zhang Fan's teacher. She had met him last time, but Elder Qiao was an academician of their Huacheng University. How could Zhang Fan know such a big shot like Academician Xiao? And they seemed to know each other particularly well. Churuoshi realized that her boyfriend, Zhang Fan, seemed to be a bit mysterious. How come all the people he knew were bigwigs in the scientific research world? But she didn't dwell on it so much. After all, what she liked was Zhang Fan as a person. Churuoshi said as she greeted Elder Qiao with a big smile. Hello Academician Joe. Xiaoshan froze and said to Churuoshi, Ha, little girl, you know me? Heard you speak at commencement. You're a student of Huacheng University? Elder Qiao said. Aha, Churuoshi answered. When Elder Qiao heard Churuoshi's reply, he was instantly chagrined. When he was competing with Elder Long for Zhang Fan, why didn't he think to start with Zhang Fan's girlfriend? His girlfriend was admitted to Huacheng University, so as long as he talked his girlfriend into it and got her to persuade Zhang Fan to go to Huacheng University with him, it would be too easy. At that time, he himself would be Zhang Fan's teacher. There's no such thing as a dragon elder. What a step in the wrong direction. Zhang Fan saw that Elder Qiao's face was full of chagrin, so he asked suspiciously, Uncle Joe, what happened to you? Qiao Shan glanced at Zhang Fan and said meaningfully, you boys are hiding pretty deep. Zhang Fan didn't know what Elder Qiao meant by these words, but he didn't care, so he said to Qiao Shan, Uncle Joe, then I'll leave if there's nothing else. What's the rush? And you won't introduce me to your girlfriend? Elder Qiao said without a trace of humor. Zhang Fan then reacted and looked at Churuoshi for a moment and said, her name is Churuoshi. Churuoshi? Not bad. Nice name and nice looking person. Ha, thank you Uncle Joe for the compliment. Chu Ruoshi saw that Zhang Fan had been calling academician Xiao as Uncle Xiao, and since she was his girlfriend, she followed suit and changed her tone. Well, good. If Ruoshi encounters any trouble in watching in the future, just look for me directly. No need to be polite. I still have some face in watching. Ha ha. Then I thank Uncle Joe in advance. He. Chu Ruoshi said happily. Academician Xiao in Huaqing University. Where is some face, but very face? Elder Xiao saw Chu Ruoshi's lively and cheerful personality and her knowledge of books and manners, so he let go of his heart. Zhang Fan's talent he had witnessed for all to see. It could be said that he was the future of the Dragon Kingdom, so for the other half of the requirements, it must be sensible and not interfere with his scientific research. At that moment, Elder Zhou suddenly remembered something, so he pulled Zhang Fan aside and said, Zhang Fan, aren't you very knowledgeable about nano aspects of technology? Sort of know something, Zhang Fan said modestly. You kid is really modest. The nano-optical interferometric measurement technology you and Ife talked about last time is several levels stronger than the measurement technology one researched. Zhang Fan heard Elder Qiao talk about Xiao Ife and looked at Chu Ruoshi with a somewhat unnatural face. When Xiao Lao saw this, he also hurriedly shut up. When he didn't know that Zhang Fan had a girlfriend, he even purposely asked his niece Xiao Ife to make a beauty trick to make Zhang Fan come to Huaqing University to attend school. He was depressed at first how Zhang Fan didn't take the bait, but it turned out that he had a girlfriend. Zhang Fan, let's not talk about this for now. I'll tell you something very important. You researched the ITER super strong magnet material before. The pretty country threatened us to provide them with technology, and when we, the Dragon country, failed to do so, they imposed chip sanctions on us, restrict chip exports to the Dragon Kingdom to force us to provide them with ITER super magnet technology. The country has increased its research on chip technology in order to compete. And since you know about nanotechnology, you happen to have a connection with chips. I'll give Elder Dragon a word and borrow you for a while to help me research the chip. It is reasonable to say that when the country encounters such a predicament, Zhang Fan is duty-bound to help. But he knew something about chips in his last life, but it wasn't particularly in-depth, and he was clear that it was still very difficult to want to research them. Just when Zhang Fan was in some trouble, the system's voice rang in his head. System, trigger selection system. Option 1, accept Josen's request for 7nm lithography. Choice 2, reject Josen's request. No reward. Zhang Fan was thrilled when he heard the system's voice. Every time the system came in such a timely manner, he chose one without hesitation, and all of a sudden, 7nm lithography flooded into his mind. Zhang Fan is very clear that to research a chip, two technologies need to be overcome. One is photolithography technology, and the other is the material of the chip, silicon wafer. He now had the 7nm photolithography technology rewarded by the system, and as long as he researched the corresponding silicon wafer technology, he would be able to research chips, and the best chip of the current Blue Star technology is the 7nm chip of the beautiful country. The system rewarded Zhang Fan with a 7nm photolithography machine, which meant that he could research a 7nm chip as long as he researched the corresponding silicon wafer technology. Uncle Qiao, I'm willing to study with you, Zhang Fan said to Elder Qiao. Great. With your help, I believe our Dragon Kingdom will be able to research a 10nm chip, Xiao Shan said excitedly. A 10nm chip? Uncle Qiao, isn't the world's most advanced 7nm chip? Zhang Fan asked suspiciously. Josen looked embarrassed. The world's most advanced is indeed the 7nm chip, and with our current technology and equipment, researching a 10nm chip is already the limit. Just as Zhang Fan was about to say something, the system's voice sounded again. System, mission release, develop a 7nm chip to save the patriotic enterprise Huawei Technology Company and turn it into a profit. Mission reward, for nanometer chip technology. Chapter 118, Research Institute Number 3, one more. System, mission release, develop a 7nm chip to save the patriotic enterprise Huawei Technology Company and turn its losses into profits. Mission reward, for nanometer chip technology. When Zhang Fan saw this task, he suddenly remembered that the last time he attended the World Math Summit, there was also a representative from Huawei Technology. At first, when they were chatting, Zhang Fan had heard the other party say that they, Huawei Technology, were mainly engaged in the business of cellular phones and mobile communications. Among other things, this time the pretty country is using chip sanctions, which is expected to have a very big impact on them. Since the system ruled that Huawei was a patriotic enterprise, Zhang Fan was naturally willing to help. In fact, to help Huawei Technology to turn losses into profits, the core point is to develop the chip of the Dragon State, so that the pretty country's chip sanctions cannot play a role. Zhang Fan knew what he should do next when he figured out the crux of the problem. When Elder Chow saw that Zhang Fan had agreed to work with him on chip research, he directly made a call to Elder Long on the spot. The first reaction of the old dragon on the phone was a refusal, and Zhang Fan was not allowed to rest for 2 days. As a result, he was again pulled by Chow Lao to engage in chip research. He is not willing to Zhang Fan to mess up his body. After all, in the future, the development of science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Fan plays a decisive role. Finally, Zhang Fan explained the situation to Elder Long. Pretty countries' chip sanctions are related to the overall economic lifeblood of the Dragon Kingdom. Elder Long could only agree that as for the matter of the Dragon publication, a few old professors elected by the state would be in charge, and there would not be any problems. Long Lao's Mecca Energy Lab, the coating of the lithium iron phosphate power battery had been successfully experimented with, boosting the battery's performance by another 50%. It's currently in the optimization phase and not too busy for a while, and Long Lao will have to go to the National Rocket Energy Research Base after a while to continue his research on the rocket propellant fuel program, so exposing Zhang Fan to chip research would still be helpful to his future growth. Seeing that old man Long agreed, Chow said that as long as the research was successful, his set of Song Dynasty Celadon porcelain teacups would be given to him. This made Long Lao very happy and jokingly explained to Zhang Fan that he must research the chip. He'd been thinking about old man Chow's blue and white porcelain teacups for quite some time. Teacher, don't worry, I'll definitely research the chip and get Uncle Chow's Celadon porcelain teacup back for you. Ha ha. Well. Long Lao's happy laughter came from the phone. Chow Lao was a little depressed in his heart, listening to them speak. It felt as if these two masters and disciples were teaming up to rob him of his treasure. However, if Zhang Fan could really research a 10-nanometer chip, this Song Dynasty Celadon would be given to Long Lao, and he would be very happy to do so. Uncle Joe, let's go. Zhang Fan hung up the phone and said to Chow Shan, go. Josen was a little confused. To the lab, Zhang Fan said, not knowing why he was inexplicably a little excited inside when he mentioned research and scientific studies. Now, it's already 8 p.m. It's okay, I slept late. Elder Chow was inwardly pleased to see that Zhang Fan was so eager to research chips. After all, chip research isn't that easy, and a little early exposure can still help with research. Okay, I'll take you. After Elder Chow finished speaking, he was ready to lead Zhang Fan towards the entrance of Huacheng, because the Chip Research Institute is not inside Huacheng University, but in the National Institute of Three. Just before Zhang Fan and Elder Chow could take 2 steps, Zhang Fan, Chu Ruoshi shouted from a short distance away. Zhang Fan then remembered his girlfriend Chu Ruoshi, so Zhang Fan hurried over. Ruoshi, Uncle Chow and I have some experimental matters to deal with, so I won't be able to accompany you tonight. Oh, well, go about your business then. There was clearly some displeasure in Chu Ruoshi's tone. However, she knew that Zhang Fan would definitely become a scientific researcher in the future, and having more contact with figures like Academician Xiao and research projects now would still be very beneficial to his future development. So she, as Zhang Fan's girlfriend, couldn't drag him down. I'm off then. Wakashi. Zhang Fan also had some reluctance in his heart, but there were still some things that needed to be done to make some cuts. Aha, Chu Ruoshi said with a nod. Zhang Fan then turned around and walked in the direction of Old Man Xiao. Before he could take a few steps, he then heard Chu Ruoshi behind him call his name. Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan stopped and turned to look at Chu Ruoshi. Who knows? This little girl directly ran up and gently kissed Zhang Fan on the cheek, then whispered, I love you. After Chu Ruoshi finished speaking, her small face blushed as she ran away. Zhang Fan looked at her departing back, a burst of sweetness in his heart, to her silhouette, murmured in a small voice, Wakashi, I love you too. It wasn't until Chu Ruoshi disappeared into the crowd that Zhang Fan came back to his senses and walked over to Qiao Shan's side. Josen had a smirk on his face. This girl is nice. You kid is really lucky. Zhang Fan smiled a little embarrassed. Zhang Fan, don't worry about your research. With me at Huacheng University, I guarantee no one will dare to trouble her. Thanks Uncle Joe. We have a relationship. So what's the point of saying thank you? Kyoto National Research Institute No. 3. The 2 doormen stood straight on either side of the main entrance, guns in hand. Xiao Lao drove his car to the gate, and the doorman glanced at Xiao Lao in the car and gave a military salute. But Zhang Fan was not allowed to pass. Elder Chow also knew the rules of the institute, and no personnel were allowed to enter without papers. Elder Chow took out his phone and made a call to Director Zhang of the institute, giving him an explanation of the situation. The doorman then received a call from Director Zhang before allowing Zhang Fan to enter. Zhang Fan, don't be offended. This is a national research institute. The projects researched inside are all very confidential, so the inspection of incoming and outgoing personnel is rather strict. I understand. Uncle Joe. Zhang Fan also worked at the National Research Institute in his last life, so he knew it very well. Instead of taking Zhang Fan to the lab, Elder Chow went to Director Zhang's office first. Director Zhang, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Fan, specially here to help me with my chip research. Director Zhang looked at the young Zhang Fan and froze slightly. In his heart, he said, how does someone so young research chips? It's probably Joe Sr. bringing his students in for internships. Academician Joe, this is your student, isn't it? If only I had such an excellent student. He's a student of Elder Long, and it took a lot of persuasion on my part to get him to lend it to me for a while. Elder Long's student? The same Jiang Fan who researched the lithium iron phosphate power battery? Yes, Elder Chow responded. Then he continued, still editor-in-chief of Dragon magazine, developer of the ITER magnet material, and a number of state-secret projects. Director Zhang was taken aback when he heard Elder Chow's introduction, especially after hearing Elder Chow talk about how Zhang Fan had studied some of the country's classified programs. As the director of the institute, he knew very well the meaning contained in this statement. Prof. Zhang Fan, welcome, welcome. What a hero. When Director Zhang finished speaking, he took hold of Zhang Fan's hand. Director Zhang, you flatter me, Zhang Fan said modestly. I'm relieved to have you here to help. Ha ha. Chapter 119, His Heart Can Be Punished, Second Shift. Director Zhang personally gave Jiang Fan an ID for Institute Number 3 to facilitate his future entry and exit, and he also gave Jiang Fan his contact information. Jiang Fan, if the lab has any needs in the future, you can look for me. Thank you, Director Zhang. Jiang Fan thanked him. Afterward, Elder Chow took Jiang Fan to the chip lab. The chip lab is divided into two parts of research. One is the research of photolithography and the other is the research of silicon wafers, the material for chips. Elder Chow led Jiang Fan to the photolithography lab first. He said to a huge machine, Jiang Fan, this is a photolithography machine for making chips. Uncle Joe, how many nanometers can this lithography machine be precise? 21 nanometers. 21 nanometers? So bad. Jiang Fan couldn't help but frown and said, just this is still from the beautiful country to spend 1 billion only to buy back. At present this machine in the Dragon country is the most sophisticated photolithography machine. Elder Chow said, a look of shame appearing on his face. Chip technology is the shortcomings of the Dragon country. Like cell phones, computers, televisions and so on need high-performance chips. The Dragon country can only rely on imports. Pretty country this time economic sanctions. The reason why the choice of chips is to consider this problem. In the commercial field, the most sophisticated chip developed independently by the current Dragon Kingdom has only reached 27 nanometers. These crude, low-performance chips can only be utilized in some simple devices. The precision of the chip comes down to the precision of the lithography. If the precision of the photolithography machine can only reach 21 nanometers, the highest performance of the chip researched will only reach 21 nanometers. Jiang Fan briefly checked this old photolithography machine, and his own mind. The system rewards 7-nanometer photolithography machine, simply far from each other, completely are not an equivalent level, and the parts inside this photolithography machine are so old that they have absolutely no use for it. The reason why Pretty Country took the junk that was eliminated and turned around and bought it for Dragon Country, they are certain that Longhua, by studying the principles of this old photolithography machine, cannot study a more sophisticated photolithography machine at all, because lithography reaches within 15 nanometers. Its design principles have changed dramatically. The Pretty Country not only made money from the Dragon, but also intentionally misdirected the Dragon's research on photolithography. It's a real heartbreaker. However, Jiang Fan did not immediately point out the problem of photolithography. He needs to first put the institute, the current overall situation to understand clearly, and then make a specific plan. When Elder Chow was introducing the design theory of this photolithography machine to Jiang Fan directly interrupted him. Uncle Joe, can you show me the silicon wafer equipment? Elder Chow wasn't angry at Jiang Fan's interruption, but took Jiang Fan to a nearby lab. There was a researcher in the lab at the moment, doing research in a white research suit. When the researcher turned around, Jiang Fan realized that she was actually a female researcher and looked somewhat familiar. She only saw that she had exquisite features, and the corners of her eyes were slightly raised, looking a bit flirtatious, especially her proud breasts. Even though she was wearing overalls, her bumpy figure could already be seen. When she saw Elder Joe, she said suspiciously, Uncle, didn't you go back with back pain? Why are you here again? Next to her, Jiang Fan instantly knew who she was. She is Qiao Shan's niece, Qiao Yifei. Back then, Qiao Shan had purposely asked Qiao Yifei to accompany him to visit the campus of Huaqing University in order for Jiang Fan to go to school there. It got him a nosebleed, but then again, it was also because of Qiao Yifei that Jiang Fan had obtained the system reward of staying up all night capsule, allowing him to stay up all night doing research during the week, and he was able to get back together with Chu Ruoshi nowadays. Also, when Jiang Fan mistakenly thought that the screen name Little Wildcat was Qiao Yifei, by mistake, it made them. If that was the case, Xiao Yifei was still his valued one. Zhang Fan was in a position to be polite and said to Xiao Yifei, "Sister Xiao Yifei, you're here too." Only then did Xiao Yifei notice that Zhang Fan, who was wearing a white research suit, said with some shock as she took a closer look, "Zhang Fan, how did you come here?" "Zhang Fan, I brought him here to study chip technology with us from now on." When Xiao Yifei heard this, there was inexplicably some small excitement in her heart. Ever since the last time she went to Longkou and saw Zhang Fan's outstanding performance at the Freshman Traditional Challenge, his figure had popped into her mind from time to time. Although her best friend Xiao Xiaoyu told her that Zhang Fan had a girlfriend, she still had some unspoken and unknown feelings in her heart for Zhang Fan. She sometimes wondered to herself, how could she, a woman who had had over a dozen boyfriends, have a crush on a boy who had just turned 18? Originally, after these days of her self-repair, she had almost forgotten about Zhang Fan, but who knows, Zhang Fan suddenly appeared in front of her again. That kind of small fire that she was about to extinguish, this would suddenly burn up again. "Yifei, what are you staring at? Didn't you hear me shouting twice?" Josen said without a word of humor. I was just thinking about the experimental data again." Xiao Yifei hastened to sophistry. Where was she thinking about any experimental data? She was clearly thinking about Zhang Fan again. "If you're too tired, go back and rest. This silicon wafer purification technology, it won't be successful in a day or two." No, I'm not tired at all," Xiao Yifei said in a hurry. It was not easy for her to meet Zhang Fan. How could she go back immediately? "Alright then, you and Zhang Fan both know each other, so I won't introduce you. You give Zhang Fan a lecture. What is the current extent of the lab's silicon wafer research?" "Aha," Xiao Yifei begged to respond, but with her eldest uncle around, she couldn't show too much enthusiasm, so she restrained herself and said, "Little brother Zhang Fan, senior sister Xiao Yifei, just call me Zhang Fan." Zhang Fan said somewhat helplessly. He really couldn't stand it a bit, Xiao Yifei adding a little brother suffix when she called him by his name. When Xiao Yifei heard Zhang Fan's words, she didn't know why, but she brainstormed some images in her mind, and finally couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Xiao Shan said nonchalantly when he saw Xiao Yifei covering her mouth and laughing, "Stay focused and serious when you're working, okay?" Xiao Yifei was reprimanded by Elder Qiao and immediately collected her smile. So he gave Zhang Fan a serious talk about silicon wafers. "The purity of silicon extraction at our institute is currently 99%, though it is still somewhat less stable. The highest purity of silicon wafers on the blue planet is 99% in the pretty country, and currently we are still 1% technologically different from them. Zhang Fan is very clear. Do not look at only 1% purity, the required technical content is very high, and the further back you go, the harder it is to break 1%. Chapter 120, Pulling Manpower, Third Shift. After Xiao Yifei introduced Zhang Fan, Elder Qiao brought Zhang Fan again, and took a turn around the entire Chip Research Institute. The main research program of Institute No. 3 is the chip. There are currently a total of 120 researchers working on different component technologies of the chip. 75 of them are in charge of research on photolithography and 45 of them are in charge of research on silicon wafer technology. And Xiao Lao was the chief engineer of the entire Chip Research Institute, responsible for the research direction of the chip control. After Zhang Fan became clear about the overall situation of the institute, he was able to put his heart down. Because the system rewards lithography technology, it requires the cooperation of a large number of related researchers to research successfully. "Uncle Joe, do we have a place to stay at the institute?" There are still some empty dorm rooms at the institute, so I'll set you up with one when the time comes. Save your energy from being spent on the road every day," Elder Joe said. "Can you set me up as a 4-room? 4 rooms? What do you need so many for?" Elder Qiao asked with some uncertainty. "My teacher's research lab. There are 3 other researchers. We worked well together before. I want to bring them too." "Are you talking about the researcher who worked out the lithium iron phosphate battery with you?" "Aha, that's great. It just so happens that there's a lack of manpower here. They can help you when they come over. You don't need to worry about the dormitory. I'll arrange it for you." Zhang Fan and Elder Qiao then discussed the chip issue for a while. By 10 o'clock in the evening they were ready to go back. Just walked out of the lab. Who knew that Xiao Yifei was waiting for them outside? "Yifei, why don't you go to your dormitory and sleep? You still have a lot of experiments to do tomorrow." "Uncle, I'm going to make a trip back to Huaqing University today to pick up some change of clothes." "Okay then, come back with me." Elder Qiao then drove his car and took Zhang Fan and Xiao Yifei out of Institute No. 3. Elder Qiao first sent Zhang Fan to Longkou University before he was finally ready to return to Huaqing University. On the way back, "Yifei, are you interested in Zhang Fan?" Elder Qiao asked directly. No. Xiao Yifei was suddenly asked this by Qiao Shan and instantly denied in a bit of a panic. "I grew up watching you. don't I know you? Xiao Yifei guessed that she had just been in the car, showing too much enthusiasm towards Zhang Fan, and was seen by her eldest uncle. Oh, she could only say in acknowledgement. It's true that Zhang Fan is very good, but he already has a girlfriend friend, so you'd better give up such thoughts. Elder Zhou said. What's wrong with having a girlfriend? It's not like you can't break up, Xiao Yifei muttered. ZZ. Zhouzen braked sharply, the ground and tires making a harsh sound. Luckily, both of them were wearing seatbelts, or they would have been thrown out. They were both terrified, and it took a while for them to slow down. Xiao Shan said seriously to Xiao Yifei, Xiao Yifei, you can fall in love with anyone you want, but don't pester Zhang Fan, he's very important to the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Yifei was also taken aback by Xiao Shan's expression. She had never seen her eldest uncle address her so seriously. Oh, Xiao Yifei replied subconsciously. However, what Xiao Shan didn't understand was that something like feelings, the more you suppress it, the more violently it nourishes and flourishes instead. Day 2. Zhang Fan ate breakfast and went to Old Dragon's research room. At this time, Nyosu was already in front of the computer organizing the data. He was shocked when he saw Zhang Fan coming. Senior Zhang Fan, what brings you here? Something's up. Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guanyuan haven't come yet? Not yet, but it should be soon. Are you looking for them? I'm sending them a message now. Nyosu then went on WeChat and sent messages to Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guanyuan. Within a short time, the two jogged to the lab. As soon as Xia Xiaoyu entered the lab, she smiled and said jokingly to Zhang Fan, Chief Engineer Zhang Fan is here. What are your instructions? There's a scientific research project that I want to take you guys on. I don't know if you're interested, Zhang Fan said to the three. Of course I'm interested, Xia Xiaoyu said at the same time. Senior Zhang Fan, what's the program? Xia Xiaoyu asked eagerly. The three of them loved nothing more than following Zhang Fan in his research now. Just a while ago, they followed Zhang Fan, and in less than half a month's time, they successfully developed a lithium iron phosphate power battery, which was also recognized by the school and the state. Now they are only in their senior year. When they graduate, with the experience of having participated in the research of lithium iron phosphate power battery, they can easily find a good research job. More importantly, they could still earn money by following Zhang Fan. If they could then follow Zhang Fan and research some scientific results, their path in the future would definitely take off in rhythm. Right now, Zhang Fan's position in their hearts was higher than that of Elder Long. As long as Zhang Fan gave a word and told them to go east, they would definitely not go west. Each of them looked at Zhang Fan with glowing eyes, and that kind of admiration was self-evident. Don't get excited guys, we may still need to go into closed study for this project. Isn't it just a closed study? It's not like we haven't experienced it before. There's no problem entering immediately now. Xia Xiaoyu patted her chest and said, although Zhang Fan's closed research was painful, it was not even worth mentioning compared to the research results. Senior Zhang Fan, what exactly is the program? Nyosu asked curiously. Chip program. Chip? The three were surprised that the chip program was a key national project. They have heard that every year, the state puts as much as $6 billion of scientific research funds into chip research, but it's also a very difficult research project. Senior Zhang Fan, the chip project is a big project. It requires the cooperation of many researchers to achieve results. I'm afraid that relying on just a few of us will be very effective to say the least. Su Guanyuan said worriedly, it's not to be researched here in our place. It's to the state's research institute, which has more than 100 researchers and is very well equipped. Zhang Fan explained. National Institute? The three were once again shocked to the fact that the researchers of the National Research Institute, that had been selected by thousands to qualify for entry, and they've heard that the researchers there have a minimum of graduate school education, but they're not even out of undergrad yet, and Zhang Fan was only a freshman. Senior Zhang Fan, you can't be joking with us. When have I ever joked with you guys about just saying you want to participate in this study? I want to participate. Zhang Fan's school brother is my boss in the future. You just need me. On the Knife Mountain under the Fire Sea. I'm in. All three were quick to take a stand. It's a national institute. Cootie. We're not going anywhere. The key wondered if what Zhang Fan said was true. Chapter 121, Congratulations. You got it right. One more time. Kyoto no. 3 Research Institute. Great, great, ha ha. In the office of the chip's chief engineer, Mr. Xiao was excitedly dancing and pacing back and forth in his office. At this point, he didn't know how to express the excitement within him. And next to him, Zhang Fan sat on the sofa of his office with a calm face, pondering the distribution of personnel in his mind. Early in the morning, Zhang Fan brought Su Guanyuan, Xia Xiaoyu and Niu Su to the No. 3 Research Institute, handing them over to Xiao Yifei to familiarize themselves with the environment first, and then he took the photolithography technical drawings that he had stayed up all night yesterday and sorted out to look for Qiao Lao. When Elder Qiao finished reading it, he became what he is today, his whole body excited and not knowing what to do. 7 nanometers lithography. Ha ha, it's a 7 nanometers lithography. Hey, Elder Joe's mouth kept chanting, a little crazy. If someone who didn't know better saw it, they would think he was just a crazy person. Genius. Zhang Fan, you are truly a genius. Ha ha, how wise of me to borrow you from the Dragon Elder. He. Zhang Fan saw Old Man Xiao's hot eyes staring at him, making him a little uncomfortable, so he changed the topic and said, Uncle Joe, this is just a design drawing for a photolithography machine. After all, we haven't developed it yet. Right, yeah, we haven't developed it yet. Ha ha. However, Zhang Fan, with this detailed design drawing of your photolithography machine, I believe it's only a matter of time before it's designed. By the way, Zhang Fan, the photolithography research department is now under your full responsibility. It shouldn't be a problem to research it in a month's time, right? Zhang Fan thought for a while and said, there's no problem with the number of researchers. It depends on the funding. How much money do you budget for roughly? Elder Joe asked. Almost $500 million in funding would be enough. It's only 500 million. No problem. A few days ago, the country has allocated 2 billion research funds in order to increase the research of chips. Xiao Lao said with great wealth, that should be no problem for a month. Zhang Fan said, in fact, he carefully counted yesterday. If he worked overtime every day, he should be able to finish in 10 to 15 days. Good. Ha ha. Xiao Lao was as happy as a child at this time. The Chip Research Institute had been established for 7 years, and he had been responsible for the research of chip technology for 5 years, but there had not been much result. It did not occur to him that Zhang Fan had directly researched the most advanced 7 nanometer photolithography technology on the blue planet. Couldn't that have excited him to be excited? He was very curious inwardly about how Zhang Fan actually researched it. If he said that he just took a look at it last night and researched the photolithography technology drawings today, killing him would not believe it. Zhang Fan, how in the world did you research 7 nanometer lithography? Still unable to settle his inner curiosity, Elder Qiao opened his mouth to ask, Uncle Qiao, I've researched photolithography before, but I've never succeeded, and when I exchanged ideas with you last night, I was suddenly inspired. Zhang Fan could only make up a random excuse. He couldn't say that he had a technology system in his head. If others knew about the technology system in his mind, it was estimated that he would have to be dragged away to be studied by others. Really? Aha! Elder Qiao somewhat seemed to believe it. This reason of Zhang Fan's was honestly a little too far-fetched. After communicating with himself for more than an hour, he was able to research 7 nanometer lithography technology. Is this photolithography that simple? This Chip Research Institute 100 researchers, but the whole 7 years of research, but no major breakthrough. The difficulty of this was clearer to Old Man Xiao than anyone else, but by Zhang Fan, it was as if he had researched out a math problem. However, Mr. Xiao did not dwell on how Zhang Fan had researched it, and the most important thing at the moment was to hurry up and realize the photolithography machine. Zhang Fan, what are you going to arrange next? I've already listed the materials above, so I'll trouble Uncle Qiao to purchase or customize them out as soon as possible. The matter of the materials, no problem, I'll handle it, Elder Qiao responded. Personnel, yesterday I heard you say, photolithography machine has a total of 75 scientific research personnel. At present plus me and Su Guanyu in them, a total of 79 personnel. Photolithography machine has a total of 10 system components. I am ready to divide the personnel into as 10 groups. Zhang Fan gave his thoughts to Elder Qiao, who very much agreed with his allocation of personnel. Elder Zhou took out the original staff groupings again, and the two conferred and made a new staff plan. After doing so, Elder Qiao proposed to first gather all the researchers of the lithography department in the conference room, so that Zhang Fan could give them an explanation of the design drawings of the lithography institute conference room. All the researchers in the photolithography department were assembled. Zhang Fan and Elder Qiao hadn't come over yet. They spotted sitting in the corner 3 strange young men, so there was a small murmur in the conference room. What do these 3 do? What else could it be for? Just look at them, they should be interns who don't know anything. Elder Qiao is really something too. We're in such a tight research schedule now. Where do we have time to bring these interns? Yes, training an intern needs to allocate a lot of energy and time. Our group has to do 300 sets of experiments every day, and we dare not rest for a while at noon. Don't be assigned to our group or it will surely affect our progress seriously. Xia Xiaoyu and the 3 of them were sitting in the corner of the conference room, a little anxious. These people can be the high-end top talents of the Dragon Kingdom. All of them were selected after thousands of choices, and the 3 of them, who hadn't graduated, were honestly a little inferior compared to these people. One of the researchers who was doing the work next to them asked Xia Xiaoyu, "What school did you graduate from, little girl?" Xia Xiaoyu said with some urgency, "Longkou University, senior this year, not yet graduated." "Oh, Longkou University is still good. Good luck," the other party said encouragingly. Afterward, Xia Xiaoyu weakly asked, "Senior, Which school did you graduate from? Pretty country DR. Haver, the other replied lightly, a hint of smugness passing unnoticed on his face. Xiao Xiaoyu Su Guanyuan and the others were all envious. And you don't have to look at me with such adoration. There are plenty of masters and PhDs here. At that moment, Elder Qiao and Jiang Fan walked in. Elder Qiao took the lead and walked to the front of the stage and said to all below, "Let's all be quiet for a moment. I've asked you all to come here for a meeting today because I have good news for you." When they heard Elder Qiao say that there was good news, the researchers on the stage instantly quieted down. Chief Engineer Qiao, did you research the 17-nanometer lithography technology? One of the researchers on stage snickered, followed by a number of people laughing along with him. For them, nothing would make them happier than a breakthrough in photolithography. It's just too hard for photolithography to break through to 17 nanometers. Elder Qiao looked at the researcher and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you got it right." Chapter 122. Today is April Fool's Day, second shift. Congratulations, you got it right. When the crowd heard Elder Qiao say this, the entire conference room was instantly quiet as a pin could be heard. Academician Joe, you're not kidding us, a researcher said incredulously. When have I ever given a joke about research and technology? Indeed, Academician Qiao was the chief engineer of their institute, and although he sometimes joked with everyone, he never joked with everyone about chip technology. The institute's 21-nanometer photolithography machine purchased from a beautiful country had been studied countless times by them in many directions, including programmatically, parts, materials, and so on, and they had already mastered the technology of the 21-nanometer photolithography machine. 3 years ago, Academician Qiao proposed a research program for a 17-nanometer lithography. So, day and night they experimented, improved, experimented again, improved again. To this day, there is no telling how many experiments have been done, although it has always been a failure. But just a month ago, they discovered, by accident, a new material for lithography research. They guessed that Academician Qiao must have confirmed the feasibility of this new type of material. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean they actually worked on 17 nanometers lithography? This will, everyone will think it's true. Their breathing slowly became, and started to get a little short. It didn't occur to them that after 7 whole years, they finally broke through the pretty country's photolithography technology barrier and researched their own photolithography machine. It's only 17 nanometers, but it's significant for the dragon. As the old saying goes, everything starts with a bang, and as soon as photolithography moves to within 20 nanometers, it won't take them 5 years to break through to 11 nanometers. The technological field of lithography is a level from 21 to 30 nanometers, which is a medium technology level. 11 nanometers to 20 nanometers is another level. In the advanced technology class, and Blue Star's most advanced 7-nanometer technology, belonging to the top level of technology, at present only pretty master this technology. So it is said that the Dragon Kingdom has researched the 17-nanometer lithography technology, which is equal to stepping into the advanced technological level of lithography. The more people thought about it, the more excited they became, and they actually gave a spontaneous thunderous applause. Every face was filled with excitement and thrill. Some of the researchers couldn't help but hide their tears. It is enough to prove that they are very excited about this technological breakthrough inside. Elder Qiao on the stage, looking at the group of researchers under the stage, knew very well how they felt inside, because just now, when he was in his office and saw the photolithography technology drawings that Jiang Fan took out, he reacted even more furiously than these people. After everyone had gotten over their excitement, Elder Zhou continued, "Please welcome Jiang Fan, the developer of photolithography technology, to explain the technical principles to you." As Elder Qiao finished speaking, everyone had a confused look on their faces. What's the situation? Isn't this the photolithography technology researched by Academician Qiao? How did it turn into Jiang Fan? Who's Jiang Fan? Everyone's eyes searched the conference room and soon they all locked their eyes on a young man walking toward the front of the stage. A series of question marks ran through their minds. This young man is Jiang Fan? The man who worked out the 17-nanometer lithography technology? But it looks like he's only 18 or 19 years old. How is that possible? They are well aware of it as researchers. The golden age of a researcher is between the ages of 28 and 35. Researchers in this age group are at the peak of their life stage in terms of experience, knowledge, energy and agility of thinking, and it is the easiest for them to produce research results. And between the ages of 18 and 28 is a stage of learning where it is almost impossible to research scientific results. But if it is said that a young man of 18 or 19 years of age has researched the 17-nanometer lithography technology that they have not succeeded in researching for 7 years, they will not believe it even if they are beaten to death. There must be a mistake. It was estimated that this young man should just be Jiang Fan's assistant. Just when everyone was rambling, the young man took the microphone from Elder Joe and addressed the group. "Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Fan." Everyone then immediately became deathly silent. A few seconds later the whole room was buzzing enthusiastically. No way, could it really be that this little kid has researched 17nm photolithography? He looks like he's only 17 or 18. Ha! I say I really can't accept it. Yes, we've been researching for so many years without success, but he's so young. How could he have researched a 17nm photolithography machine? I'd rather believe it's April Fool's Day. Everyone was filled with disbelief. However, the three of them, Xiaoyu, who were sitting in the corner, showed a face of indifference to the 17nm photolithography technology that Jiang Fan had researched. It was because they were already immune to Jiang Fan's demonic talent. Xiaoyu looked at the surprised expressions of those people and covered her mouth as she whispered to Su Guangyuan and Nyosu, "Hey, still master's degree Dr. Witch." This little scene was shocked into this way. Then in the future to follow Jiang Fan will not be every day. Shocked mouth cannot close. He, Xiaoyu, I'll tell you, just now I was scared by their aura and my legs were trembling, but as soon as Jiang Fan came, how do I feel that this group of high-end talents of theirs is a bit like a turd that hasn't seen the world. He, Su Guangyuan said in a small voice. Nyo Su, who was on the side, saw the reaction of this group of people, and for some reason, his face Yang couldn't stop being a little proud. Jiang Fan was relatively faced with dozens, hundreds of researchers, and he had worked out his candor. Thinking about when he researched controlled nuclear fusion and gave a lecture to a group of experts and professors, he was still very apprehensive inside. Then there is the northern base, lithium iron phosphate power battery explanation. All the way, he now has some big general style. Quiet everyone, I'll explain the principles of photolithography design, and if there's anything you don't understand, I'll leave time for you to ask questions later. The people on the stage immediately quieted down. Their eyes focused on Jiang Fan. Although he looked very young, they had to admit that they couldn't do this temperament on Jiang Fan's stage. As you know, the main performance indicators of a photolithography machine are resolution, alignment accuracy, exposure mode, and light source wavelength. One of the most central components of a photolithography exposure system is the UV light source. Common light sources are categorized as visible, G-line, 436 nanometers, ultraviolet, UV, I-line. Jiang Fan spoke for more than an hour before finishing the design principles. Everyone was shocked beyond words. The design principles that Jiang Fan was talking about were completely different from what they had studied before. After listening to Jiang Fan's explanation, they vaguely seemed to understand why they couldn't research the 17nm lithography because the direction of the research from the root was wrong. Everyone on the 7nm lithography, there is still anything you do not understand. Now you can ask questions. What? 7nm lithography? Chapter 123, these young people, they're a bit strong. 3 more. 7nm lithography? Everyone looked at Jiang Fan suspiciously. Jiang Fan said with a faint smile, I forgot to tell you earlier that I was talking about 7nm lithography, not 17nm. 7 nanometers lithography? How is this possible? The best lithography on Blue Star is 7 nanometers and is technologically blocked by the pretty country. It is simply impossible for other countries to get hold of it. And Jiang Fan went so far as to say that he had researched a 7nm photolithography machine. Everyone thought that they must be hallucinating. What did he just say? A number of people asked the researchers next to them. He seems to be talking about 7nm lithography? A 7nm lithography? How is it possible? Our country hasn't even made a breakthrough in 17nm lithography, so how could we directly research a 7nm lithography? Yeah, I don't feel like it's possible either. There was a lot of talk about what Jiang Fan had said. Afterward, Jiang Fan said again to the crowd, if anyone has any questions, you can ask them now. Those in the congregation who were discussing raised their heads to look at him. One of the researchers stammered a little. I would like to ask, is it really 7 nanometers lithography technology that you have worked out? And not 17 nanometers? Jiang Fan said with a smile, yes, I worked out a 7nm photolithography machine. In a month's time, we should be able to realize it out. At this point, a number of researchers burst out laughing, and they could be sure that the young man was talking big. At once, the young man was also skeptical of the 7nm lithography that he said he had researched. Many of the researchers sitting here have been studying chip technology for 6 or 7 years. They knew very well that even if they had the design drawings for a photolithography machine, it would be impossible to study it without half a year to a year. And this young man said that it could be designed in a month's time, which was absolutely impossible. This young man is still too young and lacks practical experience. Elder Chow saw that everyone had a teasing look on their faces and knew that they somewhat didn't believe Jiang Fan. not to mention that they didn't believe it. But when Elder Chow heard Zhang Fan say that he would be able to develop a 7-nanometer photolithography machine in a month, he couldn't believe it either. But he knew that for Zhang Fan, he couldn't look at him in the eyes of a normal person. When he thought about it, he was clear that Zhang Fan was in the northern base, and in a month's time he made nuclear fusion controllable to 118 seconds, directly catching up with the pretty country's record and becoming the world's #1. The country had made a strategic deployment for this and had not declared it to the public, so only some of the country's key personnel knew about these things about Zhang Fan, and they had all signed a confidentiality agreement. Just a while ago, Zhang Fan also spent half a month researching a lithium iron phosphate power battery, which improved the performance of the original battery by 3 times. It was because Elder Chow knew about these pasts of Zhang Fan that he chose to believe and support Zhang Fan without any hesitation. And these researchers on stage, in their normal human minds, this is simply impossible to accomplish. Elder Joe walked up to the stage and addressed the group. Silence. Only then did everyone stop talking about Zhang Fan. I know you're all a little skeptical. Then you should have all heard about the lithium iron phosphate power battery. Lithium iron phosphate power battery? As researchers, they are isolated from the outside world, but they are all very concerned about the results of their research. So they all know about lithium iron phosphate power cells too. But lithium iron phosphate power cells, does that have anything to do with this young man? Is it hard to believe that he was involved in the research for this project? At this point, one of the researchers said in surprise, the developer of the lithium iron phosphate power battery is also named Zhang Fan. Could it be him? When the country first announced it, Zhang Fan chose not to announce his name, so few people in the outside world know that he developed the lithium iron phosphate power battery. Some of the internal researchers, however, are still aware of it, but it was limited to knowing the name. They weren't too sure about what it looked like. This researcher, on the other hand, knew Zhang Fan's name because one of his classmates was in charge of researching the mech sensing system. He had seen Zhang Fan when Elder Long brought him for a debriefing, normally between their classmates. When they did some technical exchanges, they mentioned Zhang Fan's name. As that scientific researcher spoke his thoughts, everyone looked incredulously at Elder Chow and then at Zhang Fan. Indeed, the person who researched the lithium iron phosphate power battery is none other than Zhang Fan, and it only took him less than half a month. Hiss, there were quite a few people under the stage, who all sucked in a breath of cool air. In less than half a month's time, a power battery that has changed many fields has been researched, which is too scary. If that was the case, then wouldn't it be possible to research 7-nanometer lithography technology in a month? As Zhang Fan had said, I believe everyone has seen that in our photolithography research department. There are a few new faces, just in time for me to introduce them to you, Elder Joe said with a smile. You 3 come up here, and don't be shy. We'll all be colleagues working side by side from now on. Xia Xiaoyu and the 3 of them, who were suddenly named by Elder Chow to go on stage, were a bit flustered, but seeing that Zhang Fan was also up there, they relaxed a little. Under Su Guangyuan's leadership, the 3 of them then walked to the front. Many people were at a loss, and many of them said in their hearts, 3 interns are just 3 interns. There is no need to introduce them with such a big fanfare. You all probably don't know that these 3 are the very researchers who worked out, together with Zhang Fan, the lithium iron phosphate power battery. As Elder Chow's words fell, what? Everyone was shocked again, especially the researcher who had just graduated with a doctorate from Harvard. There was a blush on his old face, thinking about how he had just acted like a condescending person in front of them. He was incredibly embarrassed inside at this moment. I thought they were just bronze, but who knew they were kings? A silver himself. He was even showing off in front of them, and he has none of the scientific achievements other than a reputation for being highly educated. And although several of them have not yet graduated, they have already worked on a lithium iron phosphate power battery project. It made him a little skeptical. Are all the young people nowadays so strong? For the rest of the day, no one dared to underestimate them again. Elder Chow announced that Zhang Fan would be in charge of the technical chief of the photolithography research department, as well as the grouping of personnel. Zhang Fan then announced that the next month would be in closed research mode. Xia Xiaoyu, the 3 of them, looked at the bewildered crowd with a smile on their faces. Chapter 124, Cell Phone, 4 Shifts. The second floor of the Kyoto International Trade Mall, Huawei cell phone store. At this time here surrounded a lot of people. A man with a full head of dyed red hair, dressed in a red and green dilettante look, pointed at the aggrieved female sales clerk and shouted, "Don't give me so much crap. You have to give me your cell phone today or I'll smash your store." The female clerk aggrievedly explained, "Sir, we Huawei P10 this phone. The manufacturer really has not been shipped. You just wait for 2 more days. The arrival of the goods, I immediately send you over, okay? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. 3 days ago they said to wait for 2 days. It's been a few ing days. you have to give me a cell phone today, the red-haired man said unforgivingly. But we really don't have this phone in the store. How about you switch to another phone? Can't you understand human language? I want this P10. Sir, we really don't have any in the store. Why don't I give you your money back? Refund? Yes, a P10 cell phone is $3,780. Pay me $10,000 and this will be settled. That's impossible. Sir, according to the terms and conditions, I will compensate you up to 10% of the original price of the phone. I don't care what the terms and conditions are. Either give the phone now or pay me $10,000, said the red-haired man, pointing at the shopgirl's nose. Just as the red-haired man and the female clerk were at a standoff, the mall's manager, Manager Zhang, rushed over. Manager Zhang, in order not to let the reputation of the mall does not suffer, gave the red-haired boy a lot of good words, and finally negotiated to give the red-haired man 1,000 yuan compensation. It's true, no cell phone, and making me pay a deposit. The redhead cursed and went next door to the Apple brand cell phone store. Everyone dispersed when they saw that there was no more fun to be had. Manager Zhang would have had to reprimand the female store clerk. They'd had this happen 7 or 8 times in a week's time. The shopgirl could be seen with red eyes, tears welling up in her eyes, and finally, without saying anything, she left. Kyoto branch of Huawei Technology Corporation. Inside the marketing department office. I'm really sorry, manager. Please give us some more time. The problem will be solved soon. Good Lou. You don't worry. Definitely. Trouble for you. I'll buy you dinner some other time. Okay, sure. Bye. Manager Feng of the cell phone marketing department of Huawei Technology hung up the phone, his face full of sorrow. He was in charge of 112 cell phone stores in Kyoto, and everything was going well. According to his plan, after October had passed, he would be able to complete the annual sales plan set for him by the headquarters. But who knows? The sudden change in the market. This week's time, he had to take at least 20 to 30 shopping mall managers every day to complain about the phone. It's only because the Huawei cell phone manufacturing plant suddenly couldn't ship the goods. After more than 2 hours of answering the phone, he was ready to get water, but his cell phone rang again. At first glance, it was Manager Zhang of the Kyoto International Trade Center Mall. He didn't need to think that he was looking for him to complain again. Hey, he sighed helplessly. As much as he didn't want to take it, there was no way around it. He took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Hello, Manager Zhang. Hello, please. There are some problems with the main manufacturer. Don't worry, it will be solved soon. Please give us a few more days. You said it. Well, good. I'll buy you dinner later. Okay, bye. After Manager Feng dealt with the call from Manager Zhang of Kyoto International Trade, pick up your own water glass and go to the drinking area to get water. As I passed by the HR office, I heard the HR manager keep reassuring the person on the phone. Manager Feng shook his head helplessly, guessing that another store employee had approached the personnel manager to resign. When Manager Feng of the marketing department came back after receiving water, he happened to meet the personnel manager walking out of the office with a gloomy face. The two looked at each other and smiled helplessly, all in good humor. The reason why their company is experiencing a lack of supply today is because Pretty Country suddenly announced that it was suspending the supply of chips to Huawei Technologies, and it just so happens that the Huawei Technologies production plant ran out of chips. Without the chip, their factory can't produce a single cell phone and can only sell their previous inventory. The deadliest thing is that before Pretty Country announced that they would stop supplying chips to Huawei, Huawei Technologies, had just announced the release of their new cell phone, the P10. Because P10, this phone is a high-end cell phone of Huawei technology. It not only has a beautiful appearance, but also has a very good performance configuration, and the price is also moderate. It is a very cost-effective cell phone, which is liked by many young people. In just 3 days of this phone's release, 100,000 units were pre-sold, making it arguably the hottest of their Huawei phones. Before the phone was released for pre-sale, they signed a contract with Pretty Country for 200,000 high-performance chips. Originally, Huawei thought that they would definitely capture more market share in the Dragon Kingdom with this cell phone. Yet just as they were preparing to expand, Pretty Country suddenly announced that it had stopped supplying chips to Dragon Country, caught them off guard and caused all of their markets to go haywire. Not only will the 100,000 P10 phones booked out not be delivered, but their existing phones won't last long. Many cell phone consumers who have booked, to the time of receipt of goods, go to the Huawei store to get a cell phone, but was told that there is no goods, which also caused a lot of consumer dissatisfaction. The better-tempered consumers were willing to continue waiting or chose to get a refund. And those bad-tempered consumers will have a scene like the red-haired man on the second floor of the Kyoto International Trade Center. This also led to many store employees being scolded. causing them to choose to leave. It's not just Kyoto that this is happening at Huawei Technologies, but it's happening nationwide every day. As the saying goes, a few sorrows and a few joys. Just when the domestic cell phone enterprises in the Dragon country were wailing, the Apple brand cell phone in the Pretty country and the TriStar cell phone in the H country were unusually hot. It almost instantly captured more than 75% of the market in the Dragon Kingdom. Several domestic cell phone companies in the Dragon Kingdom could not bear the pressure. And finally several bosses flew together to the Pretty Kingdom to negotiate and solve the chip problem. Chapter 125, Hitting the Wall, One More. Pretty Country Qualcomm Technology Company. This is a technology company specializing in the production of chips, with an annual output of $24.2 billion, belonging to the Fortune 500 companies. Its chip business spreads all over the world, and along with the high-speed development of the Dragon Kingdom over the years, the Dragon Kingdom's chip business accounts for 35% of their company's total annual turnover. That is to say, the Dragon Kingdom is now in Qualcomm Technologies, which imports $42 billion Dragon dollars of chips annually. Qualcomm Technologies is just one of the companies that Dragon imported chips in the Pretty country. Together with other companies, every year the Dragon country just imported beautiful country's chip almost up to $300 billion. Today, in the reception room of Qualcomm Technologies, there are several Oriental faces sitting. They are all the owners of domestic cell phone companies in the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Lei, how much did your company lose this time? One of the obese middle-aged men asked. Lei Jun, the owner of the small MI company, said with a sad face, "Hey, a conservative estimate of 50 million. That's thanks to my wise decision to import 50,000 more chips some time ago. But the key won't last much longer. You're only $50 million, and we've lost nearly $100 million in just 1 week. If we can't get the chip again, we'll declare our Phantom ZU cell phone out of business." They each talked about the company's woes, but a slim older man next to them said nothing. Lei Jun, the owner of the small MI cell phone, noticed him and sat down next to him and said, "Boss Ren, you are the big brother of several of us. The profits from the previous years are enough for you guys to eat a few years of old money. This crisis, you can't save us from death." Ren Zhengfei, the owner of Huawei Technology Company, smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. In the eyes of outsiders, their Huawei Technology Company had grown rapidly over the years, ranking number 1 in sales among the several domestic cell phone brands in the Dragon Kingdom, and must have been rich beyond belief. But over the years, all of Huawei Technology's profits have been invested by him in chip research, because he wanted to develop a chip that belonged to the Dragon Kingdom itself, so that their Dragon Kingdom's cell phone industry wouldn't have to look at the Pretty Kingdom. But who knows, when they haven't made much progress in their chip research, the Pretty country directly announced the other day that it had imposed chip sanctions on the Dragon country. His factory had no finished chips, resulting in a lot of semi-finished products sitting there, and the whole production line had no choice but to stop. It caused them to lose as much as $500 million in just 1 week. On the one hand, the company is no longer profitable, and on the other hand, the chips research is burning money every day. With such a predicament, he calculated that in a month's time at the most, their company would have to announce its closure. He was arguably the most difficult of the few here. As the big brother of the cell phone made in the Dragon country, even if the company is in trouble, he can't show it. If he is knocked down, how can those other companies live? And they, Huawei Technologies, had a total of over 100,000 employees in the Dragon Kingdom waiting for him to feed them, so he had to be even stronger. A few people waited in the Qualcomm Technologies parlor for another 10 minutes or so before its boss walked in with 2 executives. "Sorry to keep you all waiting." Ren Zhengfei of Huawei Technology Company got up smilingly and shook the other party's hand and said in English, "Mr. Paul, we should be the ones to say sorry for coming uninvited without giving you a heads up beforehand." Several other people were all getting up in a hurry and shaking hands with Paul, the owner of Qualcomm Technologies, respectively. After a few people exchanged pleasantries, Ren Zhengfei, the owner of Huawei Technology Company, said to Paul, "Mr. Paul, the purpose of our visit is for the chip. You should understand. Mr. Ren, I'm really sorry, I really can't do anything about the chip. As you know, it's our country's intention." Paul, the owner of Qualcomm Technologies, put the problem directly on the state. "But we signed a contract before. After all, you've always taken the spirit of contract very seriously." "Mr. Ren, we did sign a contract, but this was caused by an irresistible factor, so it can only be voided. Under normal circumstances, when a contract is signed and one party breaches the contract, it is necessary to pay the other party's liquidated damages. But the other party is the Qualcomm Technology Company, which has mastered the technology of the chip. They do not have a little way. They don't want to make a deadlock with Qualcomm Technologies because of a small amount of liquidated damages. If they upset the other party and they united with other chip manufacturers in pretty countries to stop supplying chips, then their company could only face closure. This is why Ren Zhengfei, the owner of Huawei, invests billions of dollars in chip research every year. He didn't want the fate of his business to be in someone else's hands. Pretty country mastered the chip technology of the company. Want their company to close down. Too easy. Seeing this, Lei Jun, the owner of the small MI company, smiled and said to Paul, "Mr. Paul, the state has its own policies, but we can also be a little flexible. As the saying goes, there is a policy at the top and a plan at the bottom." "I can't understand what you mean," Paul said to Lei Jun. Lei Jun can't help but want a curse in his heart. Usually shrewd like a monkey when talking business, this will be quite good at pretending to be confused. He still kept a smile on his face though. "We are just businessmen, and businessmen are there to make money. You can transit the chips, send them to other countries, and then flow them into our country, so that it doesn't violate your country's policies, and you can make money." "No," Paul directly denied, not giving Lei Jun any face at all. Lei Jun was not discouraged and continued, "We can add 50% to the original price." The boss of Qualcomm Technologies directly ignored Lei Jun this time and said to Ren Zhengfei, "Mr. Run, I'll convey to you our national government's policy. It's fine for you to want to buy the chips, as long as you can get the Dragon Kingdom to hand over the ITER magnet material technology." "I'm sorry, Mr. Paul, we can't do this one," Ren Zhengfei directly refused. "In that case, I don't think there's any need for us to talk anymore. Please." Paul gave a nonchalant eviction order. Lei Jun wanted to say something else, only to be stopped by Ren Zhengfei. They then left Qualcomm Technologies together. "What the hell? When our Dragon Kingdom researches the chip, you beg me to buy your chip. I won't even buy it." Lei Jun cursed angrily. They then visited Micron and other chip companies, only to encounter the same situation as Qualcomm Technologies. The government leaders of the pretty country soon learned about Ren Zhengfei and the few of them who were in their country. "Lord Foster, should we just find some random reason to detain these dragons outright?" Foster said with a wave of his hand. "No, we still need them to return to the Dragon Kingdom and put pressure on their government. I believe that it won't take long for the Dragon Kingdom to carry on, and then it will, naturally, take the ITER magnet material technology and give it to us in exchange. Still, you are wise." Chapter 126, Forced to Do Something, Second Shift. Ren Zhengfei several people went to D country again. Although D country's chip technology is not particularly good, but now the situation is urgent. If they can buy some from their country, it can also solve the urgent problem. Still, they underestimated the lasciviousness of the pretty country. After a few people came back out of a chip company in country D, Lei Jun couldn't help but curse. "This ing pretty country is so not a thing. It's not even if they don't sell us chips themselves. They even interfered with other countries not selling them to us. Let's go to the other countries and see." "I still don't believe that pretty country can control all the countries in Blue Star." Ren Zhengfei, however, shook his head and said, "Forget it, these few countries with decent chip technology all belong to the European Union. And with a word from the pretty country, who among them would dare to disobey? So what are we going to do? Just go back and wait for closure?" Huang Zhang, the owner of Meizu Ziyu cell phone, said unwillingly, "I guess we'll just have to go back to the state and ask for help. But we can't even produce chips in Dragonland. Go back and talk about it." A few people had no choice but to take the plane back as well. After Ren Zhengfei's few people went back, they fed the problem back to the National Commerce Department. The relevant authorities in the Dragon Kingdom held a response meeting. They then took the content and opinions of the meeting and fed it back to the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom. Number 1. After reading the document, Number 1 said to Minister of Commerce Wang Wenhai, "Minister Wang, for the enterprises affected by the pretty country's chip sanctions this time, reduce or waive taxes and give certain bank loans to ease their pressure." Leader, this can only be a temporary relief, cannot solve the fundamental problem. This time the beautiful country on our country's chip sanctions. The impact is more serious than we thought. It's only the 10th day, and the brand of our Dragon's own cell phone has dropped from 65% of the market share to 20%, with a direct loss of up to about $2 billion. Sales of Apple-branded cell phones in pretty countries and Samsung phones in kimchi countries have skyrocketed. It is estimated that in less than a month's time, 80% of the independent brands of the Dragon's cell phones will go out of business. And that's just the chips affecting the cell phone industry. Computers and TVs are currently not significantly affected, but in 2 months at the most, there will be similar problems. Number 1 listened to Jiang Wenhai's report and frowned slightly. This was indeed much more serious than he had expected. It was only a week ago that he had spoken to Director Zhang of Research Institute Number 3 on the phone, and there had been no progress at the Chip Research Institute for the time being. It was also clear to one that chip technology could not be researched in a day or two. "Leader, what do you think? What do we do next?" Minister Wang of the Ministry of Commerce asked. "You go back first. This matter, I need to have a discussion meeting with several other leaders to come up with a feasible plan. When Wang Wenhai of the Ministry of Commerce left, the number one and a few other leaders, specifically for this piece of business to open a discussion meeting, they deliberated for 3 hours. In the end, they didn't come up with a feasible plan, and they unanimously voted to communicate with Pretty Country first to see what they would do before making any next steps. The next day, number one and Foster, the top leader of the Pretty Country, have an informal voice link call. Foster, Your Excellency the First, I'm glad you contacted me so quickly. Ha ha. Number one, Mr. Foster, let's get straight to the point. You are violating the regulations of the World Trade Organization by imposing chip sanctions on us. I demand that you immediately lift the chip restrictions on our Dragon Kingdom. Since this was an informal call, Foster laughed outright over there when he heard one say so. The World Trade Organization is just a tool for their pretty countries to defend their national interests. Foster, Your Excellency number one, we are all people who understand. Do you feel that what you are saying makes sense? As long as you give us the technical drawings of the ITER superstrong magnet material, everything is fine. Number one, Mr. Foster, name another condition besides this one. Foster, I just want the ITER magnet material technology drawings. Number one, as I said, regarding the ITER magnet technology we, the Dragon Kingdom, will not give it to any country. Please understand. Foster, it seems that your Dragon Kingdom has not been pushed to the brink of extinction. I believe that it won't take more than 3 months for all of your fields related to chips to be paralyzed. I'm looking forward to seeing you on your knees begging for me at that time. Ha ha. Hanging up the phone, number one gritted his teeth in anger, but there was not a single thing he could do about it. According to the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom, Foster was actually too optimistic when he said 3 months. However, if he handed over the ITER magnet material technology, he was really a bit reluctant. Number one then held a discussion meeting with a few more executives, gave them a rundown of his call with Foster. The pretty country is a bully. It's a bully, but what can we do? We can only blame the fact that we have not mastered the chip technology, and that's why we are being bullied by them. If that's not possible, I suggest giving them a portion of the ITER magnet technology to ease our domestic situation first. Not at all. Pretty country won't lift the chip sanctions on us until they get all the technology. But if we really give them the ITER magnet technology, and ITER magnet-related spaceflight, controlled nuclear fusion, magnetic levitation, and so on these high-tech projects, their pretty country will develop faster. However, really want to ITER magnet material technology into these high-tech projects, I'm afraid a short time they cannot do. As long as our controlled fusion research is successful in a year's time, we can definitely crush pretty country then. So, I suggest we get through this for now. Everyone was in deep thought in response to this suggestion. None of them wanted to hand over the ITER magnet material technology, but if the economy of the Dragon Kingdom was paralyzed, I am afraid that the entire country would be in crisis. In the end, after several discussions, it was decided that the ITER magnetic material technology would be given to pretty country, but let the pretty country to provide chip technology. In this way, not only alleviate this crisis, but also to avoid the future again by the pretty country chip sanctions. Number one then made contact with Foster again. The voice device had just been connected, and Foster's smug laugh came through. Foster, haha, Sir 1, it looks like you've made a wise choice. Number 1, as a condition, you must give us the technology for the 7nm chip. Foster, 7nm chip technology won't do. You Dragon Nation people are really ambitious. We pretty country will give you up to 11nm chip technology. How about it? Just as number 1 hesitated to say yes, his cell phone rang and he instinctively tried to hang up, but when he saw that it was Director Zhang from Institute number 3, Chapter 127, Turnaround, 1. When number 1 saw the phone call from Institute 3's Director Zhang, his heart inexplicably trembled, and he had the feeling that he was seeing a glimmer of light in the darkness. He said to Foster, Mr. Foster, please wait, I have an urgent matter I need to take care of. Without waiting for Foster to agree, he walked out of the call room. Foster said with some irritation, Your Excellency, number 1, what could be more important than our call? After a while, Foster didn't hear from number 1 and knew that the other man had put the phone down and left. It made him burst into a rage. What a rude Dragon Nation! How dare you disrespect me? Humph, you'll pay for your reckless behavior. Outside the call room, number 1 picked up Director Chang's phone. Hello, what's the matter with Director Zhang? There was some tension and anticipation in his mind as number 1 spoke. Leader, good news for you. Great news. Number 1's heart raced when he heard Director Zhang say this. It was as if things were really as he expected. So he hurriedly asked, Tell me quickly, Is there a major breakthrough in the chip? Director Zhang froze slightly when he heard number one's somewhat urgent voice. The first has always been to give a person a kind of the tie on the top of the pressure without changing the color of the face, as if there is nothing in front of him cannot be solved. It was the first time he had ever seen number one so nervous. Director Zhang, speak up? It wasn't until number one urged Director Zhang again that his thoughts were pulled back, so he hurriedly said, Leader, you guessed it this time, our chip does have a major breakthrough. The chief engineer in charge of chip research, Xiao Lao, this time looking for Jiang Fan. This kid is really something. A day's time, but also developed a 7nm photolithography design drawings. Jiang Fan? When number one heard Jiang Fan's name, he was puzzled. Isn't he in charge of publishing SCI papers for Dragon Journal? Why is he working on chips? He hadn't yet figured this out when, suddenly, he grabbed the point of what Director Zhang had just said. 7nm lithography? This, at once, number one's breath caught a little, so he reconfirmed. Jiang Fan really researched 7nm lithography design drawings? Yes, leader. Now he's leading more than 70 researchers. He's in closed development, and he said he'll be able to develop it in a month's time. As number one listened to the report from Chief Zhang on the phone, his entire body was staggered in shock. 7nm lithography. It was a little hard for him to believe. Today, the best of their Dragon Kingdom lithography technology has only reached 21 nanometers. 7 nanometers and 21 nanometers are a technology level apart. They cross the technology level of 11 nanometers to 20 nanometers, directly reaching the top of the current Blue Star technology. This is a little hard to swallow, but when number one thought about Jiang Fan's past, he had to believe this fact. Jiang Fan from the controlled nuclear fusion, lithium iron phosphate power battery, ITER super strong magnet materials, founded the Dragon Journal and so on. These results, each of which is the achievement of other people, cannot be achieved even after a lifetime of research. Having such a talent is truly the luck of the Dragon Kingdom. Director Zhang, now I'm giving you the highest order. No matter what Jiang Fan's needs are, you must fulfill them unconditionally. Fully cooperate with him in researching Dragon Kingdom's own chip. Number one gravely gave orders to Director Zhang. Roger that, leader. Promise to get the job done. Hanging up the phone, number one's expression stretched. He believed that the chip development would be researched with Jiang Fan's participation. Just now, he heard Director Zhang say that Jiang Fan guaranteed that he would be able to develop a 7nm photolithography machine in a month's time. If they followed the progress of this research, their Dragon Kingdom would be able to develop a chip that truly belonged to their own country in 2 months' time at most. Even if the current technology of the Dragon Kingdom's silicon wafers is not up to par, there should still be no problem in developing an 11nm chip. If this is the case, their Dragon country can finally produce chips on their own and get rid of the pretty country's chip sanctions. The more one thought about it, the more excited he became, and finally clenched his fists in excitement and waved them in the air a few times. After the excitement had passed, he remembered that he was currently on the phone with Foster in the pretty country, so he opened the door to his room and walked calmly over to the voice call device. Mr. Foster, sorry to keep you waiting. Foster finally heard the voice of number one, and he looked at his watch, which had kept him waiting for a total of a full 8 minutes and 21 seconds. As a government official of a beautiful country, he had never been waited on by others. No country had yet dared to put him on hold during a call. He said in exasperation, Your Excellency number one, as a sign of your disrespect for our beautiful country, I have decided not to offer any of your chip technology. Mr. Foster, I'm sorry to inform you that our agreement is hereby cancelled, and we, the Dragon Kingdom, will no longer provide you with the technology for the ITER magnet material. Number one hung up the phone straight after that. It caused Foster to stagger right back in place, somewhat incredulous. Based on the current economic predicament that the Dragon Kingdom was in, there was no way that the other party would dare to talk to him like this. Did his own just go too far? It caused the other side to simply give up on the cooperation between them. This makes Foster a bit puzzled. Originally he is to suppress the dragon. If the other party said something to beg for forgiveness, continue to provide 11nm chip technology, there is no little problem, because even if the 11nm chip technology was provided to the Dragon Kingdom, he believed that it would take a long time before the Dragon Kingdom wanted to truly realize it. But who knew that the other party was so tough that they would not talk to him directly? Now their country desperately needs ITER magnet material technology to break through their other related high-tech technology programs. Finally Foster thought calmly for a while and decided to talk to Longguo again. In any case, let's get the ITER magnet material technology first. Just as number one was about to leave the room, the intercom device rang again. He looked at it and it was still pretty country's Foster. Just as it connected, Foster's voice came on. Your Excellency number one, I'm very sorry that I offended you due to my lack of control over my emotions just now, and I sincerely apologize. We are willing to provide you with the technology for the 11nm chip. Number one, Mr. Foster, as I just said, we will not be providing you with the technology for the ITER magnet material. I have things to do. Goodbye. Foster, Your Excellency the First, listen to me for a moment. Before Foster could finish, Number 1 hung up the voice call device again. The power was then turned off directly. Furious, Foster viciously slammed the communication device right down on the table and cursed angrily. Unwilling Dragon Nation, I will make you pay. Chapter 128, A Mistake, Second Shift. Kyoto No. 3 Research Institute. It was already 12:10 p.m. And there were only about 20 people eating in a large dining room. What's the situation? It's already the 10th day, and the people in the photolithography research department, they're still doing closed research. Yes, before, every time we ate, more than 100 people were so lively. Now it's cold and quiet. Do you guys think there could be a major technological breakthrough in the photolithography research department, and that's why they're doing closed research? It's really possible. Or else how come for 10 days in a row, eating and living all in the lab, not letting anyone in or out? Brothers, this can't be good. Our silicon wafer research department can't be compared to them. At this time, a small Master Lu, who had just finished delivering food to the photolithography department, pushed his car back. A researcher curiously walked up and asked Master Xiao Lu, Master Lu, what's the situation in the photolithography department? Is there any technological breakthrough? Master Xiao Lu, who was asked, shook his head and said he didn't know anything. We are insiders, no secrecy regulations involved. The researcher said, but Mr. Lu has shaken his head, said he did not know. One of the key pieces of advice his father had given him when he had first followed him, here, as a cook, was that no matter what, he must never say anything about the institute. Master Lu kept this advice in mind and just did his own cooking, and didn't get involved in anything else. At the institute he doesn't talk when he can, and he's really afraid of losing this hard-earned job. Seeing that Master Xiao Lu didn't say anything, that scientific researcher could only return to his own position, and a person next to him said, Lao Gao, ask Master Xiao Lu. It's useless to ask. The researcher known as Old Gao then turned to Xiao Yifei, who was fuming next to him. Hey, Yiffy elementary school girl. Ha! Xiao Yifei was thinking about her own little thoughts when she was suddenly shouted at, and her little face couldn't help but redden, as if the little secret in her heart was being spied upon. How? What's wrong? Senior brother Gao, did your eldest give you any insight into what's going on in the photolithography research department? The fellows present all knew that Xiao Yifei was Elder Xiao's niece. Everyone perked up their ears and waited for you, Xiao Yifei, to answer. Xiao Yifei, however, shook her head and said, my eldest is also in the photolithography department and hasn't come out in 10 days, so I don't know what's going on. Hearing this answer, the crowd was a bit disappointed and had to continue eating their meals. Xiao Yifei, however, continued, however, according to my eldest uncle's character, there's definitely a major technological breakthrough that makes him so playful. Lao Gao said thoughtfully, if that's the case, it's really possible that they've researched a 17-nanometer photolithography machine. When the crowd heard this, they all lost some flavor when they ate their bowls of food. Their silicon wafer research department, the speed of research has been faster than the photolithography department. If they really research 17-nanometer photolithography, is equal to directly catch up with them by a large margin. And to think they were always making fun of the photolithography department people about it before, only to have it flipped on its head now. None of them said a word, but sped up their eating. Their idea now is to hurry up and finish their meal so that they can go and do some more research. And maybe there can be a major breakthrough in their silicon wafer technology as well. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, Lao Gao said to the group, there's no need to be so upset about the technological breakthrough in their photolithography department. We should be happy. Old Gao, the photolithography department's technology breakthrough to 17 nanometers, we are indeed happy for them in our hearts. Only, now our silicon wafer department's technology, on the contrary, is dragging them down. What this researcher said was indeed what they all thought. At that moment, however, Old Gao mysteriously said to the crowd, come here, all of you. When the 10 or so people heard Old Gao say this, they all poked their heads over in curiosity. I have good news for you. I extracted a 99.9% pure silicon wafer. Everyone was looking at Old Gao with shocked faces. Really? Of course. I was thinking of reporting it tomorrow when the data comes out. Old Gao, you're too good. Go, check it out. I haven't finished my meal yet. What else is there to eat? Old Gao arrived at his lab surrounded by more than a dozen people. Their silicon wafer department, after the purity of silicon wafers broke through to 99% half a year ago, has been stuck here. Just yesterday, the old high mistake operation, the machine and equipment data adjusted the wrong by mistake even refined out 99.9% purity of silicon wafers. At the time he was excited beyond words. He quickly calmed down, though, because he wasn't sure if it was accidental imagery. So he began to do experiments according to this data. The first 3 refining out of the silicon wafer, after testing the purity of 99.0199.09 floating between. Just as he was doing his 4th experiment, the proposed silicon wafer was suddenly reduced to 79%. Thinking there had been a mistake, he did a 5th experiment and the purity was still 79%. It puzzled him that the material hadn't changed, nor had the machine's data. But how did the purity of the extraction suddenly decrease so much? So he began to consider the factors that influenced his surroundings: air humidity, temperature, noise, and other factors. One by one, the results of the experiment are already still 79%. He did 7 or 8 hours of experiments one after another, and he didn't even eat his lunch. In the end he just couldn't figure out what the problem was. He ate a hasty dinner and continued back to the lab to do his experiments, but there was already nothing to show for it. Until this morning, when he suddenly had another 96% pure silicon wafer refined. This gave him an instant mental boost, and he began to experiment non-stop, until the 4th time, when the purity suddenly dropped to 79%. The 5th and 6th, 20th time is already 79%, which makes him all a little speechless. Is there a limit to the purity that can be extracted each day? Only 3 times. He launched himself at a few lab sheets and suddenly realized the time on them. Yesterday distilled over 99% of the time respectively, 9:03, 9:09, 9:16. Today's distills out over 99% of the time respectively, 9 o'clock, 9:07, 9:15. He hurriedly looked at the other failed experiment sheets, all of which were timed outside of 9:009:16 p.m. He began to look for factors that made this time period different from others, until he saw a tiny beam of light shining through a ragged hole in the curtains. Sunshine! He was instantly excited. Because of the demanding conditions in the lab, the curtains are always drawn. He projected 9 to 9:16 through the sunlight coming in through that little hole. Found just the right spot for a single crystal furnace. 2 factors immediately came to mind: light and temperature.